और उस समय जिस आतंकवादी ने इन पर गोली मारी वो वहीं पे थे?
हाँ, वो वही ढूंढ रहा था कि आगे किसको, वो घूम रहा था वो गन लेकर। तो मैं और मेरे बेटे दोनों भी हम दोनों चिल्ला रहे थे और हम दोनों ने उस पर चिल्लाई, क्यों, जब मेरे पति को मारा है ना, हम दोनों को भी मार दो। तब वो वहाँ खड़े रह के बोला, नहीं, मोदी को बोलो, उसने कहा और वहाँ से निकल गया। और वहाँ एक कपल पड़ा था, उसमें उसके हस्बैंड को कुछ चोट लगी थी। उसने उसके पास गया और उसको 2 बुलेट्स उसको हेड पे ही शॉट किया।
जो इंजर्ड थे उसको और फिर एक बार शूट कर दिया।
हाँ, क्योंकि वो उसकी सांस चल रही थी ना, इसलिए उसने हेड पर ही शॉट किया।
तब जब आपने आतंकवादी को कहा कि आपने मेरे हस्बैंड को मारा है, मुझे मार दो, आपके लड़के आपके साथ थे, आपके बच्चा जो आपका था, आपका लड़का आपके साथ था, तो आप बिल्कुल भागे नहीं, आपने बिल्कुल कन्फ्रंट किया।
हाँ,
आपका बेटा आपके साथ था?
हाँ, मेरा बच्चा भी मेरे साथ था। उसने भी गुस्से से बोला, मेरा बेटा भी मेरे साथ था। हमें कोई मौत की डरी नहीं थी, क्योंकि मेरे पति तो गए, हम रहकर क्या करें। इसलिए हमने, मेरे बेटे ने भी उसे बोला, एक कुत्ते मेरे पापा को मारा है ना, हम दोनों को भी मार दो। तब उसने ऐसा बोला।
तब उसने बोला, आप मोदी को बोलो, और ये बोल के चला गया।
उसने बोला, नहीं, मोदी को बोलो, चला गया। और मैंने बोला ना, वो दूसरे कपल वो पड़े थे, उसको मारा। और कुछ लोग दुकान के पास हाइड करके बैठे थे, उन्हें जाकर वो मार रहा था।
जहां पे लोग जा रहे थे वो गन लेके उनको मार रहा था। मंजुनाथ जी, भारत के जितने लोग आज इस प्रोग्राम को देख रहे हैं,
मारा था,
भारत के जितने लोग इस प्रोग्राम को देख रहे हैं, मैं सल्यूट करता हूं आपको, आपके परिवार को, आपके बच्चे को, आपकी हिम्मत को और आपकी सोच को। और फिर से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, पूरी भारत की जनता आपके साथ है पल्लवी जी, आप अकेले नहीं हैं। वी आर ऑल विथ यू। और जो बात है जो आपने कही ना कि गो टेल मोदी, जो आपने बात कही पूरी वायरल हो चुकी है, भारत के लोग देख चुके हैं। मैं जानता हूं ये मैसेज प्रधानमंत्री तक भी गई होगी। मोदी जी हैज गॉट योर मैसेज। आप मोदी जी को कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अगर ये प्रोग्राम के जरिए आपकी मैसेज प्रधानमंत्री जी तक जाए, पल्लवी जी, क्या आप प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को डायरेक्टली कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से, थ्रू द प्रोग्राम?
आई जस्ट वॉन्ट टू रिक्वेस्ट दैट, जैसे मैं हमारे गांव में, मैं शिवमोगा में रहती हूँ, कितना सेफ है, इतना ही सेफ मुझे मेरे पूरे देश में चाहिए। जो भी हो, कश्मीर हो या कन्याकुमारी हो और बेंगलुरु हो, कुछ भी शहर हो, उतना सिक्योरिटी चाहिए। ऐसा, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगा वहाँ वो आतंकवादी खुलेआम जैसे शॉपिंग मॉल में घूमते हैं ना, ऐसे घूम रहा था। कुछ उसके मुंह, मैंने उसे देखा तो उसे कुछ भी डर नहीं था। लेकिन हम लोग यहाँ भारतीय बन के, ये हमारा देश है, हम डर डर के रह रहे हैं। हमें ऐसा नहीं चाहिए। हमारा देश सब जगह सेफ होना चाहिए और ये हमारा देश है। जैसा हमारा घर हमें सेफ है, हमारा देश हमें सेफ होना चाहिए। हम कहीं भी चले, हमें डर डर के नहीं रहना चाहिए। जो आतंक टेररिज्म जब चल रही है उसे जड़ से निकलना चाहिए। ऐसे ही सिर्फ एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है मेरे।
बिल्कुल
हमें ऐसा करना चाहिए कि वो आतंकवादी जब भारतीय ऐसे वो सुने तो उन्हें कांपना चाहिए। ऐसे हमें बनना चाहिए।
डर उनमें होनी चाहिए, हम में नहीं। ये बहुत बड़ी बात कही आपने पल्लवी जी। They should be afraid, not us. This is our country. You are a really, really brave. आप बहुत brave हैं, आप बहुत strong हैं.
Yes.
You are a picture of strength.
This is our country. This is India. This is
our country. Yes.
This is India. I am Indian. We are Indians, and from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and everywhere. This is my country. This is our country. This is my country. So wherever I go, I should feel this is my home. But it is now. It is situation is like that. We are going and hiding for our lives, but they are roaming just freely, as if they are doing a very good job. So, but it should not be like that. They should, if they hear the word India or Indians, then they should उन्हें वो कांपना चाहिए, ऐसे होना चाहिए।
वो कांपेंगे, they'll be very scared, Pallavi ji. Especially when they see your brave and stoic response. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय। We will take full revenge from these Pakistanis. We will break and destroy Pakistan this time completely. Pallavi ji, thank you very much. My deepest condolences. My deepest condolences to you. These coward Pakistanis will pay. These cowards, these Pakistanis who killed your husband and then told you, but I think you're so brave, you faced that Pakistani terrorist, he couldn't face you. They're cowards, Pallavi ji. And we are Indians, we are Bharatiya, we know how to take them on. We'll finish them this time. Thank you, Pallavi ji. Thank you very much.
Viewers, anti-Pakistan protests were held across India following the terror attack in Pahalgam, in which at least 26 tourists were killed, with protesters demanding an operation to flush out tourists from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, protesters took to the streets in various parts of the country. Take a look at what unfolded in the midst of grief and anger.
The nation is brewing with anger following the heinous terror attack on tourists in Pahalgam. Protests are held in different parts of the country, deploring the attack. In the capital, people held protest march condemning the attack. Protests were held in different parts of the country. Taxi drivers in Jammu and Kashmir's Anantnag held candlelight protests against the terror attack. The president of the Taxi Association, Gulzar Ahmed Wani, condemned the attack and urged the government to go to the bottom of the matter.
और इस चीज से मैं मजम्मत करता हूं कि टूरिस्ट के साथ जो हुआ ये टूरिस्टों के साथ नहीं हुआ, ये हमारी रोजी रोटी के और हमारी फैमिली के साथ हुआ। जो भी टूरिस्ट इसमें डेथ हुआ वो हम टूरिस्ट उसको नहीं समझते, वो समझते हैं हम अब हमारी फैमिली मेंबर्स को डेथ किया गया है। और इस चीज से हम एलजी साहब से और यहाँ के चीफ मिनिस्टर साहब से गुजारिश करते हैं, इसकी गहराई तक जाइए, ये देख लीजिए, जिसने भी किया उनके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Leaders and workers of Madhya Pradesh BJP took out a candle march against the Pahalgam terror attack. Participating in the protest march, State BJP President V.D. Sharma said that all are moving with the resolution to end terrorism.
भोपाल की सड़कों पर पहलगांव में हुई आतंकी घटना के खिलाफ जो नरसंहार और एक ऐसा आतंकी हमला कि हमारे उन निरीह टूरिस्ट पर जो पाकिस्तान प्रेरित आतंकवाद ने आक्रमण किया, आज पूरा भोपाल, पूरा मध्य प्रदेश, पूरा देश आतंकवाद के खिलाफ सड़कों पर उतरा है।
Protests were held in Chandigarh where people held placards reading "India will not bow to terror." In West Bengal, Vishwa Hindu Parishad organized protest rallies in Siliguri. The nation is brewing with anger and there is growing chorus to act against their perpetrators.
Viewers, in the wake of the recent terror attack in Pahalgam, which has drawn global attention to regional instability, the spotlight has returned to the long-standing military rivalry between India and Pakistan. Watch this explainer to understand the Indian military might.
India's military might stands as a towering testament to its unwavering commitment to national security and regional dominance, dwarfing Pakistan's capabilities across every measurable metric. With 14,55,550 active military personnel, India's forces outnumber Pakistan's 6.5 lakh by more than double, showcasing a robust and ready manpower advantage that's India for you. And this disparity widens further with paramilitary forces, where India's 25,27,000 personnel overwhelmed Pakistan's 5 lakh, ensuring superior internal security and border protection. Even in the reserve forces, India's 11,55,000 personnel, nearly double of Pakistan's 5.5 lakh, providing a deep bench of trained soldiers for any contingency. Now, in the skies, India's air superiority is undeniable. Its 513 total fighter aircraft eclipse Pakistan's 328, while the dedicated fighter fleet of 130 outstrips Pakistan's 90 fighter aircraft dedicated. That ensures India's dominance in case of an aerial combat. Pakistan knows that. The transport aircraft fleet, critical for logistics and rapid deployment, stands at 270 for India, compared to Pakistan's mere 64, highlighting India's ability to sustain operations across vast distances. Now, India's helicopter fleet of 899, including 80 attack helicopters, far surpasses Pakistan's 373 helicopters and 57 attack units, giving India a decisive edge in both mobility and offensive aerial operations with choppers. On the ground, India's 4,201 combat tanks roll over Pakistan's 2,627 and its 3,975 towed artillery guns outnumber Pakistan's 2,629, ensuring overwhelming firepower in land engagements. In the sea, India's naval supremacy is unchallenged, with a warship fleet of 293 compared to Pakistan's 121 only. India's 2 aircraft carriers, and Pakistan has none, project power far beyond its shores, while 18 submarines to Pakistan's 8, 13 destroyers to Pakistan's 0, cement India's control over maritime domain in case there's a requirement. Now, these figures paint a clear picture that India's military is not just larger, it's a strategic juggernaut built to deter, defend, dominate. Pakistan's forces simply cannot match the scale, versatility, and technological edge of India's arsenal. This isn't just a comparison of numbers, it's a declaration of India's unassailable position as a regional superpower, ready to safeguard its sovereignty, assert its influence on the global stage, and, most importantly, take revenge.
Viewers, the world stands in solidarity, shoulder to shoulder, with India, mourning the devastating terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam meadows, while claiming the lives of 26 innocent civilians. In a rare and significant move, the Taliban government of Afghanistan has strongly condemned the barbaric assault on unsuspecting tourists, calling it a blow to regional peace and security. Take a look.
Condolences have been pouring in from across the globe following the heinous terror attack in Pahalgam, Kashmir. Even the Taliban government in Afghanistan has voiced its condemnation on the brutal attacks which left 26 tourists dead. Taliban Foreign Ministry spokesperson Abdul Qahar Balki stated that such acts of terror severely undermine ongoing efforts to ensure regional stability and peace. This statement comes amid escalating tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan, strained further by Islamabad's ongoing issues of cross-border militancy. Earlier during the Dubai meet in January this year, Afghan Foreign Minister Motaki told Indian envoy Vikram Misri that the Taliban poses no threat to India while expressing hope for better diplomatic ties. Despite these overturns, India has not recognized the Taliban regime, maintaining its stance that for a truly inclusive government, along with guarantees that Afghan soil won't be used for terrorism.
भाभी ने फोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर। ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहां पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है।
साइड में था एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम भी है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
बैठो, आराम से बैठो। आयरन कर रहे हैं वो लोग। हाँ, आयरन कर रहे हैं। ये चोट है मेरे बाजू में, बगल में था। क्या ब्लड कहीं लगा है चोट? क्या बेटा? अच्छा, ठीक ठीक बैठो, मैं पट्टी करता हूँ।
17 तारीख को यहाँ से गए थे, करीबन 11 लोगों का एक ग्रुप था जो कश्मीर भ्रमण करने गए थे। तो वहाँ पर अलग अलग जगहें, सोनमर्ग और गुलमर्ग वगैरह, यहाँ सब घूमने गए थे। आज ये पहलगाम में थे, तो वहाँ पर शुभम भैया उनकी अभी 12 फरवरी को ही शादी हुई है, तो वो और उनकी वाइफ घुड़सवारी करते हुए गए हुए थे ऊपर। वहाँ पर जानकारी हम लोग को ऐसे हुई कि भाभी ने फोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर। ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहां पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है। करीबन 3 बजे हम लोगों ने यहाँ से हालचाल लेने के लिए उनको फोन किया, तो हम लोग को भी तभी घटना का पता चला कि उसके लगभग 10-15 मिनट पहले ही घटना हुई थी। वो लोग भी तो वहीं पर हैं, श्रीनगर में। उनको होटल में भेज दिया गया है और ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि अभी बॉडी शायद हैंडओवर होने में 2-4 दिन का समय लगेगा। तो हम लोग की यही गुहार है सरकार से कि जल्द से जल्द इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को निपटा करके हम लोग को जल्द से जल्द बॉडी दे दी जाए, ताकि हम लोग अंतिम संस्कार वगैरह कर सकें।
कुछ लोग जो साथ में गए हुए थे उन लोगों से आपने बात करी होगी?
जी, बात करी।
क्या कुछ बताया है उन लोगों ने? किस तरह?
उन लोगों ने बताया कि जब इस तरीके घटना हुई, वहां पर गोलीबारी चली, तो काफी देर तक गोलीबारी हुई और भगदड़ मच गई, क्योंकि काफी पर्यटक वहां पर था। तो जब भगदड़ मची तो उसके बाद वहां पर सब लोग बिछड़ गए और उसके बाद फिर जब आर्मी ने टेक ओवर किया तो पूरा एरिया एक तरीके से सीज कर दिया गया। तो किसी को वापस जाने की वहां पर परमिशन तो थी नहीं। हालांकि बाद में इन लोगों को जानकारी दी गई और एक वीडियो वायरल हो रहा है, उसमें भी इन लोगों ने पहचान करी, जिसमें इन लोगों को शुभम भैया दिख रहे हैं, जिनमें उनके सर पे गोली लगी हुई है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, a very good morning. We're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And remember, the probe continues in that dastardly and cowardly attack on tourists in Pahalgam. We're also getting many updates coming in as high-level meetings are being held. We'll get to all that you need to know, but as usual, the headlines we're tracking. Let's get started. Following the Delhi terror attack in Pahalgam, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will visit Srinagar today to review the security situation. India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism. High-level meeting is scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting will be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister, and many other key ministers.
From Kashmir to Kanyakumari and everywhere, this is my country, this is our country, this is my country. So wherever I go, I should feel this is my home.
Pahalgam terror survivor and Manjunath's wife, Pallavi, speaks to Republic, says every Indian must be safe from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. A secret meeting took place between Hamas and Pakistani terror groups just days before the Pahalgam attack. Sources confirmed that meeting was held in Bahawalpur, where Hamas leaders were given a grand reception. We was getting some breaking news coming in. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat said that terrorists kill people in Pahalgam after asking about their religion, and Hindus would never do such a thing. He further stated that people of India are hoping for a strong response in this matter. So this is what we see right now. Viewers, back to our coverage coming in here on Republic TV. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat statement: if we stay united, nobody will dare to look at us. That's the statement coming in from the RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, saying that terrorists killed people in Pahalgam after asking about their religion, and Hindus would never do such a thing. All right, viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Let's go ahead to what we're learning about in terms of more updates coming in the story. Starting off with the top story that we're tracking right now. Starting off with a daily wage pony worker who turned hero. Remember that there were many heroes in this cowardly attack. Now, this hero was a daily wage pony worker who turned a hero in the face of terror. And what happened was that Saeed Adil Hussain Shah was killed while trying to save the lives of tourists during the brutal Pahalgam attack. According to survivors, Adil bravely tried to snatch a rifle from one of the terrorists, possibly saving many other lives. At his funeral, thousands gathered, joined by Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, to pay tribute to what many now call a selfless act of courage. Republic spoke to Adil's family and friends. The grief is deep, but so is the pride. Here's our report.
Sayyid Adil, a young man from Pahalgam, was among the 28 innocent lives lost in Tuesday's terror attack. Adil died fighting back. Adil worked as a pony operator in the serene meadows of Baisaran, taking tourists on rides through the valley he loved. Witnesses say he tried to shield the tourist he was guiding, even attempted to snatch a terrorist's gun. A moment of sheer courage that cost him his life. At his funeral, emotions ran high. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah stood alongside grieving villagers as thousands paid their final respect. Republic spoke to Adil's family, who despite their heartbreak say that they are proud that Adil's final moments were marked by courage, not fear. His father, overwhelmed with grief, demanded justice, saying those responsible for his bloodshed must be brought to account.
जी, जब वो सुबह यहाँ से चला गया तो 8 बजे, तो 2 बजे तक हमें कोई पता नहीं क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ। लेकिन जब 2 बजे के बाद हमें पता चला कि वहाँ गोलियाँ चली, वहाँ हमला हुआ, तो फिर हम इसी तशवीश में रह गए कि क्या पता क्या होगा तो क्या नहीं है। ये थोड़ा बहुत फ़ोन से पता चला कि पहलगाम हॉस्पिटल में ज़ख्मी हैं लोग। फिर हमारे लड़कों ने जाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन वो वहाँ पे नहीं जा सके, वहाँ बंद था। फिर बाद में थोड़ी देर के बाद वहाँ पे छोड़ा गया, तो फिर हमारे लड़के पहलगाम में गए, उन्होंने इसको हॉस्पिटल में देखा, तो ये हॉस्पिटल में इसकी डेड बॉडी थी।
Adil's friend echoed his bravery, vowing to stand with Indian forces in the fight against terrorism.
जानता हूं कि वो एक शरीफ, नहायत शरीफ आदमी था। वो नमाज का 5 टाइम का आदी था बेचारा। जहाँ तक उसका सवाल है, उसने उनके जो रफल छीनने की बात है, ये सच है। उसने कोशिश की थी कि ये टूरिस्ट को ना मारे, आप इनको बेगुनाहों को मत मारो, तो इनकी क्या खाता है, आप गोली हम कश्मीरियों के ऊपर लगाओ।
But behind the heroism is a family left shattered. Adil was the eldest son, the only breadwinner. Now his family has appealed for government support as they struggle to cope with an unimaginable loss.
And days after 26 tourists were killed by terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will hold a security review meeting with 15 corps of the Army and will also visit the meadows where the attack took place on Tuesday. The Army Chief will hold that meeting with top Army officials, including Northern Command Chief Lieutenant General M.V. Sachendra Kumar in Srinagar. Let's go straight across to our colleague who's joining us right now. We're being joined by Arnab from Pahalgam. Pahalgam is that same area where the dastardly attack took place, and he is going to help us understand what we can expect next. Army Chief is holding high-level security meetings. They are planned today. If you could take our viewers through what will happen in that meeting and other details we're learning of. Aravat, I'm coming across to you right now. This is a live link with Aravat. Aravat, can you hear me? Yes, Aravat. Okay, so we are coming.
Yes, Shwangi, I can hear you.
Yes, you are in Pahalgam. I was saying that, telling our viewers you're in Pahalgam, where the same area where the dastardly attacks took place. Army Chief holding many high-level meetings today. Just take our viewers through the agenda and who will be part of that meeting.
Yeah, absolutely, Shwangi. We have seen that the Army Chief is also scheduled to visit there, where this incident happened here in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that the 26 lives have been lost their lives while fighting here. We have seen that how terrorists have targeted the tourists here. Now, we have been told that the Army Chief will also visit today the attack spot here in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that the huge deployment of the forces in the Pahalgam. Also, we have been told that the Army Chief will also meet to LG Manoj and other security agencies after the visit in the Srinagar, and they will discuss about all the happenings about the hinterland and other line of control area situation and the preparedness of the line of control areas. But we have seen that the high alert has been issued along the line of control areas across Jammu and Kashmir. Also, I'll request my VJ to take you through these visuals. This is the Pahalgam and it's day 4, and you can see here in the visuals that it looks deserted here in the Pahalgam. The shops are still closed today and there is no traffic on the road. Also, we have seen that the huge deployment of the forces have went towards the forest areas here in the Pahalgam, where we have been told by the sources in the army that the Army Chief will also visit to attack spot in the Baisar area where the deadly terror attack took place. Also, these are the snow-covered mountains where the massive combing operation is going on. It's day 4 and we have seen that the special forces has also joined the operation and they are doing the combing operation in these dense forests. It's a bit difficult for the forces to conduct operation because of the snow there and dense and the rocks and the difficult terrains there, but the operation is on. Also we have seen during night hours that there was the air surveillance movement was on, not only here in the Pahalgam, but we have seen across the Kashmir that the fighter jets of the Indian Air Force and other surveillance system was activated for the complete night, and we have seen that we are getting the reports from the sources that the line of control areas, there was the visibility that the forces jets were roaming during the night hours. Also, this is the highway which connects the Pahalgam and other areas, but we have seen that the huge deployment of the forces here and the massive anti-terror operation is also underway in the various districts of the Jammu and Kashmir following the same terror incident here in the Pahalgam, and these are the difficult terrains where the massive anti-terror operation is going on. Also, we have been told that the air surveillance through the drone and the chopers is also being done here in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that today the visit of the army chief is also scheduled here in the Pahalgam, and then after he will take the couple of the meetings in the Srinagar. The forces from the various organizations will be part of the meeting where they will discuss all the happenings about the hinterlands and the line of control areas. We have seen that the high alert has been also issued in the here in the Lipa Valley in the Bandipora district. Also, we have seen from the yesterday that there was a brief exchange of fire also with the terrorists, but we have seen that the coordinated search operation is also underway in the Bandipora. Back to you, Shwangi.
All right, I'll be coming back to you, Arnab, for more on the story. We have to move ahead right now because as high-level meetings are taking place, like Arnab is telling us, in the wake of the recent terror attacks in Pahalgam, which has drawn global attention to regional instability, the spotlight has returned to the long-standing military rivalry between India and Pakistan. Watch the explainer on to understand India's military might.
India's military might stands as a towering testament to its unwavering commitment to national security and regional dominance, dwarfing Pakistan's capabilities across every measurable metric. With 14,55,550 active military personnel, India's forces outnumber Pakistan's 6.5 lakh by more than double, showcasing a robust and ready manpower advantage. That's India for you. And this disparity widens further with paramilitary forces, where India's 25,27,000 personnel overwhelm Pakistan's 5 lakh, ensuring superior internal security and border protection. Even in the reserve forces, India's 11,55,000 personnel, nearly double of Pakistan's 5.5 lakh, providing a deep bench of trained soldiers for any contingency. Now, in the skies, India's air superiority is undeniable. Its 513 total fighter aircraft eclipse Pakistan's 328, while the dedicated fighter fleet of 130 outstrips Pakistan's 90 fighter aircraft dedicated. That ensures India's dominance in case of an aerial combat. Pakistan knows that. The transport aircraft fleet, critical for logistics and rapid deployment, stands at 270 for India compared to Pakistan's mere 64, highlighting India's ability to sustain operations across vast distances. Now, India's helicopter fleet of 899, including 80 attack helicopters, far surpasses Pakistan's 373 helicopters and 57 attack units, giving India a decisive edge in both mobility and offensive aerial operations with choppers. On the ground, India's 4,201 combat tanks roll over Pakistan's 2,627 and its 3,975 towed artillery guns outnumber Pakistan's 2,629, ensuring overwhelming firepower in land engagements. In the sea, India's naval supremacy is unchallenged, with a warship fleet of 293 compared to Pakistan's 121 only. India's 2 aircraft carriers, and Pakistan has none, project power far beyond its shores, while 18 submarines to Pakistan's 8, 13 destroyers to Pakistan's 0 cement India's control over maritime domain in case there's a requirement. Now, these figures paint a clear picture that India's military is not just larger, it's a strategic juggernaut built to deter, defend, dominate. Pakistan's forces simply cannot match the scale, versatility, and technological edge of India's arsenal. This isn't just a comparison of numbers, it's a declaration of India's unassailable position as a regional superpower, ready to safeguard its sovereignty, assert its influence on the global stage, and, most importantly, take revenge.
The chorus grows for action and justice is growing all over the nation. Now remember that the entire nation is standing together against that cowardly terror attack that took place in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. CM Omar Abdullah chaired an all-party meeting in Srinagar and raked up the issue of safety of Kashmiris in the nation. Take a look.
An all-party meeting took place in Srinagar over the Pahalgam terror attack, chaired by Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. The political leadership of the Union Territory stood up in unison against Pakistan-sponsored and orchestrated terrorism.
जम्मू कश्मीर के पूरे अवाम इस दुख और दर्द में उनके साथ है और उसके साथ कश्मीरी या मैं जम्मू कश्मीर के जितने हिंदू या मुसलमान हैं सब यूनाइटेड हैं दहशतगर्दों के खिलाफ और दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ.
The National Conference leader and Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and ally Congress have rigged up the issue of Kashmiri students and citizens feeling insecure who are far away from home.
We stand unwavering in our commitment to support all efforts to bring these perpetrators to justice. In doing so, we affirm that no act of terror can ever weaken our resolve or extinguish our indomitable spirit. We also support the steps taken by the union government announced yesterday.
हमने उनसे कहा कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के साथ भी टेकअप किया जाए और मुख्तलिफ रियासतें जहाँ पे हमारे लोग हैं उन रियासतों के साथ भी बातचीत की जाए ताकि हमारे स्टूडेंट्स और हमारे जो सिटीजन्स वहाँ पे इस वक्त इनसिक्योर फील कर रहे हैं उसके बारे में भी हम लोगों ने रेकमेंड किया. अभी उसके बारे में कहना मुश्किल है, वो अभी बाहर निकल के हमें इस बारे में मालूमात हासिल करनी है.
Indie bloc ally CPM2 echoed the words of Congress and National Conference and demanded the safe return of Kashmiris to Jammu and Kashmir.
हर सरकार से हमने मुतालबा किया है कि कश्मीरियों का तहफ़्फ़ुज़ हो और कश्मीरी बच्चों को कश्मीरी जो भी ताजिर है मज़दूर हैं उनका तहफ़्फ़ुज़ होना ज़रूरी है और इनकी बहिफाजत घर वापसी को यकीनी बनाया जाए.
Republic also confronted National Conference MP from Srinagar, Agha Syed Ruhullah Mehdi, who called the influx of tourists a cultural invasion on the Kashmir Valley. Rather than answering Republic's tough and pointed questions, the National Conference MP displayed arrogance and remained evasive.
साहब आपने कल्चरल इन्वेडर्स बोला था टूरिस्ट को सर.
When?
सर एक इंटरव्यू में आपने कल्चरल इन्वेडर्स बोला है टूरिज्म को आपने बोला है टूरिज्म कल्चर. यस सर यस.
Have you heard that entire interview? What did I say?
आपने डेमोग्राफिक चेंज की बात की है और ये टूरिज्म कुछ और है आपने बोला.
Okay, quote me the entire interview. Tell me.
सर कल्चरल इन्वेडर्स बोला है.
किस इंटरव्यू में? किस इंटरव्यू में?
एक इंटरव्यू था एक ऑनलाइन था कल्चरल इन्वेडर्स आपने बोला था.
क्या कहा था?
आपने कहा था कि ये जो टूरिज्म यस सर टूरिज्म जो है आप बताइए आपने क्या बोला था.
कहाँ पे कब का आप बड़े कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ बात कर रहे हैं.
1-2 महीने पहले कहा आप पर एक कंप्लेंट भी होने वाली दिल्ली पुलिस ने साइबर सेल ने भी कर रही है. नहीं दिल्ली पुलिस साइबर सेल में सर
की बॉडी लैंग्वेज पहले देख लीजिए. आप डरा रही है. एक मिनट नहीं पहले इनकी खबर लेने दीजिए. वो जो आप इंटरव्यू की बात कर रही है वो अल्कोहल कंजप्शन की बात हो रही थी. वो जो अल्कोहल कंजप्शन यहाँ पे हुआ था जो मस्जिद के बाहर अल्कोहल कंजप्शन के साथ साथ वीडियो बनाई गई थी.
डेमोग्राफिक चेंज कहाँ से?
उस कंटेक्स्ट में बात हो रही थी
और वो इंटरव्यू उस कंटेक्स्ट में अल्कोहल कंजप्शन और अल्कोहल अब्यूज़ के बारे में बात हो रही थी। अब आप ट्विस्ट करके, आप लोगों की आदत है इस
नहीं सर, आपने टूरिज्म की बात की।
नाउ लिसन टू मी, आप लोगों की आदत है आप इस गवर्नमेंट की नाकामियों को बचाने के लिए हमेशा स्केपगोट्स ढूंढते रहते हैं। वो स्केपगोट
ये प्रोवोकेशन नहीं था
कब
टूरिज्म को ये नोटिस कर, जो कि टूरिज्म बढ़ रहा है कश्मीर में सर, कश्मीर में टूरिज्म बढ़ रहा है और आज आप देख रहे हैं क्या हुआ है। आपने बयान दिया
नहीं होना चाहिए
ये टूरिज्म सर, ये आप एंगल चेंज, अपना एंगल दे रहे हैं सर आप। नहीं सर, आपने टूरिस्ट का नाम लिया और आज टूरिस्ट यहाँ आने से कतरा रहे हैं। तो आपका यही आपका एम था क्या? क्योंकि सब शट डाउन हो रहा है। कल हमने देखा है लाल चौक पूरा बंद था।
आपको मोनोलॉग नहीं, सवाल पूछना है,
डेमोग्राफी चेंज।
The anger is mounting against Pakistan over the dastardly terror attack, with chorus of action growing louder with each passing day. The big question is, why is the issue of alleged insecurity among Kashmiris being raked up and politicized?
In the aftermath of the Pahalgam Terror Attack, Union Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh chaired an all-party meeting at the Parliament Annex. The opposition has backed all the measures taken by the government in this matter. Take a look.
In the wake of the Pahalgam terror attack, the central government convened an all-party meeting at the Parliament Annex on Thursday to discuss the incident. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh briefed party leaders on the details of the attack during the meeting.
रक्षा मंत्री जी ने बताया कि जो घटना पहलगाम में जो हुआ है उसके बाद भारत सरकार ने CCS बैठक में क्या कदम उठाया, क्या फैसला लिया, उसका भी जानकारी दिया और फिर सरकार का आतंकवाद के खिलाफ ज़ीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी के बारे में शुरू में बताया कि एक घटना बहुत दुखद है, उसके वजह से जो देश भर में सब लोग चिंतित हैं, उसको लेते हुए भारत सरकार ने और भी कड़ी कार्रवाई करने का मंशा को भी आज जताया है।
Following the meeting, Congress President and Leader of Opposition in Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, stressed the importance of maintaining peace in Jammu and Kashmir.
आज मीटिंग ऑल पार्टी के साथ हुई, जो राजनाथ सिंह जी ने प्रिसाइड किया, अमित शाह जी भी वहाँ थे। हमने सब लोगों ने मिल के जो पहलगाम में इंसिडेंट हुआ है उसको सभी लोगों ने कंडेम किया, ऑल पार्टी इर्रेस्पेक्टिव ऑफ ये वो ऐसा कुछ। और दूसरी चीज़ हमने ये कहा कि कश्मीर में शांति रखने के लिए वो अच्छा प्रयास करें और वहाँ पर शांति रखना ज़रूरी है, ये बात उनके सामने हमने रखा। AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi called for a unified stance against terrorism and the countries that harbored terrorists.
वो जो मुनासिब समझते हैं इन टेररिस्ट ग्रुप के खिलाफ, जिस देश में टेररिस्ट ग्रुप को पनाह दी जा रही है, मदद दी जा रही है, उनको भी ताकत दी जा रही है, खिलाफ एक्शन ले सकते हैं। चौथी बात यह है कि इंटरनेशनल लॉ इस बात की इजाज़त देता है कि हम नेवल और एयर ब्लॉकेट करें पाकिस्तान के सेल्फ डिफेंस को और सैंक्शंस लगाए पाकिस्तान के ऊपर, खास तौर से आर्म्स सेल्स में।
As opposition parties back measures taken by the centre, there is now a collective call from all corners for accountability, reform and unrelenting resolve against those who dare to strike at India's heart.
All right, let's go. Riyanka joining us right live from New Delhi. Riyanka, leaders from all parties have urged strong action against terrorism. Opposition, including Congress, are supporting what the government is saying and planning. We see that every Indian has only one message, and that is to stay united as Indians and take a strong stand against terror. And that's exactly what we've seen in the all-party meeting which has taken place. If you could take our viewers through the highlights of that meet.
Well, the all-party meeting yesterday lasted for about 2 hours, and it was chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Also in the attendance was Home Minister Amit Shah as well as JP Nadda, the tall leader of the BJP. And we also got a sense of the fact that the government has gone ahead and informed all the parties that there was indeed a security lapse in Pahalgam, because they have informed that the meadows, the Baisaran meadows, were in fact open for the tourists by the locals without the permission of the police. That is a very important statement which was in fact informed by the government to all the parties, including the opposition. But very clearly there was a united front from the side of the centre as well as the opposition parties that have unanimously given out their support to the centre, and very clearly said that they will all stand united in a fight against terrorism, and that whatever action taken by the centre against Pakistan, against curbing terrorism in the country, will be supported by the opposition.
Hold on for a second. We're getting some updates coming in. Small arms firing at some places on line of control were initiated by the Pakistan Army, effectively responded to by the Indian Army. This is some breaking updates coming in right now. Viewers, we'll go to some breaking updates. Now this is coming in as a firing from Pakistan post, and this is coming in as there is also some update. No casualties have been reported. Further details are being ascertained. This is coming in. This is from Indian Army officials. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Small arms firing at some places on line of control were initiated by the Pakistan Army, effectively responded to by the Indian Army. India retaliates after firing from Pakistan post. No casualties. Further details are being ascertained in this case. So these are some back-to-back updates coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers. And remember that our security forces are absolutely alert. We have seen a couple of encounters and gunfights happening simultaneously for the past few days as the probe continues in the dastardly and cowardly attack which has taken place in Pahalgam. But India retaliates after firing from Pakistan post. And viewers, much more coming up right now. We will be right back. Do not go anywhere. We will continue getting the top updates live this morning. We will continue tracking the updates coming in post the dastardly and cowardly attack on tourists in Pahalgam and all the reactions. Stay tuned.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे.
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी.
दादा
उनके गले, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से शोक संतप्त परिवार को सांत्वना देने के लिए हर व्यक्ति पहुंच रहा है, वहीं अगर आप देखेंगे
Viewers, top headlines tracking right now, starting off with the latest coming in. Following the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will visit Srinagar today to review the security situation. India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism. A high-level meeting is scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting will be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister, and several other key ministers.
From Kashmir to Kanyakumari and everywhere, this is my country, this is our country, this is my country. So wherever I go, I should feel this is my home.
Pahalgam terror survivor and Manjunath's wife Pallavi speaks to Republic and says every Indian must be safe from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. A secret meeting took place between Hamas and Pakistani terror groups just days before the Pahalgam attack. Sources confirmed the meeting was held in Bahawalpur, where Hamas leaders were given a grand reception. Viewers, this morning I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Small arm firing at some places on the line of control was initiated by the Pakistan Army, effectively responded to by the Indian Army. No casualties. Further details are being ascertained. Indian Army officials have said this. Small arms firing from Pakistan post along the LOC. Remember that India has been engaged in various encounters already with terrorists, even post the dastardly attack. But in the midst of all this, Indian Army has retaliated after firing from Pakistan post. This happened at very, very late at night. According to the details we have, this firing happened very, very late at night. We'll try to get you some more updates coming in on this story. Let's go ahead and play out the video. We have a video from that incident. Let's go ahead and play it out. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Zinat is joining us live from Srinagar. Zinat, just take our viewers through these pictures. We saw those pictures. This is a firing from Pakistan post. This happened along the LOC. How many Pakistan posts did this firing? It's a small arms firing from what we understand. Any other details, please tell our viewers what you're learning of.
Shivani, there has been a small arm firing that is reported from the general area of line of control at multiple locations. Pakistan Army tried to disturb the peace along the line of control. They fired upon the Indian post. This is Pakistan Army firing upon the Indian post. These are the posts that are located exactly on the line of control. Although the Indian Army has responded effectively, but as of now, no casualty or injury has been reported from this side. But we have been picking that this firing has taken place around 1:30 and it continued for 35 minutes when this along the line of control. This is the patch of Baramulla and the Kupwara sector. These areas are close to the line of control. Pakistan Army initiated firing. They fired upon the Indian post located along the line of control, and then Indian Army also responded effectively in this entire incident. As of now, we are picking no casualty or injury has been reported. We keep updating our viewers about the further developments that will take place along the line of control. We have been seeing these kind of incidents taking place in the Kashmir Valley after Pahalgam's incident, in which some 26 yatris lost their life and some 17 are injured. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given a very loud and clear message that Pakistan will be given a reply, and this reply will be like they would have never imagined, and for which the security forces are preparing. We are going to witness the chief of army will be in Kashmir in some time from now. He will be heading to Badami Bagh Army Cantonment, where the meeting will be held, and then he will also be visiting the spot in Baisaran where this incident has taken place. For the last 3 days, the Kashmir is visiting non-stop VVIP visits. We are seeing the people and the support that is coming in for the government of India, and also we also witnessed the way MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, has responded to Pakistan by withdrawing the status, withdrawing the all this stuff, and also the Indus Water Treaty has been kept in abeyance, which is a big blow to the Pakistan, and it is more like a war situation between the two neighboring countries, that is India and Pakistan.
Right, Zina, thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you on the story because firing is along the LOC late at night. No casualties reported so far. And this is coming as, like Zina said, that the army chief will be visiting Srinagar today to hold high-level meetings. Now, a wave of sorrow has swept through Karnataka Shivamoga as the body of Manjunath Rao, killed in the Pahalgam terror attack, was brought home for his final rites. Grief turned to outrage as the city observed a bandh and protests erupted across the state. Manjunath, a husband and a father, died, saving his family. And our editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami has spoken to the family of Manjunath, who has lost his life in the Pahalgam attack. Let's listen in.
I'm honored and deeply grateful to Pallavi Rao, wife of martyr Manjunath Rao. Martyr Manjunath Rao, who was killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. And the pictures we have are of Manjunath ji and Pallavi ji in a shikara. I think that would be at the Dal Lake just before they went to Pahalgam. Pallavi ji, I want to thank you first for coming today. When I was told by our coordinators that you are coming, I was very moved. I was speechless. And I think you're very brave. You're very brave to come and speak to us today. So thank you on behalf of all of us here at the Republic Media Network. And words cannot express our deepest condolences to you and to your family. And I want to start with just one moment of prayer for Manjunath ji and for all the 28 people who have been martyred in Pahalgam. And if you're watching this tonight, we must all stand together with Pallavi ji. Pallavi Rao ji, the whole country is with you. I'm with you. Our network is with you. Every countryman, everyone is with you. You are not alone. Thank you for coming, Pallavi ji. Thank you, first of all. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Pallavi ji? आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Louder, yeah. मैं
आवाज आ रही है सर.
आवाज आ रही है. पल्लवी जी, आपसे उस दिन फोन पे बात हुई थी, तो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, पहले तो हमारी कंडोलेंसेस आपके साथ है, आपके परिवार के साथ है. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि उस दिन क्या हुआ, आप क्या कह पाएंगी? उस दिन जो टेररिस्ट अटैक हुई, उस समय आप और मंजुनाथ जी कहाँ थे? आप अगर जो भी डिटेल्स हमारे साथ शेयर कर सकें, पहलगाम में जो हुआ.
हम 22 को पहलगाम 12:30 आफ्टरनून पहुँचे। वहाँ से हम तीनों, मेरे पति, मैं और मेरा बेटा, 3 पोनी हायर करके जब जहाँ हादसा हुआ ना, वहाँ हम पहुँचे। हम जस्ट वो घोड़ों से उतरे थे, 2-3 मिनट था। हमें फायरिंग का आवाज़ आया सबको। तो हमने समझा कि कोई आर्मी का ही टेस्टिंग चल रहा है या पटाखा फोड़ रहा है। तो हम सब लोग ने उसको इग्नोर किया और 2-3 मिनट के बाद फिर से ऐसे ही फायरिंग की आवाज़ आई। तब भी हमने ऐसे ही समझा और इग्नोर किया। उसी समय हम कुछ स्नैक्स खाने के लिए वहाँ परचेस करने के लिए मैं और मेरे पति उस स्नैक्स के दुकान के पास गए थे। तब मेरे पति ने बोला, जाओ बेटे को लाओ। वो कुछ 100 मीटर्स दूर पे बैठा था। मैंने उसे लेकर आने को गई। तब मैंने देखा कि और कुछ लोग भाग रहे हैं और फायरिंग होने लगा। तब मैं और मेरे बच्चे मेरे पति के पास आ रहे थे, तो मुड़कर देखी, उनके तो शॉट डेड हो गए थे। वो जहाँ खड़े थे वहीं पर नीचे गिर गए थे।
और उस समय जिस आतंकवादी ने इन पर गोली मारी, वो वहीं पे थे?
हाँ, वो वही ढूंढ रहा था कि आगे किसको, वो घूम रहा था वो गन लेकर। तो मैं और मेरे बेटे दोनों भी हम दोनों चिल्ला रहे थे और हम दोनों ने उस पर चिल्लाई, क्यों, जब मेरे पति को मारा है ना, हम दोनों को भी मार दो। तब वो वहाँ खड़े रह के बोला, नहीं, मोदी को बोलो, उसने कहा और वहाँ से निकल गया। और वहाँ एक कपल पड़ा था, उसमें उसके हस्बैंड को कुछ चोट लगी थी। उसने उसके पास गया और उसको 2 बुलेट्स उसको हेड पे ही शॉट किया।
जो इंजर्ड थे उसको, और फिर एक बार शूट कर दिया।
हाँ, क्योंकि वो उसकी सांस चल रही थी ना, इसलिए उसने हेड पर ही शॉट किया।
तब जब आपने आतंकवादी को कहा कि आपने मेरे हस्बैंड को मारा है, मुझे मार दो, आपके लड़के आपके साथ थे, आपके बच्चा जो आपका था, आपका लड़का आपके साथ था, तो आप बिल्कुल भागे नहीं, आपने बिल्कुल कन्फ्रंट किया। आपका बेटा आपके साथ था?
हाँ, मेरा बच्चा भी मेरे साथ था। उसने भी गुस्से से बोला, हाँ, मेरा बेटा भी मेरे साथ था। हमें कोई मौत की डरी नहीं थी, क्योंकि मेरे पति तो गए, हम रहकर क्या करें। इसलिए हमने, मेरे बेटे ने भी उसे बोला, एक कुत्ते, मेरे पापा को मारा है ना, हम दोनों को भी मार दो। तब उसने ऐसा बोला।
तब उसने बोला, आप मोदी को बोलो, और ये बोल के चला गया।
उसने बोला, नहीं, मोदी को बोलो, चला गया। और मैंने बोला ना, वो दूसरे कपल वो पड़े थे, उसको मारा। और कुछ लोग दुकान के पास हाइड करके बैठे थे, उन्हें जाकर वो मार रहा था।
जहाँ पे लोग जा रहे थे वो गन लेके उनको मार रहा था। मंजुनाथ जी, भारत के जितने लोग आज इस प्रोग्राम को देख रहे हैं,
मारा था,
भारत के जितने लोग इस प्रोग्राम को देख रहे हैं, मैं सल्यूट करता हूँ आपको, आपके परिवार को, आपके बच्चे को, आपकी हिम्मत को और आपकी सोच को। और फिर से मैं कहना चाहता हूं, पूरी भारत की जनता आपके साथ है पल्लवी जी, आप अकेले नहीं हैं। वी आर ऑल विथ यू। और जो बात है जो आपने कही ना कि गो टेल मोदी, जो आपने बात कही पूरी वायरल हो चुकी है, भारत के लोग देख चुके हैं। मैं जानता हूं ये मैसेज प्रधानमंत्री तक भी गई होगी। मोदी जी हैज गॉट योर मैसेज। आप मोदी जी को कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? अगर ये प्रोग्राम के जरिए आपकी मैसेज प्रधानमंत्री जी तक जाए, पल्लवी जी, क्या आप प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को डायरेक्टली कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से, थ्रू द प्रोग्राम?
I just want to request that जैसे मैं हमारे गांव में मैं शिवमोगा में रहती हूँ, कितना सेफ है, इतना यहाँ इतना ही सेफ मुझे मेरे पूरे देश में चाहिए। जो भी हो, कश्मीर हो या कन्याकुमारी हो और बेंगलुरु हो, कुछ भी शहर हो, जे उतना सिक्योरिटी चाहिए ऐसा। क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगा वहाँ वो आतंकवादी खुलेआम जैसे शॉपिंग मॉल में घूमते हैं ना, ऐसे घूम रहा था। कुछ उसके मुंह मैंने उसे देखा तो उसे कुछ भी डर नहीं था। लेकिन हम लोग यहाँ भारतीय बन के, ये हमारा देश है, हम डर डर के रह रहे हैं। हमें ऐसा नहीं चाहिए। हमारा देश सब जगह सेफ होना चाहिए और ये हमारा देश है। जैसा हमारा घर हमें सेफ है, हमारा देश हमें सेफ होना चाहिए। हम कहीं भी चले, हमें डर डर के नहीं रहना चाहिए। जो टेररिज्म जब चल रही है, उसे जड़ से निकलना चाहिए। ऐसे ही सिर्फ एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है मेरे,
बिल्कुल
हमें ऐसा करना चाहिए कि वो आतंकवादी जब भारतीय ऐसे वो सुने तो उन्हें कांपना चाहिए। ऐसे हमें बनना चाहिए।
डर उनमें होनी चाहिए, हम में नहीं। ये बहुत बड़ी बात कही है आपने पल्लवी जी। They should be afraid, not us. This is our country. You are a really, really brave. आप बहुत brave हैं, आप बहुत strong हैं.
Yes.
You are a picture of strength.
This is our country. This is India. This is
our country. Yes.
This is India. I am Indian. We are Indians, and from Kashmir to Kanyakumari and everywhere. This is my country. This is our country. This is my country. So wherever I go, I should feel this is my home. But it is now. It is situation is like that. We are going and hiding for our lives, but they are roaming just freely, as if they are doing a very good job. So, but it should not be like that. They should, if they hear the word India or Indians, then they should वो क्या उन्हें वो कांपना चाहिए, ऐसे होना चाहिए।
वो कांपेंगे, they'll be very scared, Pallavi ji. Especially when they see your brave and stoic response. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, भारत माता की जय। We will take full revenge from these Pakistanis. We will break and destroy Pakistan this time completely. Pallavi ji, thank you very much. My deepest condolences. My deepest condolences to you. These coward Pakistanis will pay. These cowards, these Pakistanis who killed your husband and then told you, but I think you're so brave, you faced that Pakistani terrorist, he couldn't face you. They're cowards, Pallavi ji. And we are Indians, we are Bharatiya, we know how to take them on. We'll finish them this time. Thank you, Pallavi ji. Thank you very much.
Viewers, what's coming up? India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support to cross-border terrorism. Stay tuned.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
भाभी ने फोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर।
ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहां पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है।
हाँ, साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम भी है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
बैठो, आराम से बैठो। हाँ, आयरन कर रहे हैं। ये चोट है, मेरे बाजू में बगल में था। क्या ब्लड कहीं लगा चोट के बेटा? अच्छा, ठीक बैठो, मैं पट्टी करता हूँ।
17 तारीख को यहाँ से गए थे, करीबन 11 लोगों का एक ग्रुप था जो कश्मीर भ्रमण करने गए थे। तो वहाँ पर अलग अलग जगहें, सोनमर्ग और गुलमर्ग वगैरह, यहाँ सब घूमने गए थे। आज ये पहलगाम में थे, तो वहाँ पर शुभम भैया, उनकी अभी 12 फरवरी को ही शादी हुई है, तो वो और उनकी वाइफ घुड़सवारी करते हुए गए हुए थे ऊपर। वहाँ पर जानकारी हम लोग को ऐसे हुई कि भाभी ने फोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर। ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहां पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है। करीबन 3 बजे हम लोगों ने यहाँ से हालचाल लेने के लिए उनको फोन किया, तो हम लोग को भी तभी घटना का पता चला कि उसके लगभग 10।
Welcome back, viewers. We're live this morning. Anti-Pakistan protests were held across India following the terror attacks at Pahalgam, in which 26 tourists were killed, with protesters demanding an operation to flush out terrorists from Jammu and Kashmir. Protesters took to the streets in various parts of the country. Take a look.
The nation is brewing with anger following the heinous terror attack on tourists in Pahalgam. Protests are held in different parts of the country, deploring the attack. In the capital, people held protest march condemning the attack. Protests were held in different parts of the country. Taxi drivers in Jammu and Kashmir's Anantnag held candlelight protests against the terror attack. The president of the Taxi Association, Gulzar Ahmed Wani, condemned the attack and urged the government to go to the bottom of the matter.
और इस चीज से मैं मजम्मत करता हूं कि टूरिस्ट के साथ जो हुआ, ये टूरिस्टों के साथ नहीं हुआ, ये हमारी रोजी रोटी के और हमारी फैन।
All right, viewers, getting those pictures coming in. This is a wreath-laying ceremony of hero Havaldar Jhantu Ali Sheikh. Havaldar Jhantu Ali Sheikh was from the elite special forces 6th para of Indian Army. He attained martyrdom in Udhampur encounter yesterday morning with Jaish terrorist. Havaldar Sheikh hails from the Pathar Ghata village in Krishnanagar in Nadia district of West Bengal. Was 36 years old. Havaldar Sheikh got enrolled in the Indian Army in 2008 and was serving in the Indian Army for the past 17 years. The nation pays last respects to Havaldar Ali Sheikh.
अपने वीर जवान को सेना के ऑफिसर, सेना के जवान जो है वो देते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। कैमरा पर्सन अनुदीप शर्मा के साथ अंकित भट्ट, TV9 भारतवर्ष के लिए। आगे आ जाए।
ਚੱਕਰੋਂ ਸਾਲ ਲੱਭਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਥੱਲੇ ਕਰੋ ਭੈਣ ਉੱਚਾ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਬਾਹਰ ਥੱਲੇ ਕਰਨਾ ਮਨ ਫਿਰ ਸੋ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਵਾਲਾ
Viewers, this is the wreath-laying ceremony of Havaldar Ali Sheikh, a soldier of the Special Forces of the Indian Army who was killed in action on Thursday in an encounter in Basantgarh area in Udhampur district of Jammu and Kashmir. He was of the 6th Para Special Forces. In fact, the forces had launched a joint operation based on specific intelligence along with the Jammu and Kashmir police in the Basantgarh area of the Udhampur sector. Following the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will visit Srinagar today to review the security situation in the state. India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism. A high-level meeting is scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting will be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister and several other key ministers.
Kashmir to Kanyakumari and everywhere. This is my country. This is our country. This is my country. So wherever I go, I should feel this is my home.
Pahalgam terror survivor and Manjunath's wife Pallavi speaks to Republic, says every Indian must be safe from Kashmir right to Kanyakumari. A covert meeting took place between Hamas and Pakistani terror groups just days before the Pahalgam attack. Sources have confirmed the meeting was held in Bahawalpur, where Hamas leaders were given a grand reception. Viewers, moving on to some fresh breaking development that we're getting in connection with the terror strikes in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat has said that terrorists killed people in Pahalgam after asking them about their religion, and Hindus would never do such a thing. He further stated that people of India are hoping for a strong response from the central government side. All voices in chorus with the central government right now. In fact, the latest one comes from RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, who said that terrorists killed tourists in Pahalgam over their religion and Hindus would have never done such a thing. He said that it's below Hindus to have to do anything like this. He in fact further stated that people of India all across are hoping for a strong retaliation from the side of the Indian authorities. Listen in to Mohan Bhagwat.
पण काल ज्या कट्टरपंथ्यांनी उत्पात केला त्यांनी धर्म विचारून मारलं. हिंदू असं कधीही करणार नाही. पण आपल्या संप्रदायाचा चुकीचा अर्थ लावणारे कट्टरपंथी असं करतील. म्हणून देश बलवान पाहिजे. आपल्या मनात दुःख आहे. सगळ्यांचंच अंतःकरण जड आहे. सगळ्या परिवारजनांच्या दुःखात आपण सहभागी आहोत. पण आमच्या मनात क्रोधही आहे. आणि तो असला पाहिजे. कारण असुरांचं निर्दालन जर व्हायचं असेल तर अष्टादश भुजांची ती शक्ती ती असलीच पाहिजे. पण का
Viewers, quickly cutting across to some other fresh breaking developments now. Hostilities have not stopped along the line of control. Small arms firing at some places along the line of control have been initiated by the Pakistan Army. Effectively responding to the fire is Indian Army. No casualties have been reported so far. Further details are being ascertained. In fact, that's what the Indian Army officials have revealed in the first reports that we've gotten. A small arms firing incident is taking place currently as we speak at the line of control that was initiated by the Pakistan Army. Now, effectively responding to that and standing guard are the troops of the Indian Army. No casualties have been reported so far, and further details are being ascertained. That's what the Indian Army officials have said. Also being joined by my colleague Zeenat to get us more details into the matter. Zeenat, hostilities continue. India is grieving. India is completely teared by the terror strike with a strong resolve to retaliate and another breach along the line of control. Talk to us about it, Zeenat.
This is an incident taking place at a time when India is bleeding and mourning the loss of those who lost their lives in Pahalgam Terror Attack. And in the midlight, we've been seeing that the small firearms were initiated by the Pakistan Army and they fired upon the Indian post along the line of control. Many posts were targeted by the Pakistan Army, and Indian Army has maintained that they have effectively responded to the small arms that they tried to fire upon the Indian post, and the Indian Army has responded effectively, although there have been no casualty. But this is a confirmation that comes comes from the army itself that the incident has taken place along the line of control at multiple locations. The line of control is around 200 kilometers from Srinagar, and the line of control, it is divided between the Kupwara and the Baramulla sector. That also covers the Gurez sector where these things have been reported in the midnight. Indian Army has responded effectively to the fire that has come from the Indian Army. The escalation is coming when India, we are seeing, is taking the effective steps against the Pakistan, where we see MEA coming and withdrawing many favors and to the Pakistan, and also putting the Indus Water Treaty agreement in abeyance. So all these things are there at the time when the India is bleeding, and also we are expecting that the Indian government will take more steps to neutralize the threat on ground, for which we have been seeing the multiple operations. Even the OGW network has been arrested, the arms and ammunition. Baramulla has witnessed an encounter in which the 2 Pakistani terrorists were neutralized. Simultaneously, in other parts of the Kashmir Valley, also the multiple CASO as well as the DASOs are on to neutralize those threats. We are seeing the Home Minister Amit Shah being in the Kashmir Valley just the day when attack took place. He was here for 24 hours, chaired meetings, went to the spot, and today we are going to see the visit of the Indian Army Chief General Upendra, Lieutenant General Upendra Dwivedi. He will be in Srinagar around 9:30, and first he will be landing at the Badami Bagh, where he will be chairing a meeting with the group of army officers, and then he will be also going to the terror spot in Pahalgam. That is the Baisaran village where the army chief will be landing, and this is all what the India is doing to gain the confidence of the people on ground, to retaliate those who carried this attack, for which the strict instructions have gone on ground to the joint forces from the army, J&K police, BSF and ITPP, and all those who have been doing the operation in Kashmir for a long time. The message from the Indian government is quite clear after the Prime Minister Modi also yesterday sounded very strict against Pakistan and said that those who have the perpetrators who have committed the crime, they will be given a blow that they would have never imagined that the terror acts would be raised to the ground. Very strong message coming from the Prime Minister Modi yesterday when he was in Bihar.
Right, Zeenat. In fact, also joining me on the broadcast, Zeenat, asking you to hold your thought there. Also joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Airawat to get us more details. Airawat, what more can you tell us about this cross-border firing?
Yes, absolutely. We have seen yesterday late night that the Pakistan has fired multiple rounds in the various locations, whether we'll talk about the North Kashmir's Tangdahar sector and Bandipora. We have seen that the fire was initiated by the Pakistan Army. Then we have seen that the befitting reply was given by the Indian Army, and we have seen that the firing was on till the morning hours, and then after we have seen that the high alert has been issued across the line of control areas in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that this is the attempt by the Pakistan forces. Already we have seen just 2 days back in the Uri sector, the fire was initiated by the Pakistani army. Then the infiltration was done in the Uri sector, but we have seen that the alertness of the forces, in which we have seen that the 2 terrorists have been neutralized by the forces. Also we have seen that the huge cache of arms ammunition have been recovered there. Also we have seen yesterday late night the attempt was also being made by the Pakistani army to infiltrate some terrorists in the Banipora sector, but we have seen that the befitting reply was given by the Indian Army in the Banipora sector. Then late night also we have seen that the small arms exchange of fire took place in the Tangdahar sector in the North Kashmir's Kupwara district, but we have seen that the alertness of the Indian Army at the line of control areas, and they have given the befitting reply to them. Yes, back to you.
Right, Airawat. Thanks very much for getting us those key details. In fact, viewers, a terrorist hideout was busted by security officials in Bandipora yesterday in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, overground workers were arrested during the operation, and during interrogation, these workers disclosed the location of another hideout. Security forces quickly moved to the second location based on the intel. A cordon search operation has also been launched to nab the terrorists. A gunfight between security forces and terrorists has taken place, and a terrorist hideout has been busted by security forces in Bandipora in Jammu and Kashmir. Search operations are underway. Overground workers were arrested in the operation, and during interrogation, they've disclosed another location of a hideout. Security security forces swiftly moved to the second location based on the specific intel. A coordinated search operation has now also been launched to nab the terrorists in the second location. Zeenat, circling back to you. Zeenat, my colleague, continues to join us. Zeenat, speak to us about the Bandipora encounter and also any reports of casualties or injuries yet. Zeenat.
This all started yesterday when Bandipora police, along with other joint forces, arrested two OGWs. The OGWs later were questioned about their movements, about their support and all, and they gave information about one of the hideouts located itself in Bandipora. When the joint team of security forces reached to the second hideout, the terrorists were in that very hideout. They fired upon the joint party. Along this, in this joint party, the two cops have been injured as per the sources, and also a gunshot injury has been received by the OGW who has taken these joint forces to a particular hideout. Meanwhile, the coordinated search has been launched as there are the reports that the terrorists who fired upon them today morning rather, they are trapped in this. This is the Kullar village of Bandipora in North Kashmir, where the action is on, and the visuals that we are beaming on the screen comes from Bandipora, where the alertness on the ground has been seen from the joint forces. Although the CASO continues in the area, some gunshots were exchanged, but as of now, we can't say that is encounter has started. We need to wait once the official word comes in, but this is confirmed that in the Kullar there was an exchange of fire earlier when the hiding terrorists fired upon those who had come for the search in this Kullar Bandipora along with the OGW, and in this incident two police officials, two cops have been injured along with one more OGW. We are expecting that there will be more breakthrough in the Bandipora as the forces in the entire village, in the entire districts of the Kashmir, of the 10 district, where we see the multiple operations being launched after Pakistan carried a deadly attack in Pahalgam of South Kashmir.
Thanks very much for getting us those key details into the matter, Zeenat. In fact, we'll circle back on the updates as well. For now, viewers, it's time to shift focus and continue staying on the stories of grief and Wailer during the terror strike in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, a daily wage pony worker turned hero in the face of terror, Syed Ali Hussain Shah, was killed at the hands of terrorists while trying to save the lives of tourists during the brutal Pahalgam strike. According to survivors, Adil bravely tried to snatch a rifle from one of the terrorists, possibly saving several lives. At his funeral, thousands gathered, joined by Jammu and Kashmir's Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, to pay tribute to what many now call a selfless act of sheer courage. Republic spoke to Adil's family and friends. The grief is deep, but so is the pride. Here's the report. Take a look.
Syed Adil, a young man from Pahalgam, was among the 28 innocent lives lost in Tuesday's terror attack. Adil died fighting back. Adil worked as a pony operator in the serene meadows of Baisaran, taking tourists on rides through the valley he loved. Witnesses say he tried to shield the tourist he was guiding, even attempted to snatch a terrorist's gun. A moment of sheer courage that cost him his life. At his funeral, emotions ran high. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah stood alongside grieving villagers as thousands paid their final respect. Republic spoke to Adil's family, who despite their heartbreak say that they are proud that Adil's final moments were marked by courage, not fear. His father, overwhelmed with grief, demanded justice, saying those responsible for his bloodshed must be brought to account.
जी जब वो सुबह यहाँ से चला गया तो 8 बजे, तो 2 बजे तक हमें कोई पता नहीं क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ, लेकिन जब 2 बजे के बाद हमें पता चला कि वहाँ गोलियाँ चली, वहाँ हमला हुआ, तो फिर हम इसी तशवीश में रह गए कि क्या पता क्या होगा तो क्या नहीं होगा। ये थोड़ा बहुत फ़ोन से पता चला कि पहलगाम हॉस्पिटल में ज़ख्मी हैं लोग। फिर हमारे लड़कों ने जाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन वो वहाँ पे नहीं जा सके, वहाँ बंद था। फिर बाद में थोड़ी देर के बाद वहाँ पे छोड़ा गया, तो फिर हमारे लड़के पहलगाम में गए, उन्होंने इसको हॉस्पिटल में देखा, तो ये हॉस्पिटल में इसकी डेड बॉडी थी।
Adil's friend echoed his bravery, vowing to stand with Indian forces in the fight against terrorism.
जानता हूं कि वो एक शरीफ, नहायत शरीफ आदमी था। वो नमाज का 5 टाइम का आदी था बेचारा। जहाँ तक उसका सवाल है, उसने उनके जो रफल छीनने की बात है, ये सच है। उसने कोशिश की थी कि ये टूरिस्ट को ना मारे, आप इनको बेगुनाहों को मत मारो, तो इनकी क्या खाता है, आप गोली हम कश्मीरियों के ऊपर लगाओ।
But behind the heroism is a family left shattered. Adil was the eldest son, the only breadwinner. Now his family has appealed for government support as they struggle to cope with an unimaginable loss.
Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will hold a security review meeting today, and he will fly to Srinagar to take a stock of the security apparatus in the state. We're tracking this very closely for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
दादा के गले, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से शोक संतप्त परिवार को सांत्वना देने के लिए हर व्यक्ति पहुंच रहा है, वहीं अगर आप देखेंगे
कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो क्या बेड़ियां पीछे जुलदे यार, तुम मौत की कसम है।
Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Now, in the wake of the recent terror attacks in Pahalgam, which has drawn global attention to regional instability, the spotlight has returned to the long-standing military rivalry between India and Pakistan. Watch this explainer to understand India's military prowess and where Pakistan stands in comparison.
India's military might stands as a towering testament to its unwavering commitment to national security and regional dominance, dwarfing Pakistan's capabilities across every measurable metric. With 14,55,550 active military personnel, India's forces outnumber Pakistan's 6.5 lakh by more than double, showcasing a robust and ready manpower advantage. That's India for you. And this disparity widens further with paramilitary forces, where India's 25,27,000 personnel overwhelm Pakistan's 5 lakh, ensuring superior internal security and border protection. Even in the reserve forces, India's 11,55,000 personnel, nearly double of Pakistan's 5.5 lakh, providing a deep bench of trained soldiers for any contingency. Now, in the skies, India's air superiority is undeniable. Its 513 total fighter aircraft eclipse Pakistan's 328, while the dedicated fighter fleet of 130 outstrips Pakistan's 90 fighter aircraft dedicated. That ensures India's dominance in case of an aerial combat. Pakistan knows that. The transport aircraft fleet, critical for logistics and rapid deployment, stands at 270 for India compared to Pakistan's mere 64, highlighting India's ability to sustain operations across vast distances. Now, India's helicopter fleet of 899, including 80 attack helicopters, far surpasses Pakistan's 373 helicopters and 57 attack units, giving India a decisive edge in both mobility and offensive aerial operations with choppers. On the ground, India's 4,201 combat tanks roll over Pakistan's 2,627 and its 3,975 towed artillery guns outnumber Pakistan's 2,629, ensuring overwhelming firepower in land engagements. In the sea, India's naval supremacy is unchallenged, with a warship fleet of 293 compared to Pakistan's 121 only. India's 2 aircraft carriers, and Pakistan has none, project power far beyond its shores, while 18 submarines to Pakistan's 8, 13 destroyers to Pakistan's 0, cement India's control over maritime domain in case there's a requirement. Now, these figures paint a clear picture that India's military is not just larger, it's a strategic juggernaut built to deter, defend, dominate. Pakistan's forces simply cannot match the scale, versatility, and technological edge of India's arsenal. This isn't just a comparison of numbers, it's a declaration of India's unassailable position as a regional superpower, ready to safeguard its sovereignty, assert its influence on the global stage, and, most importantly, take revenge.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
भाभी ने फोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर। ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहां पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है।
हाँ, साइड में था एक इंसान आया उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम की है उसने उसको गोली मार दी
बैठो आराम से बैठो। हाँ चोट है मेरे बाजू में बगल में था। क्या ब्लड कहीं लगा चोट का बेटा?
अच्छा ठीक बैठो, मैं पट्टी करता हूँ।
17 तारीख को यहाँ से गए थे, करीबन 11 लोगों का एक ग्रुप था जो कश्मीर भ्रमण करने गए थे। तो वहाँ पर अलग अलग जगहें, सोनमर्ग और गुलमर्ग वगैरह, यहाँ सब घूमने गए थे। आज ये पहलगाम में थे, तो वहाँ पर शुभम भैया, उनकी अभी 12 फरवरी को ही शादी हुई है, तो वो और उनकी वाइफ घुड़सवारी करते हुए गए हुए थे ऊपर। वहाँ पर जानकारी हम लोग को ऐसे हुई कि भाभी ने फोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर। ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के
Thanks very much for staying with us. You're watching Republic TV. Viewers, quickly cutting across to some more breaking that we're getting from the state of Jammu and Kashmir, where House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh, who's linked to the Pahalgam terror attacks, has been demolished in Tral in South Kashmir. A huge development, a huge win for security forces amid the ongoing grief that has blanketed the country after the Pahalgam terror strike. The House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh, who is linked to the Pahalgam terror attacks in a major way, has been demolished in Tral in South Kashmir. These are the visuals on your screens, only brought to you by Republic. You can see the house completely demolished. This is of Asif Sheikh, the Lashkar terrorist who is also linked to the Pahalgam terror attack. The house, which has been demolished, is in the southern part of Kashmir in the Tral sector. Viewers, now this comes in the aftermath of the security forces' crackdown over the Pahalgam terror strike. The House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh now completely demolished. Also being joined by my colleague Airavat live on the broadcast to get us more details. Airavat, speak to us about the actions that are being taken. You know, Asif Sheikh, who is linked to the Pahalgam terror strikes, his house has been demolished in Tral. The crackdown begins here. Airavat.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that the Asif's involvement in the Pahalgam deadly terror attack, where we are reporting from right now. We have seen that it was the cordon and search operation, and security agencies has received the intelligence-based input that the movement of terrorists in the Tral area. After that, we have seen the cordon and search operation was launched, which leads that the suspicious item was found there in the residential house of the Asif, where we have seen the later on the BDS and other squad was called, and the explosive was found in the house of the Asif, and later on the house was razed on the ground. And we have seen, in fact, we have also seen that the involvement of the Asif in the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that the 26 civilians has lost their life in the deadly terror attack. But this time we have seen this during this joint operation, we have seen the house of the terrorists have been razed down. We will be reporting back after a short while break. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ। MDH।
खा रही थी, मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
दादा के गले क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से शोक से
Following the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will visit Srinagar today to review the security apparatus in the state. India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism. A high-level meeting is scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting will also be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister and several other key ministers. Pahalgam terror survivor and Manjunath's wife Pallavi speaks to Republic, says every Indian must be safe starting from Kashmir till Kanyakumari. A covert meeting took place between Hamas and Pakistani terror groups just days before the Pahalgam attack. Sources confirmed the meeting was held in Bahawalpur, where Hamas leaders were given a grand reception. Viewers, shifting focus to a fresh breaking development that we're getting from Jammu and Kashmir, hostilities have not stopped. Small arms firing at some places have been noted across the line of control, which was initiated by the Pakistani troops. Now, Indian Army is effectively responding to the situation. No casualties have been reported in the preliminary reports, and further details are being ascertained by the Indian Army officials across the border. Now, small arms firing has been reported at multiple places across the line of control that was initiated by the side of the Pakistan Army late last night, and an effective response was also issued by the Indian Army. No casualties or injuries have been reported so far. However, further details are being ascertained over the matter. Also being joined by retired Colonel T.P. Tyagi, who is a defense expert, and also J.K. Tripathi, who is a former diplomat. Sir, Colonel Tyagi, coming to you first, I want to understand what is the nature of a neighbor so hostile, a terror strike later, being blamed for it, retaliating not over the terror strike, but on being called out, and now another ceasefire violation along the line of control.
I have not understood your question. Please make it once again.
Yes. Colonel Tyagi, can you hear me clear?
Yes, clear, but kindly give a specific question. Yes, once again.
What is your response? What is your response to what's happening? Pakistan continues its hostilities. Now this comes after a brutal terror strike which they were blamed for. They have also retaliated against India, not holding the neighbor's shoulder in the time of grief, but questioning the neighbor for questioning Pakistan's links with terrorism and continuing hostilities at the border. What's your first reaction to that?
My first reaction is that it should be replied, and it should be replied quickly, and it should be replied with effective measures. And effective measures should be taken both ways, that is external as well as internal. When I say external, some diplomatic actions have been taken, like the Indus Water Treaty that has been withheld, and Pakistan is going to the extent of saying that if it is withheld or if any construction is done on the rivers which supply water to us, it will be considered as a war. All right, they are welcome to consider it as a war. We are also ready to take it as a war. But some military action is also required. And in military action, it is up to the army to decide what is to be done. But one action which I suggest which should be taken without delay is that the launching pads in POK, they should be destroyed. And we have got that capability today, which we did not have at the time when Balakot airstrike took place. And that stand of capability means that from Apache helicopter, attack helicopter, or from Rafale, from our own territory, we can launch. We have got the correct longitude and latitude of the launch pads in POK. We can destroy them. This is the first action, and then further action should be taken. An important target, which in my opinion are either the military headquarters in Rawalpindi of Pakistan Army or the Karachi or Gwadar port. Now internally, as far as internally is concerned, now the time has come that anybody who speaks and goes scot-free against the nation, they should be brought to books. I give you one example, and that example is of Farooq Abdullah. I take the name, and he is the person who said कि Pakistan ने चूड़ियां नहीं पहन रखी, and he also said that there is a nexus between Indian army and the terrorists, and he also said that if the government of China controls India, it will be better for us. Now these type of statements cannot go scot-free. At least one action should be taken so that it makes an example for others.
Right.
The internal front is a bigger problem to us as compared to the external front.
Right, Colonel Tyagi, thanks for getting us those insights. In fact, Mr. Tripathi, coming to you next, what do you have to say about this entire situation? You know, Pakistan has also retaliated over the measures that India has taken in the diplomatic front against Pakistan.
Well, you are right. Pakistan has retaliated, and Pakistan has even gone one step further by blocking its airspace for Indian civil flights. But the way Pakistan is behaving now, that is the small arm firing, this clearly shows a deliberate attempt to provoke India to retaliate so that Pakistan can take the excuse that, look, India has attacked us and therefore we are responding. Because Pakistan has already said that blocking of Indus and its tributaries waters is an act of war, and we will do whatever we can do with force. So with this, Pakistan will try to just project an image in world's eyes, before the world, that Pakistan is not at fault and all the fault lies with India. So that is what Pakistan is going to do. But Indian measures, especially the measures about blocking of Indus water, this is suspending of Indus Water Treaty. It is going to affect very adversely Pakistan, not in the short run, but certainly in very long run, as has been expressed by experts in even Pakistani newspapers like Express Tribune and Dawn. So situation is very dangerous. Situation is very fragile, and escalation. It is escalating, but certainly world powers also will not like to have another front, another flashpoint, when there are already 3 flashpoints there in Israel, in Ukraine, and in Armenia. So certainly they will not, and yes, they will now. Pakistan will certainly go to UNSC, Pakistan will go to UNGA, and even if Pakistan gets support from UNGA, no proposal can be passed without unanimous acceptance by UNSC. And in UNSC, even if, say, for example, for time being, China or US, even US supports Pakistan, we have enough numbers, that is France and Britain and Russia, to block that in our favor. So, and in any case, even if UNSC does something, it is a paper tiger. It doesn't have the mandate, doesn't have the force to, doesn't have the power to enforce its decisions or its resolution. Right. So we need not worry. The only thing is that next step that we should consider is three alternatives. That is, one, Sialkot and Muridke. They are there we have terrorist outfits headquarters. We should we should try to destroy them by missiles. Or the third one is, even in POK, there are some pockets where terrorist training camps are situated that we should destroy in a quick sort of action. So
Right.
let us see.
Ambassador Tripathi, yes. And also, Colonel Tyagi, thanks very much for speaking to us. We're quickly cutting across to some visuals of N. Ramachandran, one of the persons who was killed. His last rites are being carried out in Kerala. Take a look at this. Viewers, N. Ramachandran, a 65-year-old person, possibly the oldest person to have been killed at the hands of the bloody terrorists in Pahalgam, died in front of the eyes of his daughter and two grandchildren. In fact, he was in Kashmir with his wife and family for a vacation, and his wife chose to stay back in the car when the heinous incident took place. Viewers, N. Ramachandran, the visuals of whose last rites we just saw on our screens, was a retired man from Kerala, and he was among the 26 people who were killed in Pahalgam terror strike. Now, Ramachandran was in Kashmir on a vacation with his family. His family now demands justice. Here's a report. Take a look.
ओए था कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बिहारियां पीछे चल दे यार तुम मौत ही कश्मीर की है
मैडम आप कोई टेंशन मत ले हम साथ में अरे मैडम ये प्रेसिडेंट साहब
What began as a joyful family vacation to the valleys of Kashmir turns tragic for the family of N. Ramachandran. After years of working in Dubai, Ramachandran had returned to Kerala hoping to spend more time with his loved ones to make up for the moments missed. His daughter, along with other family members, had flown in from Dubai for a long-awaited reunion. Kashmir was meant to be the highlight of their celebration. But in the blink of an eye, laughter turned to screams and dreams shattered in the blood-stained grass of Pahalgam. The meadow, once alive with pony rides, food stalls and happy chatter, turned into a war zone as gunmen opened fire without mercy. Ramachandran was among the 26 innocent lives stolen that day, caught in the crossfire of a horror no family should ever endure. Today, his mortal remains will return to his homeland in Kerala, a homecoming wrapped in grief, not celebration. His family clutches fading photographs and shattered memories, asking, why him, why now? In their silence, one plea remains: justice for the man they loved and lost.
Viewers, these are the visuals of the last rites of the 65-year-old retired N. Ramachandran from Kochi. Republic gets you the live visuals from Ground Zero. This is a moment of grief. It's a moment of sadness. It's a moment of difficulty for the families, the friends, the acquaintances of all victims, including N. Ramachandran. My colleague Ashwin is also present at the last rites of N. Ramachandran. Ashwin, speak to us about what is happening. What is the environment like? Have you been able to speak to the family?
It's a sea of humanity who has come to witness give final tributes to the fallen hero, a civilian, N. Ramachandran, 65-year-old, who faced the bullet and who had to give his life in Pahalgam. And you can see since 7:30, large number of people have been flowing here at the Changampura Park in Edapalli, giving all the tributes to him. And what we know of this man is that since 1977, he was an active Karyakarta of the Rashtriya Seva Sangh, an RSS man. And since 1977, he is known as the Mukhya Shikshak. He's a Mukhya Shikshak of the RSS, and in 1991 he stood in as a council member of the BJP in the elections during the time when BJP was hardly known in the state of Kerala. And in 2002 he was also vice president of the area. So I'll just speak to some of the Karyakartas over here. So what do you remember What do you remember of N. Ramachandran? He was known to be a very disciplined person.
He was a very disciplined person. He was very humorous, very happy, very socially active member. And with respect to Sangha Swayamsevaks, he was a very good Swayamsevak. When he was actually staying in Edappally area, the Avangalangara area, but when we thought of starting a Shakha in Vennala, in a nearby place, actually he was associated, he has been assigned the task of starting a Shakha in Vennala, and he was a Mukesh Shishak there. Then during the emergency also, for the underground work, he has been very active. All of them were been very actively associated in distributing the Kurukshetra Prakashans, Lekhanam, etc. And later, when Balagokulam started, he was actively associated with the Balagokulam activities also. And luckily his mother, late mother, she was a retired teacher of the government school, and she was also been a Rakshadhikari of the Balagokulam. His house, entire family was a Sangha family on those days. But unfortunately for livelihood reasons, he had to go to abroad, and he has returned only 2 years back and settled here.
So 1977 onwards, he was the Mukhya Shikshak of the Shaka.
He was a Mukhya Shikshak of the Shaka in Vennala.
So this is the tribute that you can see. Large number of people are still pouring in for many hours. This has been continuing, and we can sometimes some of these old members of the Sangh comes here and they do raise Bharat Mata Ki Jai and other slogans, remembering the old times of his work and paying tributes to him. And these are very griefful visuals that we are showing. Large number of people are coming. Public is coming over here. After some time, his mortal remains will be taken to his home, further to which the funeral procession rites will be held. But as you can see that this is N. Ramachandran lying down in Kochi, thousands of kilometers away from Kashmir. But standing around him is resolved Indians with all the might, and this is what India is, people coming in large numbers. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll bring you all the latest update from the ground. Stay tuned to Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
भाभी ने फोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर. ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहां पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है.
साइड में था, एक इंसान आया, उसने उसको गोली मार दी.
यहाँ पे
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम भी है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी.
बैठो, आराम से बैठो. आयरन कर रहे हैं वो लोग. हाँ, आयरन कर रहे हैं. ये चोट है, मेरे बाजू में बगल में कहीं नहीं. क्या ब्लड कहीं लगा है चोट के बेटा? अच्छा ठीक बैठो, मैं पट्टी करता हूँ.
17 तारीख को यहाँ से गए थे. करीबन 11 लोगों का एक ग्रुप था जो कश्मीर भ्रमण करने गए थे. तो वहाँ पर अलग अलग जगहें सोन.
Welcome back. It's time to move on to some fresh breaking news that we're getting from the valley now. Houses of two active terrorists, Asif Sheikh of Mongama, Tral, and Adil Thokar of Guri Anantnag, whose names surfaced in connection with the recent attack on tourists at Baisaran in Pahalgam, have been completely demolished by the authorities. A big win, crackdown on terror in pertinence to the Pahalgam terror strike has already begun. Houses of two active terrorists, one Asif Sheikh, who belongs to the Mongama area in the Tral sector, and another Adil Thokar of the Guri area in the Anantnag sector, whose names also surfaced in connection with the recent attack on tourists at Baisaran in Pahalgam, have been completely demolished. That's the latest that we're getting in. These are the visuals on your screens. We're also being joined by my colleague Ehrawat to get us more updates. Ehrawat, speak to us about the two key demolitions. Just moments ago, we got the knowledge about one of them. Now there are two. Speak to us about it, Ehrawat.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that it was the intelligence-based input that the security agencies received in the Tral area. They have launched the coordinated search operation there, and they have found some explosive in the residential house of the terrorist Adil, who is also the Asif, where we have seen that his involvement in the recent and the deadly terror attack in the South Kashmir's Pahalgam, where we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their life in the deadly terror attack. And it also indicates that how the forces are alert to foil every single nefarious attempt by the terrorists. Also, we have seen that the logistics and other things are being provided to these terrorists are also being dealt strictly. We have recently seen after the deadly terror attack, when the Home Minister Amit Shah has visited the Kashmir Valley and he has taken the meetings here. Also, he has instructed the forces on the ground not to spare anybody whosoever is involved in any type of the anti-national activities, whether anyone is all supporting to terrorists while giving him the logistics and any transportations to move from one place to another place. Also to deal strictly to those who are providing shelter to these terrorists. Also in this development, we have seen that the two structures have been demolished by the joint security forces. The first one in the Tral and the second one in the Bijbara, where we have seen that the Adil Thokar's house was also demolished by the terrorists by the forces there. Also, we have seen that the same kind of operation is also being conducted in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, where we have seen that also you can see the video where the house was demolished by the security forces in this operation. Also, we have seen there is possibilities that the residential houses of more terrorists is also expected to be demolished in the coming time. But as of now, we have seen that these houses of these terrorists have been demolished. Yes.
Right, Rawat, thanks very much for getting us those key details into the matter. Viewers, for now, it's time to look at another facet of the same story. While these are the live visuals of the demolition of the houses of two Lashkar terrorists also closely involved in the Pahalgam terror strike. Viewers, just days after 26 innocents were killed by terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will hold a security review meeting with the 15 Corps of the Indian Army, and they will also visit the Baisaran meadows where the attack actually took place on Tuesday. Now, the Army Chief will hold a meeting with top Army officials, including Northern Command Chief Lieutenant General M.V. Sachindra Kumar in Srinagar. Viewers, we will get you all the details into what's happening in the aftermath of this deadly terror strike that shook Pahalgam and the rest of the India. While the country tries to come out of that grief, Pakistan has retaliated, once again playing the part of the aggrieved neighbor. All those details right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
दादा के गले, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से शोक संतप्त परिवार को सांत्वना देने के लिए हर व्यक्ति पहुंच रहा है, वहीं अगर आप देखेंगे
कोई दिसता जहांगीर तो यार बेड़ियां पीछे चलते यार तुम मौत की कसम दे गए।
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मियाँ तो
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
भाभी ने फोन किया नीचे ताऊ जी को कि शुभम भैया को गोली मार दी है सर पर। ऐसा बताया जा रहा है कि नाम पूछने के बाद गोलीबारी वहां पर शुरू करी है और सर पे गोली मारी गई है।
मेरा पति साइड में था, एक इंसान है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी
यहाँ पे।
उसने बोला कि ये शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है, उसने उसको गोली मार दी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
a very, very good morning. We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Days after the cowardly attack in Pahalgam, Pakistan provokes again with small arms firing along the LOC. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines, much more breaking news coming in, viewers. Stay tuned. Here are the top stories first. Pakistan opens firing along LOC. India retaliates amid tensions over Jammu and Kashmir attack. Two Indian Army jawans injured in the Bandipora encounter. Search operations are underway. Following the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will visit Srinagar today to review the security situation. India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism. A high-level meeting is scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting will be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister, and several other key ministers. Getting you some breaking up is coming in right now, viewers. The house of two Lashkar terrorists have been demolished. We'll try to get you more updates on this. This is initial reports coming in right now. We know that the house of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh, linked to Pahalgam terror attack, has been demolished in Tral, South Kashmir. And we'll try to get you more on this. Now, this is the house of a terrorist who is active. It's been destroyed in a powerful blast. I repeat, you heard that blast yourself. You heard that blast yourself right now. These pictures are coming in. The powerful blast in Tral area located in Jammu and Kashmir's Pulwama district. The house is said to be of a terrorist named Asif Sheikh, whose name has come under scanner in connection with the brutal Pahalgam terror attack. And that is a house of a terrorist which has been demolished. I want to go to Arawat, who will help us understand these pictures on our screens. Arawat, coming across to you, it was a powerful blast which blew up the house of an active terrorist. This terrorist's name is Asif Sheikh. Asif Sheikh's house has been blown up. Go ahead, take our viewers through who is Asif Sheikh. First of all, who is this LET terrorist?
Yes, absolutely, Shivangi. We have seen that the deadliest terror attack in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their life in the deadly terror attack. Then after we have seen that the multiple anti-terror operations was launched, not only here in the Pahalgam, but across the Kashmir Valley, where we have seen that the dozens of anti-terror operation is going on. Also, if we'll talk about the Adil Sheikh is the Lashkar terrorist who is behind this terror attack in the Pahalgam, where we have seen 26 civilians lost their life. During the input was received by the forces that there is some explosive in his residential house. Then after we have seen the cordon and search operation was launched, and very explosive was found in the residence of the Asif Sheikh. Later on we have seen that the joint security forces has raised that house into the ground. Also we have been told by the sources that the second terrorist who is the Adil Thokar in the South Kashmir's Bijbara, where also was the same kind of operation was taken place there. Also we have seen that similarly these kind of operations are taking place in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, where we have seen that the residential houses and the people who support these terrorists are also being questioned. Also we have seen that the clear instructions was given by the Union Home Minister when he visited the Kashmir Valley after the deadliest attack in the Pahalgam. We have seen that the Home Minister has given the clear instructions to forces here in the Jammu and Kashmir to deal strictly with the terrorists and their supporters who provide the transport or any kind of shelter. It also indicates that the forces' alertness in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that the many anti-terror operations are also underway. We have seen that after this attack, we have seen that the many GWOs
I'll come back to you in a moment. I'll come back to you in a moment, Arawat.
Arrested.
Arnab, you know, this is very important because a house of a terrorist has been demolished in a powerful blast. It's coming in the backdrop of the army chief's visit. Days after 26 tourists were killed by terrorists in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will hold a security review meeting with the 15th Corps of the Army and will also visit the meadows where the attack took place on Tuesday. Now remember that the Army Chief will hold a meeting with top Army officials, including Northern Command Chief Lieutenant General M.V. Sachendra Kumar in the Srinagar. I'm going to go back to my colleague who's joining us right now. Arnab continues to be with us. Arnab, going back to you and Pahalgam. So we are seeing that multiple updates coming in. First, we saw that Pakistan provokes again along the LOC. Now we saw the terrorist house being absolutely blown up into smithereens. And now soon Army Chief will be arriving. If you could take our viewers through the agenda of the Army Chief.
Yes, Shwangi, I'll request my Vijay to take you through these difficult terrains. First, these are the visuals of the terrains where the anti-terror operation is going on. We have seen the development during the night hours that the ceasefire was violation took place in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley. Then after we have seen also that the fire was also in the army has given to them. Also, we have been told that the army chief Dwivedi will reach here at the Pahalgam site, and these are the forests where he is arriving. And also you can see here in the visuals, it's a bit difficult for the forces to conduct operation in such a difficult condition, where we can see the difficult terrains where the anti-terror operation is going on. It's day 4 today, but we have seen that the operation will remain continue. After the visit here at the ground where this terror incident took place, Army Chief along with the Northern Commander and other top officials from the intelligence, they will take a meeting in the Srinagar later on, and also they will brief the LG Manoj Sinha about the situation along the line of control and other hinterlands of the Jammu and Kashmir about the present situation. We have seen that the movement of the fighter jets during the night hours in the Jammu and Kashmir districts. Also, we have seen that the small kind of fire was also initiated from the Pakistani army, but we have seen that the forces of the Indian Army has given the befitting reply to Pakistan's firing. Then after we have seen the multiple anti-terror operations is on. Also, the Army Chief will arrive here at the Pahalgam attack site in some time. Yes, Shwangi.
Yes, I wanted to stay on with us, Arawat, and help us, our viewers, understand, more about the probe which is happening in the case. We know that the Army Chief will also be visiting the that location. That's a meadow, by the way. That huge meadow where this attack has taken place. The Army Chief will be arriving there. That's what we understand. Who is he arriving with? Who are the other officials accompanying the Army Chief? And when will it happen? When will the visit happen?
The Army Chief will arrive here around 9:30 a.m. this morning. Also, we have seen that the has been issued here. Protocols are on place already. We have seen that the special forces has went into these difficult terrains where my Vijay Firdos is showing you. The special forces is doing the combing operation in these forest areas. Also, you can see these are the snow-covered mountains. That's why the operation is taking time. We have been also told that the Army Chief Upendra Dwivedi, along with the Northern Commander and GOC 15th Corps and other intelligence-based officers will be accompanying the Army Chief in this visit. Also, further we have been told that after this visit that the Army Chief will move towards the Srinagar, Kashmir, and also he will take the meetings there along with these officials. And there are some officials from the Jammu and Kashmir Police and other intelligence wings about the ongoing situation. LG Manoj Sinha is also be there at the site in the Srinagar where the meeting is being taken by the Army Chief. After this visit, it's being told that around 9:30 a.m. this morning that the Army Chief will reach here at this site where this deadly terror attack took place. Yes, Shivagi.
That is right. That is right. And I want you to hold on and stay with us, Arnab, because, you know, where you are is where multiple updates will be coming in throughout the day with the Army Chief's visit and much more. But India has sent a formal letter, viewers. This is very important. India has sent a formal letter to Pakistan regarding the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty, writing to Pakistan, and they are saying very, very clearly that Pakistan is promoting cross-border terrorism. This is coming in as already we see that Pakistan is panicking. Pakistan is panicking over the Indus Water Treaty suspension. And I want to go to Soumya on this because Soumya, you know, the Indus Water Treaty is so important to Pakistan. 80% of the agricultural land depends on the water coming in from the treaty. And now what we see is that India has sent a formal letter to Pakistan. We know Pakistan is in panic mode right now. If you could take our viewers to the details and the entire letter, what does the letter say? What does the letter talk about and the highlights of that formal letter? Yes, go ahead, Soumya.
Yes, well, Shivangi, this particular letter has been sent by Debashri Mukherjee, who happens to be the Secretary of Ministry of Jal Shakti, and it was sent to Syed Ali Murtaza, who happens to be the Secretary of Water Resources in Pakistan. So, in this particular letter, the ministry has expressed concerns over the Indus Waters Treaty that was signed back in 1960 in the backdrop of the Pahalgam Terror Attack, which has claimed more than 20 lives, around 26 lives. Now, Shivangi, if we talk about the contents or the details of the letter, in that particular letter, 3 points were raised. First, being that multiple notices were sent to Pakistan asking for changes in the treaty with respect to Article 12.3, I beg your pardon, Article 12.3. In this particular article, they wanted certain changes, citing changes in circumstances since the time the treaty was signed back in 1960. Now, these changes include the shift in population demographics, also the growing need for the clean energy development. Now, the second point that was raised by the Indian authorities in that particular letter was that following a treaty or respecting a treaty in good faith is an obligation. However, the cross-border terrorism being continued from Pakistan's end has raised serious security concerns, which has led to India, which has hindered India's, it has not been able to use the treaty properly. With that, the Pakistan has not been negotiating as required by the treaty. So these are the points that has led that were pointed out in that particular letter that has been sent to the Secretary of Water Resources back in Pakistan. And with that, they have said out loud and clear that they are suspending Indus Waters Treaty with immediate effect. Now, it is going to have a huge effect with regards to Pakistan because, as you clearly mentioned, that for agriculture, they use 80% of water via the Indus Treaty. Now, not just that, areas like Karachi, Multan, Lahore, the main areas, they rely heavily on waters via Indus. So these are the concerns that are going to be for the Pakistan side because they rely heavily on these waters and these distributaries, and 10 million people are going to be affected now that the Indus Waters Treaty is suspended. And a major concern is also going to be on the electricity generation as well. Shivangi, back to you.
Yes, absolutely, Soumya. And India has written to Pakistan on halting the Indus Treaty, saying that sustained cross-border terror is one of the reasons India making it very clear. And let's move ahead, viewers, because the Border Security Force Jawan who was detained by Pakistan on 23rd April is still not released. That is right. The BSF Constable P.K. Shaw was detained by Pakistan Rangers after he inadvertently crossed the international border near border post in the sector of Punjab's Firozpur. Now, following the incident, officials from the Indian Army and Pakistan Rangers initiated a flag meeting to negotiate his release, which has not been successful yet. Take a look.
The BSF constable who was detained by Pakistani Rangers after he accidentally crossed the international border has still not been released. Constable PK Shaw of the BSF battalion was detained by Pakistan Rangers after he accidentally crossed the Punjab border in Firozpur to the Pakistani side on 23rd April. The BSF Jawan was on routine duty when he mistakenly crossed the zero line which demarcates the border between India and Pakistan. The incident occurred while the soldier was on duty near farmland close to the Indo-Pak border. Constable PK Shaw, veteran with 17 years of service, is reportedly a resident of Mukherjee Street in Hooghly district of West Bengal. Union Minister and West Bengal BJP President Sukanta Majumdar had telephonic conversation with the wife of the BSF Jawan.
चिंता मत करिएगा, हमारी सरकार लगी हुई है उनको वापस लाने के लिए। वो पठानकोट की तरफ से उनको उठा के ले गया ना पाकिस्तान। हाँ सर। ठीक है, हम होम मिनिस्ट्री के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, आप चिंता मत करिए, ठीक है? हाँ, पूरा देश आपके साथ खड़ा हुआ है। हाँ?
बस यही निवेदन है कि जल्द से जल्द चले आए वो।
पूरी जोर लगा देंगे, उनको लाने के लिए जो करना होगा करेंगे। हाँ? ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सो मच.
Republic spoke with the father of detained BSF Jawan who said Pakistan needs a strong lesson.
हमारे अभी जस्ट सीओ से बात हुआ है और कल सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर मैंने अभी जो टाइम हुआ है कितना बज रहा है 10 बजे 10:30 कोई खबर नहीं हुआ 10 बजे तक हमसे कोई बात नहीं कोई खबर नहीं आया आउटसाइड से हम खबर पाए तो हम जोगाजोग करने की चेष्टा किए सीओ से जनरल से कोई जोगाजोग नहीं हुआ।
बात कब हुआ लास्ट
बात हम लोग से बात नहीं हुआ लास्ट परसों रात के हुआ है 2 बजे तब से बात नहीं हुआ तब सुबह में ड्यूटी रहा था सुबह में तो पकड़ाइए गया है तो कैसे बात होगा मोबाइल में फोन करता नहीं जा फोन होता रिंग होता कोई उठा होता नहीं तो फिर ओकरा बिहान भला वही दिन 8 बजे रात का कोई फोन कैलस हम लोग के पास 8 बजे रात के कि पूनम कैसे ऐसे हो गया है उसका आपकी वीडियो ऐसे ऐसे पूनम के हो गया पकड़ा गया है से ड्यूटी में रहा था।
आपके साथ कब बात हुआ?
सर परसों रात में बात हुआ था नाइट शिफ्ट ड्यूटी जा रहे थे बोले नाइट शिफ्ट ड्यूटी है जा रहे सोने सुबह बात करेंगे उसके बाद से कोई बात नहीं हुआ।
और क्या कुछ बोलना चाहते प्रशासन की तरफ को आपको?
प्रशासन से यही बोलना है कि सही सलामत हमारे देश को रिटर्न आ जाए सरकार से बस यही निवेदन है।
Such inadvertent crossing by troops or civilians are not unusual and are typically resolved through established military protocols. However, the recent terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, Pahalgam, and the stern action taken by India against Pakistan in response has complicated the situation what might otherwise have been a routine case of accidental border crossing. Now the family of Jawan waits eagerly, waiting for the son and husband to return home.
A wave of sorrow has swept through Karnataka, Shivamoga, as the body of Manjunath Rao, killed in the Pahalgam terror attack, was brought home for his final rites. Grief turned to outrage as the city observed a bandh and protests erupted across the state. Manjunath, a husband and father, died saving his family. A report from Shivamoga, where an entire town stood still to say goodbye. Take a look at this report.
The final journey of Manjunath Rao, killed in cold blood during the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. His mortal remains were brought back to Shivamoga. Manjunath was laid to rest with full police honours, a gesture that cannot fill the void but does recognize the life lost. His wife Pallavi, a survivor of the same attack, and his son Abhijaya stood shattered. but their courage in the face of unimaginable loss left the town in tears.
आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि उस दिन क्या हुआ, आप क्या कह पाएंगी? उस दिन जो टेररिस्ट अटैक हुई उस समय आप और मंजुनाथ जी कहाँ थे? आप अगर जो भी डिटेल्स हमारे साथ शेयर कर सकें पहलगाम में जो हुआ।
हम 22 को पहलगाम 12:30 आफ्टरनून पहुँचे। वहाँ से हम तीनों, मेरे पति, मैं और मेरा बेटा, 3 पोनी हायर करके जब जहाँ हादसा हुआ ना वहाँ हम पहुँचे। हम जस्ट वो घोड़ों से उतरे थे, 2-3 मिनट था, हमें फायरिंग का आवाज़ आया सबको। तो हमने समझा कि कोई आर्मी का ही टेस्टिंग चल रहा है या पटाखा फोड़ रहा है, तो हम सब लोग ने उसको इग्नोर किया। और 2-3 मिनट के बाद फिर से ऐसे ही फायरिंग की आवाज़ आई, तब भी हमने ऐसे ही समझा और इग्नोर किया। उसी समय हम कुछ स्नैक्स खाने के लिए वहाँ परचेज़ करने के लिए मैं और मेरे पति उस स्नैक्स के दुकान के पास गए थे। तब मेरे पति ने बोला जाओ बेटे को लाओ, वो कुछ 100 मीटर्स दूर पे बैठा था। मैंने उसे लेकर आने को गई। तब मैंने देखा कि और कुछ लोग भाग रहे हैं और फायरिंग होने लगा। तब मैं और मेरे बच्चे मेरे पति के पास आ रहे थे, तो मुड़कर देखी उनके तो शॉट डेड हो गए थे। वो जहाँ खड़े थे वहीं पर नीचे गिर गए थे।
As the nation mourns the loss of 28 innocent lives, the streets of Karnataka are sending a loud, clear message. Terror will not be forgotten and justice must follow.
And viewers, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat said terrorists kill people in Pahalgam after asking about their religion, and Hindus would never do such a thing. He further stated that people of India are hoping for a strong response, and this is a very big statement coming in from RSS chief condemning the attack and clearly saying, very, very clearly saying that the terrorists kill people in Pahalgam after asking about the religion, and Hindus would never do such a thing. Asking for unity as well. I really want to go ahead and play out the entire statement of Mohan Bhagwat.
पण काल ज्या कट्टरपंथीयांनी उत्पात केला त्यांनी धर्म विचारून मारलं. हिंदू असं कधीही करणार नाही, पण आपल्या संप्रदायाचा चुकीचा अर्थ लावणारे कट्टरपंथी असं करतील. म्हणून देश बलवान पाहिजे. आपल्या मनात दुःख आहे, सगळ्यांचंच अंतःकरण जड आहे. सगळ्या परिवारजनांच्या दुःखात आपण सहभागी आहोत, पण आमच्या मनात क्रोधही आहे आणि तो असला पाहिजे. कारण असुरांचं निर्दालन जर व्हायचं असेल तर 18 भुजांची ती शक्ती ती असलीच पाहिजे. केला त्यांनी धर्म विचारून मारलं. हिंदू असं कधीही करणार नाही, पण आपल्या संप्रदायाचा चुकीचा अर्थ लावणारे कट्टरपंथी असं करतील. म्हणून देश बलवान पाहिजे. आपल्या मनात दुःख आहे, सगळ्यांचंच अंतःकरण जड आहे. सगळ्या परिवारजनांच्या दुःखात आपण सहभागी आहोत, पण आमच्या मनात क्रोधही आहे आणि तो असला पाहिजे. कारण असुरांचं निर्दालन जर व्हायचं असेल तर 18 भुजांची ती शक्ती ती असलीच पाहिजे.
Much coming up, viewers. 2 Indian Army jawans injured in the Bandipora encounter. Search operations are underway. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Bisa kalah itu rumput, no? Bisa kalah itu rumput, no?
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। And he has also said, अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया। In other words, he has said, whatever remaining land is there where the terrorists are getting patronage, where they live and where they get support, that will also go. My interpretation is the status quo of the LOC will change after 75 years. I hope it does. I hope it does. I take the Prime Minister's words extremely seriously, because the might of the Indian Armed Forces is going to annihilate not just the LAT headquarters in Rawalkot, but also I'm quite sure there's going to be a lot of heat in Rawalpindi when Prime Minister says 140 crore Bharatiyo ki
Viewers, top headlines coming in. Pakistan opens firing along LOC. India retaliates amid tensions over Jammu and Kashmir attack. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh Lorna Asif was involved in Pahalgam attack. Two Indian Army Jawans injured in Pandipura encounter. Search operations underway. Following that deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi will visit Srinagar today to review the security situation. India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism. A high-level meeting is scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting will be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister and many other ministers. Getting us some updates coming in right now based on specific intelligence input regarding presence of terrorists. A joint search operation was launched by Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir police in general areas in Bandipora and others. Contact was established and firefight has ensued. Search operation underway in Bandipora and Kolnar, many other areas, viewers, and we are seeing this come in as we have seen back-to-back updates on firing and encounters which have been taking place. Indian Army and Jammu and Kashmir police launched a joint operation. These are pictures coming in from earlier today from Bandipora. Just a short while back, we got these pictures for you. I want to go to Zeenat. Zeenat, we know that a gunfight had erupted in Bandipora. This is in the Kulnar Woods area. And these pictures are from earlier today. We will defer the pictures for security reasons. Older pictures for our viewers from earlier today. If you could take our viewers through what is happening right now. Search operations are launched.
See, this whole story started yesterday when Bandipora police arrested two OGWs and they were being questioned about their involvements and other links. And then the OGWs disclosed about one of the hideouts, which was in the Kullar, Bandipora. In the morning, the search teams along with this OGW went to the site, and in that very hideout, the terrorists who in number were hiding. The moment they saw the joint forces with the OGW, they fired upon them. And in this operation, as of now, the two police cops have been injured, and also the OGW has suffered injuries. After getting hurt, the gunshots were heard in the end. Immediately, the reinforcement was rushed to the spot. The visuals that we are beaming are from the Kullar, Bandipora, where the extensive search operation is going on after the entire incident had taken place. Although this is in the woods of the Bandipora, the upper range of Bandipora, somewhere around 60-65 kilometers from the Srinagar city, where this operation is on. As of now, no gunfight is between the terrorists and all, but one of the terrorists, while escaping from this particular hideout, has left his weapon there, and which was also taken into custody by the joint forces. As of now, in Bandipora, the operation is on. The operation is continuing in the Bandipora, where yesterday the two OGWs were arrested. In fact, in the last 2 days, if we see that somewhere around 8 OGWs have been arrested from Ajas, Bandipora and Kullar and other places, and they have given a good hint to the joint forces about the movement of the terrorists. So keeping in view the situation in Kashmir Valley, we are seeing the operations being conducted, the CASOs and the DASOs are being conducted. Yesterday in Kulgam, Tangmag area, again a hideout was busted by the joint forces, and there was a huge cache of arms and the ammunition. Apart from the eatables that were recovered from the Kulgam day before yesterday, there was an exchange of fire between the terrorists and the Kulgam in Ahrbal area. Since then, the operation continues there. Also, in LC, if we see that LC, the Pakistan Army tried to fire upon the post is quite close to the line of control at multiple locations between Baramulla and the Kupwara sector, and the Indian Army has responded to it effectively. All this is coming when the Kashmir itself is feeling the pain of what happened in Pahalgam. In some time from now, Army Chief will be landing in Srinagar. He will also be going to the Baisaran village where this operation, where this incident had taken place. In fact, the venue has since been taken over by the FSL team teams, the NIA, the Jammu and Kashmir Police, the state CID wing, then SIA, and all other investigating agencies have taken over the entire area where this has happened. And in fact, in the back ridge of that Mysore and range, again, the operations are continuing.
Absolutely, absolutely. Zeenat, I want our viewers to have a look at the other stories we're tracking, because simultaneously, small arms firing was reported at some places at the line of control, initiated by the Pakistan Army, effectively responded to by the Indian Army. No casualties. Further details are being ascertained. Indian Army officials have confirmed this to us. And this is what we see right now. This is what Indian Army officials are saying. Pakistan sparks fresh provocation along LOC. Indian Army, as usual, hitting back hard. And this is coming in the wake of the barbaric terror attack in Pahalgam. If you have reporters, let's go to our reporters who will be joining us live right now. But before that, let's have a look at the video we have got from along the LOC. Goes to my colleague who's joining us right now. Arawat is joining us live from Pahalgam on the story. Thank you for joining us, Arawat. A lot of updates coming in. First, I want to talk to our viewers about what they saw on the screens. They saw small arms firing, which happened along the LOC. It came from Pakistan Post. Now, how many Pakistan posts? Do we have a number to that? Indian Army, as usual, has hit back hard. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Shwangi, we have seen that the Pakistan has initiated the small exchange of fire in the Uri sector, where we have seen that the local residents are in shock, and in fact, they have moved to the safer locations that we are picking up from the sources. Also, we have seen that the same kind of the firing was also took place in the Bandipora sector. Also, we have seen that the small arms was also fired in the Tangdar sector in the Kupwara district. Also, the same kind of firing was reported from the various locations along the line of control in the Kashmir region. Also, if I will request my Vijay to take you through these difficult, dense forests where the ongoing operation is going on. We have seen that after the firing of the small arms in the Uri sector and other districts of the Kashmir Valley, we have seen that the Indian Army has given the befitting reply to Pakistani firing. These are the visuals of the Pahalgam where the attack took place. Also, you can see here in the visuals, these are the difficult terrains where the forces is conducting the combing operation. It's day 4. Also, the Army Chief is all set to visit here in some time. Then after, he'll also take a meeting in the Srinagar, where we have been told that the Northern Commander and the GOC 15 Corps, along with the LG Manoj Sinha, there are reports that the other top officials from the various intelligence wings will also be present there. And it's a bit difficult for the forces to conduct operation in such difficult terrains, where you can see, if you are able to see the snow in the mountains where terrorists are taking the shelter. But we have seen that the combing operation is also on. If we will talk about the Pakistan fire that took place in the Uri sector, we have seen that the local residents are in the fear after the firing was started by the Pakistani troopers. But we has seen that the local residents are taken to the safer locations. Also, we have seen that a line of control, a high alert has been issued along the line of control in the Kashmir region.
All right, thank you for getting those details. I'll be coming back to you, Arawat, because where you are is where Army Chief will also be visiting and to take stock of the situation. Let's move ahead, because viewers, after the Pahalgam terror attack, the Indian government, remember, is continuously in action mode. They've already have done a very, very strong diplomatic strike against Pakistan. The government has suspended the Indus Water Treaty between India and Pakistan. An important meeting will be held today, I repeat, today at the residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. Regarding this, many senior union ministers, including Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, are likely to attend the meeting. So remember, viewers, already we have seen so many meetings taking place. So we have seen leaders cutting across party lines, have extended support already to the actions taken by the Cabinet Committee on security against Pakistan following the Pahalgam terror attack. Post that, many more meetings are taking place, like we just told you. There will be an important meeting will be held today at the residence of Home Minister Amit Shah regarding the many senior union ministers, including Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, likely to attend the meeting. So, very soon we'll be joined by reporters. Gopi is joining us right now. Gopi, I'm coming across to you. This meeting is very important. Indus Water Treaty has been halted and India has made its stand very, very clear. Pakistan, of course, on panic mode now, given the fact that they depend on this treaty for a lot of their agriculture. I want to go back to you, Gopi. Go ahead. Who is coming for this meeting? Amit Shah will be attending this meeting. He will be chairing this meeting along with key leaders. Who will be attending that meeting and when will it happen? Yes, Gopi.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, we are yet to confirm time, but it might happen anytime during the day. While what we are learning from our sources is it will be the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil who will be attending along with the leaders of top brass leaders of BJP, which includes the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Now, talking about the Indus Water Treaty, yes, as you've correctly mentioned, and as experts have also reiterated, how much is Pakistan dependent on the Indus water, not just with respect to agriculture, but also with respect to daily usage. Now, because due to the rise in the population in Pakistan, as well as climate change, as well as poor water management, they are already facing acute shortage of water, and with this suspension, it is going to affect them beyond imagination. Now, what Pakistan had in fact stated yesterday was that if at all there is exit of this Indus Water Treaty by any chance by India, which India had in fact raised a day before yesterday, as Finance Minister had announced this, they had said that they would consider this as an act of war. These are the exact words from the Pakistan Foreign Secretary. So this is what we are seeing. Fast developments are happening on both the sides of the border. We will have to wait and watch what happens at the meeting later in the day today. Back to you, Shivangi.
That is right, Gopi. I will be coming back to you as we see that the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be chairing a very key meet. Now we move ahead, viewers, because a border security force Jawan who was detained by Pakistan on 23rd April is still not released. The BSF Constable P.K. Shaw was detained by Pakistan Rangers after he inadvertently crossed the international border near the border post this happened in Punjab's Firozpur sector. Now, following the incident, officials from the Indian Army and the Pakistan Rangers initiated a flag meeting to negotiate his release, which has not been successful yet. Take a look.
The BSF constable who was detained by Pakistani Rangers after he accidentally crossed the international border has still not been released. Constable P.K. Shaw of the BSF battalion was detained by Pakistan Rangers after he accidentally crossed the Punjab border in Firozpur to the Pakistani side on 23rd April. The BSF Jawan was on routine duty when he mistakenly crossed the zero line which demarcates the border between India and Pakistan. The incident occurred while the soldier was on duty near farmland close to the Indo-Pak border. Constable P.K. Shaw, veteran with 17 years of service, is reportedly a resident of Mukherjee Street in Hooghly district of West Bengal. Union Minister and West Bengal BJP President Sukanta Majumdar had telephonic conversation with the wife of the BSF Jawan.
चिंता मत करिएगा हमारी सरकार लगी हुई है उनको वापस लाने के लिए। हाँ, वो पठानकोट की तरफ से उनको उठा के ले गया ना पाकिस्तान। हाँ सर। ठीक है, हम होम मिनिस्ट्री के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, आप चिंता मत करिए, ठीक है? हाँ, पूरा देश आपके साथ खड़ा हुआ है। हाँ,
बस यही निवेदन है कि जल्द से जल्द चले आए वो।
पूरी जोर लगा देंगे, उनको लाने के लिए जो करना होगा करेंगे। हाँ,
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
Republic spoke with the father of detained BSF Jawan who said Pakistan needs a strong lesson.
हमारे अभी जस्ट सीओ से बात हुआ है और कल सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर मैंने अभी जो टाइम हुआ है, कितना बज रहा है, 10 बजे, 10:30, कोई खबर नहीं हुआ। 10 बजे तक हमसे कोई बात नहीं, कोई खबर नहीं आया। आउटसाइड से हम खबर पाए तो हम जोगाजोग करने की चेष्टा किए, सीओ से, जनरल से, कोई जोगाजोग नहीं हुआ।
बात कब हुआ लास्ट?
रात भर हम लोग से बात नहीं हुआ, रात परसों रात के हुआ है 2 बजे, तब से बात नहीं हुआ। तब सुबह में ड्यूटी रहा था, सुबह में तो पकड़ाइए गया है, तो कैसे बात होगा। मोबाइल में फोन करता नहीं जा, फोन होता रिंग होता कोई उठा होता नहीं थे। तो फिर ओकरा बिहान भला वही दिन 8 बजे रात का कोई फोन कैलस हम लोग के पास, 8 बजे रात के, कि पूनम कैसे ऐसे हो गया है, उसका आपकी वीडियो ऐसे ऐसे पूनम के हो गया, पकड़ा गया है, से ड्यूटी में रहा था।
आपके साथ कब बात हुआ?
सर परसों रात में बात हुआ था, नाइट शिफ्ट ड्यूटी जा रहे थे, बोले नाइट शिफ्ट ड्यूटी है, जा रहे सोने, सुबह बात करेंगे, उसके बाद से कोई बात नहीं हुआ।
और क्या कुछ बोलना चाहते प्रशासन की तरफ को आपको?
प्रशासन से यही बोलना है कि सही सलामत हमारे देश को रिटर्न आ जाए। सरकार से बस यही निवेदन है।
Such inadvertent crossing by troops or civilians are not unusual and are typically resolved through established military protocols. However, the recent terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir, Pahalgam, and the stern action taken by India against Pakistan in response has complicated the situation what might otherwise have been a routine case of accidental border crossing. Now the family of Jawan waits eagerly, waiting for the son and husband to return home.
Also coming up, viewers, India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली मियाँ थॉट
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार, MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mich kalay durumda no?
Welcome back, viewers. We're live and breaking. A daily wage pony worker turned hero in the face of terror. Saeed Adil Hussain Shah was killed while trying to save the lives of tourists during the brutal Pahalgam attack. According to survivors, Adil bravely tried to snatch a rifle from one of the terrorists, possibly saving several lives. At his funeral, thousands gathered, joined by Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, to pay tribute to what many now call a selfless act of courage. Republic spoke to Adil's family and friends. The grief is deep, but so is the pride. Here's a report.
Sayyid Adil, a young man from Pahalgam, was among the 28 innocent lives lost in Tuesday's terror attack. Adil died fighting back. Adil worked as a pony operator in the serene meadows of Baisaran, taking tourists on rides through the valley he loved. Witnesses say he tried to shield the tourist he was guiding, even attempted to snatch a terrorist's gun. A moment of sheer courage that cost him his life. At his funeral, emotions ran high. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah stood alongside grieving villagers as thousands paid their final respect. Republic spoke to Adil's family, who despite their heartbreak say that they are proud that Adil's final moments were marked by courage, not fear. His father, overwhelmed with grief, demanded justice, saying those responsible for his bloodshed must be brought to account.
जी जब वो सुबह यहाँ से चला गया तो 8 बजे, तो 2 बजे तक हमें कोई पता नहीं क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ, लेकिन जब 2 बजे के बाद हमें पता चला कि वहाँ गोलियाँ चली, वहाँ हमला हुआ, तो फिर हम इसी तशवीश में रह गए कि क्या पता क्या होगा तो क्या नहीं होगा। ये थोड़ा बहुत फ़ोन से पता चला कि पहलगाम हॉस्पिटल में ज़ख्मी हैं लोग। फिर हमारे लड़कों ने जाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन वो वहाँ पे नहीं जा सके, वहाँ बंद था। फिर बाद में थोड़ी देर के बाद वहाँ पे छोड़ा गया, तो फिर हमारे लड़के पहलगाम में गए, उन्होंने इसको हॉस्पिटल में देखा, तो ये हॉस्पिटल में इसकी डेड बॉडी थी।
Adil's friend echoed his bravery, vowing to stand with Indian forces in the fight against terrorism.
जानता हूं कि वो एक शरीफ, नहायत शरीफ आदमी था। वो नमाज का 5 टाइम का आदी था बेचारा। जहां तक उसका सवाल है, उसने उनके जो रफल छीनने की बात है, ये सच है। उसने कोशिश की थी कि ये टूरिस्ट को ना मारे, आप इनको बेगुनाहों को मत मारो, तो इनकी क्या खता है, आप गोली हम कश्मीरियों के ऊपर लगाओ।
But behind the heroism is a family left shattered. Adil was the eldest son, the only breadwinner. Now his family has appealed for government support as they struggle to cope with an unimaginable loss.
All right, viewers, getting some big breaking updates coming in. Army chief arrives in Srinagar, will hold a meeting with top commanders in Srinagar. He will also visit Avantipura, may also visit the site of the Pahalgam Terror Attack. So these are 3 points which I just highlighted for you about the Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi, who has reached Srinagar a short while back to carry out a comprehensive review of the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the aftermath of the Pahalgam Terror Attack that killed 26 people. Mostly tourists, a very, very dastardly, cowardly attack. Now the top army commanders will also be briefing General Dwivedi in various aspects of the security scenario, and he has couple of meetings, like we told you, with top commanders in Srinagar. He will also visit Avantipura, may also visit the site of the Pahalgam terror attack. So these are some back-to-back updates coming in here. Let's go. Rakshita is joining us live. Rakshita, after India downgraded diplomatic ties with Pakistan, now the probe continues, and now we see that the Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi reaching Srinagar, and I just highlighted his itinerary for the day today. If you could take our viewers through what is happening, you're in Srinagar right now, where the Army Chief has just arrived.
Absolutely, it's a visit to Srinagar and Udhampur, and of course he's also going to visit the terror site that is in Pahalgam. So yes, General Upendra Dwivedi is in Srinagar. He has just touched down to Srinagar as India of course continues to retaliate. As we speak, there are of course encounters also underway. The Indian forces are of course on ground zero. They continue to fight against these infiltrators and terrorists on multiple fronts. And as we speak, yes, the Army Chief will be meeting several several of the army commanders and the other officers from the security agencies to assess the situation. The past 24 hours, the infiltration attempts that have happened, and also, of course, the encounters, the anti-terror operation that is underway. Of course, as the latest that we have is that the terrorist house has been blown up in Tral of South Kashmir. So this is, of course, just one step in the direction the Indian Army, along with the Indian agencies, continue to create more plans, and they continue to execute their plans to avenge the terror, and of course mark them, find them, and just hit them by their roots. So right now, what we know is that the army chief is expected to assess the prevailing security situation and also review the recent ceasefire violations along the LOC as well. Also, what I'm getting to know is that my colleague Zeenat is also, I think, live with us, if I'm correct. I think Zeenat is connected live with us. There is a blast, and we will just get you the visuals, and she will tell us more about that. There's a blast, as I was telling you, viewers, a while back, that there was a terrorist house that was blown up in South Kashmir's Tral. Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh, his house was blown up. He was involved in the Pahalgam attack. My colleague Zeenat continues to give us more updates. Zeenat, tell us more details, please.
See, Rakshita, the house of the Asif Sheikh, who's a terrorist from the South Kashmir's Pulwama district of Tar, his house has been blown up as his involvement has been found in the Pahalgam attack that took the lives of 16 people, 16 tourists in the Baisaran village. As far as the army chief's visit is concerned, army chief is going to review the security situation of Jammu and Kashmir in Kashmir Valley. He is being briefed by the army commander, 15 Corps commander, and also the Victor Force GOC, and also the other who are 28 Div GOC. All these officers are present at the Corps headquarters in Srinagar. From there, he will be going to Pahalgam, the Baisaran side, and then to Udhampur he will be heading, as there will again be a meeting of the security forces. As far as General Dwivedi is concerned, he is well versed with the area. He has been the Northern Command before taking over as the army chief of the country. He knows most of the patches of Jammu and Kashmir, the infiltration routes, and where earlier the ceasefire violation would take place. He is well versed with the entire geography of the area. As far as the Pahalgam is concerned, Government of India has been has given a strict guidelines to the security forces on the ground to neutralize the threat on the ground. Yes, Rakshita.
Absolutely, of course. So the engineers from the Indian Army have blown up that house of the terrorists in Tral of South Kashmir. As we speak, the Army Chief, General Dwivedi, of course, is in Srinagar. Thank you so much for the moment, Zeenat. We also get you, viewers. The anti-terror operations are underway. India's fight against terror is underway. India has vowed to take the revenge. And as we speak, we also bring you what's happening with those who have lost their loved ones, viewers, the victims. We are bringing you their stories. We are bringing the stories of those Indians who lost their lives, the innocent, unarmed civilians, Indians who were fired upon mercilessly. A wave of sorrow now has swept Karnataka's Shivamogga, where Manjunath Rao's body, who was killed in the Pahalgam Terror Attack, was received. The family, inconsolable, shattered, but they stay resolved, they stay strong, they believe that India will, of course, avenge this death. Here's a report, viewers, from Shivamogga.
The final journey of Manjunath Rao, killed in cold blood during the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. His mortal remains were brought back to Shivamogga. Manjunath was laid to rest with full police honours, a gesture that cannot fill the void but does recognize the life lost. His wife Pallavi, a survivor of the same attack, and his son Abhijaya stood shattered. But their courage in the face of unimaginable loss left the town in tears.
आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि उस दिन क्या हुआ, आप क्या कह पाएंगी? उस दिन जो टेररिस्ट अटैक हुई उस समय आप और मंजुनाथ जी कहाँ थे? आप अगर जो भी डिटेल्स हमारे साथ शेयर कर सके पहलगाम में जो हुआ।
हम 22 को पहलगाम 12:30 आफ्टरनून पहुँचे। वहाँ से हम तीनों, मेरे पति, मैं और मेरा बेटा, 3 पोनी हायर करके जहाँ हादसा हुआ ना वहाँ हम पहुँचे। हम जस्ट वो घोड़ों से उतरे थे, 2-3 मिनट था। हमें फायरिंग का आवाज़ आया सबको।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. Now, Indian Army's Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has reached Srinagar, the capital of Jammu and Kashmir, to review the entire security apparatus of the state. In fact, he will also shortly head to Udhampur to take care of the security situation there as well, in the wake of multiple insurgencies following the Pahalgam terror strike. We're tracking that very closely for you, but first, here are your headlines. Pak opens firing along the line of control. India retaliates amid tensions over Jammu and Kashmir attack. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh blown up. Asif was involved in the Pahalgam attack. 2 Indian Army jawans have been injured in the Bandipora encounter. Search operations remain underway. Following the deadly terror strike in Pahalgam, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi arrives in Srinagar to review the security apparatus. India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism. A high-level meeting is scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting will be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and several other key ministers. We were starting first with the biggest breaking that we're getting at this hour from the valley. Now, Army Chief Upendra Dwivedi has arrived in Srinagar. He will hold a meeting with top commanders in Jammu and Kashmir's capital. In fact, he's also all set to visit the Avantipur sector. He may also visit the site of the Pahalgam terror attack, which is the Baisara Meadows, where the deadly attack happened and at least 26 innocents were killed. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has arrived in Srinagar swiftly after the terror strike and multiple insurgencies that have followed through in the valley from across the border. In fact, this comes fresh at the heels of a fresh breach of the line of control by Pakistan. Now, General Upendra Dwivedi will hold meetings with top commanders in Srinagar. He's also set to meet the corps commanders of the entire sector. In fact, he's somebody who knows about the northern sector very closely. He's served as the commander, officer in command of the northern sector. Now he's landed in Kashmir. He will also visit Avantipur. He may also visit the site of the Pahalgam terror strike, which is the Baisara Meadows in Pahalgam, where 26 innocents were killed by terrorists in cold-blooded murder, shot dead at point blank in front of their families, all over their religion. And now Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has arrived in Srinagar to take a check of the security apparatus of the state. In fact, he will also shortly move to Udhampur, where there is another key meeting that awaits the Army Chief. That will be with the corps commanders in the Udhampur sector to review the security situation after the Bandipora encounter in the Udhampur sector. The Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, viewers, has arrived in Srinagar. He is all set to hold a meeting with top military diplomats and commanders in the capital of Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, he will also visit Avantipur in Jammu and Kashmir, and he will also head to the site of attack in Pahalgam, which is the Baisara Meadows. In fact, right after this, he will swiftly move to Udhampur and take a stock of the situation in Udhampur as well, where one army jawan, a Havaldar, was martyred at the hands of an encounter in Bandipora sector. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has swung into action as Army continues to fight terror and different breaches from across the LOC, including small arms firing that happened late last night. The Army Chief has now reached Srinagar. He will hold a meeting with top commanders in Jammu and Kashmir's capital, including the corps commander in Jammu and Kashmir. Infantry officers and officers from different arms, different corps of the military will be together at one table for this meeting to review the security apparatus which has been shaken in Jammu and Kashmir. Also being joined by my colleague Erawat, who is in Pahalgam at the moment to get us more updates. Erawat, speak to us about General Upendra Dwivedi's visit. When is he expected to also visit Pahalgam? The Baisara Meadows, when is he expected there?
Upendra Dwivedi, Army Chief, has just landed in the Srinagar. He will take the stock of the situation in the Srinagar city. Then after, he will take the meeting where we have been told by the sources that the Northern Commander, along with the other top officials of the Indian Army and other wings of the intelligence agency, will be part of this meeting, and they will discuss about the ongoing situation along the line of control areas, and the hinterlands will be also briefed. LG Manoj Sinha will also be present in this meeting. Then after, we are being told from the sources from the defense that the Army Chief will also move to Avantipora, where we have also seen that Avantipora is the headquarters of the Indian Army forces in the Kashmir Valley. Then we have been told that the Army Chief will also visit the attack spot, where we have seen that the 26 lives have been shot dead by the terrorists in the daylight. Also, if we'll talk about the ongoing situation, we have seen that the combing operation is still on. At the same time, we have seen that there was attempt or that the small arms and ammunition were fired by the Pakistani armies, but we have seen that the Indian Army forces have given the befitting reply to these Pakistani armies after the firing. Also, I will request my VJ to show you these mountains where the ongoing operation is going on. It's a bit challenging for the forces to conduct operation in these difficult terrains where you can see lush green. Also, the snow is there. That's why the operation is taking time.
Yeah. Viewers, now Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has just touched down in Jammu and Kashmir's capital of Srinagar. He's all set to take a full stock of the security situation in the state following the dastardly attack that shook the state and the entire country. At least 26 innocent tourists were shot at point blank in a cold-blooded murder by terrorists in the attack. Also joining me is my colleague Zeenat to get us more updates into the matter. Zeenat, speak to us about the significant visit. What is the security situation looking like and what is on the cards of this entire visit? Zeenat.
So the army chief is in the valley and he's been briefed by the security operators of the Kashmir Valley about the terror incident that has taken place in the Pahalgam. Pahalgam is known for as a tourist destination, but the incident that took place 2 days back in Baisaran village. There has been, the venue has now been taken over by all the security agencies from NIA to police, the state CID department, FSL teams are still continuing there. And today the army chief will be in the Kashmir, Valley to get the first-hand count from its own men who have been in this, who have been there on this, who have been working on this incident for the last 3 days, because a lot of pressure has been generated by the Delhi also on all the security operatives working in Jammu and Kashmir to neutralize the threat at the earlier. So we are seeing the army chief visit in the Kashmir Valley. He will also be going to the Baisaran, the village, where this incident has taken place 2 days before, and then he will also be going to Udhampur. As we all know, General Dwivedi, before taking over as the army chief, he was the northern commander also. So he is well versed with the topography of the area, the steep slopes, and also the infiltration routes that the Pakistani terrorists have been using to infiltrate. During General Dwivedi's time as a northern commander, multiple operations were carried by the joint forces along the line of control or the IB sector in the Jammu. So as of now, this army chief visit is coming at a time when the Home Minister of the country was also in Srinagar. He went to Pahalgam also, he went to GMC and Afnad also to take account from those who were injured in this attack. So lot of efforts are being coming from the administration, from the government, from the security agencies to see that the maximum ease is provided to those who are still injured and are being at the hospitals in different hospitals in the Kashmir Valley. Meanwhile, those who have carried this attack, the perpetrators, will not be allowed to escape from this spot, and for which we are seeing since this incident took place, we have been seeing the number of anti-terror operations being carried by the joint forces. The first operation was carried in Baramulla, where the 2 terrorists were neutralized, and the focus was shifted to Kulgam in South Kashmir, where the CASO was launched, and that CASO turned in encounter, though the terrorists escaped from that spot. Yes.
Right, Zina, thanks very much for getting those details in place for us. In fact, viewers, also shifting focus now that the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has reached Srinagar, the crackdown on the terrorists involved in the attack has already begun. Houses of at least 2 active terrorists, Asif Sheikh, who belongs to Mongama in the Tral sector, and Adil Thokar, who belongs to Guri of the Anantnag sector, and whose names also surfaced in connection with the recent attack on tourists at Baisaran Meadows in Pahalgam, were demolished by authorities during the intervening night of 24th to 25th April. Engineer Corps of the Army demolished the house of 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists also involved in the Pahalgam terror strike. Joining me back on the broadcast is my colleague Ehrawat to get us more updates into the matter. Ehrawat, we saw the clips. We can see that the crackdown has already begun. Talk to us about these 2 key demolitions.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen the involvement of these 2 local terrorists, Asif and Adil, in the recent and the deadly terror attack in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their lives. Also, if we'll talk about the operation which Indian Army and other forces carried, where we have seen in the first operation that the Asif Sheikh's home in the Tral area, and the second location, which is the Bijbara, where we have seen that the house was razed to ground by the joint security forces. We have seen the involvement of these terrorists in the recent killings. Also, after the attack, we have seen that the Home Minister Amit Shah's visit here in Kashmir, he has directed the officials here on the ground that nobody will be spared, whosoever is involved in the while providing any kind of the support to terrorist organizations, whether it's the OGWs. Already we have seen in the just 2 days back when this incident happened, we have seen that the 4 Lashkar-e-Toiba OGWs were arrested, and the huge huge kg of arms ammunition have been recovered. Thereafter, we have seen that the exchange of fire is on in the Bandipora. At the same time, we have seen that the houses of these two active terrorists, we have been told by the sources that the Asif Sheikh is the operational commander of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. His house has been razed and blown. You can see here in the visual that the public has accessed where we have seen the operation is taking place. Yes.
Rawat, in fact, also speak to us about the backdrop in which this demolition comes. You know, there are constant breaches across the line of control, even now after the gruesome terror strike in Pahalgam from the side of the Pakistani military.
Will remain terrorists to create a disturbance in the Kashmir Valley. Then after we have seen that the high alert has been issued at the line of control. We have seen in the last night in the Uri sector, if we'll talk, that the small weapons of exchange of fire took place, which was initiated by the Pakistani army, but the army has given the befitting reply to the Pakistani army when they provoked the ceasefire violation in the Bandipora and other sectors of the Jammu and Kashmir, as well as areas after the recent firing by the Pakistani troopers, and we have seen the alertness of the forces. Also, the army chief is holding the meeting, and all the things will be discussed. Also, LG Manoj Sinha will be briefed by the army chief about the ongoing situation at the line of control and other hinterlands of the Kashmir Valley. Yes.
Right, Rawat. Thanks very much for getting those key details in place for us. And in fact, all eyes will be on this crucial visit by the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. Viewers, shifting focus and looking at another facet of what's happening in the aftermath of the gruesome attacks in Valley. Now, based on specific intelligence input regarding the presence of terrorists, a joint search operation was launched by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police in the general area of Kolnar Ajas, Bandipora. Now, contact was established and firefight ensued. In fact, 2 army jawans have been injured. That's what we're learning from preliminary reports. The situation in Bandipora is only snowballing. In fact, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi, who is in Srinagar right now, is also expected to head to Udhampur, Bandipora sector. And on basis of specific intelligence, the input was gained about the presence of terrorists in Bandipora, and at least 2 army jawans have been injured in the firing that was involved during the encounter. Joining me back on broadcast is my colleague Zeenat to get us more updates. Zeenat, speak to us about what's unfolding in Bandipora. The reports suggest 2 army jawans have been injured while the operation is ongoing. Zeenat.
This is a breaking news coming in from the Bandipora. This is the Kolan village of Bandipora, where the one Lashkar terrorist, the top commander of LET, a local boy, has been neutralized, and we are breaking this first on Republic. The operation that unfolded since yesterday has come with some news to the forces that one LET commander, a local one, the top commander, has been neutralized by the joint forces in Bandipora. The terrorists have been active for a long time in Bandipora. He was one of the longest survivors in Bandipora who has now been neutralized. You see yesterday the 2 OGWs being picked up, they were crushed, they have taken forces to another hideout where the terrorists, 2 in number, one of them was this LET commander, was hiding. He fired upon them, the 2 security cops got.
Zeenat, continue being with us. We're getting in some more breaking developments from the valley. Now, viewers, top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander has been killed in the Bandipora encounter, in which at least 2 army jawans were injured. However, a big win for the security forces. Top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander has been killed in Bandipora sector in Udhampur. Now, this comes after a joint operation was launched by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police in Bandipora sector. Zeenat, coming back to you, top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander killed, neutralized by the security forces in the ongoing operations in Bandipora. Speak to us about it. Zeenat, tell us more details.
Bandipora is in the North Kashmir where the operation was on, and in this operation, the one local LET commander has been neutralized. He is the same one who escaped from a terror hideout in the morning when the OGW along with the joint forces were going close to that very hide where from he escaped, leaving behind his weapon, the weapon that we have already put on display for our viewers. Is the same LET commander who has now been neutralized by the joint forces in Bandipora. This is the North Kashmir belt where the operation was going on. Yes.
Right, Zina, thanks for getting us those details. Viewers, in the latest that we're getting in, top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander has been killed in the Bandipora sector in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this comes as part of the anti-terror operations and the search and cordon operations which were launched in collaboration by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police in the General Kolnar Ajas area in Bandipora sector. Contact was established and firefight ensued. 2 army jawans have been injured. In a big win for the security forces, a top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander has been neutralized, has been killed in the Bandipora sector of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this entire operation began based on a specific intelligence input regarding the presence of terrorists, and following that, shortly after, in a swift retaliation, a joint search operation was launched by the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police in the Bandipora sector. Contact was also established with the terrorists and firefighting ensued for hours. And now a top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander been brought to justice. He's been killed, he's been gunned down by the security forces in a joint operation of the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police in the Bandipora sector of Jammu and Kashmir. Meanwhile, 2 army jawans have also been injured. That's what we're learning from preliminary reports. While they have been rescued and they're being taken for medical care, any developments on their condition right now has not been received. Now, based on specific intelligence input, this operation was launched, a successful operation where a top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander has been gunned down by a collaborative effort of the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir Police, who launched a collaborative search and cordon operation in the forested areas in the Bandipora sector. Joining me on the broadcast is my colleague Gursimran to get us more updates into the matter. Gursimran, top Lashkar-e-Toiba commander neutralized, shot dead by security forces. A big win. Speak to us about it, Gursimran.
Ongoing encounter. It is in the Kalnar area of the Bandipora, that is in North Kashmir, where the encounter broke out early this morning when the security forces got a specific tip of regarding the movement of a group of Lashkar-e-Toiba. This was based on the overground workers that were arrested by the Bandipora police in last 2 days operation. And during the questioning, it came into being that they were in touch with the one of the Lashkar commanders that crossed over to the Indian side and was operating in the hinterland. And now what we are picking up, that 2 jawans of the Jammu and Kashmir Police that was part of the team that led the operation initially, they got injured, but 1 terrorist of Lashkar has been shot dead by the security forces. And this is a big success, keeping in view the recent terror attack that has taken place in the South Kashmir that has been carried out by the Lashkar-e-Toiba cadre, in which 26 civilians were brutally killed by the Pakistani terrorists with the help of local terrorists.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, also speak to us about the fact that 2 army jawans, as per what we're learning from initial sources, have been injured. Any update on that front, Gursimran?
See, the injuries have been to the Jammu and Kashmir Police. These are the 2 jawans of J&K Police that were leading the operations. And since this was a police-generated input that was there, and police led the operation, started exchange of fire with the terrorists, engaged the terrorists with them. So 2 injuries were there for the Jammu and Kashmir Police, but they are said to be stable, while 1 terrorist has been killed in the ongoing encounter as per the information going.
Yeah. Gursimran, thanks for that clarity. In fact, also speak to us about how, after the Pahalgam terror strike, which was gruesome, brutal, cowardly and dastardly to say the least, after that, multiple breaches are being done by the Pakistani military, especially across the line of control. Gursimran.
See, if we speak of the situation, the Pakistan is hell-bent to disrupt peace in the Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why they are resorting to even ceasefire violations that is taking place along the line of control in the Kashmir. Today, the incident has been recorded in the area of the North Kashmir, that comes under the 19th Division of the Indian Army, where Pakistan resorted to unprovoked firing in the Kupwara, and then it was the firing that was followed in the, even we are told that nearby areas of the Sanghar sector, the Pakistan fired at more than a couple of places, but it was retaliated effectively by the Indian Army, to which the Pakistan's guns have fallen silent.
Right, Gursimran. In fact, continue also speaking to us about how this big win, a top Lashkar-e-Taiba commander identified as Altaf Lalli, has been shot down by security forces. Zeenat also joins me on the broadcast. Zeenat, speak to us about the ongoing operations in Bandipora.
Baramulla, where we see an elite commander, a top commander who's been active along surviving terrorists of the elite in Bandipora getting neutralized. A body blow has come to Lashkar-e-Taiba, as the reports suggest that the elite was involved in a Pahalgam attack. To a body blow given to Lashkar in Bandipora's North Kashmir, where Altaf has been neutralized, and Altaf, along surviving militant terrorists who have been involved in multiple terror-related activities, carrying an attack against the security forces and also the civilians, now has been neutralized. This is an effort that are coming from the joint forces after a clear direction had come from the government of India to neutralize the threats, neutralize those involved in the attacks, should be neutralized. So very serious and a stern message coming from the Home Minister of the country. Yesterday, President was briefed by the Home Minister and the External Affairs Minister about the terror attack in Pahalgam and the steps being taken by the government of India to neutralize the threat in Jammu and Kashmir. An action we see in less than 12 hours when a Bandipora police along with other security forces were able to neutralize this elite commander. In fact, this was a Casso has turned into an encounter in the morning. The very few gunshots were heard, but we see the Bandipora police has taken a lead in neutralizing a terrorist who has been a local one elite commander surviving in the valley and in the fringes of Bandipora forest have been neutralized. The pictures with that we are beaming is the Bandipora, where you see the lush green forest of meadows. A thick foliage can be seen, and it's always a difficult task for the security forces to gun down the terrorists in such a topography, because you see the deep slopes and a difficult terrain, but managing everything on the ground and neutralizing the Lashkar terrorists. A body blow given to the elite commander in Bandipora's North Kashmir, where we see, in fact, the Kashmir has been witnessing the anti-terror operations for many days now. All of a sudden, we see the surge in the anti-terror operations from North Kashmir, Baramulla, then shifting a focus to South Kashmir, Kulgam, where forces could not get much. But despite that, a terror hideout was busted by the Kulgam police yesterday evening, and in the morning also the action was witnessed in Bandipora yesterday. Around 8 OGWs in Bandipora have been arrested in the last 2 days.
Right, Zeenat. In fact, my Zeenat colleague is heading to another location to get us more details into the matter. And there are some network issues that she's facing. But viewers, in the latest, top LET commander, Lashkar-e-Taiba commander, has been gunned down by security forces in Bandipora sector in Jammu and Kashmir, in the northern area of Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, he's been identified as Altaf Lalli, and he's been killed after a robust encounter ensued between the security forces, that is the Indian Army and the Jammu and Kashmir police, after which a top Lashkar-e-Taiba commander Altaf Lalli has been killed in Bandipora and 2 Jawans have been injured. We're tracking this and a lot more for you right after this short break. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मीरज, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मीरज।
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. And he has also said अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया. In other words, he has said whatever remaining land is there where the terrorists are getting patronage, where they live and where they get support, that will also go. My interpretation is the status quo of the LOC will change after 75 years. I hope it does. I hope it does. I take the Prime Minister's words extremely seriously, because the might of the Indian Armed Forces is going to annihilate not just the LOC.
Pakistan opens fire along the line of control. India retaliates amid tensions over Jammu and Kashmir terror attack. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh blown up. Asif was involved in the Pahalgam terror strike. 2 Indian Army Jawans injured in the Bandipora encounter. Search operations remain underway. Following the deadly terror attack in Pahalgam, Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi arrives in Srinagar to review the security apparatus. India sends formal notice to Pakistan on suspending the Indus Water Treaty, citing continued support for cross-border terrorism. A high-level meeting is scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting will be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister S. Shankar, and several other key leaders. Viewers, starting first with what's happening in the valley following the terror strikes. Now, house of 2 active terrorists, Asif Sheikh, who belongs to the Mongama in the Tral area, and Adil Thokar, who belongs to Guri in the Anantnag sector, whose names have also surfaced in close connection with the recent attack on tourists at the Baisaran Meadows in Pahalgam, have been blown up by security forces. These are the visuals on your screens of 2 active terrorists, Asif Sheikh and Adil Thokar, their houses being blown up. These terrorists have been identified in connection with the recent attack in Pahalgam that took the lives of 26 innocents, including 1 foreign national. Now, the houses have been blown up by the security forces, which have already swung into action and begun their crackdown on terror in the valley. Now, these active terrorists who've been identified as Asif Sheikh and Adil Thokar belong to the Tral and the Anantnag sector of Jammu and Kashmir, respectively. In fact, their names surfaced in close connection with the recent attack on tourists at Baisaran Meadows in the Pahalgam district in Jammu and Kashmir. Their houses have been blown up by security forces. That happened just late last evening. The Engineer Corps of the Indian Army was also involved in the tactical operation. houses of two active terrorists also linked to Lashkar-e-Toiba and whose names have surfaced in close connection with the Pahalgam strike. Asif Sheikh in the Tral area and Adil Thokar from Anantnag. Their houses have been blown up by security forces. In fact, preliminary sources have revealed that arms and ammunition, a cache of arms and ammunition was also found inside the residence of these two terrorists that have now been blown up in Anantnag and Tral sectors in North Kashmir. That's the latest that we're picking up from the valley. And this all comes closely as Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has also arrived in Srinagar to take a full stock of the security apparatus in the state and to demarcate the area where the actual attack happened. He will also visit the Baisaran meadows in Pahalgam where the attack took place. Unfortunate attack, gruesome and cowardly attack. 26 innocent lives were lost. Men were singled out from their families, killed in front of the eyes of their wives and children and relatives in Pahalgam. Also being joined by my colleague Rakshita to get us more updates into the matter. Rakshita, a huge development coming in. Houses of two operatives of the Pahalgam terror strike, Asif Sheikh and Adil Thokar, now completely demolished by security forces. Speak to us about it, Rakshita. In fact, before going to my colleague, we have more breaking news coming in. Fighter jets are currently roaming around the terror attack site in Pahalgam. The Indian Air Force has also been swung into action. There is a movement of fighter jets that can be seen. They're flying in the airspace that surrounds the site of the attack where the terror strikes happened in Pahalgam. Now, the aerial activity is part of heightened security following the deadly attack that took place on the unfortunate afternoon of April 22nd. They can be clearly seen in the visuals. We've demarcated it separately for you. The movement of fighter jets, Indian Air Force, pressed in the operations and for beefing up the security around the valley. In fact, this fighter movement was seen very close to the meadows of Pahalgam where the cowardly attack took place. Rakshita, my colleague, continues to join us on the broadcast. Rakshita, speak to us about the security situation now. This comes freshly at the heels of two homes of major operatives of the Pahalgam attack being blown up and destroyed by the security forces. What more can you tell us?
Absolutely, of course. We have seen aerial surveys, of course, happening for the past 2 days. But these are the fighter jets, of course, that have been now deployed by the Indian Air Force fighters that are hovering around the Pahalgam attack site as the security has been heightened. As India has made its stand very clear that it has vowed to take the revenge. It is all its three forces, all the service chiefs are, of course, in coordination, and this is happening right, amidst the visit of the Indian Army Chief. As we speak, in fact, even across Srinagar, we are seeing that there are helicopters right now hovering around us where we are reporting from. So yes, there are choppers that we could hear since morning, and fighter jets, of course, around the around the Pahalgam site. They are hovering. There is the territorial operation that is, of course, underway on multiple fronts. The terrorists are being tracked down. Their hideouts are being busted, blown up, and of course, the Army Chief is in coordination with all the commanders here in Kashmir and talking to the Air Force as well. So yes, the operations are in full swing, and India will be, trying to get the success and get that revenge as soon as possible, because the message is loud and clear from the Prime Minister, as we heard him yesterday, that all of them will be gunned down, they will be marked, they will be found out, those who have carried this out and also those who are backing them.
Right, Rakshita, thanks for getting those key details for us. In fact, we're also being joined by my colleague Eravat, who continues getting us information from Ground Zero. Eravat, speak to us about the fighter movement that we've been witnessing, near the attack site. Security has clearly been beefed up. This is a clear signal that India is now taking full stock of the security apparatus in Jammu and Kashmir. Eravat.
Yes, absolutely. A while back, we have seen that the movement of the fighter jets of the Indian Air Force here in the Pahalgam, where this deadly attack took place, in which we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their life in the deadly terror attack. Also, we have seen during the night hours, we are getting the reports from the reliable sources that the movement of these jets was also reported from the various districts of the Kashmir Valley, whether we will talk about the line of control area in the Uri sector, in the Bandipora, Gurrez. Now, this time we have seen in the morning hours, just a while back, we have seen that the movement in this area, this is the actual area where this incident happened. This is the spot in the Pahalgam where this incident happened. A while back, we have seen that the movement of fighter jets here in the Pahalgam. Also, we have seen that the air surveillance is also being done, as Rakshita was earlier saying that the helicopters movement was seen in the Srinagar. Same kind of the air surveillance are also being done in these difficult terrains. Also, we have been seen that the quadcopters of the Indian Army and other latest gadgets of the Indian Army has also pressed into service here in the Anantnag to nab these attackers. As we have seen that the army chief has landed in Srinagar, he will take off the situation there. Also, we have been told that the Northern Commander LG Manoj Sinha and other top intelligence officers will remain present at the Srinagar meeting, and they will discuss the ongoing happenings. As we have seen that the movement there is still, we can see, if my VG can pan camera this side, we can hear the sound of the fighter jets as of now. If my VJ can pan camera to this side, there is the sound of the fighter jets right now here in the Anantnag and other adjoining areas where this attack happened here in the South Kashmir. And you can see it clearly indicates that how the Indian Air Force and other agencies are all set for any untoward if happen. We have seen that if we'll talk about the Uri sector, we have seen that the fire was initiated by the Indian Army in the Uri sector, but we have seen the alertness of the forces, and they have given the befitting reply to Pakistan troopers who violated the ceasefire violation earlier in the Gurrez sector. But this time we have seen the movement of the fighter jets here in the Pahalgam, where this deadly terror attack took place, which took lives of 26 civilians. Yes.
Right. And Rawat, Rakshita, in fact, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more breaking developments from the valley now, as borders between India and Pakistan boil in the wake of the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgams. An SIT, a special investigation team headed by the additional SP, has been formed to take full stock of the security situation. In fact, 200 individuals are being interrogated over the dastardly attacks that shook Pahalgam on the 22nd of April. This is the latest that we're gauging from the security situation. A special investigation team has now been formed, which will be headed by the additional SP of Anantnag. About 200 people, including Poniwalas, present around Pahalgam at that point are being interrogated by the special investigation team. Being joined by my colleague Zeenat to get us more updates. Zeenat, speak to us about the special investigation team. 200 people are being interrogated. Zeenat.
Yes, absolutely. The SIT, the bigger news coming is that Jammu and Kashmir Police has formed an SIT which is being headed by the additional SP Anantnag for this cave, and the assist SIT is being helping NIA to investigate into the findings of the Pahalgam attack. See, the FIR number 25/2025 has been registered in the police station Anantnag, and though the jurisdiction of the Baisaran comes with the Pahalgam police, and this is where the FIR has been registered. As per the sources, some 200 Poniwalas that were present at the site have been questioned by the SIT, and none of them have been detained as of now, but they are being investigating. Meanwhile, we are also seeing that the NIA is assisting the Jammu and Kashmir police in the entire case, although we are expecting that the NIA will take over this Pahalgam drastic attack. And also the NIA has collected the DNA samples, they have collected the blood-soaked soil from the terror attack site, and also the bullet cartridges that were found in the meadows of Baisar and Anantnag. All these samples have been collected by the NIA. Investigations are underway. And meanwhile, we are seeing the Jammu and Kashmir police is making all the things possible to see that this case is cracked at the earliest. Also, the true OGWs who have been involved in this case, their houses were blown. One of the house was blown up in the Tran, and another was dismantled in Anantnag. In fact, the Anantnag house, the Asif Sheikh, who is Asif Giri, who's also a Lashkar terrorist, his house has been demolished. His sketch was also released by Jammu and Kashmir police yesterday. So a lot of breakings are coming in from the Kashmir where it comes to Pahalgam attack case. With the NIA is leading the investigation, Jammu and Kashmir assisting the case. Additional SP Anantnag has been heading the sit that has been formed by Jammu and Kashmir police.
Joining us, we also have, in fact, more breaking news coming in, viewers. So the NIA's investigation, of course, is underway. The security agencies are, conducting the investigation in full swing. What latest we are picking up is that the forensic evidences, the digital evidence and the drone footage are now being collected for forensic analysis. And no arrests have been made so far in connection with these evidence, at least, but several people are under examination. In fact, the NIA is assisting the Jammu and Kashmir police in this investigation. So that's the big breaking news that we are getting in right now, viewers, as we speak. And I have my colleague Zeenat. In fact, she continues to get us more updates. Zeenat, of course, the National Investigation Agency, along with the Jammu and Kashmir police, are conducting this investigation. They've also lifted DNA swabs as well, blood-soaked soil, etc. Tell us more details, please, about this investigation.
See, definitely the drone was pressed into service to get the more evidences. The drone footage is being examined, and also the digital evidences were collected by the Jammu and Kashmir police at the time of the incident. In fact, the eyewitness who talked about the entire incident and who were the first respondents to reach to the place, they have been saying it was SHO Pahalgam who was the first one to reach to the spot, and then the other security agencies followed the route to Pahalgam. It was a difficult terrain and the steep slopes that makes the operation a bit difficult. The evacuation process took time, with the result number of the people who lost the blood and lost their life because a lot of blood was lost. Now we are seeing the evidences that are being collected by the NIA includes the blood that are being collected by DNA swabs have been collected on the blood-soaked soil, along with the cartridges that were found on the incident spot have been collected by the NIA. As I said, that venue has been taken over by the investigating agencies for the last 3 days. In fact, it has become a no-go zone for the public because the most of the officials are staying there and they don't want that the crime scene is being disturbed. Although we are expecting that the case of Pahalgam will be taken over by the NIA in the coming days, as NIA is also managing the ground here in the Kashmir Valley. They have been there for the last 3 days. Digital evidences, 200 more people have been questioned. Although none of them have been investigated, we are seeing the OGWs, the crackdown on the OGWs, they are being arrested. Many of them have been questioned, and also that has led also to an success in an anti-terror operation that was carried by the joint forces in the Bandipora, where one LET terrorists have been neutralized. Similarly, multiple operations are being carried along the line of control. In the midnight, rather, the small arms firing was reported from the line of control at the multiple posts close to the line of control, and the Indian Army has responded effectively, although there hasn't been any injury or the casualty from the line of control. Action is more in the South Kashmir, where we see that the terrorist Adil Sheikh's house was blown by the joint forces whose involvement has been found. Then action was in Anantnag as well, where again a house was demolished of a LET terrorist. And now we are seeing that the sit has been formed, where an additional SP Anantnag has been taken over this case. The sit has been formed. He is being assisted by couple of officers who have an eyes and the ears on the ground. They are assisting him. IG Kashmir is looking after the case. He has yesterday also tracked this case. It has also tracked this area and was monitoring the situation on ground. Army chief in the Kashmir visiting Srinagar. He's already in Srinagar and is being briefed by the commanders on the ground. Later, he will be going to Udhampur for the high-level meeting. Then again, the Amit Shah is sharing a meeting on Indus Water Treaty. So a lot of push and the development and the action is coming when Pakistan has carried a deadly attack in the Kashmir Valley, and the Indian government is responding to the attack seriously.
Right, Zinat, in fact, to stay on with us, we have some more updates coming in, viewers. So what we understand is that the NIA is formally going to take over this case. It will be formally handed over to the National Investigation Agency, and of course, what they are probing is, of course, that is being shared by my colleague Zinat, that the teams have lifted the DNA swabs, the blood-soaked soil, and the splinter fragments from the blast and bullet hit by Saran Meadow. So Zinat continues to get us more details. Zinat, of course, the National Investigation Agency, what we understand, the information that we're getting is that they're formally going to take over this case. Help us understand more that how many people so far have been interrogated here in the valley.
See, the interrogation and the people being questioned is the exercise that is going on the moment the attack was observed and reported from the Vaisaran village of Pahalgam in South Kashmir. As of now, the 200 people have been detained, have been under investigation, they have been questioned. Let me clear that nobody has been detained in any of the police stations in the Kashmir Valley. People are being approached. They have been asked to help the investigating agencies to crack this case. Many of the people have come on their own to give the details. As the aerial footage has been recovered, the drones were pressed into service so that they get more maximum inputs these get, and the digital evidences were also seized from the spot. We are seeing the people also want that those who carried this attack, the perpetrators, should be dealt seriously, for which the investigation agencies are on ground. We are seeing the NIA, National Investigating Agency, being there, taking and collecting the samples, collecting the soil, blood-soaked soil was collected, and other samples that were collected from the meadows, from this picnic spot where some 26 people lost their life and 17 got injured. Everything is being done, and all the agencies are doing and following the SOPs. Standing operating procedure is being followed so that nothing is missed on the ground. People who responded to the situation were first the poniwalas. It is they who managed to get the people on their shoulders. The evacuation process that was done by the Kashmiris along with Jammu and Kashmir police, the army and others. But the first respondents to this case were the poniwalas who were there and who had seen the drastic scene that unfolded before their eyes. It is one of the deadliest attacks that the Kashmir has witnessed. And a lot of Kashmir see now the pressure being built on the joint forces to neutralize the threat. As the security forces are trying the best from north to south, we are seeing the entertainment operation.
Yeah, Zinat, in fact, we'll come back to you. I think there's a network problem because you're en route trial. We understand there might be some audio issues in some patches. We'll come back to you, but also at the same time, we have Arawat, who is there at the attack site, at the Pahalgam Terror Attack site now. We just, of course, learned about the IAF fighter jets hovering around, of course, conducting the surveys and conducting the security drills. Arawat, tell us more what you're picking up, because the Army Chief is also going to visit the site very, very soon.
Yes, absolutely, Raksha. We have just seen that the movement of the fighter jets along the area in the border areas of the Kashmir Valley, as well as here in the Pahalgam, where this deadly terror attack took place. Republic is on the ground. We will show you all the pictures from the various locations across the Jammu and Kashmir. We will be right back after a short while break. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were.
Report from Srinagar to Pahalgam, and reporters en route trial. And as we speak, we're getting in visuals from the victims' native places, viewers, because it's a heart-wrenching terror attack that has happened in Pahalgam. And as we speak, we're getting in visuals right now of Mr. Ramcharan, who lost his life in this dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam. Viewers, visuals on your screens right now from his home. And Ramchandran, retired and from Kerala, was among the 26 Indians who were killed in Pahalgam terror attack. Ramchandran was in Kashmir on vacation with his family demanding justice. Last rites held today. As we see the visuals coming in, the grieving kin, you can see the family members, you can see the women, they're crying. They are demanding justice. It's a heart-wrenching scene, viewers, what we are getting from Kochi right now. Kerala resident Mr. Ramchandran was killed in the terror attack. He was family of Ramchandran breaking down in tears as they pay the last tribute. You can see the chanting his name, and India showing solidarity, of course. And Ramchandran was hailed from Kerala. And my colleague Ashwin, in fact, has also filed this report from Kochi as he shares with us the story of Ramchandran and his family. Take a look.
Body of N. Ramachandran is now being transferred to his home, where the funeral rites will be held. Thousands of people had gathered to pay tribute. Now his mortal remains are being taken from Changambura Park to his house, where the last rites will be held, and then from home they will be taken to the funeral ground in Edappally itself. Now to the minister as well as MP of Kerala, Minister P. Raji, who hails from Kalmashiri, and Ernakulam MP Haibi Eden are both present over here. They're carrying the hearse right now, accompanied by a lot of volunteers of the RSS as well. Now what we see is that the mortal remains of N. Ramachandran is being carried before he was shot dead, and before that he was asked to say the Kalima, which he refused, which he didn't say, and he was shot immediately. This was the account that was given none other than by the daughter of N. Ramachandran, Aarti Menon, and now his mortal remains, hero, has been given a grand tribute by the people of Kochi in large numbers, who gathered in thousands, waiting in line for many hours to. Known to be a Karyakarta since 1977, a Mukhya Shikshak since 1977, even was contested as a BJP candidate back in 1991 as well. During the time, BJP was hardly a party which had any presence in the state of Kerala.
So viewers, these tears will never be forgotten. The lives that have been lost will never be forgotten, that India has vowed to take revenge. We will continue to get you everything that we are reporting from Kashmir with our biggest team of reporters, viewers, giving you every angle, and of course standing in solidarity with those who have lost their lives, and of course with our forces who are on the ground to get the revenge. We will be right back with more.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
देगी मिर्च, MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का, MDH की देगी मिर्च।
미션 갈라이 들어오나?
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Alright viewers, we are live in breaking of Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have a team of reporters in Jammu and Kashmir in various places as high-level meetings are taking place. The Army Chief is visiting Srinagar and is due to visit Pahalgam and much more. Pakistan is also trying to provoke us once again along the LOC. Just days after the dastardly and cowardly attack on tourists in Pahalgam, we bring you the latest coming in. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started. Houses of Pahalgam attack linked terrorists blown up in South Kashmir. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh destroyed. Big win for forces in Bandipora. Top elite commander Altaf Lali eliminated in encounter. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi in Srinagar to assess security situation in Pahalgam in aftermath of attack. Fighter jets wreck a terror attack site in Pahalgam as part of heightened security reviews in the region. NIA team assists Jammu and Kashmir police in Pahalgam investigation, recovered DNA swabs, blood-soaked soil and splinter fragments from blast and bullet hit meadow. High-level meeting scheduled in Home Minister Shah's residence to be attended by the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil and other cabinet leaders.
All right, viewers, we are getting in breaking news right now. Houses of 2 terrorists who were behind this dastardly Pahalgam attack have been blown up. That's the big breaking news we have right now. The houses of 2 active active terrorists of Lashkar-e, that is Asif Sheikh and of Mohammed Tral and Adil Tokar of Gurui, Anantnag. Their names had surfaced in connection with the recent attacks on the tourists at the Baisaran village in Pahalgam. They were demolished by the authorities during the intervening night of the 24th of April and 25th of April. That's the breaking news we have right now. It's a big development, and you can see those shots that are coming in. You can in fact hear the blast as well, the demolition happening right there. They destroyed, they bled the innocents, they bled innocent Indians mercilessly, cowardly, and now you see their houses going down. And we will be waiting to in fact see when will we trace them down. Jatin, my colleague, is joining us live on the broadcast from Taral. I think, Jatin, if you can hear me, All right. We'll just connect with Jatin in a few seconds from now, what I understand. But these are the visuals that viewers, every Indian should see, the world should see. Special
के जो घर है वहां पर भी आप देखेंगे कि दरारें, टूटे हुए कांच, ये सब तस्वीरें आपको संभवतः यहाँ पर नजर आ रही हैं। बिल्कुल, देखिए उसी घर की मैं आपको तस्वीर दिखा रहा हूँ। बेहद इंटीरियर में जाकर ये घर जो है वो बना हुआ है। आदिल शेख का घर है। तमाम लोग जो है वो यहाँ पर धीरे धीरे करके इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं, लेकिन फोर्सेस जब यहाँ पर पहुंची तो बक्से के अंदर जो आईडी मिला उसको डिफ्यूज किया गया और उसके बाद की तस्वीरें कि आसपास के तमाम जो घर है वो भी आपको यहाँ पर टूटे हुए नजर आएंगे। मलबे में एक तरीके से ये पूरा जो एरिया है वो आपको तब्दील होता हुआ नजर आएगा। कुछ लोग हैं, संभवतः वो फैमिली से जुड़े लोग भी हो सकते हैं आदिल शेख के, उनसे भी हम बात करेंगे। लेकिन सबसे पहले मैं आपको वो तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा देता हूँ कि आसपास के घर देखिए, जो लोग यहाँ पर आ रहे हैं वो पूरे तरीके से उनके कांच टूटे हुए आपको नजर आ जाएंगे। घर का जो एक हिस्सा है वो पूरे तरीके से ढह गया। पूरा कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चलाया गया। फोर्सेस ने इस पूरे इलाके को खाली भी कराया, जो जानकारी हमें मिल रही है। खाली कराने के बाद लोगों को दूर किया गया, लेकिन अंदर से जो विस्फोटक पिले उसको एट स्पॉट ही जो डिफ्यूज है वो संभवतः यहाँ पर किया गया है। और ये देखेंगे कि आसपास के घरों की भी तस्वीर आप देखिए, ये खिड़की पूरे तरीके से टूटी हुई है। कांच आपको इस पूरे रोड पर बिखरा हुआ नजर आ जाएगा। और लोग जो है वो बहुत कम इस पूरे मामले में बात करें, लेकिन जिस तरीके से एलिगेशंस लग रहे हैं उस एलिगेशंस के बाद फोर्सेस ग्राउंड पर है और हर उस जगह पर पहुंच रही है जहां पर उनको इनपुट्स मिल रहे हैं। इनपुट मिलने के बाद की तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं कि वो बॉक्स क्या था, क्यों आईडी यहां पर रखा गया था, वो तमाम ऐसी बातें हैं जो कि अब सवालों के घेरे में है। वो तमाम ऐसी बातें हैं जो कि अब जांच का विषय है। और इस तरफ आएंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि कश्मीर में जो टीन शेड ऊपर छत डली होती है उसकी तस्वीर आप देखिए कि वो इतनी जोरदार धमाका हुआ कि ब्लास्ट होने के बाद ये तस्वीर है। देखिए कि पहचान पाना मुश्किल है कि ये क्या चीज है, लेकिन एल्यूमिनियम का ये शेड है जो कि छत के तौर पर इस्तेमाल होता है। आप इस तरफ चलिए, यहाँ की तस्वीर आप देखिए, खिड़की पूरे तरीके से डैमेज है। आप देखेंगे कांच यहाँ पर बिखरा हुआ है और जो लोग हैं वो साइड में खड़े हुए हैं, हालांकि कोई बात करने को तैयार नहीं। लेकिन आसपास के घरों की भी आप अगर तस्वीर देख रहे हैं तो आसपास के घरों में भी धमाके का जो असर है वो साफ तौर पर यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। पूरा जो एक तरीके से घर है आदिल शेख का वो मलबे में तब्दील हो चुका है और तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे, चाहे ईंट से बना हुआ कंस्ट्रक्शन हो, लकड़ी से बना हुआ कंस्ट्रक्शन हो, पूरे तरीके से बर्बाद है। आदिल शेख वही है जिसके स्केचेस सुरक्षा एजेंसियों ने जारी किए, इनाम उसके ऊपर घोषित किया। इनपुट यही था कि वो यहाँ पर हो सकता है, फोर्सेज यहाँ पर पहुंचती है, कॉम्बिंग ऑपरेशन चलाती है। आशंका इस बात की भी थी अंदर विस्फोटक हो सकते हैं और वैसी ही तस्वीर देखने को मिली। पूरे इलाके को खाली कराया गया। आप देखेंगे आसपास के तमाम घर हैं, लोगों को बाहर इवैक्यूएट किया गया। इवैक्यूएट करने के बाद सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया गया। तो ये जो एरिया आप देख रहे हैं, ये जो सेक्शंस आप देख रहे हैं पानी की टंकी ऊपर है, इसी सेक्शन में एक बक्सा मिलता है। उस बक्से के अंदर से कुछ तारें निकल रही थी। जब फोर्सेज ने उस बक्से को खोला तो उसके अंदर आईडी था और संभवतः जब ब्लास्ट उसको डिफ्यूज किया गया तो उसके बाद की तस्वीरें कि पूरा जो एरिया है वो अब यहाँ पर मलबे में तब्दील है। आप देखेंगे सराउंडिंग्स के घर हैं, ऊपर जो टंकी रखी हुई थी संभवतः वो यहाँ पे पूरे तरीके से डैमेज है। कुछ लोग हैं, उनसे हम बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे। आप लोग बात करेंगे किसका घर था, कौन थी, यहाँ क्या हुआ था, फोर्सेस यहाँ पर आई थी?
जी यहाँ कल रात से ही फोर्सेस आई थी। तो इन्होंने पहले मतलब सिक्योरिटी फोर्स को अंदर भेजा, तलाशी के बाद वहाँ से एक बंदा आया, वो अंदर गया तो वहाँ पे ब्लास्ट रखा। उसके बाद 1:10 पे वो ब्लास्ट फोड़ दिया उन्होंने।
आदिल शेख का घर है?
जी नहीं, आसिफ
शेख का घर है। अच्छा, तो क्या आपके भाई हैं, आपके क्या रिलेटिव है वो?
जी मेरा भाई भी है वो।
अच्छा, तो अब से वो यहीं पर ही रहते थे क्या? आसिफ कौन
वो
है?
4 साल से घर में नहीं थे। 4 साल से नहीं, वो मतलब हमने उसको मैंने बचपन में देखा है उसको, तब से आज तक मैंने उसको नहीं देखा है। जी जी।
तो विस्फोटक कैसे आया यहाँ पर? आपको क्या नहीं पता था कि कमरे में विस्फोटक रखा हुआ है?
जी नहीं, ये इनकी साजिश है ना। वहाँ मैंने बोला ना पहले भी, वहाँ से एक बंदा आया था, वो अंदर गया, वहाँ पे रखा तो 110 पे उसने ये ब्लास्ट किया।
तो क्या पूरे इलाके को खाली करा लिया था जब फोर्स?
जी पूरे इलाके को खाली किया।
जी बताइए।
हाँ, हम एक ही में उसमें जमा हुए थे, तो इन्होंने तमाम को मतलब ये किया था, वहाँ पे जमा किया था। मैं जब देख रही थी कि एक फौजी एहलकार यहाँ से आया, उसने वहाँ पे मुझे लगा कि शायद ये गेट खोलेगा। हम भी नजर रख रहे हैं, जैसे ये हम पे नजर रखते हैं हर दिन।
All right, viewers, we are getting into some breaking news as far as the deployment along the border is concerned. We're talking about the Pakistani Ranger camps, viewers, and we will get more information on that. Amid tensions between India and Pakistan. Now, Pakistan is showing that it is heightening its deployment, the Pakistani Rangers deployment along the international border. And Pakistan has increased the deployment of 13 Chenab Rangers in Jammu international border, deployment of 14 and 26 Chenab Rangers in Samba and Kathua also increased. What we know, Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, what we're learning is that the deployment has been increased twice or thrice.
Normal hai.
Gursimran, if you can hear me. Gursimran, the deployment has been increased 2 to 3 times by the Pakistanis along the international border. In fact, my colleague Gursimran will just be connecting from the Indo-Pakistan international border along Jammu, viewers. But this is the update we have. Remember, there has been heightened security from the Indian side as well, and now we have the Pakistanis, who of course are right now in full caution mode. They don't know where to go. They know that these people who they sent in on Indian soil to commit this heinous attack are being found out, and they'll be gunned down. And Gursimran is back with us from Jammu international border, the Pakistan international border alongside Jammu. Tell us more details about the Pakistani range deployment, Gursimran.
Yes, Rakshita, the deployment of the Pakistani Rangers has been increased to manifold, at least 2 to 3 times on the Indo-Pakistan international border. That is what we are picking up from our sources in the border security force. After the tensions escalated between India and Pakistan, the situation here on the international border too has become tense, with the Pakistan deploying the additional troops. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of the this area of Chaprar, that is in the Pakistan Sialkot. In the visuals, this is the Chaprar area of Pakistan Sialkot, where the deployment of the 13 Chenab Rangers is, and here the deployment has been increased to manifold, not only in the Jammu international border but also in the Samba and Kathua, where the deployment of the 14 Chenab Rangers and 26 Chenab Rangers is, that too has been increased by manifold. That is what we are picking up. This has been done in last 24 hours. That is what the sources in the border security force are confirming to us, that the security from the Pakistan side, the deployment has been increased to a large extent, especially in the areas where the Pakistan used to have almost zero deployment. Because Gaurav is showing you one of the posts of the Pakistan. In between these trees that you see is a built-in structure. That is the one of the posts of the Pakistani side. That used to have almost negligible deployment. 2 to 3 people used to be here during the odd days or any given day. But now what has happened, that after the situation that escalated between India and Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack, what the Pakistan has done, that the Pakistan has now increased the deployment, and the deployment has gone from 2 to 3 to 15 to 20. So this is the extent. But overall, in general, if we speak of the situation, there have been 2 to 3 times deployment that has been done on the international border by the Pakistani side. And the visuals that we are showing you are from the Chaprar area of Sialkot, that is in the Pakistan, just opposite to the India's Jammu international border. And here the deployment has been increased. We are told that the deployment has not been increased in a phased manner, but it was all of a sudden. It has been increased starting yesterday morning, day before yesterday. That night when the MEM made the statements announcing the strict measures against Pakistan for their involvement in the Pahalgam terror attack. After that, we have seen that there was a deployment, there was a movement of the vehicles on the Pakistani side that was intercepted by the BSF. But now what has happened, that the visible deployment can be seen as per the sources in the BSF, that this deployment of the 13 Chenab Rangers, this has been increased to at least 4 to 5 times, while in the area of the Samba and the Kathua, where the 14th Chenab Rangers and the 26th Chenab Rangers have been deployed, that has also been increased by 2 to 3 times. Also, the 4 Chenab Rangers that is deployed on the Indo-Pakistan international border, their deployment too has been increased. So this clearly shows that the Pakistan is rattled. Pakistan feels that India might launch an assault on the Pakistan from the international border, because they know that they have suspended the Shimla agreement that gives India a go-ahead for the line of control, but Pakistan knows that India will go out of the box, and that is what is actually fearing them. India has not announced any of the kinetic measures against Pakistan so far, but Pakistan is afraid because they have seen what has happened post-Uri attack in 2016. It was the month of September when India decided to hit back within 10 days. It was 2019, 14th of February. When Pulwama took place, India decided to hit back after 12 days. So Pakistan knows that the India will be hitting back for sure, because Pakistani terrorists have claimed the lives of 26 innocent civilians, and that leaves no chance for the Pakistan that they will be safe. They will face the diplomatic flashback that they have already, but now it's the time that the Pakistan fears that India will hit back their territory, and that's why the increased deployment of the Chenab Rangers along
stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in. Yes, we have more breaking news coming in. Lashkar-e-Taiba commander has been killed. He has been gunned down. Altaf Lali, he has been gunned down. He is the top commander of the terror outfit Lashkar-e-Taiba. He was killed in an encounter with the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Bandipora. Now, I think Gursimran is with us on that as well. Gursimran, the encounter coming as part of the ongoing efforts to track down these Lashkar terrorists. And tell us more about this man called Altaf Lali.
See, Altaf has
Zeenat,
been
in fact, is joining us with more information. Zeenat, of course, it's a big... Right, I think Zeenat is back with us. Zeenat, tell us more updates about this encounter and the role of Altaf Lali in the valley, about his terror motives and his activities.
See, the Altaf Lali is a local face of Lashkar-e-Taiba in Bandipora of North Kashmir. He's a local. He hails from the same district and lives there only. He has been active in Lashkar-e-Taiba outfit for a long time. The plans, the Lashkar that who planned the operations in Bandipora, be it on the attack on the security forces, targeted killings, or an attack on the Jammu and Kashmir police, Altaf Lali was one of the faces of the Lashkar for all these things. Today in the morning, he got trapped in one of the hideouts that his OGW was able to locate, and then the information was passed to the joint forces in Bandipora, who launched the coordinated search operation and started coming close to the hideout. The moment Altaf Lali, along with one of his associates, saw the forces and the OGW, he fired upon them in order to manage his escape. When he left his weapon, which is a AK-56, that was recovered by the joint forces lying in an open air, that was confiscated, and the search operation was extended. With the result, he got trapped and was neutralized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The Bandipora police carried this operation along with Indian Army's Rashtriya Rifle. Altaf Lali is a bigger blow to the Lashkar-e-Taiba in North Kashmir, in the Bandipora, where he has been holding the commands from the people across the line of control. He has been executing their plans on the ground. With the result, yes, a kind of a chain has been broken for Lashkar-e-Taiba in Bandipora, where Altaf's neutralization is a blow to Lashkar-e-Taiba. As far as the operation is concerned in Bandipora, the operation continues in Bandipora, because as the other OGW who has managed his escape from there, he is being traced. In case he is traced, he will be hunted down. This is a message that is coming from the government of India and its wings in Jammu and Kashmir to the Pakistan, that nobody will be spared, because after the drastic attack that the Lashkar carried in Pahalgam, the government of India is doing everything to see that wherever these terrorists are, their links are, they are neutralized are the earliest. So the operation continues in Bandipora, where the success has come to Jammu and Kashmir police, along with Indian Army and the other agencies. That they neutralize one LET commander, a body blow that has been given to Lashkar in North Kashmir's Bandipora.
Right, Zina, thank you so much for joining us with those details. We'll keep a track as you are en route Tral, where the terrorists' houses are being demolished. Right now, viewers, we bring you a stunning revelation. Republic TV has been on the forefront, giving you all the information that exposes the Pakistan side. But here, the Hamas angle comes in. You've seen those videos that we've shown you, the point-blank range of shooting down, releasing those videos, recording those videos with the helmets mounted with cameras, viewers. This was a complete Hamas design that was being followed by these Pakistani terrorists. Now, what we know is that there was a grand reception, a grand welcome for some Hamas elements from Hamas leaders at Pakistan's Bahawalpur. It is a city in Punjab's in the Pakistani Punjab province, and there was a meeting just days before this attack in Pahalgam. Here's a report to know more. In fact, we're showing you pictures also of that. We have those pictures of the meeting as we continue to show you. And there is a video also you can see where the Hamas leaders are in Pakistan's Bahawalpur. We have some information how that this could have been the blueprint for the Pahalgam massacre. The Pakistan-Hamas terror nexus under global scrutiny now, timeline too tight to ignore. Please play the reaction we have from the Israeli ambassador, viewers.
Ever since the ghastly terror attack there in Pahalgam, there are lots of parallels that are being drawn as to what happened there in Pahalgam and then what happened on October 7th when Hamas terrorists attacked in Israel. What do you have to say about that? How do you see that?
Well, it's very easy to see the lines that are very similar. Because the terrorists are copycatting and they are inspiring each other. Unfortunately, we've seen Hamas leaders being invited to areas, to Lashkar Taiba events, etc. And this is completely unacceptable. We know that. We know that they have the same goal, but we have the same goal as well. We are going to fight as civilized societies to get rid of these terrorists and to get rid of the root causes of that are enshrined in this extremist, distorted religious cult. We have to fight that in many ways, not only militarily, but also politically. We have to join, we have to coordinate our foreign policies, we have to fight against the means of communication that are being used by the terrorists. This is a comprehensive effort, and it will take time. And we are determined to continue working together with the Indian government to cope with that.
Right, viewers, there you have visuals and the reactions also from the Israeli ambassador, who has now confirmed the role of Hamas terror outfit in the conversation with Republic TV viewers. We've seen the Hamas posters that have come up so many times by the protesters across India, wherever there has been anything as far as the reforms are concerned. We've seen the sympathies for the Hamas terrorists by several of these Pak proxy leaders, viewers. And there you have the role exposed. In fact, viewers, we are also getting to know that as the borders between India and Pakistan boil in the wake of a terror attack in Pahalgam, Islamabad's Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar has described the perpetrators as freedom fighters, viewers. It's a clear admission. Not the first time, of course, from Pakistan. It has happened before during Pulwama. And now, after the Pahalgam terror attack, you have the Deputy Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister. We have the Islamabad's Foreign Minister, who's also the Deputy Prime Minister, Ishaq Dar, saying that those who carried out the attacks in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam district on 22nd of April might be freedom fighters. That is what the Islamabad is saying. Let's take a listen, and viewers, if we have that sound bite.
क्योंकि ये हमने ये नहीं कहा, वो हमें शुक्रगुजार होना चाहिए कि ये तो फ्रीडम फाइटर्स भी हो सकते हैं. वी डोंट नो. क्योंकि ये हमने ये नहीं कहा, वो हमें शुक्रगुजार होना चाहिए कि ये तो फ्रीडम फाइटर्स भी हो सकते हैं. वी डोंट नो. क्योंकि ये हमने ये नहीं कहा, वो हमें शुक्रगुजार होना चाहिए कि ये तो फ्रीडम फाइटर्स भी हो सकते हैं. वी डोंट नो.
Right, viewers. So in the wake of the terror attack, viewers, we can clearly see that how Pakistan's role is being exposed. In fact, viewers, this entire attack has drawn in the global attention. And if Pakistan has in fact signed up for the worst this time, it has signed up for the worst. And we will just bring you this report to explain how India compares with, there is no comparison of course, but you should know about India's military might.
India's military might stands as a towering testament to its unwavering commitment to national security and regional dominance, dwarfing Pakistan's capabilities across every measurable metric. With 14,55,550 active military personnel, India's forces outnumber Pakistan's 6.5 lakh by more than double, showcasing a robust and ready manpower advantage. That's India for you. And this disparity widens further with paramilitary forces, where India's 25,27,000 personnel overwhelmed Pakistan's 5 lakh, ensuring superior internal security and border protection. Even in the reserve forces, India's 11,55,000 personnel, nearly double of Pakistan's 5.5 lakh, providing a deep bench of trained soldiers for any contingency. Now, in the skies, India's air superiority is undeniable. Its 513 total fighter aircraft eclipse Pakistan's 328, while the dedicated fighter fleet of 130 outstrips Pakistan's 90 fighter aircraft dedicated. That ensures India's dominance in case of an aerial combat. Pakistan knows that. The transport aircraft fleet, critical for logistics and rapid deployment, stands at 270 for India compared to Pakistan's mere 64, highlighting India's ability to sustain operations across vast distances. Now, India's helicopter fleet of 899, including 80 attack helicopters, far surpasses Pakistan's 373 helicopters and 57 attack units, giving India a decisive edge in both mobility and offensive aerial operations with choppers. On the ground, India's 4,201 combat tanks roll over Pakistan's 2,627 and its 3,975 towed artillery guns outnumber Pakistan's 2,629, ensuring overwhelming firepower in land engagements. In the sea, India's naval supremacy is unchallenged, with a warship fleet of 293 compared to Pakistan's 121 only. India's 2 aircraft carriers, and Pakistan has none, project power far beyond its shores, while 18 submarines to Pakistan's 8, 13 destroyers to Pakistan's 0 cement India's control over maritime domain in case there's a requirement. Now, these figures paint a clear picture that India's military is not just larger, it's a strategic juggernaut built to deter, defend, dominate. Pakistan's forces simply cannot match the scale, versatility, and technological edge of India's arsenal. This isn't just a comparison of numbers, it's a declaration of India's unassailable position as a regional superpower, ready to safeguard its sovereignty, assert its influence on the global stage, and, most importantly, take revenge.
We continue to report more details, but right now we slip into a very, very short break. On the other side, we'll tell you how a high-level meeting is being scheduled at the Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. It will be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil and other cabinet leaders. More on that. Stay tuned.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी। एंड ही हैज आल्सो सेड अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया। इन अदर वर्ड्स ही हैज सेड whatever remaining land is there where the terrorists are getting patronage, where they live and where they get support, that will also go. My interpretation is the status quo of the LOC will change after 75 years. I hope it does. I hope it does. I take the Prime Minister's words extremely seriously.
Republic TV continues to report on each and every angle of this deadliest attack on Indian soil from Pakistan. Viewers, we continue to get you everything that's happening in the national capital, as multiple meetings have been lined up by the top ministers, by the central ministers, and also, of course, what's happening from Srinagar, where I'm reporting from, to Tral, where my colleagues are showing you how the terrorist hideouts, the houses are being gunned down, and also we are reporting from the attack side, where the army chief will be has reached. We'll get you more detail, but first, the top stories that we are tracking on this. Houses of Pahalgam attack linked terrorists blown up in South Kashmir. Houses of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh destroyed. Big win for forces in Bandipora. Top LT commander Altaf Lali eliminated in this encounter. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi in Srinagar to assess security situation in Pahalgam in aftermath of the attack. Fighter jets recce terror attack site in Pahalgam as part of heightened security reviews in the region. NIA teams assist Jammu and Kashmir police in Pahalgam investigation, recovered DNA swabs, blood-soaked soil, splinter fragments from blast and bullet hit by Saran Meadow. High-level meeting scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence to be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil and other leaders. Well, my colleague Zeenat is right now in Tral at South Kashmir, where the terrorists' houses have been demolished. We'll just go across to her straight. She's live with us. Zeenat, over to you. Tell us, what are you witnessing around?
Rakshita, I'm reporting from Anantnag in South Kashmir, and my Vijay Mubashir is showing you the visuals of the house that was demolished by the security forces, the joint forces and the administration here in Anantnag. The house here you see is reduced to a chaotic pile of rubble with collapsed concrete walls, shattered beams and a carved-in roof, creating a jagged silhouette against the sky. Debris including bricks that my Vijay is showing, twisted metal rods, a splintered wood is strewn across the site, forming an uneven terrain of destruction. This tells you the story from the Anantnag. A faint layer of the dust coats the wreckage, with occasional wisp of smoke rising from the smoldering rims hitting at the recent demolition that was carried by the Jammu and Kashmir police. This is the house of Adil Thakur, who has been involved in the Pahalgam terror attack. The demolition has been taken by the Jammu and Kashmir police and the administration, as the Adil's involvement has been found. In fact, this is not the only structure that you see that has been razed to the ground. There is one more structure that is in Pulwama's Tral, where due to the security concern, we could not reach. But yes, there is one more structure has been demolished there also, as the search was carried by the forces in that house. The explosion that was inside that house went off, resulting into the result was the house was blown up. So these are the two structures. One is of the Adil Sheikh and another one is of the Asif Sheikh and another is of Adil Thakur. Adil Thakur's sketch was also released by Jammu and Kashmir police yesterday. So you can see the action that these organizations are, terror organizations, are facing on the ground, where you see the villagers, the neighbors have also gathered in this around this very place, which has now been razed to the ground. The action that has been taken by the Jammu and Kashmir administration, the police, that terror will not be tolerated here. And these are the visuals that we are beaming on from the Anantnag. Armed security police, and this is a house that you have to make an entry through very narrow lanes and the by lanes. The scene stepped, and it's a quiet atmosphere around, and their mood is also very tense, that I can see from the local perspective. The people they have been left guessing that the kind of action that has been taken by the Jammu and Kashmir police. The demolished house stands as a stark symbol of intrusion of terrorism into the civilian life. The terrorism has ruined the lives of the people of Jammu and Kashmir for decades together. But now we are seeing an action coming from the joint security forces in Anantnag and also in Pulwama, where the house of Adil Hussain Thakur, it looks like a collapsed structure. This is the structure that is we are beaming on screen, is from Anantnag, where the action has been taken by the Jammu and Kashmir police, the administration. The house has been razed to the ground. The action coming from the Jammu and Kashmir police, as the police is investigating the entire attack case, and the layers that are coming out tells you that how severely and serious the Jammu and Kashmir police is in solving the case. Although NIA will take over the case, but NIA is at present holding the fort at Pahalgam, where the samples and other things were collected. The DNA swabs have been collected, and also the blood-soaked soil so we are seeing the multiple layer investigations that Jammu and Kashmir police, the NIA, state CID department, army, all have chipped in. And while this house has been demolished here in Anantnag, the other one has been blown up in Tral. This is coming when the army chief of the country is in Srinagar and reviewing the security situation on the ground. So these are the visuals that we are showing you, where you see the entire structure has been demolished. It has turned into rubble. You see the bricks on the ground, the wooden infrastructure, and also the window panes, glasses have completely broken. These are the visuals that we are viewing from the Anantnag. This is the Gur village of Anantnag, where the incident, the action has taken place by the police and the administration. That tells you the strong action coming from the joint forces when it comes to dealing with the terror. This is more like sending a strong message that the action that has been, the crime that has been committed by the terror outfits and one of its key conspirators, the action has been followed. His house has been completely demolished in Anantnag.
We continue to show you visuals exclusively from Tral, but also we are getting in the visuals from Vijayawada of Andhra Pradesh. You can see, viewers, the anger, the outrage, the blood is boiling, viewers, of every Indian. The 26 Indians who were killed in this attack. You can see the shots coming in from Vijayawada right now as we play them on our screens. Protests against Pakistan in Andhra Pradesh, and similar protests happening all across the country. We've seen protests at multiple locations in multiple cities from across the length and breadth of the country, viewers. In fact, there are this, as the Prime Minister yesterday said, viewers, that this was an attack on the very unity of India, the very soul of India. He started his speech when the part where he was condemning and sending out a strong message on the attack. He said that that these victims were from different parts of the country. The people were different parts of the country, and this was a targeted attack. It was an attack on the soul of India and what everything that is Indian, the diversity that India has, the social fabric of India. And the latest update we have is that there are protests that are happening in Vijayawada. Also, viewers, we are getting some more updates. Breaking news is that the Army Chief, General Upendra Dwivedi, has reached Srinagar. The breaking news we're getting in, he is being briefed by the 15 corps commanders on the security situation, actions being taken by the formation against terrorists inside own territory, and Pakistani army attempts to violate the ceasefire along the LOC. So the Army Chief has reached Srinagar now, and he's being briefed by the 15 corps commander on the security situation. He'll also be meeting the governor, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha. He'll be telling him about the situation, informing him, briefing him about the situation, the security situation that he has assessed. And this is the latest update we're getting in right now from Srinagar, where I'm reporting from right now, viewers. The Army Chief is being briefed by 15 corps commanders on the security situation, actions be taken by the formation against terrorists inside own territory, and Pakistani army attempts to violate the ceasefire along the LOC army officials. The breaking news we have right now, Army Chief is in Srinagar, and he will be also meeting, of course, the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha at the Raj Bhavan, at the Governor's house, and he will be, of course, visiting the meadows at the Baisaran village where this dastardly attack, the massacre happened. The blood of innocent Indians, innocent civilians, unarmed civilians was bled. In fact, my colleague Anamika Singh joins us live on the broadcast from the Raj Bhavan. Anamika, हमें बताइए क्या कुछ जानकारी आप हासिल कर रही हैं? राज भवन के बाहर हैं आप?
और देखिए, राजभवन के बाहर मेरी मौजूदगी है और सेना प्रमुख उपेंद्र द्विवेदी का जो काफिला है गाड़ियों का वो राजभवन पहुंच चुका है। ठीक जहां पे मैं खड़ी हूं उसके ठीक सामने जो देख रहे हैं आप वो हाई सिक्योरिटी जोन वाला रास्ता है और आगे राजभवन है। तो जो काफिला है कुछ देर पहले पहुंचा है राजभवन के भीतर और जानकारी ये मिल रही है कि पहले यहाँ पर बैठक होगी LG मनोज सिन्हा के साथ। इसके बाद सेना प्रमुख उपेंद्र द्विवेदी जो है वो पहलगाम के लिए रवाना होंगे हेलीकॉप्टर के जरिए और वहां पर पहलगाम में जो घटना स्थल है वहां का जायजा लिया जाएगा उनकी ओर से। इसके बाद वापस वो श्रीनगर बेस पर लौटेंगे। लेकिन बड़ी बात यहां पर यह है कि जिस तरीके से उपेंद्र द्विवेदी का ये दौरा है, 2 दिन पहले रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह के साथ भी उनकी मीटिंग हुई थी। आपको याद होगा तीनों सेना प्रमुख जो थे वो उस मीटिंग में मौजूद थे। उसके बाद जिस तरीके से पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले में शामिल आतंकियों के खिलाफ जिस तरीके से कार्रवाई की जा रही है, तो आज राजभवन में LG मनोज सिन्हा को तमाम कार्रवाइयों की जानकारी सौंपी जाएगी, साझा की जाएगी, बड़ी बैठक होगी। जम्मू कश्मीर की सिक्योरिटी को लेकर के भी यहाँ पे समीक्षा की जाएगी। इसके बाद सेना प्रमुख जो कि मौजूद हैं श्रीनगर में, दूसरी ओर आसिफ शेख और आदिल दोनों जो आतंकी हैं पहलगाम हमले में शामिल, वो उनके घरों पर जिस तरीके से ब्लास्ट किया गया, कार्रवाई की जा रही है, सेना की ओर से सर्च ऑपरेशन चलाया जा रहा है। तो तमाम ऑपरेशंस की जानकारी यहाँ पे उपेंद्र द्विवेदी की ओर से मनोज सिन्हा के सामने रखी जाएगी, बताई जाएगी। इसके अलावा बड़ी बैठक होगी। ये बैठक कई मायनों में महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है क्योंकि श्रीनगर में सेना प्रमुख का मौजूद होना और सेना का ग्राउंड ऑपरेशन को तेज करना, अलग अलग जो ऑपरेशन है वो चल रहे हैं। हमें आसमान में 2-4 हेलीकॉप्टर्स भी उड़ते हुए दिखाई दिए। तो श्रीनगर में इस वक्त हलचल मची हुई है, सेना प्रमुख की मौजूदगी है यहाँ पर। सेना के कई टुकड़ियां जो है अलग अलग हिस्सों में जाके सर्च ऑपरेशन चला रही हैं, आतंकियों के घरों को ब्लास्ट किया जा रहा है। तो ये अपने आप में बड़ी अपडेट है और सेना प्रमुख चूंकि मौजूद है तो माना दरअसल ये जा रहा है कि जो कार्रवाई है वो और तेज कर दी जाएगी।
Absolutely right. Anamika Singh is also getting us those live inputs from outside the Governor's House, from the Raj Bhavan, as the Army Chief is there. Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi holding a meeting with the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, and then he will of course be visiting the site, the Pahalgam Terror Attack site. And Anamika, हमें बताते रहिए और क्या कुछ आप जानकारी हासिल कर पा रही हैं, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं जैसे कि आपने जिक्र भी किया that aerial surveys have been done via the helicopters right above where we are standing in Srinagar. Also, we have just seen that there was at least back-to-back 2 helicopters that were, of course, conducting an aerial survey. But जैसे कि आपने बताया कि एंटी टेरर ऑपरेशंस भी अंडरवे हैं और खासकर जनरल उपेंद्र द्विवेदी जो हैं वो इस बारे में भी जो तमाम आर्मी कमांडर्स हैं यहाँ पर घाटी में उनसे भी बातचीत कर रहे हैं। जहाँ तक बात है एंटी टेरर ऑपरेशंस की, तमाम जो मल्टीपल फ्रंट्स पे अभी चल रहे हैं, एनकाउंटर भी चल रहे हैं, लगातार इन्फिल्ट्रेशन की भी बार बार जो है प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं पाकिस्तान द्वारा, उस पर भी जो है जानकारी हासिल कर रहे हैं और अगला जो स्टेप है वो भी करेंगे। अच्छा, अब मैं आपके पास आऊंगी अनामिका। वी हैव Arawat also joining us from Pahalgam. Arawat, we just got visuals of outside Raj Bhavan in Srinagar where we see that the Army Chief has reached. What are you picking up from Pahalgam right now?
Yes, Rakshita, we have seen that the Army Chief has landed in Srinagar. Then he went to Rajban, where he will take the meeting of the there with the LG Manoj Sinha and other intelligence business officers. And then after he is also scheduled to visit here in the Baisaran village where this deadly terror attack took place. We have seen that all the security arrangements are on place here. We have also seen that the anti-terror operation is also on here in the Baisaran area.
All right, just stay on with us, Arawat. Just stay on with us. We are cutting across to the visuals coming in from the national capital. This is from the historic Red Fort. The visuals we are getting in from outside the Lal Killa, the Red Fort. There are protests happening across the length and breadth of the country. Now this is an anger that is being displayed, the outrage amongst the traders of Delhi. The Delhi traders, viewers, have now holding protests against the Pahalgam terror attack. That is the breaking news. Pakistan, hi Pakistan, Murdabad is the slogan that is echoing, that is reverberating in several parts of the country, viewers, as we speak. Visuals coming in from the national capital's Lal Killa, where this is the Red Fort area. It's a very important site, of course, an area where there is a lot of tourism as well, and the adjacent areas, of course, have important markets, very important for Delhi's trade and tourism. Of course, there has been an attempt to, it's a big attempt to shut down the trade and tourism, that the backbone of Kashmir's economy that has revived after the abrogation of Article 370. And clearly, this is a message that is being sent out by those across the border, sitting that they cannot stomach the success. They cannot stomach Naya Kashmir. They want to bring it back to the old days, as they want that the youth should be unemployed, that the Kashmiris should be suffering. And now we have Delhi traders also showing solidarity with those who have been killed. And Arawat continues to be with us. Arawat, tell us more. You were telling us, you were showing us around what's happening in Pahalgam. The Army Chief will be there shortly.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. These are the visuals of the same area where the combing operation is going on. Also, the Army Chief Upendra Dwivedi will arrive here at the location where this incident took place, in which we have seen that the 26 civilians lost their life in the deadly terror attack. And you can see these are the difficult terrains, Rakshita. If my VJ can pan up to this side, you can see the snow-capped mountains there in the Pahalgam where the operation is taking place. Also, we have seen the officials have also visited this place by the road. Also, we are being told that after the Raj Bhavan that the army chief will visit to this site where this incident happened through the helicopters. Also, we have seen continuous the movement of the helicopters, not only here where this attack happened, but overall if we talk about the Kashmir Valley, we have seen that the multiple locations where we have seen that the air surveillance is also being done in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, that the National Investigation Agency will also take this case handover will be to NIA. Also, we have seen that the electronic gadgets and other things have also been seized by the police, and the investigation is on about the incident. Also, there is a lot of expectations after we have seen that the meeting is underway here at the Raj Bhavan. We have seen a while back that the army chief has reached the Raj Bhavan and the meeting has just begun. Rakshita.
Right, Rava, just stay on with us. We are getting in more information as we are exploring all the angles and all the latest developments, fast-paced developments on Republic TV viewers. And the latest we have is that a special investigation team, an SIT, has been formed by Anantnag, additional SP of Anantnag. He has constituted this SIP. This SIT has been, in fact, being constituted by and led by additional SP Anantnag. In connection with the terror attack. Over 200 individuals, viewers, over 200 individuals, including ponywalas in the area, are being questioned while the digital evidence and the drone footage is being gathered for forensic analysis. No arrests so far, viewers. Keep in mind, no arrests so far, but there is examination of hundreds of people that is going on right now, because the agencies have to be very, very careful what happens from here. And the situation, of course, is very sensitive in Jammu and Kashmir. The National Investigation Agency, assisting the Jammu and Kashmir Police, will be formally taking over this investigation. Remember, the NIA was the team to reach first as far as the investigation is concerned. Right, the next morning after the dastardly attack in Pahalgam, it was the NIA, and it is assisting the Jammu and Kashmir Police, but it will be now taking over formally, officially, as far as the investigation is concerned. The NIA teams, remember, have collected DNA samples, DNA swabs, blood-soaked soils and splinter fragments from the blast, the bullet hit site, as part of the ongoing investigation. That is the big breaking news we have right now, and we continue to get you more inputs as far as the investigation is coming in, and also the operations, the anti-terror operations. It's a war against terror. It's a fight against terror that India is right now fighting, and there are protest visuals coming in from across the country, from different from the trade unions, and you also see the common man, everybody standing in solidarity with the victims. Zeenat, my colleague who is in Tral right now, joins us. Zeenat, well, the NIA team was the first to reach just the next morning after this attack in Pahalgam, and now it has, of course, it will be taking over formally. Many people have been questioned. 200 people have been questioned, including the ponywalas here in Kashmir. Zeenat.
Yes, this is how the investigation is. This is how the investigation here is unfolding. The NIA is there, present on the ground. Jammu and Kashmir Police is assisting NIA, and we are saying the people are being questioned. The investigation is on. Apart from NIA and J&K Police, we are seeing the state CID also in action. They're also investigating the entire incident. All these people are assisting at present NIA when it comes dealing with and cracking the case of Pahalgam in Anantnag. As far as we are bringing the sketches, the Pahalgam, those who have been part of this attack, those sketches have been released by J&K Police. Even the Delhi released the sketches, and the sketches of one of hello.
Right.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think we will.
Hello.
Yes. Please go ahead.
See, Rakshita, the case is being.
I think Zeenat is not able to. Yes. Please go ahead.
See, Rakshita, the investigation is going on from multiple angles. From the angles of the drone footage that has been accessed, the digital evidences that have been accessed, the people who have been questioned, the ponywalas who have been there on the ground, the transporters who had helped them during the evacuation, the locals who took them back and were sent to Pahalgam Medical Hospital.
then also the relatives are being questioned. The people who survived this drastic attack, they were also questioned by the investigating agencies. Even the briefing was done to Home Minister Amit Shah. The briefing is going on at Army headquarters, where General Dwivedi, the Army chief, is being briefed about the entire incident, and the security scenario is being discussed in the Jammu and Kashmir, and also to how to hunt down these terrorists who had carried this attack is also being discussed, for which the multiple agencies are working round the clock. We have been seeing since this Pahalgam attack, most of the investigating agencies, most of the people in combat, they are on ground. Most of them have not been to their bed since this encounter has, since this attack has taken place. All this is helping the investigating agencies to crack the case. That is why we reached to some conclusion. They were able to release this.
Right, there is some problem with the audio, but continue to get us more, reports from Taral viewers where the terrorists' houses have been now demolished. We will get you more updates. We will. Right now, we are telling you this story that we broke yesterday. The BSF Jawan who has been detained by the Pakistani forces, by the Pakistani Rangers. The BSF constable was detained by Pakistani Rangers viewers on Wednesday after he inadvertently crossed the international border. And what we know is that officials from Indian Army in Pakistan have initiated a flag meeting to negotiate his release, which has not been successful yet. That's the breaking news we have. It was taking some time yesterday. Also, my colleague, I think, my colleague Goswami was there telling us about this BSF officer. In fact, we have a report filed by my colleague on this same. Viewers, take a listen in.
The BSF constable who was detained by Pakistani Rangers after he accidentally crossed the international border has still not been released. Constable PK Shaw of the BSF battalion was detained by Pakistan Rangers after he accidentally crossed the Punjab border in Firozpur to the Pakistani side on 23rd April. The BSF Jawan was on routine duty when he mistakenly crossed the zero line which demarcates the border between India and Pakistan. The incident occurred while the soldier was on duty near farmland close to the Indo-Pak border. Constable PK Shaw, veteran with 17 years of service, is reportedly a resident of Mukherjee Street in Hooghly district of West Bengal. Union Minister and West Bengal BJP President Sukanta Majumdar had telephonic conversation with the wife of the BSF Jawan.
पठानकोट की तरफ से उनको उठा के ले गया ना पाकिस्तान। हाँ सर। ठीक है, हम होम मिनिस्ट्री के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, आप चिंता मत करिए, ठीक है? हाँ, पूरा देश आपके साथ खड़ा हुआ है। हाँ, बस यही निवेदन है कि जल्द से जल्द चले आए वो। हाँ, पूरी जोर लगा देंगे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First, proof, Dwivedi family from Kanpur.
मैं और शुभम बैठ के मैगी खाने जा रहे थे. शाम भी मेरी बहन थोड़ा दूर बैठी थी और पापा मेरे वॉशरूम में थे. उतनी देर में एक बंदा पीछे से आया और उसने गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
Mich kalay drum na. Mich kalay drum na.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, viewers, as we speak and report from Srinagar, the latest we have is that the Chief of Army Staff General Upinder Dwivedi is right now in Srinagar, and he has held a meeting with the Lieutenant Governor as well. We will continue to get you more updates, viewers. First, the headlines. Houses of Pahalgam attack linked terrorists blown up in South Kashmir. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh destroyed. Big win for forces in Bandipora. Top LT commander Altaf Lali eliminated in the encounter. Indian Army Chief General Upinder Dwivedi in Srinagar to assess the security situation in Pahalgam in the aftermath of the attack. Fighter jets recce terror attack site in Pahalgam as a part of heightened security reviews in the region. NIA teams assist Jammu and Kashmir police in Pahalgam investigation. Recovered DNA swabs, blood-soaked soil, splinter fragments from blast and bullet hit Bison Meadow. And high-level meeting scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence today. Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil amongst the other cabinet leaders will be present. Right, viewers, so Chief of Army Staff General Upinder Dwivedi is in Srinagar. We're getting you the first visuals of his visit to Srinagar before he goes to Pahalgam. And these are the visuals on your screens as we speak. He's being briefed by the top commanders. That is the latest visual, exclusive visuals on Republic TV as we speak, viewers. These are the photos of Chief of Army Staff General Upinder Dwivedi right now on your screens. Are the latest visuals from Srinagar and photos of the ongoing visit. He has also visited the Raj Bhavan, that is the governor's house, and he will be assessing the security situation. He is taking a brief from the commanders, or the other army commanders as well right now. These are the latest visuals that we are getting in right now from Srinagar, viewers. This is the big breaking news we are getting in right now from Srinagar. Right now the army chief will be also heading to Pahalgam terror site, and we of course in Srinagar can also hear many helicopters hovering around as the army chief, whenever there's a movement, we see some helicopters as well. This is the latest update we are getting in right now from Srinagar. I believe that he's heading to Pahalgam. That's the latest update after this meeting of the visuals that we are sharing from that visit that we are sharing. These are the latest visuals that are coming in right now, viewers. The Army Commander of Northern Command, the Army Commander, Northern Command, and 15 Corps GOC are part of this meeting. If I have to point out the pictures, the composition, we have the Chief of Army Staff, General Upinder Dwivedi, Army Commander, Northern Command, and 15 Corps GOC. This is the update we are getting in right now. This is right ahead of the visit to the terror attack site. That is the big breaking news we have right now. Our Army Chief in Srinagar taking stock of the situation, also assessing and taking information about the recent infiltration bids and the encounters that have just happened, and many of the terror operations that are right now underway on multiple fronts. And now we have some more breaking news coming in, viewers, as we speak. What we are getting to know is that a massive search operation has been launched across multiple villages of Shopian district. Security forces have targeted residents of suspected terror associates. So the crackdown is underway in full swing, viewers. Digital devices and other materials are being seized for investigation and tracking down the active terrorists and their support infrastructure. Remember, the country, the nation is not taking this attack lying down, and they are hunting down all those who have bled India, who have bled the innocent Indians, and they are tracking down each and every one of them, not just those attackers, but everyone who have supported them on any soil. Anyone who has supported these terrorists are being tracked down. Evidence is being collected. Gursimran joins it live on the broadcast from Gursimran. It's a big operation that we're learning about at multiple villages of Shopia district. The crackdown is in full swing.
Yes, the crackdown is in full swing as we speak. The security forces, especially in the South Kashmir, they are hunting these terrorists from house to house, from every nook and corner, because these perpetrators, those who have claimed the 26 civilian lives, are not only the enemy of Jammu and Kashmir police, but they are the enemy of the humanity. So it's not about the Jammu and Kashmir police, Indian Army, CRPF hunting them down, but it is the united effort that is being made by all the agencies to ensure that every input that is being generated is worked upon thoroughly and is turned into an operation. And that's why we are witnessing that starting from the Shopian to Kulgam to Anantnag to the North Kashmir's Bandipora to the upper reaches of Gurez, everywhere we are witnessing anti-terror operations being launched by the security forces so as these terrorists can be neutralized. 2 Pakistani, 2 local terrorists that are on the radar, and also their entire support infrastructure, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi yesterday made it very clear that we will identify them, track them, and also will punish them. Not only them, but also their handlers and their backers. That means not only in the country, but if someone is outside, like we have seen in the case of 26/11, that how the perpetrator was brought in from the foreign land. Yes. That is what the Prime Minister meant to say when he said that the supporters, the handlers and the backers of these terrorists, they will also be punished.
Right, just stay on with us, Gursimran. We also have more updates coming in now. With the Pakistan, of course, Pakistan is looking at what's happening, that our forces are not going to spare anyone, that India has full resolve, and now the Pakistani Rangers have in fact heightened their deployment along the Indo-Pakistan international border. Pakistan has increased the deployment of 13 Janab Rangers in Jammu, at the Jammu international border. Gursimran Singh joins us for more. Gursimran, deployment of 14 and 26 Janab Rangers in Samba and Katua has also been increased. So the deployment has been increased 2 to 3 times. That is, Pakistan right now is in hot water. It knows it's on tenterhooks. It is right now scrambling for options. What to do? That's the state of Rawalpindi, if I can be more precise and specific.
Yes, Rakshita, the Pakistan is in scrambles. Pakistan do not know what lies ahead for them, and that's why we are witnessing the heightened activity of the Pakistani Rangers that has been increased. The deployment has been increased to a next level. Right now we are at the Indo-Pakistan border. To opposite to this is the deployment of the 13 Chenab, where the Pakistani post used to have 3 to 5 troops of the Pakistani Chenab Rangers. Now the deployment has been increased by manifold. 4 to 5 times has been increased in the Jammu area, and also 2 to 3 times in the Chenab's Rangers deployment of the 16 Chenab, 14 Chenab as well as 26 Chenab in the area of Samba and the Kathua. These deployments have been increased in past 36 hours. Very soon it is being said that after the announcements were made by the Ministry of External Affairs that the Pakistans will be suffering, as the Indus Water Treaty will also be kept in abeyance along with the cancellation of the visa. That means Pakistan saw it coming, that it is going to be not only the diplomatic degradation of the relations, but also India will go ahead, and it is the fear that is making it really very hard for the Pakistan, that they have to increase the deployment along the Indo-Pakistan border. Right now where we are reporting, and here we are told that during the daytime, in an hour's time, 7 to 8 vehicles of the Pakistani Chenab Rangers are moving to and fro, and during the night hours it's 2 to 3 movement of vehicles that is taking place, which is almost unusual at the international border, because here Pakistan know India is not going to send the terrorists, so they have almost zero deployment, 2, 3, 4 people at a post. But now the deployment has been increased to 15 to 20, which clearly means that Pakistan is rattled, Pakistan is in fear, because Pakistan know that this time it will not be a surgical strike, it will not be an air strike. India keeps on evolving its ways of taking the revenge, and Pakistan fears it from the international border.
Absolutely, absolutely. The fear is very, very clear, and it should be, because Pakistan has signed up for the worst right now. We have some more breaking news coming in right now from Pahalgam, where the fighter jets are also there. Fighter jets are conducting recce. They are also conducting the aerial survey. This is the breaking news. We have aerial activity, part of heightened security following the deadly April 22nd attack. clearly. Visuals, the visuals are very, very clearly showing us from the skies of Pahalgam. The ground was splattered with blood. India will not forget that. India will not forgive that. Arnab joins us from the terror attack site at Pahalgam. The fighter jets, the Indian Air Force fighter jets are conducting recce's there, and the security drills continue, Arnab. We'll just try and reconnect with Arnab, but those are the visuals that we are playing. You can see clearly the heightened security and the fighter jets conducting the recce around the terror attack site in Pahalgam as we continue to track the inputs, what's really happening in Kashmir, viewers, as India has vowed to avenge this terror. Viewers, my colleague Arnab will be joining us. He's getting us those visuals. He's at the attack site. And Arnab is back with us. Arnab, tell us more about the Indian Air Force fighter jets, the Indian Air Force jets that are conducting the recce. Yeah, yes, Arnab, go ahead. Arnab, if you can, there seems to be a problem with the audio connection of Arnab. We'll continue to get more updates right now. I think he's back with us. I don't know if he's back with us. If he's back with us, we can just put his audio on. That's what I can understand right now. But yes, viewers, the anti-terror operations are in full swing. And the Indian Air Force, we are seeing since yesterday, is on the job. It's committed to show to Pakistan, show and deliver both. India is committed to deliver, not just show. Pakistan is showing how it's actually fearing, it is actually scrambling for options, what to do. It knows what is coming. It is not showing what is coming because they also have to show their own audience how they are losing control over their own country and the antics they resolve to, how they bleed the innocent Indians. Indian Air Force, the Indian Army, the Navy, all coming together. The forces, along with the ruling powers, of course, in Delhi, with the resolve to fight back. Arnab is back with us. Arnab, tell us more what you're picking up.
Yes, absolutely, Rakshita. We are here at the Pahalgam and we have seen that the Indian Air Force jets were roaming here in the open sky, and you can see here which was that this is the Pahalgam where this incident happened, and we have seen that deadly terror attack where we have seen that the 26 lives were lost in the deadly terror attack. And you can see here the visuals where the combing operation is going on. It's a bit difficult for the forces to conduct the operation because of the deep and difficult terrains where the ongoing operation is going on. Also, we have been told that the Army Chief has just finished the meeting almost in the Raj Bhavan Srinagar, where he has landed a while back, and then after the meeting take place, and we have been told that the Army Chief will also move to location where this deadly terror incident happened. And these are the visuals of the mountains where the combing operation is going on here in the Pahalgam, where we have seen that the 26 people lost their lives in live, and also we have been told that after some time that the Army Chief will also visit here attack site here in the Pahalgam. Yes.
Yes, Rawat, we will be coming to you shortly, but now we are trying to bring to you how India has full resolve to strike back hard like never before. But also we'll tell you about the diplomatic strike, the water strike to be specific right now. The Indus Water Treaty has been, much debated about, and there have been a lot of disputes over it for decades now. It's a 65-year-old treaty that we are talking about, and India has, of course, struck it down. Now, to understand how India will make Pakistan pay via the shutting down of the Indus Water Treaty, Republic has also reached the Harike Dam in Taran viewers. You can see from here water goes forward through Rajasthan feeder and Firozpur feeder. On the third side, water is released at Hussaini Wala Head. So my colleague Sumit Chaudhary is there at the spot. He will show you how India has conducted this water strike on Pakistan.
जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले के बाद पाकिस्तान पर अब वाटर स्ट्राइक किया गया है और वाटर स्ट्राइक के तहत 65 साल पुराना जो सिंधु जल समझौता है वो अब रद्द करने का फैसला किया गया। यानी पाकिस्तान को जो भारत से पानी जाता था अब नहीं जाएगा, बूंद बूंद के लिए तरसेगा पाकिस्तान। कैसे, ये हम आपको समझाते हैं ग्राउंड जीरो से। मैं इस वक्त हरिके डैम में पर मौजूद हूँ। ये हरिके डैम तरन तारण जिला में स्थित है, पंजाब में। ये आप मेरे पीछे ये डैम आप देख सकते हैं और डैम उधर आप पानी देख सकते हैं, वो सतलज और व्यास का ये संगम है। सतलज नदी और व्यास नदी का संगम और रावी नदी का भी पानी इससे मिलता है। यहाँ 32 गेट हैं। अमूमन यहाँ बाढ़ के समय में पानी इतना भर जाता है कि 2 से 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी पाकिस्तान के पास चला जाता है और 2 से 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी का से प्यास पाकिस्तान का बुझता है। लेकिन अब ये 32 गेट बंद है, फिलहाल पानी अभी कम है, 4600-4700 क्यूसेक पानी है। लेकिन ये जो आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं दरअसल यही हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ जाता है। पानी यहाँ से हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ जाता है, जो हुसैनी वाला बॉर्डर है पाकिस्तान, और वहीं से हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ से पाकिस्तान को पानी छोड़ा जाता है। लेकिन पहले यहाँ से, चूँकि ज़रूरी है कि यहाँ का पानी किसानों को मिले, बहुत लंबे समय से राजस्थान के किसानों की मांग रही, बीकानेर गंगानगर के किसानों की मांग रही, यहाँ पर पंजाब के किसानों की मांग रही कि पाकिस्तान को हम पानी भेज रहे हैं, हम अपने खेतों में सिंचाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो अब इस फैसले के बाद ये जो पानी है सतलज ब्यास का पानी जो इधर जाता था अब इधर नहीं जाएगा। अब कैसे जा रहा है? अब जाएगा वो बीकानेर और गंगानगर राजस्थान और या फिर फिरोजपुर फीडर के ज़रिए पंजाब के किसानों को ये पानी मिलेगा। अब ये फिरोजपुर फीडर के ज़रिए पानी जो जाएगा, ये आपको नहर दिखाता हूँ, यहाँ से जो नहर निकला है, और साथ ही राजस्थान के इंदिरा गांधी नहर को भी, इंदिरा गांधी कैनाल को भी यहीं से पानी छोड़ा जाता है, सतलज और व्यास के पानी। तो ये पानी अब अपने किसानों को जाएगा। पहले क्या होता था, 9 से 10 हज़ार क्यूसेक पानी यहाँ से पाकिस्तान को जाता था और हमारे किसानों को पानी नहीं मिल पाता था। पानी लबालब होने के बावजूद समझौते के कारण पानी भेजा जाता था। हालांकि सतलज, व्यास और रावी पर भारत का पूरा अधिकार है, लेकिन फिर भी भारत की तरफ से पानी भेजा जाता था। ये यहाँ फिरोजपुर फीडर, आगे राजस्थान फीडर के ज़रिए उन किसानों तक, वो दूसरा नहर आप देख रहे हैं, वो दूसरा नहर वो राजस्थान फीडर है, उसके ज़रिए बीकानेर और गंगानगर तक पानी जाता है। अब ये सारा पानी, चाहे बाढ़ भी आएगी तो पानी अब किसानों को भरपूर मिलेगा, हमारे किसान सिंचाई कर पाएंगे। लेकिन पाकिस्तान को अब पानी नहीं मिलेगा और बूंद बूंद के लिए तरसेगा पाकिस्तान। भूखे तो मर ही रहा है, अब प्यासे भी मरेगा पाकिस्तान। सहयोगी कैमरा पर्सन उमेश के साथ मैं सुमित झा, हरिके डैम, रिपब्लिक भारत।
Viewers, all this is being done to avenge the tears, to avenge these heart-wrenching visuals that we are just going to bring you. Mr. Ramchandran, Ramchandran, who was from Kerala, he lost his life. He's one of the 26 innocent, unarmed Indians who were gunned down in broad daylight at the meadows in Pahalgam. His last rites were performed today. My colleague Ashwin was there. He's bringing you this report. Just see, viewers, we will not forget these tears ever. India will avenge this.
The body of N. Ramachandran is now being transferred to his home where the funeral rites will be held. Thousands of people had gathered to pay tribute. Now his mortal remains are being taken from Changambura Park to his house where the last rites will be held, and then from home they'll be taken to the funeral ground in Edappally itself. Now to the minister as well as MP of Kerala, Minister P. Raji, who hails from Kalmashiri, and Ernakulam MP Haibi Eden are both present over here. They're carrying the hearse right now, accompanied by a lot of volunteers of the RSS as well. Now what we see is that the mortal remains of N. Ramachandran is being carried before he was shot dead, and before that he was asked to say the Kalima, which he refused, which he didn't say, and he was shot immediately. This was the account that was given none other than by the daughter of N. Ramachandran, Aarti Menon, and now his mortal remains, hero, has been given a grand tribute by the people of Kochi in large numbers, who gathered in thousands, waiting in line for many hours to known to be a Karyakarta since 1977, a Mukhya Shikshak since 1977. Even was contested as a BJP candidate back in 1991 as well. During the time, BJP was hardly a party which had any presence in the state of Kerala.
So viewers, this is the story that we have got you from Kerala, the victim, and now we will show you this story from Shivamoga of Karnataka, viewers. A family that is again inconsolable. This is the inconsolable. This is the story of Manjunath Rao, viewers. The grief has turned into outrage. We'll get you this report from Shivamoga of Karnataka as Manjunath Rao, who was a husband and a father, he died saving his family. Take a look.
The final journey of Manjunath Rao, killed in cold blood during the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. His mortal remains were brought back to Shivamoga. Manjunath was laid to rest with full police honours, a gesture that cannot fill the void but does recognize the life lost. His wife Pallavi, a survivor of the same attack, and his son Abhijaya stood shattered. But their courage in the face of unimaginable loss left the town in tears.
आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि उस दिन क्या हुआ, आप क्या कह पाएंगी? उस दिन जो टेररिस्ट अटैक हुई, उस समय आप और मंजुनाथ जी कहाँ थे? आप अगर जो भी डिटेल्स हमारे साथ शेयर कर सकें, पहलगाम में जो हुआ।
हम 22 को पहलगाम 12:30 आफ्टरनून पहुँचे। वहाँ से हम तीनों, मेरे पति, मैं और मेरा बेटा, 3 पोनी हायर करके जब जहाँ हादसा हुआ ना, वहाँ हम पहुँचे। हम जस्ट वो घोड़ों से उतरे थे, 2-3 मिनट था, हमें फायरिंग का आवाज़ आया सबको। तो हमने समझा कि कोई आर्मी का ही टेस्टिंग चल रहा है या पटाखा फोड़ रहा है, तो हम सब लोग ने उसको इग्नोर किया। और 2-3 मिनट के बाद फिर से ऐसे ही फायरिंग की आवाज़ आई, तब भी हमने ऐसे ही समझा और इग्नोर किया। उसी समय हम कुछ स्नैक्स खाने के लिए वहाँ परचेज़ करने के लिए मैं और मेरे पति उस स्नैक्स के दुकान के पास गए थे। तब मेरे पति ने बोला, जाओ बेटे को लाओ, वो कुछ 100 मीटर्स दूर पे बैठा था। मैंने उसे लेकर आने को गई। तब मैंने देखा कि और कुछ लोग भाग रहे हैं और फायरिंग होने लगा। तब मैं और मेरे बच्चे मेरे पति के पास आ रहे थे, तो मुड़कर देखी उनके तो शॉट डेड हो गए थे। वो जहाँ खड़े थे वहीं पर नीचे गिर गए थे।
As the nation mourns the loss of 28 innocent lives, the streets of Karnataka are sending a loud, clear message. Terror will not be forgotten and justice must follow.
Alright viewers, we have some breaking news coming in, more updates that we are getting in right now as the multiple anti-terror operations are underway in Shopian district. There are multiple villages now where the search operations is going on. Security forces have targeted residences of suspected terror associates. We've seen those visuals from Tral, but in Shopian also there are multiple villages where the search operation and the crackdown is in full swing, viewers. This is the big breaking news we have right now. Multiple agencies pressed in, including the local police and the paramilitary forces, and they're tracking down these active terrorists and their support infrastructure, dismantling them, cutting off all the connections they have here. Zeenat is joining us live from Anantnag. Zeenat, multiple operations are underway in multiple villages of Shopian.
Yes, Rakshita, now we are seeing Shopian back in action where the multiple search and operations are taking place and this time they are targeting the house of the OGWs. The search is being extensively being carried by Jammu and Kashmir police along with paramilitary forces. The digital evidences, mobile phones and also some recorders have been recovered or seized by the Jammu and Kashmir police. These are the details that we are picking. These multiple agencies are multiple agencies involved include local and paramilitary forces. The aim is to track down activities of the terrorists and their support structure. That is why we see now Shopian in action. Shopian has been a hot spot of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir post before abrogation of Article 370. Most of the encounters have been reported in Shopian and the local recruitment at one point in time was the highest from the South Kashmir, Shopian. Now after the Pahalgam attack, the multiple places or the districts where the search and cordon operation was carried by the joint security forces, but now we see the Shopian village in action. Shopian is known as a apple town of Jammu and Kashmir, and this time the police and the paramilitary forces are taking search operations in multiple villages of Shopian. The aim is to track down the terror networks in Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, Rakshita.
Right. In fact, just continue to get us more updates as you are also tracking the operations that are underway right now in Anantnag. Viewers, remember these terrorists are being tracked down, and not just these terrorists but also those behind them, all those people who are helping them out. The enemies within will also be found out. They will be tracked down. They will be held responsible. They will be punished. That's the resolve. That's the commitment of India. And as we speak, viewers, with multiple we have more updates coming with right now. We have to slip into a very, very short break, but our blanket coverage, viewers, continues as India vows revenge. All the updates on Republic TV.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. And he has also said, अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया. In other words, he has said, whatever remaining land is there where the terrorists are getting patronage, where they live and where they get support, that will also go. My interpretation is the status quo of the LOC will change after 75 years. I hope it does. I hope it does. I take the Prime Minister's words extremely seriously, because the might of the Indian Armed Forces is going to annihilate not just the LAT headquarters in Rawalkot, but also I'm quite sure there's going to be a lot of heat in Rawalpindi when Prime Minister says 140 crore Bharatiyo ki.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family, Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife.
Welcome back, viewers. We continue to get you every detail, every development as India is braced to strike back. And right now we will be getting you more breaking news. But first, the headlines. A quick look. Houses of Pahalgam attack linked terrorists blown up in South Kashmir. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh destroyed. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi in Srinagar briefed by 15 Corps Commander to assess the security situation in Pahalgam in aftermath of the attack. Big win for the Indian forces in Bandipora. Top LAT commander, top Lashkar commander Altaf Lali eliminated in encounter. Fighter jets recce terror attack site in Pahalgam as part of heightened security reviews in the region. NIA team assists Jammu and Kashmir Police in Pahalgam investigation, recovered DNA swabs, blood-soaked soil, splinter fragments from blast and bullet hit by Sudden Meadow. And a high-level meeting scheduled at Home Minister Shah's residence today to be attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil and other cabinet leaders. It's a big breaking that we are getting in right now from Islamabad. Viewers, what we know is that Pakistan is behind these attacks, and now there's an open admission. The admission is coming in from none other than the Defence Minister of Pakistan, Khwaja Asif. Now, he has said on camera while speaking to foreign media that they have been doing this dirty work. They did dirty work for United States, and they have been doing the dirty work for 3 decades. Khwaja Muhammad Asif, Pakistan's defense minister, openly admitting there. I think we have the sound bite, we can play it out, and then we go across to our defense expert. All right, that is the breaking news we have right now. This is the breaking news we have that once again Pakistan's complicity has been accepted by Islamabad. Not the first time. They are thumping their chest shamelessly, bleeding the innocent Indians on Indian soil. That is the breaking news we have right now. Remember, viewers, during Pulwama also, what happened back in 2019, we saw how the clowns like Fawad Chaudhary had also thumped their chest and said that they had hit India, they had attacked India, and they are so proud of this dastardly, cowardly attack on Indian soil. I think we have Major General A.K. Sivach, the defense expert, joining us on the broadcast. Major General Sivach, we know. In fact, before we go across to our defense expert, let's take a listen into Khwaja Asif.
क्योंकि ये हमने ये नहीं कहा, वो हमें शुक्रगुजार होना चाहिए कि ये तो फ्रीडम फाइटर्स भी हो सकते हैं. वी डोंट नो. क्योंकि ये हमने ये नहीं कहा, वो हमें शुक्रगुजार होना चाहिए कि ये तो फ्रीडम फाइटर्स भी हो सकते हैं. वी डोंट नो. क्योंकि ये हमने ये नहीं कहा, वो हमें शुक्रगुजार होना चाहिए कि ये तो फ्रीडम फाइटर्स भी हो सकते हैं. वी डोंट नो.
Freedom fighters, that is what they are saying. These dastardly terrorists, dastardly attack. Major General Sivach, पुलवामा, we heard that clown Fawad Chaudhary saying हमने भारत में, हिंदुस्तान में को घुस कर मारा है. Now, after this deadliest attack, they are thumping their chest. They are very proud of their own cowardice. They are exposed once again.
You know, the point is that Khwaja Asif is now admitting internationally that they are the one which is supporting the terrorism. They may be supporting for US, UK, but they have accepted that. And that's why we have been openly saying that Pakistan is a hub center of terrorism. And Pakistan differentiates between good and bad terrorists. That is Lashkar-e-Toba, Jaise Mohammed terrorists. If they send it toward India, they call them a good terrorist. And the terrorists which is hitting them hard, like Tariq-e-Taliban Pakistan, they called them a bad terrorist. And they claim they are also victim of terrorism. But who in first place created terrorism? It's Pakistan. And Pakistan now openly admitting that they have been supporting terrorism because on the behest of US, UK and other forces. It means there is no doubt left now. And they openly, in fact, accepting whatever is happening in Jammu and Kashmir is the terrorism which has been sponsored by Pakistan. So I think, you know, Financial Action Task Force and international community must take us now stand on this, and they must be placed on a grey list. And as on today, let me tell you, Pakistan is feeling the heat. They know it, India is going to do something big. And they are worried. And we have already taken a lot of action economically. That Indus Water Treaty has been held in abeyance. And also, you know, as far as the diplomatic action is concerned, we are trying to basically tell to the diplomats all over the world as to what Pakistan has done. And now there will be a kinetic action. And the kinetic action, which will be in form of a military action, you will find that Pakistan will not know which side to look, because this will be very, very well planned and it will be very well calibrated. And Pakistan has to be exposed to the international community. I think the time has come that they have to pay in the same coin what they have been doing to India.
Yes, General. Yes, General Sivach, we will continue to get more updates on that. Thanks so much for the moment, viewers. Now we'll bring you this Hamas angle, how this was a complete pattern of the Hamas killing that was followed by the Pakistanis. And why are we saying this? We're not just saying because of the visuals that came in. Yes, that was the biggest lead. You saw how the shootings were conducted on the innocents, kneeling them down, point blank range, the shooting that happening, recorded by them. And now we have visuals, viewers, pictures, visuals from Bahawalpur in Pakistan's Punjab province, where Hamas leaders had got a very rousing welcome. They were there for a few days in Bahawalpur of Pakistan. We must just see those visuals and understand this is what is happening. You see the sympathizers with the Hamas here as well. The shocking revelation has sparked global scrutiny over a possible Pakistan-Hamas nexus. All right, my colleague Sumit is also right now at the attack site. Sumit, tell us more. What are you picking up?
मुश्किल है, लेकिन इन पहाड़ियों के पीछे से ही उन्होंने भागने की जो है
Right, my colleague Sumit Chaudhary, in fact, is just getting us visuals. He's getting us visuals. We'll try and connect with him again, but we are showing exclusive visuals. These are visuals from the valley. He's trying to show us the attack site. He's right there. He has been tracking more developments from there. And as we speak, we're also playing those visuals of the Lashkar-Hamas joint plot that is being suspected. It's under lens. The secret meeting between Hamas and Pakistani groups is on your screens. Hamas delegation reportedly arrived in a heavily guarded convoy of 9 vehicles, receiving a grand reception in the terror-infested town of Bahawalpur, raising serious concerns about the coordinated planning between Hamas and Pakistan. The timeline prompting fears that meeting may have served the blueprint for Pahalgam massacre, because this happened just ahead of Pahalgam massacre, just days before Pahalgam massacre. सुमित
लगातार आपको ये दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आखिर किस रास्ते का इस्तेमाल जो है वो लगातार आतंकियों की तरफ से संभावित तौर पर जो है वो किया गया है, क्योंकि ये पूरा जो है वो घना जंगल है। और साथ ही बड़ी बात ये है कि इसमें कई ऐसे हाइडआउट्स हैं जिसमें आतंकियों ने घटना को अंजाम देने के बाद खुद को छिपाने की कोशिश की गई। दरअसल देवदार के ये ऊंचे ऊंचे पेड़ आपको दिख रहे हैं जिनके पीछे खुद को छिपाकर किसी भी तरह से जो आतंकी हैं वो खुद को एस्केप करने में कामयाब रहे हैं। सिर्फ एक नहीं, एक से बढ़कर एक दरख्त आप यहां पर देख रहे हैं जो किसी भी सुरक्षा बल को आतंकी आसानी से चकमा देकर निकल सकते थे। और जिस दौरान इस पूरी घटना को अंजाम दिया गया उसके बाद आतंकियों की तरफ से जो है वो खुद जो है फायरिंग वो करते हैं और उसके बाद तुरंत वहां से निकल जाते हैं। अलग सा फ्लड ऑपरेशन आपको याद होगा कि आखिर कैसे अंजाम दिया गया था इजराइल के अंदर हमास के आतंकियों की तरफ से। और उसके बाद जो है जो आतंकी हैं वो फरार यहां से हो गए थे। बिल्कुल वैसी ही हालत, बिल्कुल वैसी ही सिचुएशंस जो हैं वो बैसारन घाटी में आतंकियों की तरफ से अंजाम दी गई। और बैसारन घाटी के अंदर आतंकी 28 लोगों की जान लेकर कई लोगों को घायल कर वहां से फरार हो जाते हैं। और ये नीचे का आप जो पूरा रास्ता देख रहे हैं ये पूरा नदी का रास्ता है, अमूमन बरसात के दिनों में, क्योंकि यहां से पूरी जो नदी है वो होकर बहती है। और जब क्योंकि बैसारन घाटी पे जाने का एक पीछे का रास्ता भी है जहां से अमूमन टूरिस्ट जाते हैं, लेकिन जब आतंकियों की तरफ से जंगल से एंट्री की जाती है और उसके बाद फायरिंग की शुरुआत की जाती है और फायरिंग वो यहां पर करते हैं। और फायरिंग करने के बाद जब लोग एक तरफ भागने की कोशिश करते हैं तो उनके पास सिर्फ यही वो रास्ता था जिससे वो खुद को बचाकर भाग सकते थे। लेकिन आतंकियों ने इसके बाद भी उनका पीछा यहां पर किया और इन रास्तों का इस्तेमाल यहां पर किया, जिसमें कई जो लोग हैं वो घायल हो जाते हैं, कई लोग की जान जो है वो यहां पर चली जाती है। और इन तमाम परिस्थितियों के बीच में, सिचुएशंस के बीच में, कई जो आसपास के लोग हैं वो उन तमाम लोगों को बचाने की यहां पर कोशिश करते हैं। और बड़ी जानकारी यह भी आ रही है, जो सूत्र जिस वक्त जानकारी दे रहे हैं कि हमास की तरफ से इन आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग दी गई थी जिसमें यह बताया गया था कि आखिर कैसे जो है हमले को अंजाम देना है और उसके बाद तुरंत वहां से खुद को बचाना है। मैं एक बार फिर से कोशिश करता हूं, थोड़ा सा आगे इरफान आएंगे और आपको ये दिखाएंगे। देखिए ये जो आप पहाड़ियां देख रहे हैं पीर पंजाल की पहाड़ी रेंज है ये, और इन पर किश्तवाड़ के रास्ते भागने का जो रास्ता है वो बताया जा रहा है आतंकियों का 55 किलोमीटर लगभग अगर सीधे रास्ते जाया जाए तो पड़ता है, लेकिन 20 किलोमीटर का मात्र ये रास्ता है जहां से बताया जाता है कि जंगल के रास्ते आतंकी पहुंचे और उसके बाद घटना को अंजाम देकर इस रास्ते से वापस लौटे। और जो फुटप्रिंट्स हैं वो लगातार तलाशे जा रहे हैं आतंकियों के कि आखिर किन फुटप्रिंट्स के सहारे वो जो है वो किस रास्ते से वो भागे। और NIA हो या फिर जो स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेशन टीम है और जो तमाम एजेंसियां हैं उन्हीं फुटप्रिंट्स के आधार पर और जो कुछ लोकल्स हैं उनके इनपुट्स के आधार पर, क्योंकि कई लोगों को गिरफ्तार भी किया गया, उनके आधार पर इस वक्त बड़ी कार्रवाई को अंजाम दे रही है। जी
Right, yeah, Sumit is there. Sumit is there showing us the entire route that was taken. Republic TV tracking down the nefarious plot. And as the crackdown against these terrorists continue, Republic showing you exclusive visuals from the attack site, the route that was taken by these people. Remember, they had recceed, what we know, they had recceed this entire area for days now. The hunt is on for them. And as Sumit was also telling us, collating with what we broke earlier, the nexus between Hamas and the Pakistani terror groups, between Pakistan and Hamas, how he was telling us as per his sources that these evil terrorists had been given Hamas training. Hamas training, and all those who have sympathies for Hamas terror group should be listening, should be watching. And if they are still not affected by this, they are of course a blot on humanity. They do not deserve to be on Indian soil. And everybody who is anti-India, everybody who believes or supports the bloodshed is being booted out of the country and is being tracked down and is being punished. And Republic TV continues to show you visuals from the attack site, how in Pahalgam the people have recorded the aftermath. And we're also showing you protest visuals. We are also showing house of 2 terrorists. This is the action, viewers. India is not waiting. India is in full swing. India's actions are in full swing. The crackdown is in full swing. Houses of 2 terrorists believed to be involved in Pahalgam attack were destroyed by security forces and the Jammu and Kashmir authorities on Friday. And while the residence of Lashkar terrorist Adil Hussain Thokar in Beach Behera was blown up using the IEDs, house of Asif Sheikh in the Tral was demolished with a bulldozer. Adil Thokar is believed to have played a key role in helping the Pakistani terrorists plan and carry out the attack in the scenic Baisaran Valley that left 26 people dead. Zeenat joins us live from Anantnag. Zeenat, well, we see these 2 spots, the twin attack. This is revenge. This is a counter strike, and the visuals should send out ripples to Rawalpindi. What is happening with those who have carried out these dastardly attacks on Indian soil? Zeenat.
Rakshita, who have made Kashmir to bleed, obviously they are getting what they have sown here. That is how the Jammu and Kashmir police and other agencies believe. And today's action is nothing new. Whenever any perpetrator carries this kind of crime, they are dealt very seriously by the investigating or the security establishments or the operators. The actions that we have seen was from Pulwama, Tral, and one in Anantnag, the Ghur village of Anantnag. If I take you to the Tral, this Asif Sheikh, who is a terrorist believed to be, and the security forces were searching his residence, and there was an explosive that was kept in which went off. With the result, the house was blown up. They also demolished the other part of the structure. It was also razed to the ground. Then we come to Anantnag again. This Adil Thokar, who's a part of this conspirator in this Pahalgam attack, his house was demolished. It was razed. His house was demolished and it was razed to the ground. We see the things that are fallen on the ground tells you about how the situation is unfolding. On one side, we are seeing the anti-terror operations in Bandipora, where a Lashkar terrorist was neutralized. Then we see in Shopian, where the search operations are being carried by the joint forces in multiple villages of the Shopian. We have also beamed visuals from Shopian. Some electronic devices, recorders and the mobile phones have been seized by the security operators there. Then on ground we see the actions coming from the Pulwama and then in Anantnag, and also coordinated search operations is being held also in Bandipora, where the encounter continues despite a one LET terrorist war neutralized. We are seeing a visit of army chief.
Yes, just stay on with us, Zeenat. In fact, we have visuals coming in from Lal Chowk at Srinagar, where the protests are underway and black flag protests are underway by the shopkeepers at Lal Chowk. There you have those visuals, those photographs where Republic TV has also reported from right after this dastardly attack. We've seen protests after protests have broken out in Lal Chowk, and this is the latest from the shopkeepers. The trade has been hit. This has been an attack also for the economy in Kashmir, but more than anything, it's an attack on the innocent civilians, innocent Indians, and the people there at Lal Chowk are protesting with the black flags. Shopkeepers in Lal Chowk putting up black flags as a symbol of protest this Friday. This is the big breaking news we're getting in right now. Of course, India stands in solidarity, and it's a big message being sent out to Pakistan that they cannot continue to bleed India. India is united and Kashmir is united. That's a big message that is being sent out to the Pakistanis. Viewers, you can see those black flag protests, and there are multiple protest rallies, a candlelight march also, candlelight vigils that have been also carried out at Lal Chowk in Srinagar and other areas as well, right across the country, across the length and breadth of the country. We are seeing protests against Pakistan. The outrage is very much clear, it's very much visible, and we have vowed to take revenge. India sending ripples across the border, and Pakistan scrambling for options to defend itself, to save itself. And the latest update, in fact, is from Lal Chowk. Zeenat continues to be with us. Zeenat, well, we've seen a series of protest marches at Lal Chowk, and the latest today, we see that shopkeepers are putting up black flags outside their shops in Lal Chowk.
Shri Rakshita, this is a very silent protest, and this silent protest is, the message is very loud. The shopkeepers in and around the Gantaghar area of Srinagar has put up flags outside their shops, communicating a silent message against what happened in Pahalgam, the kind of attack that was carried by the terror outfit in Pahalgam that left 26 people dead and 17 of them injured. I was picking up from the GMC hospital even that one of the injured who was admitted there till yesterday was quite critical, and then he was airlifted yesterday evening. The other two who were being treated at GMC Anantnag, they have been discharged. Their condition had turned stable. The protest is itself a symbol. It is a way, a message to communicate what the Kashmiris are looking. They are protesting against the action carried by the attack carried by the Pakistani.
ये देखिए आप लोग देखिए दर्शकों कि सीधा यहाँ पर देखिए इन्होंने 3:15 यानी कि PM शाम को दोपहर के बाद इन्होंने फोन भी किया, चूंकि इनको तुरंत देखो 1076 इस पर इन्होंने डायल करके ये सारी चीजें इनके साथ हुई थी, इन्होंने पुलिस को बताना चाहा, और अगर इनमें सच्चाई न होता तो ऐसा ये करती ना।
मेरी बात सुन नहीं रहे थे, बोल रहे थे कौन सा हमला। मैंने बोला टेररिस्ट हमला हुआ है पहलगाम में। कौन सा हमला, कहाँ हुआ? तो मैंने बोला मेरे पास कुछ प्रूफ है और मैं उन लोगों को पहचान रही हूँ। मैं अभी जौनपुर पहुंच गई हूँ, मेरे को किसी का नंबर दीजिए और मैं बात करना चाहती हूँ। लोग वो मेरी बात सुन के, पूरी बात सुने और अच्छा ऐसे बोल के फोन काट दिए।
देखिए मैं आपके भाई से बात करना चाहता हूं, इनसे बात करना बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि इनके साथ झड़प हुआ है सिर्फ रुद्राक्ष का माला देख के। क्या नाम है भैया आपका?
आयुष्मान।
आयुष, क्या हुआ आपके साथ? आपके साथ एक खच्चर वाला लड़ाई कैसे कर सकता है?
वो मेरी रुद्राक्ष माला को देख कर वो मेरे से फाइट कर गया था। उसने बोला था इस रुद्राक्ष से क्या मिलता है आपको, बेनिफिट क्या मिलता है? मैंने कहा मेरे को इससे एनर्जी मिलती है।
क्या जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों को या जम्मू कश्मीर के जो वहाँ शासन सरकार है उसको रुद्राक्ष के बारे में नहीं पता है कि दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा कैलाश पर्वत वहीं पर है? अगर वहाँ अमरनाथ की यात्रा होती है तो रुद्राक्ष नहीं तो क्या पहनेंगे? ये कोई पूछने की बात है?
उनको तो शिव जी का पता ही नहीं है। मैंने बोला ये शिव जी के, वो बोले शिव कौन होते हैं? मैं कहीं भोलेनाथ, वो भोलेनाथ को ही नहीं पहचाना।
आपके साथ लड़ाई की है
वो मेरी कॉलर पकड़ के मेरे को नदी के पास ले गए थे,
घसीट ले गए थे। अब आप देखिए परिवार के साथ 20 लोग हैं। बेटा थोड़ा इधर आओ, आ जाओ बेटा। ये बताओ क्या नाम है तुम्हारा? दृष्टि। ये बताओ तुम्हारे मामू के साथ क्या हुआ था? बताओ बेटा, तुम्हारे मामू के साथ क्या हुआ था? क्या वो लोग झगड़ा कर रहे थे? क्या मामू साहब क्या किए थे?
उनकी कॉलर पकड़ के उनको नदी के पास ले जा रहे थे।
अच्छा, उनका कॉलर पकड़ के नदी के पास ले गए थे। और मम्मी के साथ तुम्हारे क्या हुआ?
यहाँ पे थप्पड़ मारा था।
अच्छा, तुम्हारे मम्मी के यहाँ पर उन्होंने धक्का दिया। ये देखिए छोटी सी 4 साल की बच्ची वहां पर मौजूद थी। क्या लगता है कि ये भी झूठ बोल रही है या इसको ट्रेंड किया गया झूठ बोलने पर? ये भी एक सवाल है। क्या कहेंगी मैडम?
मेरी बेटी कल थोड़ा लोग आए, उनसे मिली और उन्होंने बताया कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, वो लोग गंदे लोग थे, तो थोड़ा अभी आई है, नहीं तो 2-3 दिन से इतने सदमे में थी, हमें उसको मेडिसिन देनी पड़ी थी फीवर की।
अच्छा।
और कल भी मैंने उसकी वीडियो बनाई है, आपको मैं दिखा सकती हूँ। मेरे पेट पे बैठ के बार बार बोल रही थी मम्मा वो लोग कौन थे? मम्मा मैं बहुत डर गई थी, वो आपको मारने वाले थे क्या?
वो आपको खींच के ले जा रहे थे तो मुझे अच्छा
ये देखिए बच्ची बदहवास डरी हुई। देखिए लगातार वो अपने मामा से भी बात कर रहे हैं कि मामा आखिर वो लोग कौन थे जिन लोगों ने मामू के साथ झगड़ा किया और आपके साथ झगड़ा किया।
बोल रही थी अब मम्मा हम बर्फ वाली जगह नहीं जाएंगे, हम लोग वहाँ पे नहीं जाएंगे मम्मा, प्लीज आप मुझे कभी लेके मत जाना वहाँ पे।
ये मासूम बच्ची ऐसा बोल रही थी?
ये बच्ची बोल रही थी। अभी मैं छोटे बेटे को तो बता नहीं सकती थी, वो भी ये वर्ड ज्यादा अच्छा नहीं बोलता, मम्मा गंदी जगह नहीं जाना, मम्मा गंदी जगह नहीं जाना, वो भी ये बोल रहा था।
अच्छा वो कितने साल का है?
वो 2.5 साल का।
बताइए छोटे छोटे बच्चों को एहसास हुआ कि वहाँ इनके साथ क्या हुआ। अब देखिए ये लोग भी बीच में थे।
हम लोगों के साथ जब वो खींचातानी हो रही थी, हम लोग उस लड़के को ढूंढ रहे थे जो गायब हो गया था, क्योंकि वो रुद्राक्ष की माला इसकी पकड़ा था। अब कुछ लोग मेरे को बता नहीं रहे थे कि वो लोग कहाँ हैं, तो हम लोग उनसे ही लड़ने लग गए थे नीचे के लोगों से। तो वो बोले अभी रुको, तुमसे है ना 2400 रुपए की 20 लोगों की रसीद काटो इनकी। तो मैंने बोला 1000 रुपए की बात हुई थी, एक तो तुम झूठ बोल रहे हो, वो लोगों को छुपा रहे हो, ऊपर से 2400 रुपए। मैं ऐसे करके उनसे बात करने लगी तो फिर वो लोग बोलते हैं कि है ना इनको लेके जाओ कोने में। वो बदतमीज इतना, मैं लेडीज थी, मेरे पे यहाँ पे थप्पड़ मारा। तब मेरा ये वीडियो बनाने जैसे ही लगाना, फिर ये आया वहां पे, इसने उसकी कॉलर पकड़ी, उसने इसको खींच के ले ही जा रहा था।
आप देख सकते हैं कि इस तरह की बदसलूकी वहां पर पर्यटकों के साथ, भारतीय पर्यटकों के साथ, जो पूरा का पूरा क्षेत्र भारत का है और उस वैली में लोग घूमने गए थे, वहां पर एक प्रकृति का एक सौंदर्य देखने गए थे, उनके साथ इस तरह से निर्मम बर्ताव किया गया है। हत्या से पहले कि ये जो घटना है यह बताती है कि किस तरह से वहां पर आतंकी खुलेआम रेकी कर रहे थे। यह वाकई में एजेंसियों के लिए एक बड़ा सवाल है और एक कहा जाए तो उनको एक प्रकार से बहुत बड़ा खुलासा भी उनको एक मिला है, उनको एक बहुत बड़ा एक प्रकार से क्लू मिला है जिसके सहारे आगे बढ़ सकते हैं पूरे जांच में।
सर हम लोगों को तो इस चीज का अंदाजा ही नहीं था, हम लोग तो बस वो चोरी वोरी वाला समझ रहे थे। जैसे ही पहलगाम में आतंकी हमला हुआ और वो हुआ ना, तो मैंने देखा जो मैन था 35 बंदूक वगैरह की बात कर रहा है, वो उसका तो कहीं स्क्रैच ही नहीं मिला, वो तो कहीं दिखाई नहीं, क्योंकि वो लोकल में रह के सब लोगों को।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
Bisa kalah itu rumput, no?
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled.
From Asia's largest news headquarters,
setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic TV tracking down each and every update as India vows to hit back and hard and hit back like never before. That is something we are tracking every minute-to-minute update as I report from Srinagar and our network reporters across Kashmir, and also updates from the national capital. First, a look at the headlines. Houses of Pahalgam attack linked terrorists blown up in South Kashmir. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh destroyed. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi in Srinagar briefed by 15 Corps Commander to assess security situation in Pahalgam in aftermath of attack. Big win for forces in Bandipora. Top Lashkar commander Altaf Lali eliminated in encounter. Fighter jets recce terror attack site in Pahalgam as part of heightened security reviews in the region. Right, we have. All right, we are getting in visuals of protests happening now. Owaisi, Asaduddin Owaisi of the AIMIM is now today leading protests and he's wearing a black band. That's the information we are picking up right now. Asaduddin Owaisi protesting over the attack on the victims. Breaking news we're getting in right now. Multiple political parties have taken out protest marches, and right now we see Asaduddin Owaisi there wearing a black armband to condemn the Pahalgam attack. AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi wearing black band, distributing black band to people ahead of the Jummah Namaz, ahead of the Friday prayers. And like we saw at Lal Chowk, the shops had put out the black flags. We have black band protest by Asaduddin Owaisi, the AIMIM chief, wearing and distributing black band to people at a Friday prayers. All right, viewers, now this is Republic TV exclusive. Republic TV is in fact tracking down all the leads. The latest we have is a resident from Uttar Pradesh's Jaunpur. Republic TV has spoken to her. Her name is Ekta Tiwari. Now she has in fact said that how she had observed people when she was in Pahalgam right before the attack. There were terrorists disguised as mule operators, and that one of them was also heard saying that a plan has failed. Listen into this exclusive input by my colleague Raghavendra. In fact, these are the claims have been made by Ekta Tiwari, speaking to Republic TV, that she saw some terrorists who were disguised, same terrorists in fact, who were disguised as mule operators before the attacks, and she claims that she overheard one of them say that a plan has failed. This is the exclusive input that Republic TV is getting right now. Republic TV's Raghavendra is in Jaunpur at their residence, and they are speaking to us, revealing some, making some very important claims there. As she also says, the family of Ekta Tiwari.
नहीं पीठ को ले जा रहा तू, नहीं पीठ में को ले जा रहा, इतनी दम है ना। और पता है लाइव चला जीप चलाता है, बदतमीज से बात करता है, समाज में गाली देता है तू। गाली किसने दिया? गाली किसने दिया? ये दे रहे गाली। भाई देखो ये समाज में गाली दे रहा अंकल। भाई कोने में कहाँ ले जा रहे हो? पीटवे को ले जा रहे हो तू? नहीं पीटवे को ले जा रहे हो? इतनी दम हो ना। लाइव चला जीप चलाता है, बदतमीज से बात करता है, समाज में गाली देता है तू। गाली किसने दिया? गाली किसने दिया? ये दे रहे गाली। भाई देखो ये समाज में गाली दे रहा अंकल। भाई कोने में कहाँ ले जा रहे हो? पीटवे को ले जा रहे हो तू? नहीं पीटवे को ले जा रहे हो? इतनी दम हो ना।
Last rites being performed right now as we cut across to the victim's family. The victim's family, of course, they're at the last rites of in Ramachandran. This is the latest update we have. The Kerala victim from Kerala, public TV show, last rites, and in Ramachandran lost his life to the gunmen, to the terrorists. Kerala man was shot dead. In Ramachandran was shot dead in front of his daughter during the Pahalgam terror attack. A while back we saw how she held on to her father's body. She held on to her father's body, crying, also having anger, outrage. He was shot dead because he could not recite the kalma. He could not recite the kalma. He was shot dead. Daughter of N. Ramachandran also there, and some heart-rending visuals had emerged this morning as well. Last rites of Pahalgam victim Ramachandran going on, and he is a father, a husband who lost his life. He worked in Qatar for years. He retired to Kochi 2 years ago. His daughter and his twin grandsons flew in from Dubai for this vacation in Pahalgam in Kashmir, in their own country, that is in Kashmir, and on Indian soil. He flew from Dubai, imagine viewers, the vacation from Dubai to Kashmir. That's what has been happening. What was meant to be a serene holiday amidst the beautiful mountains of Kashmir turned into a tragedy for several families. That includes the family of N. Ramachandran from Kerala. Executive editor of news Niranjan Swami joins us. Niranjan, a very heartbreaking story. Tell us more about Mr. Ramachandran. He had, in fact, been working outside India for years.
Ramachandran, we are hearing from the details we picked up. He had gone there with his family. The daughter of Ramachandran, you've been hearing her soundbite for the last few days in the media. Kochi native, killed in the Pahalgam terror attack. Her father was gunned down in front of her own eyes, like many others in this particular attack. They said they did not know Kalma. Once again, asked to recite Kalma, did not know Kalma, shot dead. Auntie Menon, his daughter, survived the terror attack along with her mother and 8-year-old twin sons. And they've been recounting the horror of a lifetime, saying that, they were asked to recite the Kalma. Similarly, her father was segregated, asked to move aside and then shot dead. Ramachandran, among the 26 Indians who were shot dead while visiting Baisaran in Pahalgam. That's the meadow, the bloody meadows of Baisaran. And they were at the grassland, and when they recollected what happened there, the terrorist came out. The daughter of Ramachandran said that the terrorist came out of nowhere, fired a round, left everyone in a frozen state. They were all ordered to lie down, and they did that. And the tourists were in different groups, and they saw the terrorists going to each one and asking something and shooting at some. And then went to Ramachandran's family and asked if they could recite the Kalma. And when Ramachandran's daughter and Ramchandran said, "We don't know the kalma," and then he immediately shot Ramachandran dead, point blank. Pointed the gun on his daughter's head as well. But then the kids were crying and screaming, and then he reportedly left, is what the daughter, has said while speaking to the media. And there was no point, she said, to trying to cover his wound to stop the bleeding because he was dead in just a few seconds. And then she said that she left that she ran from there with her children, 2 8-year-old sons. And these are pictures that are coming in right now of the last fight.
Order! Up! Loading. Set! One flying ammunition. Good! Okay. Right! Police! Fire! Down! Reload! Front! Police! Fire! Down! Reload! Front! Police! Fire! Down! Unload! Order! Up! Nobody! No! Up! Nobody! Prison! Up! Rest on your arms. Reverse. Nobody! Prison! Up! No! Order!
So that is the last rite being carried out of N. Ramachandran. He is one of the 26 Indians who were gunned down by the cowards from the Pakistani-sponsored terrorists, and the victim was traveling with his wife and daughter and twin grandchildren. Ashwin is joining us from Kerala. Ashwin, of course, it's a very, very heart-wrenching story. We've seen the daughter of Mr. Ramachandran earlier, how she held on to the body, and we see even the grandchildren. You know, every Indian should watch this, and if nobody still gets affected, if this does not shake your soul and does not make you raise your voice and stand in solidarity and unite against terror, then I don't know what will. This is a very, very heart-wrenching story, Mr. Ramachandran.
Absolutely. Right now, what we see is a man who's now been taken into the crematorium. All his friends have attested that he was a very calm person. He was a worker or an RSS Karyakarta since 1977. He has worked for the Sangh since 1970s. He was in fact a Shikshak. So he was a person of calm demeanor. Even when his daughter Aarti had spoken to Republic, she had stated that when the rifle was shown against him, he remained calm. He did not budge. He just stared at the eye of the cowardly terrorist, and then he was shot in a jiffy. That is what his daughter had said. And you can see this kind of bravery that has been shown by the family itself. In fact, his wife Sheila wanted the RSS Ganageetam to be sung during the funeral rites, which was also done as per his wishes. And hundreds of Karyakartas, along with large number of people from Kochi, around at least for public view, almost 3 hours it went on. People from across the city of Kochi and Kerala came down to have a final sight of this brave citizen who faced this bullet, who took the bullet for the nation. He was injured, he was shot, and his family had to go through grueling hours of pain. And now the final cremation is going to happen in a few minutes from now. In fact, he has been bestowed with a state of honors. All the ministers had come, the state minister had come, along with that Union Minister Suresh Gopi was also here till he was even there at the crematorium as well. So a very heartbreaking sight over here. At the same time, we see a kind of a poise which has been given by the family, and a very strong calls have been made. In fact, there were instances when the daughter itself was leading the chant of Bharat Mata Ki Jai during the funeral, when the body was being taken from the public hall to the house also. So we have seen all this. We see a resolute family who also feels that what has happened to him is not just a person in Kochi, but it's a soul of India. He is one of the soul of India that has been touched by a cowardly act of terrorism from those emanated from Pakistan. But Amar Rahe, Ramachandran Amar Rahe was repeatedly said in his house by hundreds and thousands of people, and which said that the memories of Ramachandran, he will be a reminder to all those cowardly terrorists out there that this will not go, this revenge will be taken. His body is right now, in a few moments from now, will be cremated. We are getting these visuals right now. A family is there all over there with him. Large number of media people are also there, but we also see many people have come even to the crematorium as well to pay last homage to the fallen citizen. In fact, this daughter had also stated that he was asked to recite the he was asked to recite, and before he could speak, he was shot, is what was said. And certainly this kind of a terror, that incident which happened now, this cremation that is happening in Kochi, 2,000 kilometers away from Kashmir, is sending a strong signal that the entire nation is mourning in as one soul. The entire nation has come together as one soul and one heart, and giving all kind of prayers from across the world, and all the Indian citizens out there is definitely praying for the soul of, we can see the daughter kissing, the final kiss has been given by the daughter Aarti. She's there, she's still holding her brave actress, her elder brother right now. Rajgopal is now bidding adieu. In fact, Rajgopal had just went back to the USA along with 4 of his family members just one day before he was shot dead, and as soon as he reached US, the family had to come back. That is why there was a delay in the funeral itself. As soon as he reached US, he had to come back immediately. All 5 family members came back, and the mortal remains of Ramachandran was being kept for his elder brother to see, Rajgopal. So certainly the last sight of the daughter and elder brother is what you can see. In fact, his wife Sheila is also there on the other side, and they are also witnessing giving a final goodbye to the man who faced a cowardly terrorist bullet. A brave man. In fact, he's been known as a brave man. In fact, some of his friends have also shared how he was very active. Even they was running a cutlery workshop over here in locally, and there are 60 people who was regularly attending to cutlery sessions and cutlery martial art sessions, and he was an inspiration behind it. In fact, 2 or 3 shakas which was started in the early 1980s and was in fact done by him. So he has done a great deal of work for the Sangh as well. A person like that in 1991 stood for the BJP as a district BJP council member. He stood for the election also in 1991. Remember, this is a time when BJP was hardly a presence over there, and this is a man who has gone to Dubai to make, after doing enough seva, went to Dubai, went to Qatar and worked, and then came back, yet keeping the ideals of India, of Bharat. He was living a life like that. In fact, his family also had stated that he was always a calm and composed man. Even at the face of terror, he remained so. And now with this resoluteness that he has shown, Ramachandran has shown, this resoluteness, this bravery that this man has shown, the 65-year-old man has shown, is now becoming a fire to all those people who have witnessed his life, who has witnessed this moment, who is witnessing this funeral right now. It is certainly very moments filled with grief, and certainly this moment is filled with grief. His final rites is going to be held. Family has slowly moved to the side. He will be. This is at the crematorium right now, with all the media also beaming this. Some 40+ media beaming this live. This cremation is going to happen in a while from now. In some time, his cremation will be happening. You can see Aarti's daughter just stepping out just before the cremation. Back to the studio.
Right, Ashwin. These are visuals that the world is seeing, that Indians are seeing. They stand in solidarity with these victims, the families. This is an irreparable loss to the family, to the country. He won't come back, but India will vow that we hit back, that such scenes are never witnessed again. Such scenes are never witnessed again. Last rites of N. Ramachandran right now underway in Kochi, Kerala, and you see the victim's family also by his side as they look at him for a very last time. Ramachandran was asked to recite the Kalma. He was shot down when he could not write in front of his daughter. This happened. She recounts the horror. She cries, she wails, she demands justice. And the entire country demands justice and standing in solidarity. All right, viewers, We will now get you some more breaking news coming in. Now, what inputs we have received is that there has been speculative firing from Pakistan right now as we speak. We're getting in a big update. Pakistan has resorted to speculative firing, multiple rounds of speculative firing in the last 24 hours. This is a very important information, and my colleague, senior editor Shravan Sen, joins us on the broadcast. Shravan, Pakistan resorting to speculative firing. Now, speculative firing is also known as reconnaissance by fire, trying to somewhere provoke and also understand where the Indian forces are spotted and where the Indian posts are, located. This is again a provocation and an attempt from Pakistan to get more details, as it is right now rattled. Shravan, this is speculative fire, that is reconnaissance by fire. Pakistan resorting to it in the past 24 hours. And once again, just explain to our viewers, what does this really mean, as Pakistan has been doing this for the past one day?
Well, it's a typical Pakistani tactic, and in fact this basically indicates the current state of the Pakistan army, because they fear that there is going to be a massive retaliation from the Indian side. So what has essentially happened, that in the last 24 hours, the number of speculative firing has basically increased, particularly in the 15 core zone, that is the Kashmir zone itself. Now, what does the speculative firing essentially means? It means that without any sort of provocation from our side, there's firing that takes place from the Pakistani side. They basically try to target the Indian posts. Now, that's exactly what speculative firing means. Now remember, there are cover fire that is provided by the Pakistani army when an infiltration bid is made. But in this particular case, these are speculative firing that has essentially taken place in the last 24 hours. In fact, early this morning, an Indian post in the Kashmir zone, that's the 15 core zone, was basically targeted by the Pakistanis. This was thwarted by the Indian army. In fact, we are being told that they've been doing so in the last few hours, particularly after the Pahalgam attack. This has actually increased because they essentially fear that there's going to be a retaliation. In fact, there has also been a movement of certain army divisions. As far as Pakistan army is concerned, they have moved their divisions closer to the line of control. That movement has actually taken place. So Pakistan is completely in a panicked mode right now, and that's the reason why this speculative firing is actually taking place from the Pakistani side. That's the latest that we are picking up, a clear indication of what's the situation within the Pakistani army and the administration, because they certainly suspect that some sort of a retaliation will happen. It's going to happen soon, and that's the reason why this is a preemptive measure, a preemptive step that has been taken by the Pakistani army, which has been completely thwarted well by the Indian forces.
Yes, of course, there are chills down the spine, chills running down the spine of the Pakistanis. Deployment has been increased, and of course the spots have been moved closer, camps moved closer, and of course now speculative firing, the reconnaissance by fire, speculative firing. Now we have another breaking news coming in, and this is about the ceasefire violation. Once again, Pakistan violating the ceasefire along the line of control. Ceasefire violation reported in 15 core zone. This is the breaking news we have right now, the 15 core zone. This is the update we have right now. I think my colleague Gursimran Singh is joining us right now on the broadcast. Gursimran, this is a ceasefire violation once again by the Pakistanis, and we do know that even the army chief has also taken stock of the situation that includes the ceasefire violations. Tell us more details, please.
Yes, the ceasefire violation has been reported from the that is the 15 core area, as Shravan was also mentioning. This is, to be very specific, the Dagger division of the Indian Army that covers the northern Kashmir area, and this has happened in the Kupwara Stanghar sector, where the Pakistan has resorted to the firing on the Indian Army positions, after which it was retaliated effectively. There has been a long firing that started somewhere around 2 in the late night and went on for a couple of hours. We are told that this is a small arm firing. No artillery was used during during this cross-border firing that has taken place. But the India has responded effectively to the Pakistan's fire. Especially this provocation is coming at a time when we are witnessing that the Pakistan has suspended the Shimla agreement, which means that there is technically no line of control when it comes to the holding the ceasefire that is there. But since India abides by the ceasefire agreement, because it is for the population of both the sides, that is for the people on the borders of India, on the borders of Pakistan, India abides by that. But Pakistan has provoked India, and the provocation has been met with the same standards, rather more effectively by the Indian Army late last night in the area of the Dagger division of the Indian Army. And now we have seen that why Pakistan is rattling, and they are fearing that there will be a strikes on them, and that's why they are resorting to the ceasefire violation. We'll be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break as Pakistan fears India's strike after the Pahalgam terror attack.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. And he has also said, अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया. In other words, he has said, whatever remaining land is there where the terrorists are getting patronage, where they live and where they get support, that will also go. My interpretation is the status quo of the LOC will change after 75 years. I hope it does. I hope it does. I take the Prime Minister's words extremely seriously, because the might of the Indian Armed Forces is going to annihilate not just the LAT headquarters in Rawalkot, but also, I'm quite sure,
Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Pakistan minister says they have been doing dirty work for over 3 decades. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi in Srinagar briefed by 15 Corps Commander to assess security situation in Pahalgam in aftermath of the attack. Outpour of anger against Pakistan in aftermath of Pahalgam attack. Black flag protests held in Srinagar's Lal Chowk. Fighter jets wreck terror attack site in Pahalgam as part of heightened security reviews in the region. Houses of Pahalgam attack linked terrorists blown up in South Kashmir. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh destroyed. And crackdown on terrorism continues. Multiple anti-terror operations underway in Shopia and Bandipora. All right, viewers, the next update is that we're getting in right now that contact has been established in the Basantgarh area of Udhampur. This is the 16 operation underway in the 16 core zone that's in Udhampur. And remember, the army chief also to visit Udhampur, and the latest update is with that contact has been established in Basantgarh area. In Udhampur, the operation is currently underway. Senior editor Shavan Sen joins us on the broadcast. From Shavan, tell us more updates about this development as contact has been established in Udhampur.
Well, in fact, Rakshita, multiple updates now coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, starting with the latest coming in from the 15-core zone, where we are being told that a ceasefire violation was reported in the 15-core zone. We are not putting out the name of the area where this has actually happened because it is sensitive right now, and that's the reason why we're withholding the name. But a ceasefire violation has been reported this morning, where an Indian post was targeted by the Pakistani army after multiple rounds of speculative firing that has actually taken place. In fact, this was thwarted. Indian army retaliated hard is what we are being told right now. Apart from that, as far as operations are concerned, one operation that is underway is basically in Basantgarh area, which falls in the 16-core area in Udhampur, where we are being told that a contact has already been established. It is underway. In fact, a terrorist has also been gunned down in the 15-core zone. That's the other operation that has taken place earlier this morning. The identity of the terrorist is being certain. We do have some details, but we are waiting for an official confirmation to come in from the Jammu and Kashmir police right now with regards to the identity of the terrorist who has been neutralized this morning. This is coming in from Kashmir. So these are the latest updates in full operational mode right now. The Indian Army looking at multiple combing operations, because remember, the target right now that the Indian Army has is basically to hunt down these terrorists, because several of them, at least 4 is what we are being told, the initial update that came in, 4 to 7 is what they're basically looking at. They had basically escaped into the Pir Panjal range is what we know at this point in time. The operations are underway, but the security forces are confident that an update is likely to come in very soon. They would be successful in the operations that are being carried out.
And some more breaking news coming, viewers. This is a very important update that the Home Minister of India, Amit Shah, has called on the Chief Ministers of all the states of India. It's an emergency meeting that he's chairing with all CMs of India together, giving them clear directive to identify all Pakistani citizens from their areas and notify the central government of exact numbers. Socially, all border states, including especially all border states, including Bengal and Rajasthan. So the infiltrators need to be identified. All the infiltrators need to be identified. All the enemies who are trying to support from within, from the Indian soil itself, and have to be tracked down. They have to be traced. They have to be brought to the book. And that is what the Home Minister is doing right now, chairing an all CM meeting. It's an emergency meeting with all the chief ministers of every state of India. Directive has been issued by him that they must come back with the information. They identify any Pakistani citizens in their states and notify the central government of exact numbers, and of course special focus being on West Bengal, because there is infiltration from Bangladesh and Punjab, of course, shares border with Pakistan. And the Executive Editor for Politics, Aishwarya Kapoor, joins us on that. Aishwarya, Home Minister chairing an emergency meeting, a very, very important directive to all the CMs of India.
Well, absolutely, Rakshita. At this point of time, we can confirm, according to our sources, each and every Chief Minister of India was in that video conference meeting, which was chaired by the Home Minister Amit Shah, and every Chief Minister, especially that of Bengal, Punjab and Rajasthan, have been given a clear directive that especially on the border districts, which amounts to more than 26 districts in these 3 states, the DMs have to notify the state Chief Secretary, and the Chief Secretary has to notify the Home Secretary every hour, every 60 minutes, because it's a clear directive coming in from the Home Minister of India clearly to every Chief Minister that not more than 24 hours, they do not want any Pakistani citizen with whatsoever reason to be there in India under any circumstance. And that's why a list of every citizen holding a Pakistani
a passport has to be notified to the state chief secretaries via DM. So the whole system has to be activated, and for that the Home Minister has held this meeting. It was a 40-minute long meeting, a video conference meeting in which every state chief minister and the LG was present, and simultaneous directives were given to each and every leader of the state, especially that of these three states, Punjab, West Bengal and Rajasthan. And they've been clearly told that, keeping in mind the directive of Government of India, no Pakistani citizen with whatsoever reason should be allowed, and they have to notify the central government every 60 minutes of these many number of Pakistani citizens holding the passport have been identified and are being deported. So they want to implement this within the next 6 to 7 hours, and maximum of 24 hours has been given to every state chief minister, and this is directly coming from the Home Minister. Back to you, Rakshita.
Right, Aishwarya Kapoor, thanks so much for joining us with that very important update that is coming in from the National Capital. Viewers, also, we have some more breaking news to share with you. It's a big update that we are getting in from Bandipora of Jammu and Kashmir, where the encounter is underway. And what we are understanding is that the Lashkar commander, the Lashkar terrorist Altaf Lali, has been neutralized. He has been killed, has been gunned down as the encounter took place in Bandipora area. One terrorist has been killed, and he is suggested to be Altaf Lali, the Lashkar commander. That is the breaking news. In fact, I think what we know, I believe that there are more terrorists trapped. What the information we have as per our sources, more terrorists have been trapped, because the hunt, the search operation is underway against everyone. Not even a single person on this soil or anywhere will be spared. And we will continue to get you more breaking updates, viewers. This is an update coming in from Bandipora, where the encounter has taken place, and the individual who has been neutralized is known to be Altaf Lali. My colleague and senior editor Shravan Sen joins us for more. Shravan, this is a big breakthrough. This is a Lashkar commander we are talking about, who's called Altaf Lali.
Well, in fact, this encounter took place in Bandipora area. This is in the Kashmir zone where the encounter took place. In fact, this is one of the many combing operations that have been carried out by the Indian Army in conjunction with the Jammu and Kashmir police as well as the paramilitary. Now, what's important to point out here is that since the Pahalgam attack, there have been multiple such combing operations that have been carried out, because they essentially suspect that the movement of terrorists have at least taken place in 4 districts. And that is the reason why these 4 districts where most of the combing operations are also being carried out. Not just that, what's also important to point out here is that the focus has also been on the overground workers. Several of them have been called in for questioning. We are being told that some of them have already been detained. The number goes up to over 50. My colleague Abhishek Kapoor was also reporting that about 66 overground workers have been questioned so far. So it is clearly that what we're looking at is right now the Indian Army in complete operational mode, and some with whom I spoke just a short while ago exuding confidence about the fact that they are in a position to neutralize the terrorists. It's just a matter of time when these combing operations are completed and the encounter is completed, and thereafter they're looking at a higher success rate at this point in time. They are aware of the movement that has essentially taken place, but keeping it in mind, there are challenges that the forces basically faces at this point in time because of the dense foliage in most of these areas where the operations are being carried out. So it is just a matter of time before the terrorists who are involved in the Pahalgam attack, they are basically neutralized. 4 to 7 is what multiple sources indicating. Some from the intel agencies that I've picked up, they are putting it between anything between 4 to 7. The number has been varying. They've been identified. Some sketches have already been released by the Jammu and Kashmir police. But having said that, remember, what is of paramount importance right now for the forces is to first ensure that the Pahalgam attack is avenged.
Absolutely, India will leave no stone unturned, and this is a lesson that Pakistan will remember for life. That is what India has vowed. And just stay on with us, Shravan, because we have an update coming in as far as the Chief of Army Staff, General Upinder Dwivedi's visit is concerned. And the update we have is that he has visited the Pahalgam attack site, and he has been briefed by the Northern Army Commander and GOC 15 Corps, GOC Victor Force, and operational briefings are underway as we speak. That's an important update we're getting in right now. Shravan, we also learned that Army Chief is scheduled to meet the Lieutenant Governor and the DGP Jammu Kashmir.
Well, in fact, we've also got the images of Army Chief General Upinder Dwivedi landing in Pahalgam. In fact, as you pointed out, he was briefed by the Northern Commander along with GOC Victor Force as well as the GOC of 15 Corps. The operational briefings are also underway. In fact, the Army Chief was also scheduled to have a meeting with the Jammu and Kashmir DGP as well as the Lieutenant Governor. The images which have just been put out by the Lieutenant Governor's office right now. Remember, as far as the Indian Army is concerned, their first target is to basically identify the terrorists. So hence you're looking at these combing operations that are being carried out. But what one cannot take away is the fact that if you correlate with what has happened, what transpired at the CCS meeting here in the national capital, a clear green signal has been given to the forces. How do you really translate that, particularly after what the Prime Minister has basically indicated from Bihar, where he said that he is going to identify all the terrorists, he's going to take away all the land that belongs to these terror groups, and essentially dismantling the entire ecosystem of the terror groups. Let's not forget, in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the reality is this, that the terror launch pads are still active. The terror launch pads, the tactics may have changed. The number of terror launch pads may have been, perhaps put at different locations. The number of terrorists in each of these launch pads may have been changed. These tactics have been completely changed by the Pakistani administration itself, because the reason why I say administration, because none of these terror groups are basically operating without the help of the Pakistani army, the Pakistani administration. And hence, what is important to point out here is this, that while the tactics have changed, the Indian army is well aware of what's really happening on the ground.
Absolutely. Stay on with us, Shravan, because rightly pointed out, Indian Army is in full operational mode, and more updates coming in how Pakistan is again resorting to its old tactics of speculative firing, conducting the reconnaissance by such firing. The speculative firing has been reported in the past 24 hours, a while back as well, and this is happening in Kashmir. Multiple rounds of speculative firing carried out in the last 24 hours. Also, ceasefire violation reported in 15 Corps zone. Pakistan attempting to hit one of our Indian posts in 15 Corps zone this morning, and this was retaliated. Shravan, tell us more details, as you were pointing out that Indian Army will of course retaliate to each and every provocation, and of course dismantle their entire terror network, be it in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, enemies within, and also those across the border or anywhere in the world. They will hunt them down, and they will of course bring the victim, bring them to justice.
Interestingly, Rakshita, we haven't said anything so far, but the Pakistani administration, the Pakistani ISI, the Pakistani army is completely jittery. The reason being is this. Look at what has happened since the Pahalgam attack took place. First, an official notification is issued. This official notification was issued to indicate that Pakistan Navy is basically going to carry out an exercise, a surface-to-surface air missile, test that would have been carried out off the coast of Karachi. Now, this is they had put out an official notification, and if you actually take a look at the images that were beamed by them, it's laughable to say the least. But we're going to do that in a short while from now, where we're going to put out those images for everyone to see what's really happening. Why exactly are the Pakistani, Pakistani administration in such a jittery mode, because if they say that there is no proof, then what is it that they are worried about? Because a section has been saying within the Pakistani media that India should provide the proof that there is a Pakistani hand in the Pahalgam attack. If that's the case, then why exactly are you making these orders right now? Multiple notifications have been issued by the Pakistanis telling the forces. In fact, there have been a movement of several divisions. These Pakistani army divisions have actually moved over the last 24 hours. It's a clear indication of the fact that they are completely nervous, they are completely jittery at this point in time. They fear that there's going to be a strong backlash, and yes, there will be a strong backlash. But having said that, what is important to point out here is that look at the responses that have come in from the Pakistani Defence Minister. The Pakistani Defence Minister earlier had indicated, in fact in an interview to a Western media organization, says that he has admitted to the fact that they are providing training to these terror groups, and he's saying it that they have been doing it for 3 decades, and he says this is the dirty work that they've been doing for the West, naming out the United States of America as well as Britain, saying that they had they not participated in the war waged by the Soviet, and thereafter of course with the United States of America, things wouldn't have been the way it is. But it's a clear admission of the fact that they have been harboring terrorists, and every time they've been trying to whitewash when things have been very difficult for them, particularly when the FATF was coming into the picture, because they were on the cusp of being blacklisted. And that is the reason why right now Pakistan is completely worried, because they've been completely isolated. Look at what China has basically responded. So all that put together right now, the responses are these. They're resorting to speculative firing, which basically means that we don't do anything, but they keep firing. In fact, we have responded to that speculative firing because at least one of the posts were targeted, and that's the reason why this morning I'm told that from the 15 Corps there was a retaliation that came in.
Right, Shavan, in fact, stay on with us. So we also have to give an update about how a total of 66 overground workers, viewers, have been directly connected to the Pahalgam attack. They have been detained. 66 overground workers have been suspected of facilitating the Pahalgam terrorists. All have been rounded up. They have been arrested. They have been detained, and they are being questioned by the agency. Shavan, well, this is, in fact, we also get a word from Abhishek Kapoor, but Shavan continues to be with us from our newsroom. Shavan, 66 on-ground workers have been now connected, are linked to this dastardly attack, and this entire network of these enemies within will be dismantled. And how? We'll try and connect with the Shavan once again, viewers, but this is a very big update. 66 overground workers have been detained, they have been questioned, they are being linked on. My senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the phone line. Now, Abhishek, well, this is a major development. 66 overground workers have been detained, they are being questioned, and this is how India is cracking down on this entire terror network, including the enemies within.
Well, absolutely. And this is a huge one. In fact, we have to understand what's really happening. This kind of terror attack would have happened with a lot of planning and a lot of information available. Remember, this Bairasan tourism spot opens typically in the month of June, by when security agencies have laid the plans for securing the Amarnath Yatra. And so there is heavy presence of CRPF, of Army, of Jammu and Kashmir Police when the tourists start coming in Bairasan. This time, given the kind of normalcy that we saw in Kashmir, this was opened 2 months in advance on April 20th, and just 2 days later on 22nd of April, this has happened. And the agencies believe that this has happened because the terrorists were given a tip-off that security arrangements are not in place and they can take advantage of that, and exactly that is what has happened. And we are told that agencies have gone through a dump of over 200,000 phone calls, and then they zeroed down on these overground workers, essentially people in the local population, and that's really the unfortunate part. And these 66 OGWs, remember, OGW is a euphemism for a terror sympathizer. So when you say overground worker, these are people who provide logistics, who provide sympathy, who provide cover, who provide food, etc., even information sharing for these terrorists. And so these people have been detained and they are being questioned. It's a major swoop down that has happened. And I'm being told by our sources that we are very close to cracking this case and zeroing down on the terror module of the resistance front, as it is called, which is anyway a front for Lashkar-e-Taiba, and these Pakistani terrorists would be, we would be bringing them to justice anytime soon. But what is important is that this OGW network has been busted, and the agencies have worked overtime, overnight, burning the midnight oil, so to say, and then based on whatever information comes out of the questioning, they are being interrogated as we speak. You can expect that once this interrogation is complete, even now we are getting some threads, some links, and those are being worked upon. That information is being worked upon and processed. This is a big one, and little unfortunate also, Rakshita, but then progress happening in terms of investigation in the Pahalgam terror case.
Absolutely. Yes, Abhishek. In fact, India wasting no time and leaving no stone unturned to crack down on terrorists, on these enemies. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us with those details coming in. Viewers, we will be getting you more updates right now. We will be stepping to a very, very short break, but we'll tell you more about India's water strike on Pakistan and, of course, the anti-terror operations that are underway. Minute-by-minute updates on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not, and they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim, and those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites, and I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First, proof, Dwivedi family from Kanpur.
मैं और शुभम बैठ के मैगी खाने जा रहे थे। शाम भी मेरी बहन थोड़ा दूर बैठी थी और पापा मेरे वॉशरूम में थे। उतनी देर में एक बंदा पीछे से आया और उसने गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है। मुसलमान है तो पहले कलमा पढ़ के दिखा। जैसे कि हम
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Pakistan minister says they have been doing dirty work for over 3 decades. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi in Srinagar briefed by 15 Corps commander to assess security situation in Pahalgam in the aftermath of attack. Outpour of anger against Pakistan in the aftermath of Pahalgam attack. Black flag protests held in Srinagar's Lal Chowk. Fighter jets recce terror attack site in Pahalgam as part of heightened security reviews in the region. Houses of Pahalgam attack lines, terrorists blown up in South Kashmir. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh destroyed. Crackdown on terrorism continues. Multiple anti-terror operations underway in Shopia and Bandipora. Thank you for staying with Republic. I'm Suesha Samant, and we continue to get you back-to-back breaking news on the operations that are underway after the Pahalgam attack. Handwara police conducted searches at the residence of a Jamaat-e-Islami member. The action comes days after the tragic Pahalgam attack that took the lives of several Hindus. It was a targeted killing and 26 people lost their lives. Search operations that was carried out in the presence of senior police officers and the local Lumbardar. Sources said that the operation continued for several hours. Those are the deferred pictures on your screens of the Handwara police that conducted searches, as the security forces are now trying to get to every link that is directly or indirectly responsible for the Pahalgam attack. Let me cut across to Gursimran as we stay with those pictures. Gursimran, searches at the residence of a Jamaat-e-Islami member.
Yes, it's the Handwara police that is carrying out the searches at the locations of the Jamaat-e-Islami, that is a banned terror group by the Union Home Ministry and has been banned under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act by MHA. Now that the searches are being conducted at the locations of the members who are actively associated with the Jamaat-e-Islami despite the ban by the Union government, and since the government and the Jammu and Kashmir police have some credible inputs regarding their involvement in the anti-national activities, they have been searched upon. Today we are told that the team of the Handwara police led by SSP Mushtaq Chaudhary, they carried out the raids at more than a dozen locations in the Handwara at the locations of these members of Jamaat-e-Islami, and now some of the digital devices and the documents have been seized by the police, and the further investigation with this regard is underway, because see, a massive crackdown across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir has been launched on the terror and its infrastructure, the entire ecosystem of the terror that is behind the terror attacks in Pahalgam, and also supporting the Pakistan's ideology of spreading terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, do stay on, Gursimran. We have more breaking news coming in, but before that, I quickly want to cut across to Zeenat to get further details on searches that are underway, because the security forces are now trying to map every dot, every mole who was directly or indirectly responsible for the Pahalgam attack.
See, Suisha, the searches that were carried by the Handwara police against the Jamaat-e-Islami member, and the searches continued for a couple of hours. In fact, it was a search operation for around 6 hours, which was assisted by Jammu and Kashmir police in presence of Lumbardar of the area. The local government, the local people were also taken into confidence before launching this raid. And search, as far as the search is concerned, this search has come to an end just while back, and also the documents have been scanned, and also the Jamaat-e-Islami member was questioned by the Jammu and Kashmir police, the Handwara district police. As far as the search operation in Kashmir Valley is concerned, we have been seeing in South Kashmir particularly, the searches are going on at multiple places, from Shopian district, where the almost 12 villages of Shopian were touched by Jammu and Kashmir police, the OGW network, and also those who have been with the terror business. The terrorists, their houses were scanned, their family was once again questioned. Again in Avantipora, police again carried the multiple search against the OGWs and the active terrorists in the Avantipora. Despite that, the local terror recruitment is coming in the single digits, but OGW structure is quite strong in the Kashmir Valley, and OGWs were also responsible for the Pahalgam attack that consumed the life of the civilian massacre that was observed in Baisaran. It was around 26. So we are again seeing the action against the OGW networks, the active terrorists, their families are being questioned, their homes are being scanned, and also whatever the support they are getting from the locals or from the ground, that the police is trying to dismantle that. We are seeing from Handwara to South Kashmir's Shopian and also Avantipora, the action is on, and meanwhile the army chief has conducted a security review meet in Srinagar. LG also took up the security situation with the army commander, army chief, and the 15 Corps commander, northern commander. All were present when they briefed LG about the situation. The meeting with the LG came just after taking the entire impulse from the ground about the Pahalgam attack, about the other security issues related to the LC and in the hinterland.
Zeenat and Gursimran, do stay on with us. We are quickly flashing details of yet another development of the Pahalgam aftermath. Indo-Pak border in Jammu has been closed for civilians now. the decision that has been taken by BSF authorities in Jammu in view of the tensions between both the countries. No civilian movement that is now being allowed by the BSF octroi post in Suchetgarh. Gursimran has further details on the same. Over to you, Gursimran.
Yes, Suesha, right now I am joining from the octroi border outpost in the Suchetgarh that has been closed for the civilians. I'll request Gaurav to show you the visuals from the octroi border outpost that used to be one of the viewpoints for the civilians, that they used to go to the zero line to see the Pakistan side and also ahead of the very close to the fence. But now this has been closed. The decision has been taken today in wake of the Pahalgam aftermath, and here you will see the deployment of the border security force too has been increased. The gates of the border outpost octroi has been closed. I'll request Gaurav to show you. This is the BOP octroi, India's first line of defense, and this used to be open for the civilians, that the civilians used to come here. They used to go and see the forward areas, that is 100 meters away from here is the Pakistan side. But now these gates have been closed. This has been done as a precautionary measure after the decision was taken that there could be threat to the civilian lives, because the escalations we are witnessing that are taking place on the line of control can anytime shift to the border, to the international border, and that's why here you will see that the BSF Jawans deployment that is there, they have been deployed here with the sophisticated weapons, and this border outpost gate that used to open and cater the civilians at any given time of the day, this has now been closed. I'll request Gaurav to show you this way that this is the gate of the border outpost octroi, India's first line of defense. This has now been closed. This decision has been taken as a precautionary measure by the BSF authorities in Jammu. First we saw that in the Punjab, the beating the retreat ceremony was restricted, the handshake and also the opening of the gates that was closed yesterday by the BSF authorities, and now in Jammu the octroi border outpost that used to be open for the civilians has now been closed till the time the situation improves. That is what we are picking up from the officials in the border security force. So this is one of those measures that the BSF has taken for the civilians to ensure their safety, so that there is no untoward incident, because this place used to cater on the daily basis more than 1,000 people, because people used to come. There is a signboard also there. They used to write the wishes for the border security force, their best wishes for the BSF that is guarding the borders, and then they used to go ahead. That BSF board that you see, that is actually a wall, the BSF Jammu frontier wall. They used to cross that. There is a gate, and behind that gate, 100 meters away from that gate, is the division, that is the zero line between India and Pakistan, where these people used to go. But now, for now, this has been closed with the immediate effect, and the four visuals that you see, that there is a complete deserted look this bears, which has never been in the past. Yes, Suesha.
But Simran, do stay on. We also have more breaking news coming in. In fact, massive protests had erupted in Pahalgam after Friday prayers against terror attack on tourists. Large-scale protests that followed after the Friday prayers, where locals took to the streets in outrage over the recent deadly terror attack in Baisaran Valley that claimed 26 lives. Now, demonstrators were wearing black armbands. They raised slogans condemning terrorism and demanding justice for the victims. Aravat is joining us with further details, and I believe he's also joined by some of these protesters, if I'm not wrong. Aravat, take it from here.
Yes, absolutely. We are here at the Pahalgam outside the Jamia Masjid. If my VJ can pan come to this side, and you can see here that the local people are outside after the Friday prayers in the Pahalgam, and we have seen that the locals have come to the streets and they are protesting against the deadly terror attack that took the lives of 26 civilians in the Baisaran area of Pahalgam. And you can see the visuals that the people are standing outside the Jamia Masjid in the Pahalgam, where also not only here, but we have seen that a lot of the places in the Kashmir Valley where we have seen that these kind of protests are taking place as of now, and we have seen the deadly terror attack that took place here in the Kashmir Valley. Also, we will also try to speak with the people here who are around. आप मुझे बताइए, आप क्या बताएंगे जो यहाँ पर ये अटैक हुआ, जो टूरिस्ट यहाँ पर आए थे उनको निशाना बनाया गया?
इसमें क्या कहने की ज़रूरत है, ये तो हम बोल नहीं सकते कुछ, क्योंकि ये नाशाना वैशाना हरकत है। इसमें कोई बंदा खुश नहीं है, सब इसमें परेशान है कि ये इसमें हमारा रोज़गार चलता था, इस पे हमारा ये कल्चर चलता था इधर। अभी अल्लाह का करना है, कुछ कह नहीं सकेंगे क्या कैसा अल्लाह का करना है, बाकी हम कुछ नहीं कह सकते हैं।
क्या मैसेज आप आज यहाँ से देना चाहेंगे इस प्रोटेस्ट के थ्रू, जहाँ पूरे कश्मीर में हम देख रहे हैं अलग अलग जगहों पर नमाज पढ़ने के बाद जो है मस्जिद से बाहर आए हैं, क्या मैसेज देंगे इस प्रोटेस्ट?
ये दे रहे हैं कि हम इसमें खिलाफ है, इसके खिलाफ है। हम हर जगह मस्जिद में ये जुलूस निकाल के इसीलिए कि इसके खिलाफ है। हम इसमें खुश नहीं हैं, हम ये पसंद नहीं करते हैं। ये बाकी क्या मैसेज होगी सर, बाकी ठीक है।
You can see that the people are continuously saying that they are against these kind of attacks in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen that a large gathering of the people, if my VJ can show you from the 360 degree that how the people has assembled outside the Jamia Masjid here in the Pahalgam, and you can see it gives a clear and a strong message to these enemies who are not happy in seeing the Kashmir. And we have also seen that the people of Kashmir after the abolition of Article 370, there used to be the peace process in the Kashmir Valley. But this time we have seen that there are the attempts by the enemies who try to display the peace process in the Kashmir Valley. आप मुझे बताइए, आप यहीं के रहने वाले हैं, क्या बताना चाहेंगे जो आतंकी गतिविधियां?
सर मैं तो घोड़े वाला हूँ, मैं इसमें हमको बहुत दुख हुआ, इतने जाने जाए हुए, हमको बहुत दुख हुआ। हमको इसके साथ धंधा भी है, हम पैसा भी कमाता, मगर बहुत दुख हुआ हमको कैसे ये हमारा मेहमान लोगों को जान ज़ाया हुआ है, हमें इस पर बहुत दुख है। मैं घोड़े वाला हूँ, पहलगाम का रहने वाला हूँ, हमको बहुत दुख हुआ क्योंकि इसको डैमेज हुआ, बहुत हमें दुख है।
एक लोकल भी था यहाँ पर जो टूरिस्ट के साथ था, हालांकि उसने कोशिश भी की थी उनसे गन छीनने की, उनसे लड़ने की, लेकिन
वो बेचारा इसके साथ गन छीनने के लिए आया था, मगर उसको नहीं बख्शा, उसको भी शहीद किया। वो बेचारा हमारे जैसा घोड़े चलाता था, वो भी अचानक फंस गया। उन्होंने उसको कोशिश किया था रफल लेने के लिए, मगर उसका जान उन्होंने हलाक कर दिया।
इससे कितना यहाँ पे इकोनॉमी की अगर हम बात करें, कितने लोगों का रोज़गार जो है यहाँ पर चलता था और जो अब बंद होने जा रहा है?
हमारे ख्याल में कम से कम लाखों लोगों का रोज़गार इसमें चलता है। इसमें खाली पहलगाम ही नहीं, पहलगाम से नीचे से भी लोग यहाँ पर दुकानदार है, शाल वाला है, कोई घोड़े के साथ जाता है, कोई अखरोट की गीली बिकते हैं, बहुत से चीज़ यहाँ पर बिकते हैं। समझो श्रीनगर से ऊपर सब इसी के ऊपर था, ये धंधा था हमारा, ये सब ख़त्म हुआ। मगर हमारी बदकिस्मती से हमको बहुत दुख हुआ, ये यहाँ पर ऐसा हुआ अटैक पहली बार पहलगाम में हुआ, हमको बहुत दुख हुआ।
आप मुझे बताइए, लगातार हम देख रहे हैं कश्मीर की अलग अलग ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पर नमाज़ पढ़ने के बाद लोग जो है प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, क्या बताएंगे?
जी सर, हम क्या बताएंगे, इस टाइम पे जो टूरिस्ट था वो हमारी जान थी, बल्कि इस टाइम पे कश्मीरियों की रोटी में इस टाइम जो है दरिंदों ने जहर मिला के कश्मीरियों को खिलाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। बल्कि इस टाइम पे शॉप वाला या होटल वाला या लोकल है यहाँ के कोई भी है, तो इस टाइम पे हर एक की आँख नम है, हर एक रो रहे हैं कि हमारा टूरिस्ट, हमारे मेहमान थे वे, उनको मार गिराया। और यहाँ का भी एक लोकल है आदिला मिश्रा, उसको भी मार गिराया। बल्कि ये बहुत ही दुख है, हमें हर एक को दुख है कि हमारे मेहमान जो थे, मेहमानों की हमेशा कदर करते आए हैं, हम आज भी कर दें, इसके बाद भी करते रहेंगे इंशाअल्लाह रहमान। बल्कि हमारे मेहमान मारे गए, इस पर बहुत ही बड़ा दुख है हमें इस टाइम, हर एक आँख नम है।
आप चाहते हैं इस चीज़ का बदला जल्द से जल्द लिया जाए? जो भी यहाँ पे पर्यटक आए थे या यहाँ का एक लोकल रहने वाला था, उसको भी टारगेट किया गया?
जी, ये बिल्कुल सच है कि हम भी हर इंडियन गवर्नमेंट से यही अपील है कि उनको ढूंढें, उनको हमारे सामने लाएं। हम खुद उनके खिलाफ हैं, बल्कि हमारे सामने ला के उनको अगर मार गिराए तो हम बहुत खुश होंगे कि वो दरिंदे जिन्होंने हमारे मेहमान मारे गए।
आप मुझे बताइए, आप भी यहाँ पर प्रोटेस्ट में हैं और क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप?
पहलगाम का रहने वाला हूँ मैं सर। उसके बाद जनाब ये बात हमारी जो ये पहलगाम में टैक्सी वाले, घोड़े वाले, होटल वाले या मज़दूर लोग इसमें रोज़ी रोटी कमाते हैं। उसके बाद में यहाँ हमारा ठप हो गया रोज़ी रोटी सब। तो उसके बाद में हमें जो ये अटैक हुआ, हम इसके लिए बहुत दुखी हैं, हमको बहुत परेशान हैं। हम खुद रो रहे हैं टूरिस्ट के लिए, हम टूरिस्ट का हमको दुख हुआ है। टूरिस्ट के साथ ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए। जी हाँ, और हमारा जो ये पहलगाम में लाखों करोड़ों लोग यहाँ इसमें रोज़गार कमाता है और खाता है। रेड़े वाले हैं, पटरियों पर बैठ के रोज़गार कमाते हैं, तो उसके साथ मज़दूर कमाते हैं। हर एक को, घोड़े वाले का हर एक का नुकसान हुआ है यहाँ पर, गरीब गुरबात का हर नुकसान हुआ। दुकानदार हैं यहाँ पर, होटल वाले हैं यहाँ पर, हर का नुकसान। एक होटल वाले के बाद 20-40 मुलाजिम हैं, उनकी रोजी रोटी भी ख़राब हो गई। जी
Thank you very much for speaking to the Republic TV. There are more people who will also try to speak with them also. आप मुझे बताइए, अगर हम इस्लामिक पर्सपेक्टिव से देखें यहाँ पे, क्या इस्लामिक पर्सपेक्टिव से ऐसे लोगों की हत्या करना जो पर्यटक यहाँ पर आए थे या यहाँ का लोकल था उसको भी आज तक क्यों नहीं हत्या?
ये जो एक्चुअली बिल्कुल गलत हुआ है, जो हमारे बाहर भी हमारा बात चला रहा है कि वहाँ पे कश्मीरी लोग जो है, कश्मीर लोकल जो है इसके साथ है। हमको पूछ के किसी को नहीं मारा गया, बट हम आधी रात तक हम हॉस्पिटल के बाहर खून देने के इंतज़ार में थे, बट ये उल्टा हम पे इल्ज़ाम ठोकर जा रहा है। हम इसके साथ नहीं है, जो भी हुआ है गलत हुआ है सर।
Thank you very much for speaking to the Republic. Visual here is the visual that Firdaus is showing you. Visuals, the posters that the Stop Innocent Killing has written, and they are holding these placards in their hands. And we have seen these kind of protests across the Kashmir Valley. And right now we have also seen that the Jamia Masjid Srinagar, where the Mirwais has told the prayers leaders that 2 minutes silence was also observed in the Jamia Masjid Srinagar. Also we have seen these kind of protests are taking place across the Jammu and Kashmir. Back to you, studios.
Rawat and Republic continues to keep our viewers ahead on every single angle of this story. Meanwhile, we are learning that investigative agencies have detained 2 brothers of terrorist Adil on suspicion of being overground workers. Both of them are being questioned in police custody. Since the Pahalgam attack, investigative agencies suspect that both of them are accused of supporting the activities of terrorist Adil by being overground workers. I want to cut across to Zeenat to get further details on what the investigation has revealed, because Zeenat, one thing is for sure, to carry out an attack of this nature was not possible without local help. With regards to this particular investigation that is underway, what are the leads?
See, as far as the question of detaining the 2 brothers of Adil is concerned, we have been seeing that around 200 people have been detained only from the South Kashmir in this case. And as of now, as far as the Adil brothers is concerned, they deal in the private sector. They are not in the government sector, and the family has been saying right from the day one they have no whereabouts of the Adil.
तो कुछ डेवलपमेंट हुआ तो उसको बताएं जरा। बैठे
All right, so we're getting you those visuals of top BSF officials who are concluding that meeting with the MEA and leaving from there. In fact, this could be a meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs. The pictures indicating that meeting that was held by BSF officials as they continue to update the MHA over the border situation that remains very, very sensitive at this point. We'll try and play out that sound bite that was recorded, but lips are sealed given the sensitivity of the situation at the border at the moment, and BSF officials exiting the Ministry of Home Affairs after that very important meeting. We're trying to get further details of what was discussed as a part of this meeting. So far, we understand that BSF Director General Daljit Chaudhary, who met with Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan in the North Block office, and the pictures that just played out on your screens. BSF Chief meeting with Union Home Minister Secretary. I beg your pardon, Union Home Secretary. As every important development that is being discussed of the anti-terror operations that are on in full swing, 23rd April, 24th April, and today 25th April, the anti-terror operations that have been moving at a fast rate, and every area, every vantage point that is being manned. Border Security Force Director General Daljit Chaudhary, who met with Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan at the North Block office. The meeting was significant as a BSF trooper had been detained by Pakistani rangers after he inadvertently crossed the international border near Punjab's Firozpur on Wednesday while providing security to farmers. Let me cut across to Gursimran, who has further details on what was discussed as a part of this meeting after this incident had happened. Gursimran. All right, not too sure if Gursimran can still hear me, but that is the very important meeting that has happened after that BSF Jawan who was detained by Pakistani rangers. Remember, he is still in Pak custody. He was detained by Pak rangers after the Jawan had inadvertently crossed the international border near Punjab's Firozpur on Wednesday while he was providing security to farmers. The Jawan's family that is extremely concerned, and top BSF officials who are now taking the matter and discussing it with the Ministry of Home Affairs. India has sought immediate release of our BSF Jawan. BSF had, top BSF chief who had discussed this matter with the Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan at the North Block office, pictures of which are on your screens right now. In fact, we also tried to get a soundbite on the details of this meeting, but these matters that are extremely sensitive. And let me cut across to Gursimran to what we are picking up from our sources with regards to this meeting, and most importantly with regards to any development to get the BSF Jawan back. Gursimran.
Yes, Suesha, this is an important meeting that has come at a time when the tensions are escalating, and the BSF Jawan is, Constable P.K. Singh, is still in the custody of the Pakistani authorities. Now the DGP or the DG of the Border Security Force, Daljit Chaudhary, has briefed the Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan with regards to development on that front and also on the prevailing security scenario in the international border area. Because we have a couple of minutes ago seen that the BSF's decision that they will be closing down the civilian interactions, the entry at the border outpost in the Octrai that is in the Jammu. So these are the developments that have been discussed that came during this discussion between the Director General of the Border Security Force Daljit Chaudhary and Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan. Important to mention that the BSF also caters a key area, that is the Jammu-Kathua Samba, which has been a traditional route of infiltration for the Pakistani terrorists, but also at this given time when the tensions are striking a new level between the two countries, the situation on the line of control as well as on the international border continues to be tense, and that's why this briefing and this meeting is very important. Because see what has happened, that today morning there has been a massive escalation by the Pakistani side on the line of control, that is in the North Kashmir area. So it is on the expected line that it will spill over to the other parts. Whether
Right. Simran, I'm sorry I'm having to interrupt you here. We are flashing further details as a part of this development. BSF is all set to hold another flag meeting with Pakistani rangers to get the BSF Jawan back, who continues to remain in Pakistan's custody. His family is extremely concerned, and top BSF officials who've had a meeting with the Home Ministry in this regard. The next step is going to be holding a flag meeting with Pak Rangers. India strongly demands that the BSF Jawan should be released by Pakistan immediately. Let me cut across to Shawan to get further details on another flag meeting with Pak Rangers that is being planned by the BSF. Shawan.
Well, in fact, the latest details coming in, the two flag meetings were held over the last few days. This was after the BSF soldier had inadvertently crossed the zero line. In fact, we are being told that the Pakistanis have essentially indicated that they haven't got a green signal from the senior authorities, and that is the reason why there has been a considerable delay in releasing the BSF soldier who has been taken into custody by the Pakistanis. Having said that, the BSF right now basically looking at all possible channels to ensure the safe return of the BSF soldier. In fact, it turns out that this entire news of the BSF soldier who was taken into custody was basically leaked by the Pakistani authorities and by the Pakistani media, something that India has basically taken umbrage about, because given the fact that this was a sensitive issue which the Pakistanis have basically leaked. And in fact, this is an area where similar sort of incidents keep happening because of the nature of that particular area, because these are BSF jawans who basically accompany the farmers in that very area, and the farmers do possess a special permit. So this is nothing unusual. Having said that, authorities basically indicating this is not unusual, but in the backdrop of what has happened in Pahalgam, this matter has also been escalated by the Pakistanis. But having said that, the BSF holding regular flag meetings, 2 have already taken place. 1 more is scheduled later today.
All right, Shawan, do stay on as we continue to track every development on this story very closely. Arawat is also with us on the broadcast. I am yet to confirm if he has further details on how the BSF is now pursuing the matter, because you're also standing at a place, Arawat, where all of those locals whose livelihood massively dependent on tourism are now escalating this protest that they are staging on the ground, saying that innocent lives should not be taken like this. Over to you for what's happening there and any information you're picking up from your sources in the BSF.
Absolutely, Swesha. If we'll talk about the ongoing protests here in the Pahalgam, we have seen that we have also spoke to the various people here on the ground in the Pahalgam, and they have spoken against the Pakistan after they have targeted the civilians here in the Pahalgam, in which we have seen that the 26 lives have been killed. Also, Republic will get you all the details from the various locations across Jammu and Kashmir. We will be right back after a short while break. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी
Thank you for staying with Republic. I'm Suesha Sawant, and back-to-back breaking news that we continue to get you on the aftermath of the Pahalgam attack. We keep you ahead on all the breakings. First, we take a quick check of the headlines we are tracking at this hour. Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Pakistan minister says they have been doing the dirty work for over 3 decades. Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi in Srinagar briefed by 15 Corps Commander to assess security situation in Pahalgam in the aftermath of the attack. Outpour of anger against Pakistan in the aftermath of Pahalgam attack. Black flag protests held in Srinagar's Lal Chowk. Fighter jets recce terror attack site in Pahalgam as part of heightened security reviews in the region. Houses of Pahalgam attack line linked terrorists blown up in South Kashmir. House of Lashkar terrorist Asif Sheikh destroyed. Crackdown on terrorism continues. Multiple anti-terror operations underway in Shopia and Bandipora. And first up, we cut across to the protests that are underway in Pahalgam. This after the Friday press. Those locals who are up in arms against the terror attack on tourists. Large-scale protests that are being staged after the Friday press. Locals who've taken to the streets in outrage over the recent deadly terror attack in Baisaran Valley that claimed 26 tourist lives. Demonstrators who are wearing black armbands, raising slogans condemning terrorism and demanding justice for victims. Arawat, who's standing at that very spot. Arawat, they are angry. Their livelihood hugely depends on tourism. And fact is that these are the locals who've taken the hit the most.
Yes, absolutely, Suresh. I'll request my VJ to take you through these words. These are the locals of the Pahalgam holding the placards and protesting against these terrorists who has targeted the 26 civilians in Pahalgam. Also, we'll try to speak with them.
टूरिस्ट हमारी
आप मुझे बताइए, जो यहाँ पर 26 लोगों की जो हत्या की आतंकियों ने क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, जो 2 दिन पहले यहाँ पर एक दरिंदगी हुई है, वहशियाना हरकत हुई है, हम उसकी भरपूर अल्फाज में, पुरजोर अल्फाज में मजम्मत करते हैं, कंडम करते हैं। और इसीलिए आज हमने जुमा की नमाज के बाद यहाँ पर ये प्रोटेस्ट किया है, धरना दिया है। हम इस चीज़ को किसी भी सूरत में बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे, ना कबूल करेंगे। कश्मीरी कौम खूनरेजी को या दरिंदगी को कभी बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी और ना ही हम अपने मेहमानों पर हमला बर्दाश्त करेंगे। और अगर वो लोग नहीं समझते हैं तो उसके लिए हम होम मिनिस्ट्री को और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ये उनके सामने ये डिमांड करते हैं कि आप जिस तरह से चाहे उनसे बदला ले। जो लोग इसमें शामिल हैं, जिन लोगों ने ये हरकत की है, उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा दे, उनको फांसी पर लटकाए, चौराही पर उनको फांसी पर लटकाए और इस साजिश को जल्द अज जल्द पर्दाफाश होना चाहिए। क्योंकि ये सिर्फ टूरिस्टों पर हमला नहीं है, ये कश्मीर पर हमला है, हम पर हमला है, कश्मीरियत पर हमला है। और हम समझते हैं कि एक ये भी साजिश हो सकती है कि कश्मीर का जो स्ट्रॉन्ग पिलर है इकोनॉमी, उसको डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश है, जो कि हमें किसी भी सूरत में बर्दाश्त नहीं है। और हमारे बहुत सारे हीरोज़ जो यहाँ के लोकल हैं, जिन्होंने बहुत सारे टूरिस्टों की जान बचाई हैं, हम उनको सल्यूट करते हैं। और एक जो हमारा नौजवान है उसमें शहीद हुआ है, हम उसको भी श्रद्धांजलि देते हैं, उसको भी हम सल्यूट करते हैं। लेकिन हम कहना चाहते हैं कि ये दहशतगर्दी हमें किसी भी सूरत में कश्मीरियों को बर्दाश्त नहीं है, कबूल नहीं है, ना ही हम आगे ये इसको बर्दाश्त करेंगे।
जो लोकल थे यहाँ का, उसने छीनने की कोशिश भी की थी जो उनका वेपन था, लेकिन उसको भी बाद में जो है
देखिए, उसने एक दहशतगर्द से जो वहाँ पर दरिंदगी कर रहा था उससे राइफल छीनने की कोशिश की, लेकिन उसके पीछे दूसरा आया और उसने उस लड़के पर गोलियां चलाई और उसको वहीं पर शहीद कर दिया है। लेकिन उसकी बहादुरी को हम सलाम करते हैं और आश्वासन देते हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान को। जितने भी टूरिस्ट मेरी बात सुन रहे हैं, जितने भी लोग मेरी बात सुन रहे हैं पूरे हिंदुस्तान में, उनको हम आश्वासन देते हैं कि आप बेखौफ आइए, हम आपके साथ हैं, शाना बशाना खड़े हैं। पहले हमारी जान जाएगी, हम अपना जान देने के लिए भी तैयार है, लेकिन आपको कोई आंच आने नहीं देंगे।
जहाँ आपने इकोनॉमी की बात की, आपको लगता है कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ की इकोनॉमी के पीछे वो लगे हुए हैं, जो टेररिस्ट यहाँ पर आए, उन्होंने यहाँ पर जो टूरिज्म जैसे लाइवलीहुड यहाँ का चलता था उसको ही निशाना बनाया?
बिल्कुल, ये तो सीधी बात है, ये तो कोई भी समझ सकता है कि यहाँ ये हमारी इकोनॉमी पे, ये हमारी मशत पर हमला किया गया है ताकि कश्मीरी कौम भिखारी बन जाए और इनके पास जो ये टूरिज्म सेक्टर है ये भी अब चौपट हो जाए। बिल्कुल, ये हमारे अर्थव्यवस्था पर हमला है और हम इसको किसी भी सूरत में बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे।
आप मुझे बताइए, आप भी हमें प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, कश्मीर की अलग अलग ऐसी जगह है जहाँ पर इस तरह का प्रदर्शन भी हो रहा है, क्या कहेंगे इस घटना पर?
इस घटना पर ये टूरिज़्म का या रोज़गार का मसला नहीं, ये इंसानियत का मसला है। ये इंसानियत पर वार हुई है, तो हम इसके ख़िलाफ़ जितनी भी हो सके उतनी मज़म्मत कर रहे हैं। हम सब लोगों का, पूरी जम्मू कश्मीर का दिल दुखी है, ख़ास तौर पे पहलगाम का सारे लोग दुखी है। इसलिए बहुत अफसोस हुआ है हमें इस चीज़ का।
यहाँ का भी एक युवा जो था उसको भी उसने गन छीनने की कोशिश की थी, लेकिन उस पर भी गोलियां चलाई। कैसे देखते हैं?
जी बहुत ही दुख है इस बात का कि बल्कि यहाँ के लोकल भी मारे गए और जो हमारे टूरिस्ट जो थे वो भी मारे गए। बहुत ही दुख है इस बात का।
आप क्या कहना चाहते हो उन आतंकियों को जो अभी भी जंगलों में हैं और लगातार वहाँ पर सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है? कुछ टाइम पहले आर्मी चीफ भी वहाँ पर मौजूद थे, उन्होंने भी उस पूरे एरिया का जो है जायज़ा लिया।
होम मिनिस्ट्री से हम यही दरख्वास्त करते हैं, गुजारिश करते हैं, अपील करते हैं कि जल्द से जल्द इस साजिश का पर्दाफाश किया जाए और जो लोग मुलव्वस हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सज़ा दिया जाना चाहिए। और मैं एक बात और कहना चाहता हूं कि जो कश्मीर से बाहर हमारे स्टूडेंट्स हैं या जो बिज़नेस करने वाले लोग हैं बाहर, उन कुछ हेट मोंगर्स कुछ वहाँ पर हेट स्पीच देते हैं और उनको थोड़ी बहुत हमने सुना है कि सताया जा रहा है बाहर। तो इस चीज़ की भी हम
locals who are holding this protest in Kashmir over the Pahalgam attack, their livelihood that has taken a hit. But remember, these are protests that are not just restricted to Kashmir. These are protests that are happening across India, sporadic protests that continue to brew after the anger that is mounting against Pakistan over these targeted killings against Hindus and the Pahalgam attack where 26 innocents were killed by terrorists. And more breaking news, massive search operations are being carried out in the homes of active local terrorists and their associates at different places in Avantipora. We'll also get you those deferred pictures at the searches that are underway in Avantipora. A short while ago, we got you pictures from Handwara and police searches that are underway. In fact, that is Avantipora to be precise, where these searches are happening. There you see how the police is not leaving any stone unturned, and that link that is being drawn to these local terrorists. Those who may be related to them are their associates and have in any way aided and helped those terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam attack. Zeenat, I want to come to you as we stay with those pictures of the police conducting searches in Handwara.
Sugisha, these are the pictures and visuals that we are beaming from the Handwara, where a Jamaat-e-Islami member was searched by the police along in presence of the Lambarda. The search was carried by them for around 6 long years, and also the Jamaat-e-Islami member was questioned. This tells you that the police, security agencies, the investigating departments are not leaving any stone unturned to try and see that whosoever has supported a kind of provided a network to these terrorists who had carried this civilian massacre in Pahalgam, they are given a body blow. The searches we see are from the Handwara. We have seen searches in Handwara, we have seen searches in Kaso was launched in Bandipora, and coming to now South Kashmir, where this all massacre unfolded in Anantnag of South Kashmir. Anantnag district has been continuously under the vigil, under the radar of the security agencies for their monitoring. Meanwhile, as far as the districts that come in the South Kashmir zone, that includes the Shopian, Avantipora as well as Pulwama, where we see the security agencies, and mainly it is taken by the Jammu and Kashmir police, is carrying the search against the OGWs, and also the houses of active terrorists are being frisked, they are being scanned, and thorough search is being conducted. We have seen the visuals from the Avantipora where the multiple searches were carried at the multiple locations of the OGW. Those who have the connection with the terror business. Similarly in Pulwama's Dardpora and Dhangripora, I beg your pardon, and similarly in Shopian, where again the multiple searches were carried in different villages, and the recorders, phone recorders, and also some electronic gadgets were recovered by the J&K police. And also in less than 3 days, we are seeing around 200 people as till date have been questioned, although nobody has been detained in this case. Only the search operations are taking place, people are being questioned, and then they are being allowed to go.
Seena, please stay on with us. We'll also tell our viewers and play out those pictures about the massive search operation that is underway at the residences of suspected terror associates across several villages of Pulwama district in South Kashmir. Zeenat, every person who could be remotely linked to the Pulwama terror attack will not be spared. In whatever way they may have provided help, in whatever way they may have leaked information, and helped those terrorists who ruthlessly killed 26 innocents in the name of religion. Those search operations that are underway in Pulwama. Zeenat, continue talking to us.
See, Suesha, this is all aftermath of Pulwama attack. We see the entire Kashmir Valley's 10 districts are being touched by the J&K police, army, and the other paramilitary forces. Now we see the visuals coming in from the Pulwama, where the Dhangripora village of Pulwama was touched, as the village is known for having multiple OGW network on ground, and the several houses were searched. Although many of them were questioned, they are providing information, they were thoroughly interrogated, and a lot of information had been extracted from these OGWs and the terrorists who have been active in the terror business for a long time, but they were not at home, or as they have left the home a long back, and now the OGW and the family members were also questioned. The searches were conducted at their places. This tells you that this is operation all out coming from the security apparatus in the Kashmir Valley. On the one side, we see Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi is in the Kashmir Valley, and then we see that he is briefing LG Manoj Sinha about the entire situation, how the things are at the hinterland, and also along the line of control. Line of control has seen an action in the morning when small arm fire was reported from the multiple locations of the LC. Indian Army retaliated effectively. Then action was also seen in Bandipora, again in the North Kashmir, where a LET terrorist, the local terrorist, was neutralized. In South Kashmir, the two houses, one of them was blown up, the other was razed to the ground. Both of them belong to LET and have links with the Pahalgam Terror Attack.
We've been playing them through this morning. More information that comes in on these very searches that are underway. Please do stay on. I want to hear from you on the digital evidence and drone footage that is being collected for forensic analysis. No arrests have been made so far, is what we've learned. But several persons who are under examination, they are in the radar of the central agency. NIA is assisting the Jammu and Kashmir police in carrying out this investigation, Zeerat.
Yes, this is now the game is of the investigation. As long as they are able to get the leads, that will help them to solve the case at the earliest, so that they can lay their hand on the exact network that carried this civilian massacre in Pulwama. Although people have shown their resentment by carrying, and they put up the black flags outside their shops. Even in the Srinagar, such scenes were witnessed from different areas of the Srinagar, where the silent protests in the form of putting up the flag, the people are expressing solidarity with those families who have lost their loved ones, and also a message to the terror outfits that the terror on the Kashmir soil will not be tolerated anymore. Meanwhile, we are seeing people coming in support of the Jammu and Kashmir police, paramilitary forces, the RR, by coming forward and providing the information. Even the digital evidences, the drone footage, whatever was recovered from the Pahalgams by Baisaran side, everything has been taken by the NIA. We are expecting soon there will be announcement that the NIA has taken over the case. Meanwhile, the Jammu and Kashmir police has also formed a sit which is being headed by additional superintendent of police of Anantnag, because Pahalgam's police station has registered this case under FIR number 25/2025, and since the Anantnag police is providing all kind of assistance, they have taken over the venue. Even this venue has now become a no-go zone for the public at the moment. Although I'm reporting from the Pahalgam, which is wearing a deserted look. People have been looking for the tourists, for the livelihood, which has not been visible on the ground, because apart from the other destinations, the tourist destinations in the Kashmir Valley, Pahalgam has been worstly affected after the terror incident that has taken place here in the meadows of Baisaran village.
All right, Zina, do stay on with us. We have more breaking news coming in. We'll quickly flash those details on our screens of how Army Chief has visited Pahalgam attack site. He was briefed by Northern Army Commander, GOC 15 Corps, GOC Victor Force. Operational briefings that are currently underway. Army Chief is scheduled to meet with LG and DGP. In fact, those pictures of that meeting that are also on our screens right now, where Army Chief met with Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha, and important briefing there of the developments so far that have been exchanged. Zenith.
Yes, there have been multiple meetings of the LG with the high-profile visitors in the Kashmir Valley today. General Upendra Dwivedi, who has also served.
Let me quickly go to Gursimran also on this as we stay with those pictures. Gursimran has further details on the same. Gursimran.
Yes, if we speak of the meeting has taken place. The first meeting was upon landing. He went directly to the headquarters of the Victor Force and also the 15 Corps headquarters, wherein he was briefed by the GOC Victor Force and also the commander of the Kashmir-based Chinar Corps. Apart from that, he has also visited the Raj Bhavan of Jammu and Kashmir in Srinagar, wherein he has met the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, where LG Manoj Sinha has given a clear-cut directions to the Indian Army to ensure that the perpetrators of this heinous terror attack that has taken place in the Pahalgam, claiming life of 25 civilians, the perpetrators be brought to the justice, and it is ensured that also the support system and the ecosystem of this entire terror infrastructure is decimated at an earliest. These were the directions that were passed on to the Army Chief by the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir. And also after that, the LG has also, the Army Chief has also met the Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Nalin Prabhat, in which a thorough discussion was there regarding the synergy that can be increased in days to come so that the operations can be carried out at a fast pace. Also, what we are picking up that till evening the Army Chief will be in Srinagar, after which he will be heading back to the national capital. Though for now there is no schedule of the Army Chief to visit the Pahalgam, but it is being said that he will be taking another set of briefing from the Victor Force GOC, who is responsible for the area of South Kashmir under which the Pahalgam also comes.
All right, Gursimran, thank you for getting us the latest. In the meanwhile, we also tell our viewers how India has doubled down on its decision to indefinitely suspend the Indus Water Treaty on Thursday evening, formally notifying Pakistan that it comes into effect immediately. Republic is reporting from Harike Dam in Taran Taran as we get you this report.
जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले के बाद पाकिस्तान पर अब वाटर स्ट्राइक किया गया है और वाटर स्ट्राइक के तहत 65 साल पुराना जो सिंधु जल समझौता है वो अब रद्द करने का फैसला किया गया। यानी पाकिस्तान को जो भारत से पानी जाता था अब नहीं जाएगा। बूंद बूंद के लिए तरसेगा पाकिस्तान। कैसे, ये हम आपको समझाते हैं ग्राउंड जीरो से। मैं इस वक्त हरिके डैम में पर मौजूद हूँ। ये हरिके डैम तरन तारण जिला में स्थित है, पंजाब में। ये आप मेरे पीछे ये डैम आप देख सकते हैं और डैम उधर आप पानी देख सकते हैं। वो सतलज और व्यास का ये संगम है। सतलज नदी और व्यास नदी का संगम और रावी नदी का भी पानी इससे मिलता है। यहाँ 32 गेट हैं। अमूमन यहाँ बाढ़ के समय में पानी इतना भर जाता है कि 2 से 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी पाकिस्तान के पास चला जाता है और 2 से 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी का से प्यास पाकिस्तान का बुझता है। लेकिन अब ये 32 गेट बंद है, फिलहाल पानी अभी कम है, 4600-4700 क्यूसेक पानी है। लेकिन ये जो आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं, दरअसल यही हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ जाता है। पानी यहां से हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ जाता है, जो हुसैनी वाला बॉर्डर है पाकिस्तान, और वहीं से हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ से पाकिस्तान को पानी छोड़ा जाता है। लेकिन पहले यहाँ से, चूँकि ज़रूरी है कि यहाँ का पानी किसानों को मिले, बहुत लंबे समय से राजस्थान के किसानों की मांग रही, बीकानेर गंगानगर के किसानों की मांग रही, यहाँ पर पंजाब के किसानों की मांग रही कि पाकिस्तान को हम पानी भेज रहे हैं, हम अपने खेतों में सिंचाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो अब इस फैसले के बाद ये जो पानी है, सतलज ब्यास का पानी जो इधर जाता था, अब इधर नहीं जाएगा। अब कैसे जा रहा है? अब जाएगा वो बीकानेर और गंगानगर राजस्थान और या फिर फिरोजपुर फीडर के ज़रिए पंजाब के किसानों को ये पानी मिलेगा। ये फिरोजपुर फीडर के ज़रिए पानी जो जाएगा, ये आपको नहर दिखाता हूँ, यहाँ से जो नहर निकला है, और साथ ही राजस्थान के इंदिरा गांधी नहर को भी, इंदिरा गांधी कैनाल को भी यहीं से पानी छोड़ा जाता है, सतलज और व्यास के पानी। तो ये पानी अब अपने किसानों को जाएगा। पहले क्या होता था, 9 से 10 हज़ार क्यूसेक पानी यहाँ से पाकिस्तान को जाता था और हमारे किसानों को पानी नहीं मिल पाता था। पानी लबालब होने के बावजूद समझौते के कारण पानी भेजा जाता था। हालांकि सतलज, व्यास और रावी पर भारत का पूरा अधिकार है, लेकिन फिर भी भारत की तरफ से पानी भेजा जाता था। ये यहाँ फिरोजपुर फीडर, आगे राजस्थान फीडर के ज़रिए उन किसानों तक, वो दूसरा नहर आप देख रहे हैं, वो दूसरा नहर वो राजस्थान फीडर है, उसके ज़रिए बीकानेर और गंगानगर तक पानी जाता है। अब ये सारा पानी, चाहे बाढ़ भी आएगी तो पानी अब किसानों को भरपूर मिलेगा, हमारे किसान सिंचाई कर पाएंगे। लेकिन पाकिस्तान को अब पानी नहीं मिलेगा और बूंद बूंद के लिए तरसेगा पाकिस्तान। भूखे तो मर ही रहा है, अब प्यासे भी मरेगा पाकिस्तान। सहयोगी कैमरा पर्सन उमेश के साथ मैं सुमित झा, हरिके डैम, रिपब्लिक भारत।
And where questions are being raised about the selection of Baisaran Valley, fondly known as Mini Switzerland, in the Kashmir resort town of Pahalgam for Tuesday's deadly attack by Pakistan-backed terrorists, the answer lies in the area's terrain. Our reporter Sumit found out as he was reporting from the terror attack site itself.
पहलगाम की बैसारन घाटी में जिस तरीके से काराना हरकत को अंजाम दिया गया, आतंकियों की तरफ से 28 लोगों की जान ले ली गई। उसके बाद लगातार सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं, लगातार आतंकियों की तलाश हो रही है, बड़े ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि 35 किलोमीटर के एरिया में जो सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहे हैं, उसमें कि आखिर कैसे खुद को बचाने में कामयाब रहे, यहां पर आतंकी कहां से वो फरार हुए, हम लगातार उन रास्तों की तलाश यहां पर कर रहे हैं। और इस वक्त आप देखेंगे जहां पर हम मौजूद हैं, ये बैसारन घाटी का वो रास्ता है जो सिर्फ जो लोकल्स हैं यहां के वो जानते हैं। और आपको बताएं कि जो टूरिस्ट का जो रास्ता है वो अलग रास्ता है, जिसके जरिए टूरिस्ट अमूमन यहां पर घूमने के लिए आते थे। ये स्थिति है यहां पर, क्योंकि ये बेहद घना जंगल है, पीर पंजाल की पहाड़ियों से जुड़ा हुआ ये पूरा जंगल, जहां पर जो आतंकी हैं वो अपने आप को छिपाकर भागने में कामयाब हुए। दरअसल इन पूरे जंगल के एरिया के अंदर जो बेहद घने पेड़ हैं, ऊंचे ऊंचे जो पेड़ हैं, हाइडआउट्स हैं, वो आतंकियों के लिए जो है काफी मददगार साबित होते हैं। लेकिन इस जंगल के अंदर पूरी तरीके से कोशिश हो रही है अभी आतंकियों की तलाश करने के लिए। 10 टीमें इस वक्त यहां पर लगाई गई हैं, सीआरपीएफ की, एसओजी की लगातार जुटी हुई हैं। आम लोगों के लिए, लोकल्स के अलावा जो आम लोग हैं उनके लिए यहां से चढ़ना बेहद मुश्किल होता है। और मैं आपको दिखाऊं कि कुछ ऐसे ही हाइडआउट्स हैं जिनका जो फायदा है वो आतंकियों को मिलता है। आप देखिए ये जो मोटे मोटे पेड़ है, जो मोटे दरख्त हैं, ये सिर्फ एक उदाहरण है। ऐसे ऐसे कई दरख्त आपको जो है यहां पर दिखेंगे, थोड़ा जूम करके मेरे सहयोगी आपको दिखाएंगे, जहां पर आतंकी खुद को छिपाने में कामयाब होते हैं। दोपहर के लगभग 2 बजे का यहां पर वक्त है और थोड़ा सा बिल्कुल 90 डिग्री ऊपर अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं कैमरे के जरिए, जो धूप है वो भी नीचे तक नहीं पहुंच पाती है। इस तरीके की स्थिति इस जंगल के अंदर है और इसी का जो फायदा है वो आतंकियों की तरफ से उठाया जाता है। आपको शायद आवाज ना आ रही हो, लेकिन हेलीकॉप्टर्स लगातार पूरे इलाके के अंदर आर्मी के घूम रहे हैं। लगातार जो है जो सेना के जवान हैं वो पूरे इलाके की यहां पर रेखी इस वक्त कर रहे हैं। और हम लगातार वो दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जब आतंकियों ने जिस रास्ते का इस्तेमाल कर खुद को यहां से सबसे पहले वो बैसारन घाटी तक पहुंचे और जिन रास्तों के जरिए, जो संभवतः रास्ते बताए जा रहे हैं, खुद को उन्होंने जो है यहां से एस्केप किया। दरअसल जब हमला हो रहा था उसके बाद आप देखेंगे, थोड़ा इधर से मैं आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करता हूं, थोड़ा नीचे का जो एरिया है वो हम यहां पर दिखाते हैं आपको। देखिए, ये वो रास्ता है नीचे का जहां से जो लोग हैं वो खुद को बचाने की कोशिश यहां पर करते हैं। दरअसल ये नदी का रास्ता है, क्योंकि जब बरसाती नदी इसे कहते हैं, जो बरसात है उसके वक्त में यहां से सारा पानी नीचे की तरफ उतरता है। और इसी रास्ते से, क्योंकि जब जंगल के रास्ते से जब ऊंचाई के जो रास्ते हैं, आप थोड़ा सा आगे आकर वो दिखाता हूं आपको, ये पीर पंजाल की वो पहाड़ियां हैं जिनकी तरफ से जो है आतंकी आए और उसके बाद अंधाधुंध जो फायरिंग है वो उनकी तरफ से की गई। और उसके बाद टूरिस्टों के पास बेहद मुश्किल जो है सिर्फ यही एक रास्ता बचा था जिसके जरिए वो खुद को यहां पर बचा सकते थे। 10,000 से लेकर 30,000 की फीट की ऊंचाई जो है वो इन पहाड़ियों की है, जो लगातार जो सुरक्षा बल है उनके लिए मुश्किलें पैदा करती है, और जो आतंकी है वो खुद को बचाने की यहां पर जो है कोशिश करते हैं। दरअसल जो पीर पंजाल की पहाड़ियां, उसके आसपास के जो जंगल हैं वो लगातार आपस में कनेक्टेड हैं। चाहे आप जो है नॉर्थ की बात करेंगे, साउथ की बात करेंगे, और दोनों तरफ से 360 डिग्री पूरा, अगर मैं यहां पर आपको व्यू दिखा रहा हूं, ये पूरी पहाड़ियां आपस में एक दूसरे के साथ कनेक्टेड हैं, पूरे जंगल जो है वो एक दूसरे के साथ कनेक्टेड हैं। और इसीलिए जो आतंकी हैं वो इस जगह को जो है टारगेट किया गया, क्योंकि उन्हें यह पता था कि आखिर ये जो पूरा एरिया है यहां पर कितनी बड़ी संख्या में जो टूरिस्ट हैं वो यहां पर पहुंचते हैं।
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, anger is mounting against Pakistan following the terror attack. Protests erupt across India. We'll get you details after this short break. Stay tuned.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
आपके घर के खाने में रेस्टोरेंट जैसा स्वाद ले आए MDH का शाही पनीर मसाला। पनीर को क्या मस्त बना डाला।
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not, and they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim, and those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed.
Republic hires nearly 300 journalists every year. Do you want to be one of them? Start at Republic School of Journalism. Train with the best inside Asia's largest integrated news center. Learn live, perform well, and you stay. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
Bisa kalah itu rumput, no?
There are many places to study journalism within four walls. But if you want to live it and learn live, come to the Republic School of Journalism. At Republic School of Journalism, our campus is your classroom. You learn live inside Asia's largest integrated news center. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic hires nearly 300 journalists every year. Do you want to be one of them? Start at Republic School of Journalism. Train with the best inside Asia's largest integrated news center. Learn live, perform well, and you stay. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV as we get you the live updates on India's counter-action against the Pahalgam terror attacks. As we speak, counter-terror operations in different parts of Kashmir, and we are on standby for any misadventure of Pakistan. We will choose how and when to respond to Pakistan. Here are the headlines. Deliberations from Delhi to Srinagar. BSF DG meets Home Minister on the Jawan who's been held captive. Army chief is in Pahalgam, Kashmir, briefed on the terror attack carried out by Pakistani terror groups. Houses of Lashkar operatives believed to have been involved in the Pahalgam attack destroyed in Kashmir. Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organization. Pakistan Deputy Prime Minister calls them freedom fighters. Pakistan Defense Minister says they have been doing the dirty work for over 3 decades. Massive search operations underway at the residences of suspected terror associates across several villages in Pulwama district of Kashmir. As more and more world leaders speak to the Prime Minister of India, more nations standing with India now. MEA confirming that the Prime Minister of UK, Starmer, called Prime Minister Modi, conveyed his condolences on the lives lost in the terror attack on Indian soil. UK strongly condemning the barbaric terror attack carried out by Pakistan, expressing that they stand with the people of India in this hour of tragedy. Going across to Abhishek Kapoor, my colleague joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, UK Prime Minister, one of the last perhaps to call on Prime Minister Modi.
It's a long list, so beginning with President Trump, who was the first, in fact, to speak to Prime Minister Modi in the first 6 hours of the tragedy panning out, followed by Vice President J.D. Vance, who was, in fact, holidaying in India. And then it's a long list, President Emmanuel Macron of France, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy, from our neighborhood, Nepalese Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli, Mauritius Prime Minister Naveen Ramgoolam. Yesterday we had a call from Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, calling Prime Minister in his neighborhood, Jordan's King Abdullah II also spoke to Prime Minister, as also from Jordan to Japan, Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. So I think this is essentially a marker, Niranjan, of how the world sees India, how the world sees terror emanating from Pakistan, and despite its isolation, the incorrigible dastardization of Islamic radical extremism that we have seen in Pakistan, nobody, sees any good coming out of it. Obviously, these confabulations that have happened over the last 2 days have succeeded in putting across India's point of view even further, more strongly within the Committee of Nations. I believe that this should go a long way in helping us tackle this episode of terrorism in the manner in which, and the Prime Minister has already spoken about India's resolve to pursue these terrorists till the last corner of the earth, and in fact, including the soil from where it's emanating. So, message is clear that we are building up momentum in the direction of inflicting costs on the perpetrators of Pahalgam terror attack, including its backers, and all these communications that are happening at the topmost levels between Prime Minister and the world leaders essentially provides us a direction, so to say, of how the world would respond in case we take those tough measures that are being planned.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Abhishek. There is some more breaking news updates now coming in. The Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has called a one-day session of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly session. Called on the 28th of April 2025, 10:30 a.m. That's on Monday. Special session, one-day session of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly called at 10:30 a.m. on the 28th of April, Monday. Session was proposed by Omar Abdullah and his cabinet for a discussion over the Pahalgam terror attack. Gursimran is with me. Gursimran.
Yes, Niranjan, this was proposed by the cabinet meeting that was held day before yesterday by the Omar Abdullah government, in which it was proposed to the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, to call an assembly session for a one-day, that is a special session, to discuss the situation in Jammu.
Special session to discuss the situation in Jammu and Kashmir, especially the Pahalgam terror attack and its fallout, because we have seen that this terror attack has not only hit 26 civilians but also in the entire economy of Jammu and Kashmir. The way the civilians are now returning back, especially the tourists, those who have come to Jammu and Kashmir, and now this session has been called in on the 28th of this month, that is 28th of April at 10:30 am. It is believed that first it will be the address by the governor, followed by the discussion on the Pulwama terror attack. So we see that this comes after a day after the all-party meeting that was called in by Omar Abdullah, that condemned in strongest possible words the terror attack that has taken place in the Pahalgam, in which 26 innocent civilians were killed by the Pakistani terrorists and the countermeasures that the India has taken. So it is believed that a threadbare discussion will take place on the one-day assembly session that will start at 10:30 on the 28th, as official notification has been issued by the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha.
Okay, stay with me. Gursimran, I'm getting in some more breaking news right now. Those are pictures, by the way, of senior officers meeting the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor earlier today. Getting in some more breaking news of the counter-terror operations now underway in different parts of Kashmir. Massive search operations launched in Anantnag, Kashmir following the recent Pahalgam terror attack. Getting in more details and pictures of the operation. Searches being conducted in different parts of the valley. And these are pictures coming in of the search operations that are underway as we speak in South Kashmir, in different parts of Kashmir. We have details of this particular search operation as well. In different districts, we have the search operations that are on. In this specific search that was launched this morning, this was in Anantnag. Joint teams of the Jammu and Kashmir police coming in. Joint teams of the Jammu and Kashmir police, army, paramilitary forces, other agencies involved in the search operations following the Pahalgam terror attack. Searches focused on residences of individuals suspected to be linked with terror outfits. Any overground workers are being picked up. It's about time. Part of a broader counter-terror strategy to dismantle terrorist networks. It's not militant, it's terrorist networks in South Kashmir. Operations being conducted with professionalism, aiming to minimize public inconvenience. These are PR words being used by the press release. Let me go across to Zeenat with me. Zeenat, first of all, they're terrorists, not militants. But anyway, tell us more about these operations that are on. Okay, I'm having a little bit of an issue going across to Zeenat. Let me see if I can go back to her in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, as we stay on these pictures, these are pictures of the search operations that are being conducted in different parts of Jammu and Kashmir. This one is from Anantnag, the latest pictures that came on the right of your screen from Anantnag of the search operations where joint teams of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Army, paramilitary forces, other agencies on the job. Getting in pictures of protests from Pahalgam as well. Let me go across to those pictures. These are pictures of the protests from Pahalgam, Kashmir.
इसमें इसके खिलाफ पूरी रियासत जम्मू कश्मीर के बाशिंदे बिला लिहाज मजहब मिलत मुस्लिम गैर मुस्लिम सब इस दरिंदगी के खिलाफ इस दहशतगर्दी के खिलाफ सरापा एहतजाज है और हुकूमत से यही मुतालबा करते हैं ये बात यकीनी बनाया जाए दूसरा ऐसा हौलनाक वाक़ा नमूदार न हो पाए इस सिलसिले में इक़दाम उठाए और इस बेईमाना सानिया की तहकीकात की जाए जो भी इसमें मतलब इस पाया जाए उसको इबरतनाक सजा दिया जाए और कैफियत किरदार तक पहुंचाया जाए।
पहलगाम बाकी के बाद ही कई बच्चों को स्कूली बच्चों को बाहर निशाना बनाएगा, क्या कहेंगे?
इस सिलसिले में मैंने खुतबे में भी अभी एक बात कर रहा था, आपसे भी यही बात दोहराना चाहता हूँ। जो भी कश्मीर के बाहर कारोबारी लोग हैं या तालिब इल्म है उनका तहफ़्फ़ुज़ यकीनी बनाया जाए। जिस तरह ये पहलगाम का वाक़ा दहशतगर्दी है, इसी तरह
Getting in some more breaking news right now on Republic TV. Intelligence agencies issuing a terror threat for non-locals in Kashmir after the Pahalgam attack. Advisory saying Pakistan's ISI, Pakistani terror groups planning to carry out attacks specifically on non-locals in Kashmir. Police personnel, especially CID, Kashmiri Pandits, particularly in Srinagar and Ganderbal districts. Advisory warning of possible attacks against railway staff, other non-local civilians, railway employees, railway infrastructure. This is a specific terror alert issued by intelligence agencies for non-locals in Kashmir after the Pahalgam attack, saying that ISI may try to target non-locals. Gursimran, non-locals means non-Muslims, specifically Hindus.
Yes, Niranjan, we have seen that the Pakistani ISI, that is the intelligence agency, is in all possible attempts to destabilize Jammu and Kashmir by targeting the minority community, the Hindus in Jammu and Kashmir. And what we have witnessed in Pahalgam was one such example. Now an advisory has been issued by the intelligence agencies that reads that the non-locals that are here in Jammu and Kashmir, the employees of the Jammu and Kashmir police, the CID wing that gather the intelligence against these terrorists, and also the Kashmiri Pandits that are minority community in the Kashmir Valley, those who are living in minor pockets in Kashmir, they are on the target of the terror groups, and terror groups are planning to launch an attack on them, especially in the Srinagar and the Ganderbal district. Apart from this, the advisory that has been accessed by the Republic that also reads that these terror groups, what they are planning, that they are planning to target the non-local employees of the railways and the railways infrastructure in the Kashmir Valley, because it is very important that the railway infrastructure in Kashmir that is very soon to be connected related to the Kanyakumari. The Prime Minister was slated to inaugurate it on 19th of April, but due to inclement weather conditions, that program got delayed. So anytime soon, the Prime Minister was scheduled to connect it, to inaugurate it, and then to connect Kashmir to Kanyakumari via rail link. But the terrorists do not want, because they do not want the prosperity of the local Kashmiris. They are not the caretakers of Kashmiris, but they are actually the real enemies of the Kashmiris. So what they do not want to actually portray, and that's why they are targeting the railway infrastructure and the non-locals of the railway employees that are living in the Kashmir Valley. This advisory has been issued, and this advisory has further written that the immediate actions that are needed to be taken should be taken immediately by the authorities, and to safeguard these non-locals, these Kashmiri Pandits, and the employees of the J&K government CID wing, that is the police wing that looks after the anti-terror operations in Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs, Gursimran. On to a breaking news update. Here on Republic TV, multiple counter-terror operations are underway across Jammu and Kashmir. In a span of just 3 days since the Pahalgam terror attack, Jammu and Kashmir has witnessed heightened military activity in the backdrop of terror attacks as the Indian Army, our security forces, launch multiple counter-terror operations across the region, across Jammu and Kashmir, ranging from infiltration attempts along the line of control to deep interior combing operations aimed at dismantling Pakistani terror networks. On the 23rd of April, starting with the 23rd of April, an infiltration attempt was successfully thwarted by the Indian Army in Uri, Baramulla, located right along the line of control. 2 terrorists were neutralized in this operation, marking a critical win in the ongoing efforts to secure border areas from cross-border threats. Simultaneously, deeper inside the valley in Tangmark, Kulgam, security forces busted a terror hideout. Pictures that we have put out on Republic TV this was about 140 kilometers from the LOC, indicating that sleeper cells and logistical networks continue to exist far from the front lines, far from the international border or LOC. A day later, on the 24th of April, that's yesterday, a fierce gun battle in Basantgarh, Udhampur, approximately 80 kilometers from the international border, claimed the life of an Indian Army soldier who was martyred, underlining the risks involved in counterinsurgency operations even in hinterland areas. In Sindhan Top, Kishtwar, located about 150 kilometers from the LOC, a search operation was launched on the same day. Following intelligence inputs, though no terrorists were found once again. Now, closer to the border in Mendar, Poonch, gunfire was reported following suspected movement from the Pakistani side, and the area just about 0 to 20 kilometers from the line of control saw an immediate search operation initiated by the army to rule out infiltration or any terrorist presence. The string of operations continued even this morning, with encounter underway as we speak in Bandipora, 14 kilometers from the line of control. Initial reports confirm that 2 Indian soldiers have been injured so far. Now, these coordinated operations reflect both the geographical spread, the tactical complexity of counter-terror measures in Jammu and Kashmir. From foiling infiltration at zero-point borders to dismantling deep terror infrastructure, our security forces remaining on high alert, responding swiftly to emerging threats in one of the most volatile security theaters in the country, on the backdrop, of course, of the Pahalgam terror attack. Let's get you some more breaking news now. Getting in more pictures right now and breaking news updates of S. Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister, and Ranveer Jaiswal, spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs, at the External Affairs Ministry. Along with them, ambassadors of US and Nepal, as India continues to engage and take into confidence and brief different ambassadors of different nations. Those are first pictures coming in, first on Republic TV, of External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Ranveer Jaiswal, who's the spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs at South Block, along with them the envoys of US and Nepal. US and Nepal ambassadors also being briefed as we speak. Okay, I'm getting in, as we get to these pictures, there is another big breaking news coming in a short while from now. Gopi with the details. Gopi?
Well, as you can see, we are standing right outside the Ministry of External Affairs. I would ask my camera person to show you. Just a short while back, we saw that it was the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar who has in fact arrived at the ministry, while before him it was Ranveer Jaiswal. Just like yesterday, we are also seeing that various ambassadors and various envoys of different countries have also started coming. We have seen that envoy of Nepal, United States and Egypt are already here. We will have to see the top diplomats. We are also expecting top diplomats from various other countries will be here in the South Block at the Ministry of External Affairs, and they will be briefed about the issue. Like yesterday, the meeting lasted till 30 minutes. We are expecting a similar sort of meeting will be happening today as well, while the meeting is already underway with the minister as well as the official spokesperson of Ministry of External Affairs. We will have to wait and watch what kind of brief and discussions happen inside with the envoys of different countries, what all will be briefed to them, as we have seen that there was already a CCS meeting post which the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri had already briefed about what is going to happen next. So we will have to see and we will have to wait and watch what pans out next. Back to you.
Okay, stay with me. I have another big breaking news update coming in. This is a Republic TV exclusive. First on Republic, getting every breaking news update. Nation first, forces first. No compromise on the breaking news. No filters here on Republic TV. And the next big breaking update coming in. First case of deportation by India of a Pakistani national has just happened. Okay, don't mind the picture upside down. We'll change the orientation of that picture. But what that picture shows you is a face of Bibi Saida. Bibi Saida from Karachi has been deported by India. First case of deportation by India of a Pakistani national overstaying under the visa, the SAARC visa scheme. Bibi Saida was with her relatives in Bharuch, Gujarat. Had arrived on the 14th of April via the Atari-Wagah border. Deported on the 25th of April following India's decision to scrap Pakistani SAARC visas. Asked to leave India immediately. The SAARC visa deadline ends today. The normal visa deadline for all Pakistan expires tomorrow. For medical visas, the deadline is the 29th of April. And she has been asked to leave. She has now been deported. The first case of a Pakistani national being deported under the SAARC visa scheme. The first announcement that came in the press briefing from the Ministry of External Affairs on the night of the attack, when they clearly mentioned that they will be revoking SAARC visas. Shut, stopped, suspended. No more SAARC visa entry for Pakistanis. 48 hours were given. Bibi Saida has shut that deadline and has been asked to please go back to Pakistan. Abhishek Kapoor breaking that story for Republic. Once again, Abhishek, this is a big one.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. So I think what we are seeing is a very decisive move being made by India in terms of backing up its decisions with action on the ground. So we had Home Minister Amit Shah holding a meeting with all chief ministers and asking them to instruct their respective local administrations and police forces to identify Pakistanis who are there, who might not be aware that this decision has been taken, to communicate to them and deport. And now we are in fact seeing the first such decision or move coming in from Gujarat in Bharuch, where Bibi Saida, who had come to India on April 14th on an SVES, which is a SAARC visa, and was staying with her relatives, she has been effectively deported. Like the administration has picked her up and sent her to the Wagah-Atari border, from where she will have to, and escorted her rather to the Wagah-Atari border in Amritsar, from where she would now, of course, have to cross over to Pakistan, and we are seeing those pictures coming in.
Well, these are like exclusive pictures. The story breaking on Republic TV, the first deportation has happened. The picture of Bibi Saida, her visa stamped on your screen right now, getting you every breaking news update in the backdrop of the Pahalgam Terror Attack. Bibi Saida is the first Pakistani national deported from India, sent back to Pakistan. The first case of deportation under the SAARC visa scheme. The SAARC visa scheme was due to end yesterday. She overshot her time. Has now been deported by India, sent back from Bharuch, Gujarat, will travel back to Karachi, where she came from. Had arrived on the 14th of April via the Attari-Wagah border. Deported on the 25th of April, following India's decision to scrap the Pakistani visas. The normal visa deadline ends tomorrow. Medical visa deadline April 29th. SAARC visa first to be scrapped. Krita joining us with the details. Krita, over to you.
Indeed, Niranjan, and the first case of deportation from India has taken place. As you rightly pointed out, this is the copy of that visa that we have right now. It is of Saida Bibi, who is from Pakistan, born 1st January 1951. She is from Karachi area, and now she has been officially deported. Her passport was due to expire in 2026, according to these details now, and she was in a visa in India now, and she's the first notified case of deportation from Pakistan that has taken place. This is the copy of that passport that has now been deported of Saida Bibi, and these are the details that we are tracking right now. As you rightly pointed out, the details for medical patients who are from Pakistan, who are inside India at the moment for their treatment, is about April 29th, but she was deported today, that is on April 25, following India's decision to scrap the passports. We have also known that the Home Ministry has coordinated, and Home Minister Amit Shah has also held a meeting with all the chief ministers of various states, asking for their cooperation to coordinate and track down all the Pakistani nationals residing in their state under various visas and facilitate their deportation at the earliest. So the Indian government has now moved into full swing, and all the state governments are closely working in conjunction with the Ministry of Home Affairs to track down each and every Pakistani national staying on a valid visa in the country, and they are asking them to deport themselves at the earliest within the prescribed deadlines, as was notified by the Ministry of External Affairs after the CCS meeting the day before yesterday, and after the official statement also came yesterday, where it was said that each and every Pakistani national will have to evacuate from this country and go back to Pakistan in the next 48 hours. So now the first case of deportation has been notified this afternoon on April 25th. Tonight and tomorrow will be 2 days on which we will see a massive deluge of Pakistani nationals going back in. It is also very interesting to see, since Pakistan has closed up its airspace for Indian nationals, it is also going to be increasingly difficult for these Pakistani nationals to go back to Pakistan at the earliest. We also saw earlier the Wagah-Attari border was also closed down for one way. All the people who came for business and trade reasons with their trucks or whatever in India, they have the deadline up till May 1st. So they have still a couple more days to go back to Pakistan, because only one-way exit is allowed through the Wagah-Attari border, because before it is also completely shut off. So the first case now coming in of deportation from Pakistan. Back to the studio, Niranjan.
Thank you for joining us with those inputs. Okay, taking a short break. That's the visa copy of Bibi Saida, sent back to Pakistan, to Karachi. The diplomatic strike continues. Taking a short break here on Republic TV. Back with the breaking news updates on the Pahalgam Terror Attack aftermath.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH. We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल।
ये रंग दे,
ये खुशबू दे,
ये तीखा,
ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. And he has also said, अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया. In other words, he has said, whatever remaining.
Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Stay on the big breaking story of the aftermath of the Pahalgam Terror Attack. Meetings underway in the national capital. Union Home Minister Amit Shah holding a key meeting in a short while from now to discuss a future course of action on the Indus Water Treaty of 1960. Which Pakistan, which has been kept in abeyance, has been suspended. Union Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, senior officials of several ministries will take part in this meeting. Meeting expected to discuss the future course of action and how to implement the decision of keeping the treaty in abeyance. India has already notified formally Pakistan the fact that we will be putting this treaty on abeyance, suspending this treaty that we don't need with Pakistan to choke their lifeline. And the meeting to implement that will be in a short while from now at the residence of the Union Home Minister. I'll go across to my colleague Piyush Ori in just a few seconds, but we're counting down to that meeting which will decide how Indus Water Treaty will be implemented. The suspension, the abeyance, will be implemented, and the steps India will now take following the suspension of the Waters Treaty after calling it off with Pakistan. For starters, the water share as of now is 80-20 in favor of Pakistan. That has been suspended. The treaty gives western rivers of Indus, Chenab, Jhelum to Pakistan, eastern rivers of Bias, Ravi, Sutlej to India, has now been suspended. Signed in 1960, facts on the ground have changed since then. We will correct it after putting it in abeyance. Despite 4 wars, India had honored the treaty in letter and spirit. After the Pahalgam terror attack, we have suspended it. Pakistan paid back with terror in all these years, and the reason is that we have gone soft with them over the last few decades. But the fact that we have now suspended the Waters Treaty, they have declared war, and we too are now giving it back. India had threatened scrapping of the Indus Water Treaty post Uri and Pulwama, but did not execute the threat. We have now put the Indus Treaty on hold. Gopi, my colleague, is joining me live from Delhi. The Water Resources Minister, Gopi, meeting the Union Home Minister. What's the plan?
Well, in fact, this was planned and scheduled for yesterday that C.R. Patil, the Water Resource Minister, was going to meet officials of MHA and MEA yesterday at Shram Shakti Bhavan, but that could not happen. So today it is under the chairmanship of Home Minister Amit Shah, where the Water Resource Minister C.R. Patil, along with other top brass leaders of BJP, are going to meet at Amit Shah's residence. The meeting is going to begin anytime after 4. While what we are also learning from our sources is that one thing which happens, which remains important here is obviously the Indus Water Treaty, which remains suspended till further notice. While we also need to understand that experts have time and again said that there is already acute shortage of water in Pakistan. So this in fact would be one way of giving it back to Pakistan. While talking of other aspects attacks. We have seen how Pakistan has responded to this. They've called this exit from this particular treaty as an act of war. So this is what this has been happening. This development has been happening since the day Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri had announced that the Indus Water Treaty stands suspended. We'll have to wait and watch what pans out from this meeting. Back to you.
Thank you for that. And ahead of that meeting, let's give you a full sense of what this Indus Water Treaty suspension, the fact that we've now put it in abeyance, will mean for Pakistan. The Indus Treaty is on hold. Now, India will exercise full control over Indus, Jhelum and Chenab to start with. We will have complete control. And Pakistan, of course, has been rattled over this. They've said that any abeyance or any suspension of the Indus Water Treaty will be declared as an act of war. Why is that? Water stoppage could trigger agriculture crisis in Pakistan. At least 75%, a majority of Pakistan depends on the Indus Water Treaties and the waters from the river. 75% of Pakistan's farm output is likely to be directly impacted as an effect of the Indus Water Treaty being put in abeyance. The Punjab region in Pakistan's food basket. The Punjab region is the food basket in Pakistan, and that is likely to be worst hit after we decided to announce suspension of the Indus Water Treaty. Now, all of this, when you factor all of this in, it adds up to why Pakistan is really in a state of worry. There is some more breaking news that I have now coming in right now. BSF is going to hold another flag meeting with Pakistan Rangers. BSF Director General Daljit Chowdhury has today met Union Home Secretary Govind Mohan at his North Block office. Meeting was significant as a BSF trooper has been detained by Pakistan Rangers after he inadvertently crossed the international border near Punjab's Firozpur on Wednesday while providing security to farmers. Soumya is joining me with more details. Soumya, what's the plan? Because we were told that Pakistan is not really moving on it, refusing to appear for even flag meetings. Are we expecting any headway there to, try and get back our ranger?
Yes, well, today once the flag meeting commences, this is going to be the third flag meeting since the day the BSF constable had crossed the IB. As if sources are to be believed, it was just 5 meters away from the Indian side, the IB that defines the Indian side. Now, ever since that happened, the first meeting took place on 23rd, the second meeting took place yesterday, and we are being told that another meeting is set to take place today. Having said that, the BSF, the Indian authorities, might also consider other possible channels as well, because this can be seen as a way from Pakistan's side of buying time, because the response that has been coming in from their end is that they're waiting for a go-ahead from senior officials, and then they will be able to take a decision as to how they will be returning the BSF constable who has been detained by the Pak Rangers. So these are the latest developments that have been taking place with regards to the crossing of the border. Back to you.
Do we know the status of the Jawan? The circumstances under which he crossed over, we know it was inadvertently, accidentally, just about 30 meters is what we understand, right? Do we know the status? Is he being treated fairly? Is he safe? Any update on his condition, the condition under which he's being treated by Pakistan?
Well, as of now, the details that we have, that it was the Firozpur border, basically the Mambot sector. There, particularly, it was Firozpur border, wherein there was this particular area beyond the fences, wherein the farmers are allowed for the cultivation of the land. And whenever the farmers go there for the cultivation of the land, it is the basic protocol for the basic reason, for the simple reason, for their safety and security. security that 3 to 5 BSF constables have to accompany them. It was during that time that led to this incident. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs, Soumya. India's military might stands as a towering testament to its unwavering commitment to national security and regional dominance, dwarfing Pakistan's capabilities across every measurable metric. With 14,55,550 active military personnel, India's forces outnumber Pakistan's 6.5 lakh by more than double, showcasing a robust and ready manpower advantage that's India for you. And this disparity widens further with paramilitary forces, where India's 25,27,000 personnel overwhelm Pakistan's 5 lakh, ensuring superior internal security and border protection. Even in the reserve forces, India's 11,55,000 personnel nearly double of Pakistan's 5.5 lakh, providing a deep bench of trained soldiers for any contingency. Now, in the skies, India's air superiority is undeniable. Its 513 total fighter aircraft eclipse Pakistan's 328, while the dedicated fighter fleet of 130 outstrips Pakistan's 90 fighter aircraft dedicated. That ensures India's dominance in case of an aerial combat. Pakistan knows that. The transport aircraft fleet, critical for logistics and rapid deployment, stands at 270 for India compared to Pakistan's mere 64, highlighting India's ability to sustain operations across vast distances. Now, India's helicopter fleet of 899, including 80 attack helicopters, far surpasses Pakistan's 373 helicopters and 57 attack units, giving India a decisive edge in both mobility and offensive aerial operations with choppers. On the ground, India's 4,201 combat tanks roll over Pakistan's 2,627 and its 3,975 towed artillery guns outnumber Pakistan's 2,629, ensuring overwhelming firepower in land engagements. In the sea, India's naval supremacy is unchallenged, with a warship fleet of 293 compared to Pakistan's 121 only. India's 2 aircraft carriers, and Pakistan has none, project power far beyond its shores, while 18 submarines to Pakistan's 8, 13 destroyers to Pakistan's 0 cement India's control over maritime domain in case there's a requirement. Now, these figures paint a clear picture that India's military is not just larger, it's a strategic juggernaut built to deter, defend, dominate. Pakistan's forces simply cannot match the scale, versatility, and technological edge of India's arsenal. This isn't just a comparison of numbers, it's a declaration of India's unassailable position as a regional superpower, ready to safeguard its sovereignty, assert its influence on the global stage, and, most importantly, take revenge.
Well, see, you know, there is a movement here. We are standing right outside the Ministry of External Affairs. I would ask my video journalist to kindly show you the visuals. We are seeing, just like yesterday, how India was briefing about the envoys of several countries on Pahalgam Terror Attack. We are seeing constant movement here outside of the Ministry of External Affairs. While we have seen just a short while back, it was official spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal who came here first, post which we saw External External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is also here. The meeting is underway. Envoys are coming and going. Just a short while back, we also saw Israel ambassador was here. You can see the visuals here that the envoys are in fact meeting each other, and definitely it's a briefing. While what we had seen yesterday that the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri had briefed ambassadors from various countries, including G20 members, on the Pahalgam terror attack. So probably that is what is happening today as well. That is what we are learning from our sources, that ambassadors are being briefed about the terror attack which took place. Top diplomats from various countries. You can keep seeing the visuals. We are showing you what is happening right outside the Ministry of External Affairs, where yesterday Foreign Secretary Misri briefed the envoys of G20 countries. Just a short while back, we saw that it was the envoy of United States of America as well as Nepal and Egypt were here. Even the envoy of Spain was here. Israel ambassador is still inside. He is in talks with the External Affairs Minister as well as the official spokesperson. You can see the constant movement outside the Ministry of External Affairs. Now, the Ministry of External Affairs, in fact, had said in a statement that in continuation of the decisions which were made by the CCS previously, and on that day itself, when Foreign Secretary had briefed about various things at a press conference, this is what is being briefed to the envoys of different countries who are coming outside the Ministry of External Affairs. Back to you.
Okay, stay with me. Stay with me. In fact, Gopi, while we look at those pictures, I think there's constant movement there. So it appears that, ambassadors, diplomats, envoys coming in and out of the Ministry of External Affairs. Those are live pictures. Earlier, S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, entering his ministry. As the briefing exercise continues, we have taken a conscious decision to brief selected countries only, selected countries, including China. China has been briefed, Canada has been briefed. We've briefed select countries on the kind of mayhem created by Pakistan and the terror attack in Pahalgam in full detail. The details are being shared even now as we speak. We had pictures of even the Israeli envoy who was at the South Block some time back. And as we speak, okay, those are live pictures coming in, more pictures of ambassadors going in and out of the South Block. Those briefings continue. Calls also being exchanged by heads of state with the Prime Minister of India. How many countries have been briefed so far, Gopi? Coming back to you. These are live pictures coming in. Gopi, how many countries have been briefed? Do we have an official number?
Well, in fact, what we have seen from the time movements have started, it is the US, Egypt, Sudan, as well as Israel and Canada. They have reached here. Even the envoy of Spain have reached here. We will have to see whether more envoys will be coming, or it was a partial briefing yesterday. It was already done to a few of the envoys. We are guessing that there is a possibility that the envoys who couldn't come yesterday are coming here today, or is it a deliberation or discussion beyond what had happened yesterday? We will have to wait and watch what pans out next. But yes, around 6 countries envoy are here outside of the External Affairs Ministry. We are showing you the live pictures from the Ministry of External Affairs. We will be back after a short commercial break as we bring to you minute-to-minute update from the Ministry of External Affairs.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH. We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. terrorism has no religion, victims of terrorism have no religion, perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people,
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस हैं शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
हमेशा काला इधर मत ना हमेशा काला इधर मत ना
As India bids goodbye to the victims of the victims of the Pahalgam Terror Attack, we had pictures of the last rites of N. Ramachandran that came in this morning from Kerala. N. Ramachandran was in Pahalgam with his daughter and her twin sons. He too was confronted by the terrorists, asked to recite the kalma. He couldn't. He was shot dead point blank.
N. Ramachandran, a resident of Kerala, was killed in the terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam district. He is one of the 26 innocents who was shot dead in cold blood in a cowardly strike by the terrorists in the Basaran meadows in Pahalgam. His last rites were performed today in Kochi. His mortal remains were kept for public viewing as a sea of people, friends, acquaintances and family members grieved the irreparable loss.
The body of N. Ramachandran is now being transferred to his home where the funeral rites will be held. Thousands of people had gathered to pay tribute. Now his mortal remains are being taken from Changambura Park to his house where the last rites will be held, and then from home they will be taken to the funeral ground in Edapalli itself.
Ramachandran was on a family vacation with his wife, daughter and 2 grandchildren. While his wife chose to stay back in the car, his daughter recalled that he was asked to recite the kalma by terrorists, and when he could not, he was shot thrice. He was killed in front of his daughter and 2 grandchildren, 3 bullets fired, and an entire family shattered beyond belief.
My dad, mom, my sister, and 8-year-old twin sons of my sister, 4 of them traveled to Kashmir for tourism on 21st, and on 22nd afternoon is when my sister calls me and says that there has been a terror attack. And when I inquired that everyone is safe, I heard the news from her that my dad has been killed in front of my sister and in front of the kids. They heard the gunshot while they were on a horse ride.
As India continues to mourn the victims of this grisly terror attack, bereaved families can't help but ask, what did they do to deserve this? A family vacation turned into a scar so deep, nothing can repair it.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
अब आया असली स्वाद।
अब आया स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH.
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not, and they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim, and those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites, and I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First, proof, Dwivedi family from Kanpur.
मैं और शुभम बैठ के मैगी खाने जा रहे थे। शाम भी मेरी बहन थोड़ा दूर बैठी थी और पापा मेरे वॉशरूम में थे। उतनी देर में एक बंदा पीछे से आया और उसने गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है। मुसलमान है तो पहले कलमा पढ़ के दिखा। जैसे कि हमें पता ही नहीं, हम पीछे पलट के देखे हो क्या रहा है। हम उसकी तरफ स्माइल करके पूछे भैया क्या हुआ, कह रहे हिंदू है मुसलमान। मैंने कहा हिंदू मार दिया।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Security forces launching large-scale search operations across South Kashmir, targeting residences of suspected terror associates. Homes of terrorists blown up. India deports Pakistani national, the first Pakistani national over shooting her stay. Bibi Saida, packed up, resident of Bharuch, sent back to Pakistan. The wake of Pahalgam attack, Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor convening an assembly session on the 28th of April. Meeting scheduled at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence, attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister Jai Shankar, several other key ministers on the Indus Water Treaty. Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Minister says they've been doing the dirty work of funding terror for 3 decades now. Getting in some breaking news now of a roadside bombing in Balochistan. There is bombing in Balochistan, Pakistan being eaten up by inside. Pakistan, which is anticipating India to strike, is being struck by its own. Roadside bombing in Balochistan being reported. Southwest Pakistan, Balochistan. People of Balochistan have been fighting. This is being reported by different news agencies as well, global agencies. 4 people have been killed in Balochistan, including a Jamiat Ulema-e-Islam leader. Jamiat Ulema-Islam leader reported to be one of the 4 killed in a roadside bombing in Balochistan. Children among the casualties. We are hearing. I'm going across to Rakshita, joining us with the details. Rakshita, Balochistan, the people of Balochistan have been fighting back Pakistani rule. I'm going across to Gursimran. I believe he has more details. Gursimran, this is, if true, we are hearing if this is a Jamiat Ulema Islam leader, as being reported by different agencies, it is a big blow to Pakistan.
Yes, Niranjan, you have rightly mentioned that it is the fight against the Pakistan's illegal occupation that the people of Balochistan are fighting, and this time it is in the Balochistan that vehicle of a Jamaat Ulema-e-Islami leader, he and a ward councillor Abdullah, he was going along with his family when his vehicle stepped over a mine that was placed. So it is either a pressure ID or mine that was placed on the road, and the vehicle blew up, in which 4 people have been killed, including the Jamaat Ulema-e-Islami leader Abdullah and 3 of his associates, while 4 others have been injured in this blast that has taken place. So the vehicle, the private vehicle that he was traveling in, stepped over this pressure ID or the mine that was placed on the road. That is what we are picking up. And this is, for now there has not been any responsibility that has been claimed, but what the Pakistani agencies suspect that this is a handiwork of either Balochistan Liberation Army or Balochistan Republican Army. Both of these groups are the rebel groups that are against the Pakistani occupation, especially against the Pakistani forces, and those stooges that are working on the behest of the Pakistani establishment and the Pakistan, which is using this entire area as just a colony. Only the resources are being used by the Pakistan, and atrocities are being committed upon the people of Balochistan. For the last several decades, the forceful disappearance of those raising the voice against the Pakistani occupation has been one of the prime concern for the population of Balochistan. And now these kind of attacks that are taking place on the Jamaat Ulema-Islami leaders in the Balochistan clearly shows that the rebel groups are prevailing in Pakistan.
Okay, I'm handing it over to my colleague Rakshita, also joining us live. Rakshita and Aravat, along with Zeenat, Gursimran, are in Jammu and Kashmir tracking the developments live every minute. The reason why we broke the story, not linked to what's happening in Kashmir, but this is certainly linked to Pakistan. In Pakistan, the people of Balochistan are fighting back. In Balochistan, 4 have been killed in a blast reported just now a few minutes back. Leader of Jamaat-e-Islam in Balochistan has been killed. Rakshita, handing it over to you. That breaking news update coming in just a few seconds ago into our newsroom. Over to you now.
Absolutely, Niranjan. Thank you so much. Yes, viewers, we continue to track each and every development from different centers in Kashmir, in Delhi, and of course the protests, the anger that is mounting. We're also showing you stories of the victims, their families, because we should never forget, we should never forgive. And as far as India's strike back is concerned, let's start with the water strike on Pakistan. We're talking about the Indus Water Treaty. In fact, New Delhi has doubled down on it, and now we have the Home Minister chairing a meeting a short while from now with the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil and other senior leaders on the Indus Water Treaty. Remember, India has done a water strike on Pakistan. It has decided to cancel the 65-year-old Indus Water Treaty. And viewers, we will help you understand how the water of the Indus and its tributary rivers used to go to Pakistan, and now what really happens. In fact, Gopi is also live with us. Gopi, tell us what do we expect? Who all are coming in this in this meeting held by Home Minister?
Well, in fact, Rakshita, what we are learning from our sources is that the meeting is going to begin anytime from now. And let's tell our viewers that it is the Water Resource Minister C.R. Patil who will also be attending this particular meeting. Definitely the discussions would revolve around the Indus Water Treaty. While also speaking of why this is relevant, we are also expecting top brass leaders of BJP. They also will be attending this meeting, which is scheduled to take place at Amit Shah's residence. While how this becomes relevant is experts have already said that, you know, there's already acute shortage of water in Pakistan, and with this move, it is in fact going to impact Pakistan at large. And since yesterday we have got a statement from Islamabad as well, where they've said that exit from this particular treaty would mean that this is an act of war. These are the exact words from Islamabad which we have seen. While Pakistan is the one nation which uses terrorism as an instrument of state policy, time and again we have seen this. Such harsh steps were taken by the Indian government just a day before, after the CCS meeting, which was briefed by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri back then. So yes, all eyes towards what is going to happen next and what pans out after this meeting. Back to you, Rakshita.
We will continue to track more details. Thanks so much, Gopi, for the moment. We will keep coming back to you for more updates. Also, viewers, my colleague Sumit is in Taran Taran. He got us this report from Taran Taran from near the Hurricane Dam to help us understand how this water strike against Pakistan, the Indus Water Treaty suspension, will in fact deliver a big blow to Islamabad.
कश्मीर के पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले के बाद पाकिस्तान पर अब वाटर स्ट्राइक किया गया है और वाटर स्ट्राइक के तहत 65 साल पुराना जो सिंधु जल समझौता है वो अब रद्द करने का फैसला किया गया। यानी पाकिस्तान को जो भारत से पानी जाता था अब नहीं जाएगा, बूंद बूंद के लिए तरसेगा पाकिस्तान। कैसे, ये हम आपको समझाते हैं ग्राउंड जीरो से। मैं इस वक्त हरिके डैम पर मौजूद हूँ। ये हरिके डैम तरन तारण जिला में स्थित है, पंजाब में। ये आप मेरे पीछे ये डैम आप देख सकते हैं और डैम उधर आप पानी देख सकते हैं, वो सतलज और व्यास का ये संगम है। सतलज नदी और व्यास नदी का संगम और रावी नदी का भी पानी इससे मिलता है। यहाँ 32 गेट हैं। अमूमन यहाँ बाढ़ के समय में पानी इतना भर जाता है कि 2 से 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी पाकिस्तान के पास चला जाता है और 2 से 3 लाख क्यूसेक पानी से प्यास पाकिस्तान का बुझता है। लेकिन अब ये 32 गेट बंद है, फिलहाल पानी अभी कम है, 4600-4700 क्यूसेक पानी है। लेकिन ये जो आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं, दरअसल यही हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ जाता है। पानी यहाँ से हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ जाता है, जो हुसैनी वाला बॉर्डर है पाकिस्तान, और वहीं से हुसैनी वाला हेड की तरफ से पाकिस्तान को पानी छोड़ा जाता है। लेकिन पहले यहाँ से, चूँकि ज़रूरी है कि यहाँ का पानी किसानों को मिले, बहुत लंबे समय से राजस्थान के किसानों की मांग रही, बीकानेर गंगानगर के किसानों की मांग रही, यहाँ पर पंजाब के किसानों की मांग रही कि पाकिस्तान को हम पानी भेज रहे हैं, हम अपने खेतों में सिंचाई नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो अब इस फैसले के बाद ये जो पानी है, सतलज ब्यास का पानी जो इधर जाता था अब इधर नहीं जाएगा। अब कैसे जा रहा है? अब जाएगा वो बीकानेर और गंगानगर राजस्थान और या फिर फिरोजपुर फीडर के ज़रिए पंजाब के किसानों को ये पानी मिलेगा। ये फिरोजपुर फीडर के ज़रिए पानी जो जाएगा, ये आपको नहर दिखाता हूँ, यहाँ से जो नहर निकला है, और साथ ही राजस्थान के इंदिरा गांधी नहर को भी, इंदिरा गांधी कैनाल को भी यहीं से पानी छोड़ा जाता है, सतलज और व्यास के पानी। तो ये पानी अब अपने किसानों को जाएगा। पहले क्या होता था, 9 से 10 हज़ार क्यूसेक पानी यहाँ से पाकिस्तान को जाता था और हमारे किसानों को पानी नहीं मिल पाता था। पानी लबालब होने के बावजूद समझौते के कारण पानी भेजा जाता था। हालांकि सतलज, व्यास और रावी पर भारत का पूरा अधिकार है, लेकिन फिर भी भारत की तरफ से पानी भेजा जाता था। ये यहाँ फिरोजपुर फीडर, आगे राजस्थान फीडर के ज़रिए उन किसानों तक, वो जो दूसरा नहर आप देख रहे हैं, वो दूसरा नहर वो राजस्थान फीडर है, उसके ज़रिए बीकानेर और गंगानगर तक पानी जाता है। अब ये सारा पानी, चाहे बाढ़ भी आएगी तो पानी अब किसानों को भरपूर मिलेगा, हमारे किसान सिंचाई कर पाएंगे। लेकिन पाकिस्तान को अब पानी नहीं मिलेगा और बूंद बूंद के लिए तरसेगा पाकिस्तान। भूखे तो मर ही रहा है, अब प्यासे भी मरेगा पाकिस्तान। सहयोगी कैमरा पर्सन उमेश के साथ मैं सुमित झा।
All right, viewers, we have some breaking news coming in right now. There is a controversy around the fact that there is massive outrage across India. Now, what we are getting in is that Bajrang Dal is holding demonstrations in Karnataka. There's anger across India, of course, against the Pakistan-sponsored terror attack, and Bajrang Dal is now burning the Pakistani flags as, of course, in opposition to what has happened and hitting back. Anger seething. Anger is palpable. It is mounting. It is intensifying across India, viewers. In all states we see, in several states we see that the protest marches are held day in, day out, and India stands united. Bajrang Dal now is burning those Pakistani flags. And remember, we also saw how outside the Bengal Assembly also yesterday were Pakistani flags that were burned, at least 26 of them. Gursimran joins us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, now Bajrang Dal also holding a protest burning Pakistani flags.
It's every Indian that knows that what dent this terror attack has done to the soul of the India, the core humanity this terror attack has done the damage to. Because we have been witnessing that from the moment this terror attack has taken place, it is that in the strongest possible words, everyone has condemned it. It's beyond the religious line, it's beyond the regional lines that everyone has come out in the support of those who have been killed by the Pakistani terrorists, the families that have been the victim of this brutal terror attack. And now the Bajrang Dal in Karnataka is holding the protest in which they are burning the Pakistani flags and also chanting the slogans against the Pakistan that is behind this terror attack, because it is the Pakistan that wants the people in Jammu and Kashmir, the people in India, to actually feel the heat of the terrorism, and that's why they
Viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in right now, and as we're getting in more updates, the case is likely to be handed over. Right, so this is of course the NIA taking over the investigation officially now, formally now, and that's in all likelihood going to happen very, very soon. It is currently working with the Jammu and Kashmir police, and the DNA swabs have also been lifted. The DNA swabs, blood-soaked soil, and splinter fragments from the blast and bullet hit Baisaran meadow. Zeenat joined the live broadcast from us. Zeenat, well, the NIA is of course doing its job already, and now what is the latest? What is the new update?
See, as far as the new update is concerned, we are seeing that continuously the National Investigating Agency is on the ground to collect more and more samples that can be used for the part of the investigation in this case. Because today a massive search and cordon operations, and apart from the searches were conducted at the house of those individuals who have some connection with the terror business. So across Jammu and Kashmir, across Kashmir's 10 districts, we have seen the searches, even the people were questioned, and mostly the focus had remained be in the hinterland and also the forest line where you have the households, or where the snow-bound lines that connects these ridges where the operation was launched. In fact, the news coming in now is from the Ganderbal district of the central Kashmir, where again the search, door-to-door search were carried by the Jammu and Kashmir police, paramilitary forces and the army. The searches were conducted keeping in mind that the terrorists should not regroup to carry the activities is, and it is a strategy that is being used by the forces to neutralize the threat at the earliest on the ground. Whatever this material will come out, whatever the investigation will reveal of these searches that were conducted at the individual houses of these OGWs or who are linked to the directly to the terror business, that too also will be shared with NIA. NIA is investigating from all levels. Apart from what happened at the Baisaran, they collected the DNA swabs, the soil that was soaked in the blood. But then this is not the end of the game. The other thing is the links will come from the Anantnag, from the Kulgam, from the Shopian, even the Gandarbal, which is also the part of the central Kashmir. So everything has been taken into account before reaching to any conclusion or before handing over formally the case to NIA.
Right. Thank you so much, Azina, for those updates. Also, we have now a reaction coming in with the Israeli ambassador. Viewers, remember, Israel has condemned, has spoken to the Prime Minister as well on this. They also reacted to the Hamas link that has emerged. Just take a listen in, viewers.
So, what kind of discussions happened today here inside the Ministry of External Affairs?
Well, we of course extended our condolences for the terrible attack that happened here. This is a watershed moment. We stand with India. It's a very important moment. And of course we discussed things of mutual concern that have to do both with fight against terrorism and also, how to enhance our cooperation. We have a great cooperation. We are great partners. And we are looking forward for more cooperation both bilaterally, regionally and globally.
If you could share something more.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Extended our condolences for the terrible attack that happened here. This is a watershed moment. We stand with India. It's a very important moment. And of course we discussed things of mutual concern that have to do both with fight against terrorism and also, how to enhance our cooperation. We have a great cooperation. We are great partners. We are looking forward for more cooperation both bilaterally, regionally and globally. Well, we of course extended our condolences for the terrible attack that happened here. This is a watershed moment. We stand with India. It's a very important moment. And of course we discussed things of mutual concern that have to do both with fight against terrorism and also, how to enhance our cooperation. We have a great cooperation. We are great partners. We are looking forward for more cooperation both bilaterally, regionally and globally. Well, we of course extended our condolences for the terrible attack that happened here. This is a watershed moment. We stand with India. It's a very important moment. And of course we discussed things of mutual concern that have to do both with fight against terrorism and also, how to enhance our cooperation. We have a great cooperation. We are great partners. We are looking forward for more cooperation both bilaterally, regionally and globally.
Now, viewers, we bring you this story from the valley amidst this terror attack and the aftermath. Now, it's a story from the meadows of the Baisaran village near Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam, where this dastardly attack, the deadliest attack that India has seen in the recent times, has happened. And this is a story about two individuals, both named Adil. One chose the gun, one chose the cowardly act of killing unarmed people, unarmed Indians. And the other one is Syed Ali Adil Shah, who in fact died. He took a bullet while protecting those tourists. In fact, this is the story we have spoken to the family of Syed Adil Hussain Shah, who was the Pahalgam pony ride operator. Listen in.
वहाँ पे जब गोलियां चली तो जो वहाँ पे बंदा गिरा, उसकी बीवी थी, वो बचाने के लिए उसके ऊपर गिर गई और इसने उठाई और उठाकर उनको बोलने लगा कि आप ऐसे क्यों बेगुनाह इनको मार रहे हो, इनको क्यों, इनकी क्या गलती है, क्या वजह है आप इनको। लेकिन वो उसूल परस्त था, वो घर में भी उसूल परस्त था, तो जज्बाती था, लेकिन वहाँ पे भी उसने जज्बात दिखा ही लिया। इससे पूरा मुझे सबूत है कि जैसे वो घर में था वही जज्बात इसने वहाँ पे भी दिखाए, जिस वजह से उसकी जान चली गई।
कितना फ़ख्र है आपको अपने बेटे पर, जिसने पूरे देश के सामने जो पर्यटक वहाँ पर थे उनकी जान बचाने के लिए अपनी जान जो पेश कर।
फ़ख्र तो बहुत है, क्या पता सैयद आदिल की वजह से कितने लोगों की जान बच गई होगी। तो दुख ये भी है कि उसकी जान चली गई, क्योंकि अपने जिगर का टुकड़ा था। तो चलो ये अल्लाह का, ये काम सब अल्लाह के हाथ में है, जो वो चाहता है वही करता है।
आपको लगता है अगर आदिल वहाँ कोशिश नहीं करता उनकी रोकने की, क्या ये कैजुअलिटी और भी ज़्यादा बढ़ सकती थी? या
ये तो पूरा सबूत है। अगर उसने आगे अपने हमले की कोशिश ना की होती तो वो उसकी जान बच जाती, लेकिन जब उसने उनको हमले की कोशिश की, इसलिए इतने लोगों में से, कश्मीर वाले लोगों में इतनों में से इसे एक की जान चली गई। ये तो पूरा सबूत हो रहा है।
आदिल भैया ने बहुत कोशिश की उन लोगों को बचाने के लिए, लेकिन आदिल भैया ने अपनी जान ही दे दी। जो वो टूरिस्ट थे वो हमारे भाई थे, हिंदू मुस्लिम भाई भाई हैं, वो हिंदू थे मुस्लिम थे, वो सब हमारे भाई थे। आदिल भैया उन लोगों को बचाने की कोशिश कर रहा था, बहुत कोशिश की उन लोगों ने, लेकिन बचाया भी आदिल भैया ने। आदिल भैया खुद इस दुनिया से चल बसा।
आप मुझे बताइए, अगर हम ओवरऑल बात करें, जो अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन में चल रहा है, जिन्होंने इस आतंकी गतिविधि को वहाँ पर अंजाम दिया है, क्या कहेंगे ऐसे लोगों के लिए जो वहाँ पर आए? एक तो आपके भाई पर भी गोली चलाई और वहाँ पर जो इनोसेंट टूरिस्ट थे उन पर भी गोलियाँ चलाई।
जो मेरे भैया को किया, एक गोली यहाँ पे, एक यहाँ पे, एक यहाँ पे लगी है, एक बाजू पे लगी है। जैसे मेरे भैया को किया वैसे उन लोगों को करना चाहिए। इंसाफ चाहिए हमें, और कुछ नहीं, इंसाफ चाहिए।
The breaking news coming in. We have live visuals coming in from Home Minister Amit Shah's residence, the national capital, as he's all set to convene a high-level meeting at his residence to discuss the possible suspension of the ways to implement the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan. Union Minister for Jal Shakti C.R. Patil and senior government officials also taking part in the deliberations. Decision to place the treaty viewers in abeyance comes after the Pahalgam Terror Attack, and the meeting will possibly deliberate the further course of action to be taken following Pakistan's response. And I have my colleague Soumya right outside Amit Shah's residence. Soumya, tell us the latest that you're picking up.
Yes, well, Rakshita, the meeting was earlier scheduled to start at 4 p.m. Now it will be starting at 4:30 p.m. We are right outside the official residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. Right now, we just saw the few convoys entering via the barricade towards Amit Shah's residence. Some senior government officials, along with the Jal Ministry, Minister of the Jal Shakti Ministry, C.R. Patil, has also just arrived at the Home Minister's residence. This comes after yesterday a formal letter was sent out from the Jal Ministry Secretary Debashri Mukherjee's end to Syed Ali Murtaza, who happens to be the Secretary of Water Resources Ministry in Pakistan. Now they have to discuss how they will be going ahead with the implementation of the suspension. If we talk about now that it was announced day before yesterday in a press briefing held by the Ministry of External Affairs, wherein the FS, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, had announced that Indus Water Treaty of 1960 will be held in abeyance. Now, a lot of discussions will be happening around that. You can see the visuals. The officials have continued. The convoys are continuing here. S. J. Shankar is here. External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar is here. So with that, now the meeting will be starting in next few minutes. Now that External Affairs Minister S. J. Shankar has also arrived here at Amit Shah's residence. With that, C.R. Patil, who happens to be the Minister of the Jal Ministry, also had taken a lot of other meetings yesterday as well to expedite the process of suspension of the Indus Water Treaty as instructed by the Prime Minister himself. Rakshita.
Yes, the live shots coming in, viewers. My colleague is reporting from outside Amshah's residence as we speak. Dr. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, has also arrived, as she was telling us, and just we can expect that any time from now the meeting will be beginning. Remember, terrorism has been cited as the major breach as per Indian government's notice when it was linking the decision to national security concerns and the cross-border terrorism that happens from Pakistani soil. Soumya, just for the benefit of viewers, just help them understand what kind of a strike this is. We're calling it a water strike, and what impact it could have on Pakistan.
Rakshita, yes, it is going to severely impact Pakistan because they heavily rely upon on these waters that is provided via the Indus Water Treaty. Now they heavily depend upon their agriculture is heavily dependent on this, and with that the major locations like Karachi, Lahore and Multan, they are major beneficiaries of this water. Around 10 million people are dependent on this water supply. Not just that, electricity generation is also one of the concerns here. So they are heavily dependent, and it is going to impact them, and it is going to affect them, and it is a grave concern for the Pakistani side. Stay tuned as we bring in more details from Ground Zero. We will be back after a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
तो फैंस है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना
नए वाले नहीं करते and they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. And he has also said, अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया. In other words, he has said, whatever remaining land is there where the terrorists are getting patronage, where they live and where they get support, that will also go. My interpretation is the status quo of the LOC will change after 70.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने. We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion-agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not, and they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. and those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites, and I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First, proof, Dwivedi family from Kanpur.
मैं और शुभम बैठ के मैगी खाने जा रहे थे। शाम भी मेरी बहन थोड़ा दूर बैठी थी और पापा मेरे वॉशरूम।
Pakistan viewers is right now scrambling for options. Chills have now run through its spine as India, of course, has vowed that it will retaliate, it will avenge the deaths of its innocent citizens. We will continue to get you more updates. First, the headlines. Security forces launched large-scale search operations across South Kashmir targeting residences of suspected terror associates. India has deported Pakistani national Bibi Saida, who had been residing in Bharuch in Gujarat, back to Pakistan. In the wake of Pahalgam attack, the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor convened an assembly session on the 28th of April. High-level meeting begins at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting is being attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, and several other key ministers. Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Pakistan minister says they have been doing dirty work for over 3 decades. Hi viewers, we start with breaking news coming in right now. There is a door-to-door search operation that is happening right now in Pulwama, and we are showing you visuals of the same as we speak. We're getting in visuals from Pulwama, viewers, where there is a door-to-door operation, door-to-door search operation that is happening, hunting down those terrorists and those sympathizing with the terrorists. The entire network will be dismantled. Already 66 overground workers have been detained and they are being questioned what their links, the support they have allegedly offered to the terrorists. Forces, the agencies are now cracking down on terror in the valley in full swing. The latest visuals we have is from Pulwama. Pulwama has also seen a very dastardly attack on CRPF Jawans who lost their lives in 2019, and now once again Kashmir has been bleeding. Gursimran Singh joins us live on the broadcast. Gursimran, tell us more updates about this door-to-door search operation in Pulwama that we have got visuals of.
See, this is from the Pulwama, South Kashmir district, where the anti-terror operation have been intensified. These are aimed at the locations of the former overground workers and the terrorists that are still at large. And the visuals that you see on screen, that how the Jawans of the Special Operations Group of the Pulwama Police, they are entering the houses of these overground workers and the suspected terror supporters that are active in the area, so that they can get a clue about the attackers of the Pahalgam. And not only the Pahalgam, but also the Pakistani terrorists that very reason being that there have been n number of inputs with the agencies that Pahalgam is not the last attack. The terrorists are planning more terror strikes and on the non-locals and even on the CID officials and the Kashmiri Pandits that are staying in the valley. A couple of minutes ago, we broke that news of the advisory that has been issued to the Srinagar and the Ganderbal district, along with the areas where the railway infrastructure is, that there are more plans of the Pakistani ISI to carry out more such attacks. And as we speak, the major anti-terror operations are underway. The teams of the Special Operations Group Pulwama, they are entering the suspected houses and searching every nook and corner of these houses, because see, it is imminent that the Pakistan won't stop till the time Pakistan is given a befitting reply Pakistani terrorists at Kashmir Valley. They know that their end is imminent and they will be neutralized very soon by the security forces. So they are planning more terror strikes as per the inputs that have been shared. So keeping that in view, the security forces are going full throttle against the Pakistani terrorists. And in the visuals, it can be clearly seen that the forces are leaving nothing at chance. Every nook and corner is thoroughly being searched. Even the sides of the curtains to the last room, to the storerooms, everything is being scanned, because we have come across many incidents where we saw that the Pakistani terrorists in Kashmir are taking the advantage of the hideouts that they have made inside the houses, and they use that as to target the security forces and then to hide in these terror hideouts. But now the forces have decided that it will be a full throttle operation against the Pakistani terrorists. And as we speak, in the Pulwama, the massive anti-terror operations are underway as the forces go on a hunt for the Pakistani terrorists. Rakshita.
Absolutely. There are multiple operations in several locations from Anantnag to Pulwama. Of course, these are, the surge operations that we are getting to know about. And, this is a very strong message also, Gursimran, to all those people, the enemy within and of course across the border, that India will not spare anyone this time. Nothing, as you said, will be left to chance. And the very important point is how to dismantle this entire network. The entire rot in the system, no matter who it is this time, will not be spared. And there has to be an end to the civilians being killed. Gursimran.
Yes, Rakshita, you have rightly mentioned that this time it will be no looking back. Those perpetrators of this heinous crime, and also those who have come with the similar intentions, they will be dealt with the iron fist policy. That means they will be smashed. That is what the message has been given. Because if you look at the statement that has come out from the Raj Bhavan today after the meeting of the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha with the Upendra Dwivedi, the Army Chief, and the Lieutenant General M.V. Suchendra Kumar, the Northern Army Commander, with the new Army Commander of the Northern Command, who is slated to take over the charges as the Northern Army Commander, Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma. They all were there, and a clear message was given by the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha that it is the time that the killings be avenged and the Pakistani ecosystem of the terrorism, as well as their entire ground support, be decimated with the full might of the forces. That means a full free hand has been given. Because see what has happened in 2016, 2019. The Pakistan was crushed, but the Pakistani ecosystem was here. The ecosystem went underground, and when it came back, it helped the Pakistani terrorists to carry out more and more terror attacks. But this time, the government is in no mood to spare even an iota of the Pakistani ecosystem, and that's why we are witnessing what is happening in Pulwama, Shopia, Anantnag, Kulgam, and even in the Ganderbal, Srinagar, Badgam, every nook and corner, from the start of Jammu and Kashmir, Kathua, to the last district of Bandipora. We are witnessing the operations going in full swing, so that every Pakistani terrorist and their ecosystem that is there to help them, that is neutralized at an earliest, because this Pakistani ecosystem is actually bleeding the India 1,000 cuts. Pakistan's policy has not changed. Pakistan may show itself as the savior of humanity, but it is with the same policy of giving India 1,000 cuts. So India now knows that if Pakistan and the Pakistanis are left roaming freely in India, they will be giving India the 1,000 cuts. And that's why we are witnessing these full throttle anti-terror operations.
Every drop of blood, that has been shed will be avenged. Every tear that is dropping from the victims' families' eyes will be also avenged. 140 crore Indians together in this. Thanks so much, Gursimran, for joining us with those details. Viewers, shift our focus back to the national capital, where the Home Minister is chairing a very crucial meet on the Indus Water Treaty, and we have the External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, also attending the same, and Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, and several other top ministers part of this meeting. My colleague Soumya joins us live in the broadcast from outside the residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. Soumya, tell us, what are we expecting right now? What is the discussion point in this very crucial meeting?
Yes, well, Rakshita, right now, as you mentioned correctly, we're outside the official residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. We just had the visuals of the Jal Shakti Minister, C.R. Patil, along with the External Affairs Minister, S. Shankar, entering via the barricades towards Amit Shah's residence, and around 4:30 p.m. The meeting started. Now, if we talk about the expectations, remember this comes after Pakistan side was formally notified about this decision of suspension of Indus Water Treaty of 1960, when yesterday Debashri Mukherjee had written a formal letter addressing the concerns about the Indus Water Treaty to the Secretary of Water Resources Ministry of Pakistan, who happens to be Syed Ali Murtaza. Now, with that, we also saw the multiple meetings that took place yesterday and was convened by the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil. And now, those were on the lines of how they can expedite the process. And now that the suspension has been announced, well, it was announced day before yesterday in a press briefing done by Ministry of External Affairs, and was headed by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. So something on this line, how they're going to go ahead with this, how it is going to pan out, and what is going to be the next course of action in this regard. Because remember, under this treaty, the western rivers are allocated to Pakistan. They are heavily dependent on these rivers, be it their agriculture sector or be it cities, the big cities like Karachi, Lahore, Multan. They are heavily dependent on that. Around 10 million people's day-to-day lives are dependent on this because they get the direct water supply from here. With that, the electricity generation is also is dependent on it. So these are the concerns here that might affect Pakistan in a big way. Rakshita.
Right. Thanks so much for joining us, Soumya, with those details. We'll keep a track of more developments. But right now, we shift our focus to another anti-terror operation, viewers, that is underway in Jammu and Kashmir. This time, we are talking about Kathua. This is the news coming in from the search operation launched by security forces in Kathua. Operation launched near railway yard in Hiranagar area. Gursimran Singh joins us with more on this. Gursimran, the locals have reported sighting of 4 suspects.
Yes, it is in the Chanjoria area of the Kathua Hiranagar, where the anti-terror operations have been launched by the Jammu and Kashmir Police along with the Special Operations Group and the Indian Army. It is being said that the locals have spotted 4 suspects, after which they informed the Jammu and Kashmir Police, and based on that, the operations have been launched by the security forces. So far, nothing suspicious have been found by the Jammu and Kashmir Police. But see, the Kathua has witnessed a major anti-terror operation starting 23rd of the March, when we saw that how Pakistani terrorists, they took hostage a person, but that was left a couple of hours after that. But yes, after that we saw another encounter in the Sanyal area, in the Sufain area, where 4 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, they made the supreme sacrifice in the encounter. And then it was another encounter in the Bilawar Panchayati area. So 4 brave hearts have lost their life in Kathua in last 1 month, and 2 terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed have been neutralized. So nothing can be kept at chance, and that's why, based on the input that the locals gave to the Jammu and Kashmir Police, that there has been a spotting of 4 suspects in the area. Though the locals said that they are without the weapons, but the security forces have launched now a large-scale anti-terror operations in the Hiranagar railway yard area, that is the Chanjodia area, where the operation is underway.
Right. Thanks so much, Gursimran Singh, for tracking those details on the search operation currently underway in Jammu's Kathua. Now we shift our focus to the other big development, minute-by-minute updates on Republic TV, viewers. Now, this time, Russian embassy in Pakistan has warned its citizens not to travel to the country amid new round of escalations with India. Russian embassy warning its citizens not to travel amid a new round of escalations with India, not to travel to Pakistan. That's what the Russian embassy has issued an advisory to its own citizens. That's the breaking news that we have right now. Russia, of course, Russian embassy in Pakistan, in Islamabad. And the update is that they have warned their citizens not to travel there amid the new round of escalations, as they say it, with India. So minute by minute updates, viewers, We will continue to get more updates on that. But now we shift our focus to this story that we're bringing to you from Ground Zero, viewers, in Pahalgam. And this is the story, viewers, of two. This is, of course, now we're getting in also the ground reports from Taral and also in Beach Behera, where the houses of the two terrorists linked to the Pahalgam terror attack have been blown up. The two terrorists, Adil Hussain Thokar and Asif Sheikh, both of these residences were blown up, they were demolished. Take a look, viewers, at this video. Take a look at these visuals. Adil Thakur, believed to have played a key role in helping the Pakistani terrorists plan and carry out the attack in the Baisaran Valley. Residence of Lashkar terrorist Adil Hussain Thokar in Beach Behera was blown up using IEDs. The house of Asif Sheikh in Taral was demolished with a bulldozer. That's the breaking news we have right now. And those are the visuals. This is just the first step and a warning that India will be hunting them down and bringing justice to those who have been killed, bringing justice to India. Zeenat, my colleague, has sent this has filed this report from Ground Zero.
We are reporting from Anantnag, and my Vijay Mubashir is showing you the demolished house of one of the Lashkar terrorists whose involvement has been found in this attack that took place in Pahalgam. Yes, this is the house. The home belongs to Adil Thakur, who is also known as Adil Guri, a man accused of orchestrating the devastating Pahalgam terror attack that claims 26 lives, leaving behind the scenes that tell a story of loss and the complex layers of terrorism in. The site is cordoned off by the thin layer of police tape. A small crowd of villagers gathered at a distance. I can ask my Vijay Mubashir to show you the crowd visuals that have gathered here, and their faces a mix of curiosity, fear and resignation. The sounds can also be heard where the people, the neighbors are sobbing, they crying for what has happened here as the demolition was carried by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And as far as this incident is concerned, this Adil Thakur has been involved in the Pahalgam terror attack. His house has been demolished, and also there is one more house that has been demolished, that is in Tral, that is Magura area in Tral, where the incident has taken place. And the house was also blown up in Tral because when the forces were trying to carry the search in that very house, the explosive that was inside the house went off. With the result, the house was blown up. The police is investigating the attack site. Many of the people have been questioned. Some 200 people were questioned, like poniwalas and the transporters and those who were there at the time of when this scene unfolded.
Now, viewers, in the wake of the recent terror attack, this dastardly terror attack in Pahalgam, viewers, there are the global attention has shifted here to this this instability and the security concerns and the plight of the victims and the families, how the tourists have been targeted, the Indians have been targeted on their own soil, viewers. Now, there is a lot of reactions that are coming in because Pakistan right now is making many statements. It's in fact even admitting that it is behind that it has been behind such evil acts for the past 30 years, behind dirty acts. That's what one of their top ministers have said. So here's a comparison for you, viewers. Here's a report by my colleague Niranjan Narayan Swami, who tells you how India's military might stands in front of Rawalpindi.
India's military might stands as a towering testament to its unwavering commitment to national security and regional dominance, dwarfing Pakistan's capabilities across every measurable metric. With 14,55,550 active military personnel, India's forces outnumber Pakistan's 6.5 lakh by more than double. showcasing a robust and ready manpower advantage. That's India for you. And this disparity widens further with paramilitary forces, where India's 25,27,000 personnel overwhelmed Pakistan's 5 lakh, ensuring superior internal security and border protection. Even in the reserve forces, India's 11,55,000 personnel, nearly double of Pakistan's 5.5 lakh, providing a deep bench of trained soldiers for any contingency. Now, in the skies, India's air superiority is undeniable. Its 513 total fighter aircraft eclipsed Pakistan's 328, while the dedicated fighter fleet of 130 outstrips Pakistan's 90 fighter aircraft dedicated. That ensures India's dominance in case of an aerial combat. Pakistan knows that. The transport aircraft fleet, critical for logistics and rapid deployment, stands at 270 for India compared to Pakistan's mere 64, highlighting India's ability to sustain operations across vast distances. Now, India's helicopter fleet of 899, including 80 attack helicopters, far surpasses Pakistan's 373 helicopters and 57 attack units, giving India a decisive edge in both mobility and offensive aerial operations with choppers. On the ground, India's 4,201 combat tanks roll over Pakistan's 2,627 and its 3,975 towed artillery guns outnumber Pakistan's 2,629, ensuring overwhelming firepower in land engagements. In the sea, India's naval supremacy is unchallenged, with a warship fleet of 293 compared to Pakistan's 121 only. India's 2 aircraft carriers, and Pakistan has none, project power far beyond its shores, while 18 submarines to Pakistan's 8, 13 destroyers to Pakistan's 0, cement India's control over maritime domain in case there's a requirement. Now, these figures paint a clear picture that India's military is not just larger, it's a strategic juggernaut built to deter, defend, dominate. Pakistan's forces simply cannot match the scale, versatility, and technological edge of India's arsenal. This isn't just a comparison of numbers, it's a declaration of India's unassailable position as a regional superpower, ready to safeguard its sovereignty, assert its influence on the global stage, and, most importantly, take revenge.
All right, viewers, now we bring you this report that has been filed by my colleague from outside the terrorist Adil's residence. He is one of those terrorists named by the police behind this terror attack. He colluded with 2 Pakistani nationals, viewers, for carrying out this massacre, killing the innocent Indians on Indian soil who were unarmed, who were innocent. Here's a look at this report.
पहलगाम में हुए आतंकी हमले में मोस्ट वांटेड आदिल ठोकर के घर पर इस वक्त मैं मौजूद हूं। अनंतनाग में यह आतंकी आदिल ठोकर का घर है और आप देखेंगे कि घर पूरे तरीके से मलबे में तब्दील हो चुका है। दरअसल सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस जब आदिल को ढूंढते हुए उसके अनंतनाग वाले घर पे पहुंची तो तस्वीरें यहां पर ऐसी है कि यहां पर भी जो है आईडी ब्लास्ट जो है वो हुआ और एक बॉक्स के अंदर यहां पर भी आईडी जो ब्लास्ट है, जो बम है वो मिला था, जिसके बाद सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज ने इसी जगह पर उसको डिफ्यूज किया, आईडी को डिफ्यूज किया और ब्लास्ट हुआ। उसके बाद आप देखेंगे कि आतंकी आदिल ठोकर के घर का जो नक्शा है अब वो पूरे तरीके से बदल गया है, घर पूरे तरीके से मलबे में तब्दील हो गया है। आदिल ठोकर जो कि आसिफ का बेहद करीबी है, आसिफ के घर में भी आईडी जो बम है वो मिला था, वहां पर भी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेज ने उसको डिफ्यूज किया और उसके बाद के धमाके के बाद आसिफ का घर भी मलबे में तब्दील हुआ। लेकिन आदिल ठोकर के घर की आप ये तस्वीर देखिए, तकरीबन 2 मंजिला ये घर बना हुआ था, दूसरी मंजिल पर आप देखेंगे पूरा लकड़ी का कंस्ट्रक्शन है और ऊपर टीन के शेड है। लेकिन फोर्सेज जब यहाँ
पर पहुंचती है तो यहाँ पर भी आईडी मिली, जिसको फोर्सेज ने यहीं पर ही ब्लास्ट किया। हालांकि ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है कि पहलगाम में जब आतंकी हमला हुआ उससे पहले आदिल और आसिफ दोनों कई बार रैकी कर चुके थे, उनकी मूवमेंट वहां पर रिकवर हुई। लेकिन जब आतंकी हमले को अंजाम दिया गया और फोर्सेस इन वांटेड लोगों को ढूंढ रही है, आतंकियों को ढूंढ रही है, जिसके बाद उनके घर पे पहुंचे तो वहां पर आईडी जो है वो रिकवर हुई। जब ब्लास्ट हुआ तो आप देखेंगे कि आसपास के जो घर है उनके शीशे भी पूरे तरीके से टूटे। आप ये देखिए, ये घर है लेकिन शीशा पूरे तरीके से डैमेज हुआ है और सड़कों पर आप देखेंगे तो इस तरीके से आपको कांच यहाँ पर बिखरा हुआ नजर आएगा। लेकिन कॉन्स्पिरेसी आदिल को लेकर उसके पोस्टर्स भी जारी किए गए। जो चश्मदीद थे उन्होंने स्केच क्रिएट किए, 20 लाख रुपए का जो इनाम है वो घोषित भी किया गया। लेकिन अब आप देखेंगे कि आदिल ठोकर का जो घर है वो अब पूरे तरीके से मलबे में तब्दील हो गया है।
All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the story of the BSF Jawan who was detained by Pakistan on Wednesday, viewers. And the BSF constable PK Shaw was detained by the Pakistani Rangers and he's still in detention. There was a flag meeting requested by the BSF from the Pakistani Rangers. Another attempt was made for that, but it is still failed. It's a failed attempt, and we are trying to understand the status of the BSF officer who had in fact inadvertently crossed the border, and he had crossed the international border near the border post of Jalok, Dona sector of Punjab's Firozpur district. And what we know is that the officials from Indian Army and Pakistan Rangers initiated a flag meeting to negotiate his release, but it has not been successful yet.
The BSF constable who was detained by Pakistani Rangers after he accidentally crossed the international border has still not been released. Constable PK Shaw of the BSF battalion was detained by Pakistan Rangers after he accidentally crossed the Punjab border in Firozpur to the Pakistani side on 23rd April. The BSF Jawan was on routine duty when he mistakenly crossed the zero line which demarcates the border between India and Pakistan. The incident occurred while the soldier was on duty near farmland close to the Indo-Pak border. Constable PK Shaw, veteran with 17 years of service, is reportedly a resident of Mukherjee Street in Hooghly district of West Bengal. Union Minister and West Bengal BJP President Sukanta Majumdar had telephonic conversation with the wife of the BSF Jawan.
चिंता मत करिएगा, हमारी सरकार लगी हुई है उनको वापस लाने के लिए। वो पठानकोट की तरफ से उनको उठा के ले गया ना पाकिस्तान। हाँ सर। ठीक है, हम होम मिनिस्ट्री के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, आप चिंता मत करिए, ठीक है? हाँ, पूरा देश आपके साथ खड़ा हुआ है। हाँ,
बस यही निवेदन है कि जल्द से जल्द चले आए वो।
आप पूरी जोर लगा देंगे, उनको लाने के लिए जो करना होगा करेंगे। हाँ,
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सो मच.
Republic spoke with the father of detained BSF Jawan, who said Pakistan needs a strong lesson.
हमारे अभी जस्ट सीओ से बात हुआ है और कल सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर मैंने अभी जो टाइम हुआ है, कितना बज रहा है? 10 बजे, 10:30 हुआ, कोई खबर नहीं हुआ। 10 बजे तक हमसे कोई बात नहीं, कोई खबर नहीं आया। आउटसाइड से हम खबर पाए तो हम जोगाजोग करने की चेष्टा किए, सीओ से, जनरल से, कोई जोगाजोग नहीं हुआ। बात
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
तो फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say. The new generation Orient BLDC fans, super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mich kalay drum na.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First, proof, Dwivedi family from Kanpur.
मैं और शुभम बैठ के मैगी खाने जा रहे थे। शाम भी मेरी बहन थोड़ा दूर बैठी थी और पापा मेरे वॉशरूम में थे। उतनी देर में एक बंदा पीछे से आया और उसने गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है। मुसलमान है तो पहले कलमा पढ़ के दिखा। जैसे हमें पता ही नहीं, हम पीछे पलट के देखे हो क्या रहा है, हम उसकी तरफ स्माइल करके पूछे भैया क्या हुआ।
At Republic School of Journalism, you won't just learn how to report the news. You will learn from the people who shape it. At Republic School of Journalism, you will meet India's top newsmakers and learn live. Inside Republic headquarters, there's news happening in every room. Apply on republicschoolofjournalism.com. Applications are open.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome to Republic TV, our top focus, and we continue to say we want revenge. The security forces have launched large-scale operations in South Kashmir. They're going to soon neutralize the Pakistani terrorists. First up, a look at our top headlines. It's massive search operations in Kashmir, targeting and looking at residences of the suspected terror associates. India has deported Pakistani national Bibi Saida, who was residing in Bharuch, Gujarat, back to Pakistan. In the wake of the Pahalgam attack, the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor has convened an assembly session on 28th of April. A high-level meeting underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting is attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister and several other key ministers. And Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Pakistan minister says they have been doing this dirty work for over 3 decades. Viewers, our top focus, the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi has reached Udhampur to review the security situation at the Northern Command headquarters there. The Chief is being briefed on the security situation, and this is along the LOC in Poonch Rajouri district and other areas south of Pir Panjal mountain ranges. Now, this is the update that we are getting. I'm going to go across to all our reporters who are now joining us. Our colleague Gursimran joining us live on the story. First, Gursimran, give us more details.
See, Rhythm, it is being said that at around 4:15 was the time when the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi arrived at the Northern Army Command based in Udhampur of Jammu, wherein he was briefed by the Northern Army Commander Chandra Kumar, as well as the new Corps Commander of the Nagrota-based White Knight Corps. He was briefed about the operations that are underway in the Pir Panjal area of Jammu, that is the Rajouri district, and he was also briefed by the Yol-based 9 Corps of the Indian Army missions in the hinterland area, that is especially the Kathua and the South under the Western Command. So he has been briefed about the ongoing anti-terror operations, that what has been the progress and how the forces are planning to go ahead against these Pakistani terrorists that have entered the Indian territory. The situation in Jammu region is also grim because the Pakistani terrorists of Jaish-e-Mohammed, the recent group of 5 that has infiltrated, only 2 have been killed, 3 are still roaming, and there have been active numbers of somewhere close to 50 terrorists in the Jammu region. That makes it really very worrisome for the Indian Army as well as the sister security forces that are operating in the area. And this was briefed to the General Upendra Dwivedi because General Dwivedi has been the former commander of the Northern Command of Indian Army. So he knows every nook and corner well at the back of his hand, and that's why he has given some key directions to the ground commanders. Also, the Northern Army commander is being now superannuated on the 30th of this month, and the chief of the army staff, the General Upendra Dwivedi, in his visit. So it is very clear that the message is not for those who are at the helm of affairs, but also those who are going to come at the helm of affairs. They are also accompanying the army commander, the army chief, during this visit that is taking place at present. And we are told that in an hour's time from the an assessment, and very likely that he will be briefing Raksha Mantri on his visit.
Absolutely, Gursimran, thank you for giving us those details. There is more breaking news that we're going across to. Viewers, there's massive door-to-door searches that are being carried out across Ganderbal district by the police, army, para, CRPF and SSB. Operations launched to neutralize potential threats and prevent terrorism regrouping. I'm joined by Zeenat live from Anantnag, Gursimran live from Jammu, Rakshita live from Srinagar. And I'm going to go across first to Zeenat live from Anantnag to get more details. Zeenat, massive door-to-door search operations are taking place. Give us more details.
See, Rhythm, these are the operations, the multiple operations being carried by the J&K police along with paramilitary forces and the army in the different districts of the Kashmir Valley. Kashmir consists of around 10 districts, and today action was seen in central Kashmir's Ganderbal, as you mentioned, that there the door-to-door search was carried by the J&K police, the Ganderbal police along with the other security forces. The aim is to neutralize the threat on the ground, to stop the regrouping of the terrorists, for which the focus was also on the forest lines and also the snow-covered peaks where they can take refuge. But this also helped the Jammu and Kashmir to dismantle the threat so that there is no regrouping, and it is also sending a strong message to the terror groups that terror dismantlation is in the process. The days that the J&K police is going to dismantle all the links, whether it is a smaller or the bigger, that leads to the grouping of the terrorism in the Kashmir Valley will not be tolerated. Apart from Ganderbal, we have seen the search in Pahalgam as well. Pahalgam, the same place where this attack was carried by the LET. In Pahalgam also the door-to-door search were carried. People were questioned about the crime scene, about the movement of the people, even even in Pulwama, we have been seeing only the listed OGWs. The OGW is their overground worker. He is a support and oxygen to the terror outfit. He is the one who carries logistic support to the terror organization. In Pulwama, the listed ones, the list that is with the Pulwama police, only those who were touched this time, so that there is no inconvenience to the general public, and the general public had been urged to cooperate even if they are getting any input from any corner. Pulwama witnessed a listed OGW search at the different places. Those OGWs were questioned, their families were questioned, and also some of the evidences were collected from Pulwama, Avantipora. Meanwhile, the Shupin district, which once used to be the hotbed of terrorism, where majority of the operation would be carried in past,
Benz. I also want to go across to Arafat, who's joining us from Pahalgam. Arafat, in this area, we've seen a lot of protests taking place. We've seen you speaking to people. But my primary focus is going to be on the kind of terrorist regrouping that has to be stopped and the kind of places of the terrorists that are now being searched and combing operations by the forces.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that the coordinated search operation has also extended to other nearby villages of the Pahalgam area. Not only here, but we have seen in the North Kashmir areas, Central Kashmir and the South Kashmir areas, where we have seen that the mega anti-terror operations have been launched by the joint security forces, including the teams from the Rashtra Rifles and the Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Operation Group. Also, the CRPF police is conducting the operation in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley to nab the attackers. Also, we have seen the exchange of fire was on in the Bani, where we have seen that the one terrorist have also been neutralized, who was a terrorist associate. Also, we have seen the same kind of operations is also underway in the Pulwama, where we have seen in the Karyamabad area, where the joint operation is going on. Also, these operations was launched after receiving the credible and the human-based intelligence that there is a presence of some terrorists. Then after we have seen these operations was launched by the joint security forces, and we have been told by the forces the joint operation is still on. There is no exchange of fire in the parts of the South Kashmir, but yes, the search operation is on. Yes, Bridham.
All right, I'm also going to go across to Rakshita, who's been joining us since morning on the story. Rakshita, give us more details.
Well, exactly as we were pointing to the multiple operations that are happening right from Bandipora, where, the top Lashkar commander has also been neutralized, Altaf Lali. That's a very, very big, it's a big win for the forces. And of course, from Anantnag to Pulwama and several other areas where the search operation is underway. Those visuals, Rhythm, are very important, especially that we played from Pulwama, that door-to-door, search operation. It's a message being sent out, and the intent is very clear. It's very visible. And the Pakistanis, of course, are right now on tenterhooks. They are scrambling. They are trying to, double their deployments also, not just along the LOC, but several other camps as well. And this is what is, we've seen the reconnaissance firing also, the speculative firing also, an old tactic of the Pakistanis. That has also been witnessed in the past 24 hours. I am in Srinagar, where there are multiple meetings that are happening. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha also in the day earlier when the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi had landed, he held a meeting with him and also with the other Army commanders, including the Northern Army Command Chief. And then we had the DGP also meeting the Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. And now we will be waiting for more information as after visiting Udhampur and the Pahalgam Terror Attack site, the Army Chief will be back here this evening meeting the Lieutenant Governor, briefing him about all the briefings and all the information that he has gathered and the next step of action to be taken.
I want all of you to continue to be with us, please, as I'm going to go across to the next bit of breaking news that's coming in. And I'm going to go across to the news that's just come in. Pulwama door-to-door search operations are also being conducted after massive search operations that were underway, like Zinat was telling us, in Anantnag. Now in South Kashmir's Pulwama, also door-to-door operations are taking place in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terror attack. Security forces launch a massive search operation. Zinat, I come back to you. This is in the district of Pulwama now. Zinat, after Anantnag, we're also seeing the same kind of search, door-to-door search operations in Pulwama. This is a very clear, sustained and clear message, Zinat, from our security forces. As Prime Minister Modi said yesterday, India is going to ensure that the culprits, their handlers, are brought to the book and are punished.
See, Rhythm, if you will go through the visuals, these are very dramatic and very professional visuals. The kind of drill, these are the professional troopers on the ground, those JNK police cops, very professional who deal with the anti-terror operations, and the kind of weapon and the kind of gear they are in, that tells you the professionalism in dealing with these listed OGWs. As I said, in Pulwama, the listed OGWs residences were touched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, giving a strong message that the terror will not be tolerated and terror will be raised to the ground. That is the message that has come even from the Prime Minister of the country yesterday, being in the Bihar and addressing during the Panchayat Raj Day. He has clearly said that those who had carried, perpetrators who had carried this kind of attack will be given a blow that they would have never even imagined, and for which the government of India and its machinery is working round the clock 24/7 for the last. Now this is the 4th day of the terror attack, and we are seeing the non-stop meetings, the non-stop VIP visits, and also the action that is continuing on ground, be it the OGW workers or the Jamaat-e-Islami members, or for that matter the anti-terror operation. Everything is going on in coordination. It is simple that the message from the top is very clear that whatever is required, just pump into, and we need the results. And that is why we saw also the Pakistan feeling uneasy during the midnight hours when they fired upon the Indian post located along the line of control. The small arms firing was reported, which the Indian Army retaliated, although no loss of life was reported from the line of control. But we are seeing that the alertness along the line of control has been enhanced with the machinery, as well as when we are seeing the deployment of more number of forces along the line of control. Just 2 days back, there was at LOC in Uri, an operation was witnessed where the 2 terrorists were neutralized.
There have been search operations launched. I also want to go across to more breaking news that's coming in. Search operations have also been launched by security forces in Kathua. The operations have been launched near the railway yard in Nagar area of Kathua. The locals have reported sighting of 4 suspects. Nothing has been traced so far. I also want to go across to Rakshita and Arafat, who are joining us on this breaking news. Arafat, if I can come to you now, search operations launched in Kathua. The locals spot 4 suspects. However, for now, there has been no trace of them.
Yes, absolutely. We have seen that in this, we'll talk about the Hiranagar in the Kathua area. We have seen that the locals have reported about the presence of some individuals who was carrying the weapons with along. And then after we have seen that the forces have carried out the search operation in the Kathua area after receiving the information from the locals that there is the input that the few individuals was in roaming in the area. Then after we have seen the coordinated search operation is also underway in the Hiranagar. It indicates that the alertness of the forces from the Kashmir region to Jammu region. We have seen that the dozens of anti-terror operations are underway as of now. Yes, Rida.
I also want to go across to Rakshita. Rakshita, Pulwama, Anantnag, Handwara, Kulgam, Shopian. All the places where our search operations are being conducted. Now the locals have also spotted 4 terrorists in this area. The search operations are underway. This, Rakshita, is a very clear message from the government that we mean to get to the terrorists, neutralize them, but not only them, it's also their handlers that are going to be brought to the book.
Absolutely, this is the most dastardly attack, this is the deadliest attack that the valley has witnessed in so many years. You know, this has completely overturned the kind of revival that the valley has seen in the past 4 to 5 years. But yes, as you were talking about the search operations, the message is clear, the intent is clear, that no stone will be left unturned. The Prime Minister, of course, in his first speech on camera, that he had made it clear that we vow revenge. Nobody will be allowed to attack the soul of India. India, because these were people from different parts of India who were targeted here, and they were innocent, they were unarmed. Everybody knows what is happening. The entire world is in shock. There is support pouring in from several countries. India has taken into confidence several of its allies as well. We saw what happened last evening as there was an all-party meeting as well, but we also saw meetings being held on security, and S. Jaishankar also part of it. And today also the meetings continue. In Delhi, we see that more and more, the people are being contacted, countries are being contacted. Amit Shah also made it very clear, issued a directive to all the chief ministers of all the states. Every state in the country should identify every anti-national element, any Pakistani citizen be deported, and all the information should be going to the agencies. It is being made very, very clear. Having said that, in the valley, yes, there are again meetings happening in Srinagar, as I said, and on those from Anantnag to Pulwama to several other locations in Bandipora. All these locations, for the past 2 days, there are anti-terror operations that are underway in full swing, and as we speak, more and more seizures are also being made along the LOC rhythm. There are mortar shells, there are weapons that are being seized, and not to forget the OGWs, at least 66 of them, that's a huge number, who have been detained. They are being questioned. Every link is being unearthed, and it is clear that our forces, our agencies will not budge this time. They will not be, they will not be sparing anyone, no matter in which corner of the country they are in.
Rakshita, I also want you to stay with us. I'm just going to go across to more breaking news coming in, this time from the national capital. And the breaking news that's coming in, a high-level meeting underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting is also being attended by the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister, and also several other key ministers. We've seen External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar arrive at the residence of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. This is, of course, on the Indus Water Treaty. This is at the residence of Union Home Minister, and this is extremely critical because after the Indus Water Treaty has been kept in abeyance by India, we need to see what other things are going to happen. This, viewers, remember, geopolitically, India is exercising full control over the three rivers Indus, Jhelum and Chenab. Water stoppage can trigger agricultural crisis in Pakistan. It's a big blow to Pakistan because 75% of Pakistan's farm output is affected. Punjab region, Pakistan's food basket is to be worst hit. I'm going to first go across to Soumya, joining us from Amit Shah's residence. Soumya, high-level meeting underway. What are you picking up from your sources? What is it that is being discussed in this meeting?
Yes, well, the meeting started at 4:30 p.m. In the attendance are External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar along with the Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil. And now we talk about the details or the lines on which these meetings are underway. There are three major points that are going to be discussed in this meeting. One being the expansion of the Indira Gandhi canal, and the second being the starting of the already existing reservoirs or the canals, and a third being the resuming, or the third being the expansion of the Krishna Ganga reservoir. So these are the plans that are going to be discussed, how the ministries are going to go ahead as far as the suspension of the Indus Water Treaty has been announced. Now, these are the major lines along which the meeting is underway. These are the issues that are going to be discussed, how they're going to bring back the already existing reservoirs or canals who are not functional as of now, how they're going to refurbish it and going to make it functional once again. Now, the suspension has been announced, how the Indira Gandhi canal is going to be expanded, and how the Krishnanagar reservoir is going to be expanded, as that is the last point from the India side. So these are the points, and how the water distribution is going to be expanded towards Himachal and Punjab and Kashmir. So these are the points that are going to be discussed, are the main focal points during this meeting, which is underway here at the official residence of Home Minister Amit Shah. Rhythm.
Thank you, Soumya, for giving us those details. There is more breaking news coming in, and we're quickly going back to Jammu and Kashmir, where the breaking news that's coming in is the LG has now chaired a meeting with opposition leaders. This includes Rahul Gandhi. And the big news that's coming in, the leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, also met the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha at Raj Bhavan. He was also accompanied by Congress MP K.C. Venugopal, Congress MLAs Ghulam Ahmed Mir and Tariq Hamid Kara, and Rajya Sabha MP Dr. Syed Nasir Hussain. Zeenat continues to join us on the story. Zeenat, he's also met, and the Lieutenant Governor has posted this on Twitter that he met them. They discussed everything, various aspects related to the heinous terror attack in Pahalgam was discussed. Now, a lot of talks, meetings, Zeenat, all over taking place, even in Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's Omar Abdullah, whether it's the LG who's also meeting these people. This is a very clear indication, Zeenat, of more retaliation and of more steps that India is going to soon take. And we're also briefing the envoys, we're briefing the opposition leaders on what lies ahead for Pakistan.
Yes, Razim, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi today met Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir Manoj Sinha at Raj Bhavan in Srinagar. The leader was briefed about the situation on the ground and the effective measures that the security and the administration is taking to bring justice to those who lost their lives in the terror attack. Leader of opposition was also given a confidence that the threat that is on ground will be neutralized. There was a threadbare discussion between Manoj Sinha, LG Manoj Sinha of Jammu and Kashmir, and the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi. We have seen Rahul meeting also Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir Omar Abdullah at his residence at Gupkar, where again the political leaders talked about how the situation can be improved, what measures need to be taken, and how the security enhancement can be done, and also to gain the confidence of the tourists in the Kashmir Valley, because around 95% cancellation in the last 4 days Kashmir has witnessed. People have left the valley. It is wearing a deserted look, and also there is a pain and grief after witnessing a civilian massacre in Pahalgam. These all pointers was discussed. In fact, the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir also briefed leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi about yesterday's all-party meeting and the pointers that were discussed during the meeting, how to establish also helplines and how to see that the Kashmiri students are not targeted in other parts of the state, even for which Omar Abdullah also met and his team met the Eknath Shinde of in Mumbai to gain confidence. Yesterday he was here. The leaders of the main parties also met him. So all this exercise is being done, and one thing is, Rhythm, that apart from the political differences, Pahalgam attack has definitely united everybody under one umbrella as far as the terrorism is concerned. Everybody wants to give befitting reply, as Prime Minister Modi has made it clear that India will retaliate, and for which the MEA has already announced its measures, already announced the kind of how India is reacting to Pakistan terror on Indian soil.
All right, Zina, thank you for giving us those details. I respect. And also we're going to go back to all our colleagues who continue reporting from ground zero on this. We continue to say #WeWantRevenge. There was also the Border Security Force Jawan who was detained by Pakistan on 23rd of April is still not released. The BSF Constable PK Shaw was detained by Pakistan Rangers after he inadvertently, that's the crucial word, crossed the international border near border post in the Jaloke Dona district sector of Punjab's Firozpur. Following the incident, officials from the Indian Army and Pakistan Rangers have also initiated a flag meeting to negotiate his release, which has not been successful yet.
The BSF constable who was detained by Pakistani Rangers after he accidentally crossed the international border has still not been released. Constable PK Shaw of the BSF battalion was detained by Pakistan Rangers after he accidentally crossed the Punjab border in Firozpur to the Pakistani side on 23rd April. The BSF Jawan was on routine duty when he mistakenly crossed the zero line which demarcates the border between India and Pakistan. The incident occurred while the soldier was on duty near farmland close to the Indo-Pak border. Constable PK Shaw, veteran with 17 years of service, is reportedly a resident of Mukherjee Street in Hooghly district of West Bengal. Union Minister and West Bengal BJP President Sukanta Majumdar had telephonic conversation with the wife of the BSF Jawan.
आप चिंता मत करिएगा हमारी सरकार लगी हुई है उनको वापस लाने के लिए। हाँ, वो पठानकोट की तरफ से उनको उठा के ले गया ना पाकिस्तान।
हाँ सर।
हाँ, ठीक है, हम होम मिनिस्ट्री के साथ बात कर रहे हैं, आप चिंता मत करिए, ठीक है?
ठीक है।
हाँ, पूरा देश आपके साथ खड़ा हुआ है। हाँ,
बस यही निवेदन है कि जल्द से जल्द चले आए वो।
आप पूरी जोर लगा देंगे, उनको लाने के लिए जो करना होगा करेंगे। हाँ,
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सो मच।
Republic spoke with the father of detained BSF Jawan, who said Pakistan needs a strong lesson.
हमारे अभी जस्ट सीओ से बात हुआ है और कल सुबह 6 बजे से लेकर मैंने अभी जो टाइम हुआ है, कितना बज रहा है, 10 बजे, 10:30 कोई खबर नहीं हुआ। 10 बजे तक हमसे कोई बात नहीं, कोई खबर नहीं आया। आउटसाइड से हम खबर पाए तो हम जोगाजोग करने की चेष्टा किए, सीओ से, जनरल से, कोई जोगाजोग नहीं हुआ।
बात कब हुआ लास्ट?
रात बात हम लोग से बात नहीं हुआ, रात परसों रात के हुआ है 2 बजे, तब से बात नहीं हुआ। तब सुबह में ड्यूटी रहा था, सुबह में तो पकड़ाइए गया है, तो कैसे बात होगा। मोबाइल में फोन करता नहीं जा, फोन होता, रिंग होता, कोई उठा होता नहीं है। तो फिर ओकरा बिहान भला वही दिन 8 बजे रात का कोई फोन कैला।
Tourist alleges she was asked about her religion during the Pahalgam terror attack. Ganderbal police have taken action after a claim of the terrorist went viral on social media.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. And he has also said, अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया. In other words, he has said, whatever remaining land is there where the terrorists are getting patronage, where they live and where they get support, that will also go. My interpretation is the status quo of the LOC will change after 75 years. I hope it does. I hope it does. I take the Prime Minister's words extremely seriously, because the might of the Indian Armed Forces is going to annihilate not just the elite.
Security forces launched large-scale search operations across South Kashmir, targeting residences of suspected terror associates. India has deported Pakistani national Bibi Saida, who has been residing in Bharuch, Gujarat, back to Pakistan. In the wake of the Pahalgam attack, the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor had convened an assembly session on April 28th. A high-level meeting underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting attended by Jal Shakti Minister, External Affairs Minister and several other key ministers. And Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Pakistan minister says they have been doing dirty work for over 3 decades. All right, we're first getting you the shots of C.R. Patil leaving the Home Minister's residence, Amit Shah's residence. The Jal Shakti Minister is leaving the residence of Amit Shah. We're going to go back to those visuals Viewers, let's remember this is the biggest ever diplomatic strike, and India draws the red line. And now we're getting you visuals of that meeting that was held on the Indus Treaty. We're also getting you more details on that, but first we're going to go across to more breaking news that's coming in. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar meets Ambassador Kamil Zayed of Egypt. EAM says we discussed deepening our strategic partnership, appreciated Egypt's support in the fight against terrorism. And this is the meeting that he had, and those are the visuals that are coming in, where External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar met Ambassador Kamil Zayed of Egypt, and he also says what was discussed is the strategic partnership that Egypt and India have, and also Egypt's support in this fight against terrorism. As we're going to try and get some details on what was really discussed there, this is the big breaking news that's coming in as we are speaking. Jaishankar has spoken about this now, and I'm going to try and go across to more details of what Jaishankar has said. This is crucial, viewers, at a time when India is meeting select envoys and trying to keep them in touch with what is going to be happening soon in Pakistan. Dr. Jaishankar has just tweeted that we received the Ambassador Kamil Zayed of Egypt, and we discussed deepening our strategic partnership, and we also appreciate Egypt's support in this fight against terrorism. Now, all this is extremely crucial because we also remember earlier that a lot of engagements had been taking place, and Dr. Jaishankar has also earlier said that Egypt is an important and valued strategic partner. We have a deep depth and intensity of the partnership continues to grow. Very crystal clear now that it is this partnership that is also going to be looked at as Dr. Jaishankar calls on and meets the ambassador. And we're getting more breaking news. The Ganderbal police, viewers, have taken action after a claim of tourist went viral on social media. The tourist woman from Uttar Pradesh alleged that a man questioned her about her religion and shared his picture. Now police have apprehended the said person, who was identified as Ayaz Ahmed, a resident of Ganderbal. An interrogation of that person is underway. Zeenat, I'm going to come across to you. Give us more details. We're being told that he's possibly a pony service provider and he's been subjected to sustained interrogation.
See, a woman deep withheld alleged that a man has asked her about her identity while she was in Ganderbal, and immediately she posted the picture of the man on the social media. The moment the Ganderbal police came to know about it, immediately the action was taken, and the identified person is Ayaz Ahmed, I beg your pardon, and he is a pony wala and working at the Thajwas Glacier, which is a known glacier at the Sonmarg tourist resort. Again, a resort known for its meadows. Right now, currently the interrogation of the man is on that, like why he asked the identity of the woman. See, there has been a lot of fear on the ground after this Pahalgam incident. People who have been in the tourist resorts, they fear for their life, and when the man asked her about the identity of her religion, she immediately posted the picture of this man on social media, and immediately the action from the Ganderbal police was observed that they arrested this man who's under interrogation. He is facing the questions coming from the Ganderbal police. As of now, the police has cleared that he is a pony wala working at the Thajwas Glacier in Sonmarg.
Yes, Zeenat, I just want you to stay with us. Republic, in fact, also spoke to the terrorist viewers who made these claims. Listen to her testimony, which hints at a larger Kalma conspiracy.
3 बॉयज थे, बाकी के वुमेन्स थे, तो मैं उनके लिए डरी हुई थी कि कहीं कुछ प्रॉब्लम ना हो जाए, सब मेरी जिम्मेदारी पे भेजे हैं यहाँ पे। तो फिर मैं वहाँ पे बहुत उससे धैर्य से काम ले रही थी, नहीं तो मुझे बहुत तेज गुस्सा आता है। वहाँ पे मैं गुस्सा नहीं कर रही।
कुरान पढ़ने की बात कही और कही कि उसने कहा कि भोले का जिक्र उसमें है।
हाँ, बोले जिक्र नहीं किए, तुम्हारे उसका जिक्र उसमें है, हमारी कुरान में है, ऐसे बोले।
हमारे भगवान को उसने उसका बोला।
हाँ, उसका बोला। और फिर वो बोलते हैं कि तुम जो है ना कुरान पढ़ा करो। मैंने बोला ठीक है मैं पढ़ूंगी जाके, पक्का पढ़ूंगी। बोले वो हिंदी में भी है। मैंने ठीक है। तो फिर मैंने बोला, मेरे को थोड़ा डाउट हो रहा था। फिर बोलता है अरे मैं भी 11 साल है ना कुरान पढ़ाया हूँ, मैं जो है टीचर रहा हूँ। अब मेरा वहां से जो है वो उसकी काफी चीजें वो इंग्लिश में भी यूज कर रहा था, खच्चर वाला
इंग्लिश का शब्द यूज कर रहा था।
तो थोड़ा माइंड और उधर जा रहा था मेरा। तो मैंने बोला अच्छा, तो मैं उससे पूछने वाली थी एक तुम टीचर होके यहाँ पे कैसे आ गए, तुम्हें कोई और जो, चलो मान लिया तुमने वो चीज पसंद नहीं आई, तुम्हें टीचर हो सकता है ना पसंद हो तुम्हें जॉब टीचर वाली, तो तुम खच्चर वाले कैसे बने? मैं उससे पूछने वाली थी, लेकिन मैं अंदर ही अंदर पूछ नहीं पा रही थी।
सहमत थी कि ये मामला कुछ ठीक नहीं लग रहा है, ज्यादा विवाद करना ठीक नहीं।
मेरे ये क्वेश्चन वहीं पे खुद से हो रहे थे कि ये यहाँ पे खच्चर वाला क्यों बना, इसको और कोई जॉब नहीं मिली, खच्चर वाले की मिली। तो फिर वो मेरे से बोलता है कि है ना, फिर मैंने उनसे बोला अच्छा भैया आप यहाँ पे, मैंने उससे इनडायरेक्ट पूछने की ये कोशिश की कि वो पाकिस्तान से है, इंडिया से है, कहाँ से है, कि लोकल है कि नहीं है। मैंने बोला भैया आप ये खच्चर ये वाला काम कब से कर रहे हो? तो बोला मैं ये 7 साल से कर रहा हूँ।
In fact, viewers, the other news that's also coming in, the houses of 2 terrorists believed to be involved in the Pahalgam attack were destroyed by security forces, the JNK authorities on Friday, while the residences of Lashkar terrorist Adil Hussain Thokar in Bijbera was blown up by using IEDs. The house of Asif Sheikh in Tral was demolished with a bulldozer. Adil Thokar is believed to have played a very key role in helping the Pakistani terrorists plan and carry out the attack in the scenic Baisaran Valley that left our 26 Indians dead.
We are reporting from Anantnag, and my Vijay Mubashir is showing you the demolished house of one of the Lashkar terrorists whose involvement has been found in this attack that took place in Pahalgam. Yes, this is the house. The home belongs to Adil Thakur, who is also known as Adil Guri, a man accused of orchestrating the devastating Pahalgam terror attack that claims 26 lives, leaving behind the scenes that tell a story of loss and the complex layers of terrorism in. The site is cordoned off by the thin layer of police tape. A small crowd of villagers gathered at a distance. I can ask my Vijay Mubashir to show you the crowd visuals that have gathered here, and their faces a mix of curiosity, fear and resignation. The sounds can also be heard where the people, the neighbors are sobbing, they crying for what has happened here as the demolition was carried by the Jammu and Kashmir police. And as far as this incident is concerned, this Adil Thakur has been involved in the Pahalgam terror attack. His house has been demolished, and also there is one more house that has been demolished, that is in Tral, that is Magura area in Tral, where the incident has taken place. And the house was also blown up in Tral because when the forces were trying to carry the search in that very house, the explosive that was inside the house went off. With the result, the house was blown up. The police is investigating the attack site. Many of the people have been questioned. Some 200 people were questioned, like poniwalas and the transporters and those who were there at the time of when this scene unfolded.
Viewers, now we're getting you more details. Republic has accessed visuals of search operations in Jammu's Kathua. Search operations were launched by security forces. Operations were launched near the railway yard in Hiranagar area of Kathua. This after locals reported sighting the 4 suspects. However, as we're waiting for more details on that, I'm also going to try and go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, the search and combing operations were underway earlier in Pulwama and Baramulla, now in Kathua also. After locals claim to have seen the 4 suspected terrorists, we are getting these visuals, and Jammu and Kashmir Police's search operations group has also reached the spot. They were also combing operations. Give us more details about any details that we have of the 4 suspected terrorists.
See, this is in the Chandrodia area of the Hiranagar in Kathua district, where the locals saw 4 suspects, after which they informed the Jammu and Kashmir police. And based on the information that was given by the police, by the locals, the police launched the operation along with the special forces of the Indian Army and the Indian Army regular troops that were there. The searches are being conducted in the area. The SOG team of the Jammu and Kashmir police, they too have reached the spot, and now the area is being ascertained. So far, there has not been any information regarding the suspects that has come to police based on the ground searches, but the operations are continuing. Reason being that Hiranagar is close to the international border, and there have been a number of incidents of infiltration that have taken place in last couple of years, making it really very challenging for the security forces to rule out at prima facie, and that's why these detailed searches are underway. Important to mention that the Kathua has witnessed a fortnight-long operation in the upper reaches, starting from the Sanyal area of the Hiranagar, then going to the Rajbagh's Safain area, where 4 brave hearts of the Jammu and Kashmir police made the supreme sacrifice while fighting with the Jaish terrorists of Pakistan. They brought down 2 terrorists, but 4 brave hearts, they made the supreme sacrifice. Then we saw the encounter taking place in the area of Panchtirthi in the Bilawar on 31st of March, but their terrorists managed to escape, and since then the operations are underway. The security forces are trying to reach out to connect the dots, to reach out to the location of the terrorists, but so far there has not been any success. And now, after the locals gave input that they saw 4 suspects in the area, the police has launched a massive anti-terror operations in the area of Hiranagar. This is the Chandrodia area.
All right, very, very close to more breaking news that's coming, and I thank you, Gursimran, for giving us more details. And viewers, I'm going to go across to breaking news that's coming in. I'm also going to request after this breaking news, to put out the 3 visuals very crystal clear today of the meetings that our External Affairs Minister has had. This breaking news coming in, our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, meets the Ambassador of Israel. The External Affairs Minister said a good discussion with Ambassador Reuven Azar of Israel took place in New Delhi today, and we appreciate Israel's steadfast support in combating cross-border terrorism. This after a few minutes ago, the tweet from Jaishankar, where he said that he received the Ambassador Kamil Zayed of Egypt, and just earlier before that, where he met the Argentinian ambassador. This is a very clear indication that Dr. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, speaking to select convoys, having a word with them about further retaliation that India plans to have against Pakistan.
Allies with other partners that we have. We share the same values. Argentina and India are 2 democracies, are 2 countries that believe in freedom, they're 2 countries that believe in human dignity. So we are working together in many fields, and we should strengthen this situation. I had the opportunity to have a meeting with the Minister of External Affairs, Dr. Jaishankar, today, some hours ago, and we talk about that, and he thanks, of course, the support that Argentina is giving to India in this complicated but difficult moment. But we are sure that you are going to overcome, and India is thriving. India is becoming a very, very, very successful country. You are already the 5th largest economy in the world. You are going to become the 3rd soon, maybe at the end of this decade. And we think that the Indian people and the Indian government deserve our support in defending its territory and in defending the life and dignity of its population.
This brings me to the last question. Came up here to admit that the country has been supporting and training the terrorists for the last 3 decades, although he blamed the blame on the United States and West and others. How do you look at the statement where he claimed that Pakistan was supporting the terrorists?
Well, we read that declaration, but I think it's not my role to make a comment on this. I'm the Argentine ambassador to India. We are supporting India, and I might have comments, but it's not the right moment to do it. But of course, once again, we have to be very clear on this. We are on the side of life and against terrorism. And in this situation, you count Argentina as a supporter of the Indian people and the Indian government. Thank you very much.
Argentina, Mariano Cocciano, that we just played the reaction of. There was a very systematic, and this is a very telling picture where our External Affairs Minister meets the Israeli envoy, meets the Egyptian envoy, and this wonderful reaction of support, solidarity comes in from the Argentinian ambassador Mariano Cochino, whom he also met today. This is a very concerted plan, and diplomatically we're doing all we can to ensure we have all the support, because what lies ahead for Pakistan is clear. They're going to face diplomatic isolation, and we're already telling our envoys of what lies ahead for them. When we're saying it's nation first, we're also briefing them on how the terrorists attacked India and how India is going to be fighting back. As we continue to play those visuals right now on the screen, the Israeli envoy, and I also have the Egyptian envoy and also Mariano Cochino, the Argentinian envoy, I'm going to once again play out that reaction that's coming.
First of all, solidarity in the name of the Argentine government and the Argentine people for India, for the people of India, for the government of India, and our thoughts with the ones who lost their loved ones, the people that are injured also, and of course the Indian people in general that has been attacked and is in this commotion that was provoked by this terrible and unacceptable attack to the Indian territory and the Indian people. Well, I think that the Prime Minister of India, the Prime Minister Modi, is in the leadership of this country, the most populated country in the world, and he is delivering the message of support and leadership that the country deserves. So I think it was correct in the sense that terrorism has to be punished. It has to be prevented, it has to be prosecuted, but it has to be punished. And I think that in the strong statement that he made the first day and the following days, this one you are talking, I think it was made in Bihar, it is a statement done for the Indian people, for the entire world, because a terrorist attack is an attack to a certain people, but it's an attack against mankind.
This is a time when we are regrouping. This is a time when we are ensuring that everyone diplomatically understands how India is going to be retaliating to the terror attack in India. This is a wonderful meeting that our External Affairs Minister has had with the Argentinian envoy, with the Israeli envoy, and also with the Egyptian envoy. This is a clear drawing of lines. India draws the red line, and India is also clearly showing diplomatically how after high-level meetings we're going to retaliate to Pakistan. Viewers, in the wake of the terror attack in Pahalgam, which has drawn global attention to the instability, the spotlight has returned to the military rivalry also. Understand how India's military might is strong. Take a look.
India's military might stands as a towering testament to its unwavering commitment to national security and regional dominance, dwarfing Pakistan's capabilities across every measurable metric. With 14,55,550 active military personnel, India's forces outnumber Pakistan's 6.5 lakh by more than double, showcasing a robust and ready manpower advantage. That's India for you. And this disparity widens further with paramilitary forces, where India's 25,27,000 personnel overwhelm Pakistan's 5 lakh, ensuring superior internal security and border protection. Even in the reserve forces, India's 11,55,000 personnel, nearly double of Pakistan's 5.5 lakh, providing a deep bench of trained soldiers for any contingency. Now, in the skies, India's air superiority is undeniable. Its 513 total fighter aircraft eclipse Pakistan's 328, while the dedicated fighter fleet of 130 outstrips Pakistan's 90 fighter aircraft dedicated. That ensures India's dominance in case of an aerial combat. Pakistan knows that. The transport aircraft fleet, critical for logistics and rapid deployment, stands at 270 for India compared to Pakistan's mere 64. highlighting India's ability to sustain operations across vast distances. Now, India's helicopter fleet of 899, including 80 attack helicopters, far surpasses Pakistan's 373 helicopters and 57 attack units, giving India a decisive edge in both mobility and offensive aerial operations with choppers. On the ground, India's 4,201 combat tanks roll over Pakistan's 2,627 and its 3,975 towed artillery guns outnumber Pakistan's 2,629, ensuring overwhelming firepower in land engagements. In the sea, India's naval supremacy is unchallenged, with a warship fleet of 293 compared to Pakistan's 121 only. India's 2 aircraft carriers, and Pakistan has none, project power far beyond its shores, while 18 submarines to Pakistan's 8, 13 destroyers to Pakistan's 0, cement India's control over maritime domain in case there's a requirement. Now, these figures paint a clear picture that India's military is not just larger, it's a strategic juggernaut built to deter, defend, dominate. Pakistan's forces simply cannot match the scale, versatility, and technological edge of India's arsenal. This isn't just a comparison of numbers, it's a declaration of India's unassailable position as a regional superpower, ready to safeguard its sovereignty, assert its influence on the global stage, and, most importantly, take revenge.
At RSJ, you don't just learn journalism. You walk the hall with the people making the news. From the newsmakers to political leaders to defense experts, all at the Republic headquarters. It's the only place where you can learn and build your network. Apply now. RepublicSchoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
And we're getting visuals at South Block of Ajit Doval, National Security Advisor, who's at South Block. These are the latest visuals that are coming in of the National Security Advisor at South Block. There was a very earlier constructive meetings have taken place of Ajit Doval, and now Ajit Doval at South Block. He's also had earlier meetings, and today Ajit Doval arrives at South Block. He's flanked by his ministers. He's arrived for crucial meetings at South Block. Lots of people, lots of ministers today at South Block. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval had also been in the meetings with the Prime Minister earlier, briefing him. And now Ajit Doval arriving at South Block. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval arrives in South Block. We're also getting more details on the story. We're also now being told the National Security Advisor who's arrived at South Block is there in constructive meetings.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते
Sir, fans है शोर तो करेंगे ही ना?
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me आए तो और
Cricket fans.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं. बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ.
MDH. We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma. that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First, proof, Dwivedi family from Kanpur.
मैं और शुभम बैठ के मैगी खाने जा रहे थे.
अब आया असली स्वाद.
अब आया स्वाद.
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें. MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला.
MDH.
Bisa kalah itu rumput, no?
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not. And they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim. And those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites. And I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First, proof, Dwivedi family from Kanpur.
मैं और शुभम बैठ के मैगी खाने जा रहे थे. शाम भी मेरी बहन थोड़ा दूर बैठी थी और पापा मेरे वॉशरूम में थे. उतनी देर में एक बंदा पीछे से आया और उसने गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है. मुसलमान है तो पहले कलमा पढ़ के दिखा. जैसे हम
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 6 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. There is a crucial meeting that is being held at the South Block. The NSA has already reached. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition. But first, a quick check of the headlines. After Kashmir, security forces have now launched large-scale operations across Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua district. India deports Pakistani national Bibi Saeeda, who has been residing in Bharuch, Gujarat, back to Pakistan. In wake of the Pahalgam attack, the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor has convened an assembly session on April 28. A high-level meeting is underway at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting is attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister and several other key ministers. Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Pakistan minister says they have been doing dirty work for over 3 decades. And starting this edition with breaking news coming in, where we learn that National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has now reached the Ministry of Home Affairs office in the South Block. Remember, back-to-back key meetings were held. The Ministry of Home Affairs, along with the Ministry of External Affairs, was holding a key meeting with the foreign diplomats, taking the global power into confidence as far as it comes to escalating the condition, the situation with Pakistan. Gopi, my colleague, is joining me live from outside the South Block. Gopi, what is the recent update? What is the meeting regarding at the South Block?
Well, in fact, Tanisha, just a short while back, we saw how envoys of different countries were here. Well, I would ask my VJ to continuously show you the pictures. There's constant movement here. We just saw that NSA Ajit Doval has reached Ministry of External Affairs, while S. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, was at Amit Shah's residence just a short while back, where there was another meeting happening along with the Water Resource Union Minister C.R. Patil, where most probably the discussion revolved around the Indus Water Treaty. You can see we are showing you the live visuals from outside of the Ministry of External Affairs, while S. Jaishankar was there at Amit Shah's residence. NSA Ajit Doval has just reached here, while just a short while back, just an hour back, we saw that the envoys of 4 countries, which includes Israel, US, Egypt and Sudan, were here at the Ministry of External Affairs. And all this was regarding the Pahalgam attack. We have seen that simultaneous meetings have been happening. Yesterday also, different envoys of G20 countries were here, and they were discussing about the Pahalgam terror attack. While what we are also learning from our sources is just a short while back, there was also discussion about the Nordic summit, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to travel to Oslo on May 15th and 16th. So the discussion also revolved around the 5 Nordic countries. This is what we are learning from our sources, but all eyes here as the NSA is here. We'll have to wait and watch what pans out next. Back to you.
Absolutely, Gopi. Thank you very much for sharing those details and joining us here on the broadcast. We move on. Now, the houses of 2 terrorists believed to be involved in the Pahalgam attack were destroyed by security forces and Jammu and Kashmir authorities today, while the residence of the Lashkar terrorist Adil Hussain Thokar in Bijbehara was blown using the IEDs. The house of Asif Sheikh in Tral was demolished with a bulldozer. Adil Thokar is believed to have played a key role in helping the Pakistani terrorists plan and carry out the attack in the Baisaran Valley that killed 26 people. Zeenat, my colleague, is joining me live from outside the terrorist house in Tral. Yes, Zeenat, please take it away.
See, we are reached to Monghama, Tral. This comes under district Pulwama, and this is the house of the Asif Sheikh. In fact, the same terrorist who, as per the intelligence agencies, that is involved in the Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, yesterday when the sketches were released by the intelligence agencies, apart from the 2 foreign terrorists, the sketch of Adil, 2 figures in the list. And when yesterday late night, when the searches were carried by the J&K police along with other agencies, they went inside, and in this house an explosive was kept which went off. With the result, it has damaged a major structure of this house. The demolition drive was carried by J&K police along with other agencies, and this tells you the story from the Monghama Tral. As per Asif Sheikh is concerned, we are picking from the agencies, the intelligences, that he had gone to Pakistan on visa in 2018, but he returned last year only, and he is one of the key conspirators as per the security apparatus here, who's involved in the civilian massacre in Pahalgam, the demolished house, the house that has been razed to the ground, itself tells you the story that how effective a dent is being given to the terror organizations who are the local terror organizations who are involved in such kind of attacks. You can see the angle irons, you have the bricks, the window panes, the water tanks and all other things that have been completely demolished. Although the villagers here say that the 2 of the rooms of this house belongs to Asif when rest of the structure belongs to other people. While this is a crush, this is more like to crush terrorism on the ground, and action has come from the J&K police in 2 districts. One is in Avantipora, Tral, and the another is in Anantnag. Anantnag also, a house was demolished, the house that belonged to the one of the Lashkar terror associate. So we are taking you inside. My VJ Mubashir is showing you what all the belongings that were left in the house, and you see them. Some furniture, furbishing articles have also can also be seen here, but overall this has been completely demolished, and a strong and a stern message to the Pakistan that those who are supporting their terrorism in the Kashmir Valley, even if let it be the locals, they will not be spared, and action will come as per the law, because law is above everything and law is above every person. The action will come to those who are supporting terrorism on the ground. So a lot of action on ground in South Kashmir today, apart from Anantnag and now Monghama, we are reporting. One can see the condition of the house and the action that has been taken by the joint forces to demolish the terror network on the ground.
Absolutely, Zina. Thank you very much for sharing those details. We move on to the other breaking news that's coming in now, where we learn that the Ganderbal police have taken action after a claim of a tourist went viral on social media. Now, the tourist woman from Uttar Pradesh alleged that a man questioned her about her religion and shared his picture. Now, the police have apprehended the said person, who was identified as Ayaz Ahmed, a resident of Ganderbal, and the interrogation is underway. The Jammu and Kashmir police have swung into action after the claims were made by a tourist saying that there was a person, he's said to be Ayaz Ahmed. This man asked the tourist the religion. Remember, there was the Kalma test that Republic had brought to you, where the tourist had asked the religion of the tourist before they shot him down. Now, Republic, in fact, spoke to the tourist who made these claims. Listen into her testimony, which hints at a larger Kalma conspiracy.
3 बॉयज थे, बाकी के वुमेन्स थे, तो मैं उनके लिए डरी हुई थी कि कहीं कुछ प्रॉब्लम ना हो जाए, सब मेरी जिम्मेदारी पे भेजे हैं यहाँ पे। तो फिर मैं वहाँ पे बहुत उससे धैर्य से काम ले रही थी, नहीं तो मुझे बहुत तेज गुस्सा आता है। वहाँ पे मैं गुस्सा नहीं कर रही।
कुरान पढ़ने की बात कही, वो कही कि उसने कहा कि भोले का जिक्र उसमें है।
हाँ, बोले जिक्र नहीं किए, तुम्हारे उसका जिक्र उसमें है, हमारी कुरान में है, ऐसे बोले।
हमारे भगवान को उसने उसका बोला।
हाँ, उसका बोला। और फिर वो बोलते हैं कि तुम जो है ना कुरान पढ़ा करो। मैंने बोला ठीक है, मैं पढ़ूंगी जाके, पक्का पढ़ूंगी। बोले वो हिंदी में भी है। मैंने ठीक है। तो फिर मैंने बोला, मेरे को थोड़ा डाउट हो रहा था। फिर बोलता है, अरे मैं भी 11 साल है ना कुरान पढ़ाया हूँ, मैं जो है टीचर रहा हूँ। अब मेरा वहाँ से जो है वो उसकी काफी चीजें वो इंग्लिश में भी यूज कर रहा था, खच्चर वाला,
इंग्लिश का शब्द यूज कर रहा था।
तो थोड़ा माइंड और उधर जा रहा था मेरा। तो मैंने बोला अच्छा, तो मैं उससे पूछने वाली थी, एक तुम टीचर होके यहाँ पे कैसे आ गए? तुम्हें कोई और जॉब, चलो मान लिया तुमने वो चीज पसंद नहीं आई, तुम्हें टीचर हो सकता है ना पसंद हो तुम्हें जॉब टीचर वाली, तो तुम खच्चर वाले कैसे बने? मैं उससे पूछने वाली थी, लेकिन मैं अंदर ही अंदर पूछ नहीं पा रही थी।
सहमी थी कि ये मामला कुछ ठीक नहीं लग रहा है, ज्यादा विवाद करना ठीक नहीं।
मेरे ये क्वेश्चन वहीं पे खुद से हो रहे थे कि ये यहाँ पे खच्चर वाला क्यों बना, इसको और कोई जॉब नहीं मिली, खच्चर वाले की मिली। तो फिर वो मेरे से बोलता है कि है ना, फिर मैंने उनसे बोला अच्छा भैया आप यहाँ पे, मैंने उससे इनडायरेक्ट पूछने की ये कोशिश की कि वो पाकिस्तान से है, इंडिया से है, कहाँ से है, कि लोकल है कि नहीं है। मैंने बोला भैया आप ये खच्चर ये वाला काम कब से कर रहे हो? तो बोला मैं ये 7 साल से कर रहा हूँ।
All right, so that was the massive claim that a tourist had to make who just saw the moments before the shootout happened. Now, we learned that massive door-to-door searches have been carried out across the Ganderbal district by police, army, paramilitary forces, the CRPF and the SSB. Now, operations have been launched to neutralize potential threats and prevent terrorist regrouping. That's the big breaking news update that we are getting in. Gursimran, my colleague, is joining me live from Jammu, and that, Gursimran, there have been anti-terror operations that have been launched. In fact, there are massive search operations that have been launched, not just in Ganderbal, but also in other areas of Jammu and Kashmir. Even if we talk about Shopian, Anantnag or other districts, is there any incriminating evidence that has been found so far as the searches are concerned?
See, we have to see that why these operations are being launched at the far-flung districts, because Ganderbal is far away from the Pahalgam. But one of the hills that connects, that is on the opposite side of Pahalgam, it's the Ganderbal district, and that is why we are witnessing the large-scale anti-terror operations being launched in the Ganderbal. The Ganderbal Gagangir terror attack that has taken place on 20th of October 2024, which claims the life of more than half a dozen civilian workers at the Sonmarg Tunnel project. Their terrorists and the terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam attack, they are the same group. And that's why we are witnessing door-to-door searches in Pulwama, Shopian, Anantnag, Kulgam, or in the Ganderbal district. Even the inputs have also been issued for the Srinagar district as well of a possible terror attack by the ISI and its terror groups in the Kashmir to target the minority community, be it the non-locals, the Hindus, the Kashmiri Hindus, and also the employees of the Jammu and Kashmir police in the CID wing, that is the intelligence wing, and that gather the information regarding the terrorist movement. So that's why we are witnessing an intensified anti-terror operations that have been launched in the Kashmir Valley to neutralize this group of terrorists, because there is all likelihood that this group will try to go to a safe location.
Right, Gursimran, stay with me because I'm getting in breaking news coming in where we learned that a huge cache of ammunition has been recovered from the Sahoval village, and this is near the India-Pakistan border. In fact, more details are now coming in where we learned that nearly 4.5 kg of RDX, 5 hand grenades and 5 pistols, 8 magazines and 220 rounds, 2 batteries and a remote control has been recovered. This is the latest breaking news updates that we are getting. So Pakistan, a rattle Pakistan is completely pushing out terror again into the Indian territory. Now this breaking news update, it's from the India-Pakistan border where we learned that a huge cache of ammunition recovered from the Sahoval village, and this is near the India-Pakistan border. Nearly 4.5 kg of RDX, 5 hand grenades, 5 pistols, 8 magazines of 220 rounds, 2 batteries, and in fact a remote control has been recovered from the fields. Now we learned that the BSF and the police have seized all the material during the harvesting. A large packet was found in which this cache of ammunition was found. Gursimran, my colleague, continues to stay with me on that breaking. Gursimran, please share more details about, do we know about when was this huge cache of arms peddled into India, and what action is the police taking forward on this?
See, this is a joint operation of the Border Security Force along with the Punjab Police that has taken place in the Amritsar, where in the Sahoval village during a search operation, the security forces have recovered a huge cache of arms and ammunition. This was a pure terror consignment, no narcotics in this consignment. That includes a 4.5 kilogram of ID with remote, that is a remote ID that has been recovered, along with the 5 grenades, 5 pistols, Chinese manufactured Norinco, and 8 magazines have been recovered from the position. The ammunition that have been recovered by the security forces. Important to mention that we have been witnessing that in the last couple of days there have been intensified drone droppings from the Pakistan side, and this consignment also seems to be a one that has been pushed from the Pakistani side, was to be picked by the terror handlers or the smugglers and then to be delivered for the targeted killings in Punjab. But this 4.5 kilogram of ID is a high explosive HE grade ID. That means that this can dent a large area. 4.5 kilogram ID is sufficient enough to dent 100 to 150 meters of the area when blown at a single place, and this was a remote detonated ID, because the remote has also been recovered along with this consignment of weapons, arms and ammunition that has been recovered in the Sahoval village. Now the police has registered the case under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act and also 7/27 Act of the Arms Act under the FIR of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita sections that have been kept in the FIR, and now the investigation is underway. The forward and backward linkages of this terror consignment that has been recovered by the security forces are being worked upon by the Punjab police, because what it seems prima facie that this consignment was pushed late last night, but today morning, before the smuggler or the handler that was to pick up this consignment could reach here, the security forces got hold of the consignment.
Well, absolutely, Gursalman. Stay with me. More details that I want to know from you is what was this consignment being used for? Because this is a huge consignment that has been seized by the Punjab police. What is it that this consignment would have been used for if the BSF wouldn't have seized it?
See, the consignment that has been recovered, especially if we speak of the ID, it was RTU ID. That means ready-to-use ID that has been recovered by the Punjab police along with the border security force in a joint operation. This ID, just a remote was to be put on place and the mechanism was to be triggered. So it was ready to use. It could have been activated within a 10 to 15 minutes time after the due training that the terrorists get, and then it was to be kept somewhere to carry out a major terror attack, the ID attack. And since this was a HE grade ID, that is a high explosive intensity grade of the ID, it can dent the area of 100 to 150 meters as per the information that is flowing in. Apart from this, the Chinese pistols have been recovered. The same Norinco company, which is the official manufacturer of the Chinese army as well, that has to be recovered. Yes.
Absolutely, Gursalman. Thank you very much for sharing those details. We quickly shift our focus to other breaking news coming in. Now, we learned that the Telangana police has asked Pakistani nationals staying in Telangana to follow guidelines and leave as visas are suspended to avoid any legal action. So this is a huge breaking news update that we are getting in. Remember, this comes after the Ministry of External Affairs on Thursday had issued a travel advisory for Indian nationals travelling to Pakistan and also asked Indian citizens to return at the earliest. Aneri, my colleague, is joining me for more details on the broadcast. Aneri, this is a action that the Telangana police has taken, an advisory that's been issued. What more details are you picking up on that?
Well, that's right, Tanisha. What we see is that this comes in the backdrop of the Pahalgam Terror Attack that had taken place, and days after the MEA had issued statement. Well, now we see that the Telangana Police, the Director General of Telangana Police has now issued a statement, advisory basically, which states that it has been advised to all the Pakistani nationals staying in Telangana to follow the guidelines to avoid any sort of legal action. And this comes in the backdrop of how the MEA had announced the cancellation of the visas of any Pakistani nationals, and also the Atari border being closed down, and also not only that, all the existing valid visas issued by the India to Pakistani nationals stands revoked with effect from the 27th of April 2025, and also the medical visas that were issued to the Pakistani nationals will be only valid till 29th. And it may also be noted that the revocation of the visa specified to the above decision does not apply to any of the holders for the long-term visas and the diplomatic and any official visits. So definitely this comes in the backdrop of the Pahalgam terror attack that had taken place, and now the Telangana DGP has issued an advisory to all the Pakistani nationals who are residing in Telangana.
Right, Aneri. Yes, Aneri, thank you very much for getting those details. Quickly shifting our focus now. Remember, multiple counter-terror operations are underway across Jammu and Kashmir. Now, in just a span of 3 days, Jammu and Kashmir has witnessed heightened military activity as the Indian Army and security forces launched multiple counter-terror operations across the region, ranging from infiltration attempts along the line of control to deep interior combing operations aimed at dismantling terror networks. Here's all that you need to know.
Here on Republic TV, multiple counter-terror operations are underway across Jammu and Kashmir. In a span of just 3 days since the Pahalgam terror attack, Jammu and Kashmir has witnessed heightened military activity in the backdrop of terror attacks as the Indian Army, our security forces launch multiple counter-terror operations across the region, across Jammu and Kashmir, ranging from infiltration attempts along the line of control to deep interior combing operations aimed at dismantling Pakistani terror networks. On the 23rd of April, starting with the 23rd of April, an infiltration attempt was successfully thwarted by the Indian Army in Uri, Baramulla, located right along the line of control. 2 terrorists were neutralized in this operation, marking a critical win in the ongoing efforts to secure border areas from cross-border threats. Simultaneously, deeper inside the valley in Tangmark, Kulgam, security forces busted a terror hideout. Pictures that were put out on Republic TV this was about 140 kilometers from the LOC, indicating that sleeper cells and logistical networks continue to exist far from the front lines, far from the international border or LOC. A day later, on the 24th of April, that's yesterday, a fierce gun battle in Basantgarh, Udhampur, approximately 80 kilometers from the international border, claimed the life of an Indian Army soldier who was martyred, underlining the risks involved in counterinsurgency operations even in hinterland areas. In Sindhan Top, Kishtwar, located about 150 kilometers from the LOC, a search operation was launched on the same day. Following intelligence inputs, though no terrorists were found once again. Now, closer to the border in Mendar, Poonch, gunfire was reported following suspected movement from the Pakistani side. And the area just about 0 to 20 kilometers from the line of control saw an immediate search operation initiated by the army to rule out infiltration or any terrorist presence. The string of operations continued even this morning, with encounter underway as we speak in Bandipora, 14 kilometers from the line of control. Initial reports confirm that 2 Indian soldiers have been injured so far. Now, these coordinated operations reflect both the geographical spread, the tactical complexity of counter-terror measures in Jammu and Kashmir. From foiling infiltration at zero-point borders to dismantling deep terror infrastructure, our security forces remaining on high alert, responding swiftly to emerging threats in one of the most volatile security theaters in the country, on the backdrop, of course, of the Pahalgam Terror Attack. Let's get you some more breaking news now.
All right, shifting our focus to breaking news coming in, and this isn't from the Atari-Wagah border. The Atari-Wagah gates have remained shut. Now, this is after India's diplomatic strike on Pakistan, after Pakistan-backed terrorists killed 26 of innocent civilians. The beating retreat ceremony is still being held at the Atari-Wagah border. However, the handshake that India used to do with the Pakistan Rangers have been stopped. Now, after India decided to suspend passenger movement through the integrated checkpost, BSF chose not to open the Indo-Pak border gates at the Atari or engage even in the customary handshake with their counterparts from Pakistan Rangers during the daily beating retreat ceremony. Now, we learned that the IGBSF of the Punjab frontier had given out a statement saying that the BSF will continue to conduct daily flag lowering ceremonies at Atari, but will neither open border gates nor engage in the customary handshake. And that is India's diplomatic strike against Pakistan. We'll get you all the live updates from the Atari-Wagah border. But for now, it's time for us to slip into a short break.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
MDH का किचन किंग किचन में हो तो हम सब कुछ बना सकते हैं। बैंगन का भरता, आलू गोभी, भिंडी मसाला और भी बहुत कुछ।
MDH। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते।
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना।
नए वाले नहीं करते। And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
Silly me, I thought.
Cricket fans.
I will be carrying excerpts of the Prime Minister's speech, what he has said in Bihar. The Prime Minister has made it quite clear, and my understanding is that the Prime Minister has said in the clearest terms that he is coming for Pakistan, and he has said, मैं स्पष्ट और बहुत स्पष्ट शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं कि आतंकी और इस हमले के साजिश करने वालों को उनकी कल्पना से बड़ी सजा मिलेगी. And he has also said, अब आतंकियों की बची कुची जमीन को भी मिट्टी में मिलाने का समय आ गया. In other words, he has said, whatever remaining land is there where the terrorists are getting patronage, where they live and where they get support, that will also go. My interpretation is the status quo of the LOC will change after 75 years. I hope it does. I hope it does. I take the Prime Minister's words extremely seriously, because the might of the Indian Armed Forces is going to annihilate not just the LAT headquarters in Rawalkot, but also I'm quite sure there's going to be a lot of heat in Rawalpindi when Prime Minister says 140 crore भारतीयों की इच्छा शक्ति अब आतंक के आकाओं की कमर तोड़कर रहेगी. Ladies and gentlemen, we are told that the chief of the Pakistani army is refusing to come out and speak. They are extremely scared, and the Prime Minister's message also is this time that no China, no.
Republic hires nearly 300 journalists every year. Do you want to be one of them? Start at Republic School of Journalism. Train with the best inside Asia's largest integrated news center. Learn live, perform well, and you stay. RepublicschoolofJournalism.com. Applications open.
Mahi sir, how much do you love your fans?
Honestly, I love my new fans. पुराने वाले बेकार में शोर करते.
सर फैंस हैं, शोर तो करेंगे ही ना.
नए वाले नहीं करते. And they listen to what I say.
The new generation Orient BLDC fans. Super silent performance with voice control.
सिली में आए तो और
Cricket fans.
सस्ते वाले दाल मसाले स्वाद हुआ बेकार. MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
We must not live in denial. We must not fool ourselves. Terrorism has no religion. Victims of terrorism have no religion. Perpetrators of terrorism have no religion. We live in a religion agnostic world when it comes to terrorism. These arguments are made by people to stop accepting the reality. The reality is that there was religious segregation in Pahalgam, that Hindu men were asked to recite the Islamic kalma, that their pants were pulled down to see whether they have been circumcised or not, and they were asked to recite the kalma to check whether they were Hindu or Muslim, and those who could not recite the Islamic kalma were killed. I am not saying this. I will play 3 sound bites, and I want all the people living in denial tonight, all the people, these pseudo-secular frauds, to listen to this as well. First, the comment of the Dwivedi family. Kanpur resident Shubham Dwivedi, 28, and his wife were among the tourists present. They were asked if they were Muslim and demanded to recite the kalma. First, proof, Dwivedi family from Kanpur.
मैं और शुभम बैठ के मैगी खाने जा रहे थे. शाम भी मेरी बहन थोड़ा दूर बैठी थी और पापा मेरे वॉशरूम में थे. उतनी देर में एक बंदा पीछे से आया और उसने गोली साइड में रख के उससे पूछा हिंदू है कि मुसलमान है. मुसलमान है तो पहले कलमा पढ़ के दिखा. जैसे हमें पता ही नहीं, हम पीछे पलट के देखे हो क्या रहा है. हम उसकी तरफ स्माइल करके पूछे भैया क्या हुआ. कह रहे हिंदू है मुसलमान. मैंने कहा हिंदू. मार दिया. पहली गन उसी पे चलाई. उसके बाद 70 लोगों को मार दिया. क्यों मार दिया?
And you know what? There are still people who will say, Arnab, don't talk about these issues, bury them.
Right, viewers, you're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you reporting from Srinagar. And viewers, we get you minute-by-minute updates right from the anti-terror operations, the search operations in the valley, what's happening across the border and also in the national capital as important meetings are being held. We'll get you all that and much more. First, the headlines. After Kashmir, security forces have now launched a large-scale search operation across Jammu's Kathua district. India has deported Pakistani national Bibi Saida, who had been residing in Bharuch of Gujarat, back to Pakistan. In the wake of Pahalgam Terror Attack, the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor has convened an assembly session on the 28th of April. A high-level meeting concludes at Home Minister Amit Shah's residence. The meeting attended by Jal Shakti Minister C.R. Patil, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar and several other key ministers. And Pakistan admits to sponsoring terror organizations. Pakistani minister says they have been doing dirty work for over 3 decades. All right, we have breaking news coming in right now, viewers. The Union Home Secretary has held a video conference with the chief secretaries of all states, asking them to take necessary action against the Pakistani nationals. And that's what we are breaking right now. The government of India has revoked all existing visas issued to Pakistani nationals as well. Remember, the Home Secretary has held a video conference with the chief secretaries of all states, asked to take necessary action on a Pakistani national. Remember, before this, we had the Home Minister holding a meeting with all the chief ministers, every state of India, and issuing a directive that all the Pakistani nationals should be deported, that all the anti-India elements should be identified. No one from Pakistan will be allowed on Indian soil after this dastardly attack has killed 26 Indians. And the latest we have is that the Union Home Secretary has also held a meeting via video conferencing with all the chief secretaries of every state for the action to be taken against Pakistani nationals. In fact, just a while back, we broke the story of our Pakistani national Bibi Saida, who had entered India via the Baghataari border, has been deported, the first deportation after the Pahalgam attack, and she had been residing in Gujarat's Bharuch. She has been sent back to Pakistan, deported to Pakistan. In fact, Soumya is also joining us on the phone line for more. Soumya, very important update we have. Medical visas issued to Pakistan nationals will be valid only till 29th of April, that is this month. And Home Secretary Govind Mohan has also held a video conference with all the chief secretaries.
Yes, Rakshita, back-to-back meetings, important, crucial meetings have been taking place at various other locations in the national capital. The one coming at the moment is Union Home Secretary has hold a video conference with the chief secretaries of all states and asked them to take necessary actions on the Pakistani nationals because, as we all know, during the press briefing that was done day before yesterday, right after the CCS meeting at Prime Minister's official residence at 7 Elkem, few very important diplomatic measures were decided that will be